On the day of her divorce, she discovered she was pregnant. Holding her secret closely, Ruan Yu felt as though she were enacting a plot where she was making a hasty escape. However, as Gu Youci signed the divorce agreement and looked up at her, she realized that her ex-husband was undeniably handsome. Chapter 1: A little surprise. 28 days pregnant. As Ruan Yu received the small examination report, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Was she expecting? Yet, the doctor's subsequent remarks cast a pall over her. Miss Ruan, your constitution is not particularly robust, and conception is not common for you. If your husband isn't accompanying you, it would be wise to contact him, and oh need, Ruan Yu replied, slowly lifting her gaze. Please arrange for the earliest available abortion. The doctor stood stunned before the striking woman. Was it common for beautiful young ladies to act so recklessly these days? Though masked, her captivating eyes were enough to mesmerize, complemented by the latest luxury handbag she carried. Could she possibly be someone's mistress? I am currently preparing for divorce from my husband, Ruan Yu said with a gentle smile, donning her sunglasses and politely accepting the examination report from the doctor. He should soon have a new bride, the doctor chuckled awkwardly, understanding the situation. Our surgical slots for this week are fully booked. Her previously friendly demeanor began to wane as she checked the schedule on her computer. Miss Ruan, please return next Monday for a more thorough examination. All right, Ruan Yu responded, clutching the ultrasound report, feeling a twinge of relief that she had opted for comfortable shoes today. Otherwise, any pair of heels would have been no less than 7 centimeters. She did not desire a child, but neither did she wish to place herself in jeopardy. As she exited the hospital, she spotted the driver waiting outside. Madam, are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Ruan Yu shook her head and stepped into the back seat, placing her handbag and the examination report aside. As she removed her mask, a strikingly pure yet stunning visage emerged. Her exquisitely shaped eyes, slightly upturned, appeared even more radiant without makeup, her skin translucent and delicate, a true beauty, indeed. No wonder her husband had lavished such care upon her over the years. Throughout the journey, Ruan Yu remained unusually quiet, though she typically spoke little. Today she seemed particularly well-behaved until she reached for the small examination envelope and stared at it for a considerable time. Xiao Lu, madam, please speak. Yet, confusion clouded her expression. Madam, you could actually, it's inconvenient, Ruan Yu interjected, glancing at her beautifully manicured nude nails, pondering whether it was prudent to remove them soon. He is meeting his former flame today, and as I near becoming his ex-wife, I certainly wouldn't want to spoil her mood. Moreover, she was in a hurry to finalize the divorce. Actually, the president. The driver began urgently, rising from his seat, but the moment he met Ruan Yu's indifferent gaze, he faltered, recalling the gift the president had prepared, feeling a knot in his chest. Understood, madam. That needs to change. After uttering those words, Ruan Yu turned her attention to the window. She recalled the doctor's words, instinctively placing a hand on her flat, soft abdomen, which bore no sign of the child within. Even if there was one, it would soon vanish. 3 years ago, that night of passion had led to this unforeseen consequence. Ruan Yu dismissed any lingering thoughts, for Gu Youci had treated her decently over the years. They had engaged in a normal marital life, with no restrictions imposed on him. Yet, she hadn't anticipated this. There was no need to make calls. The living room of their villa revealed 2 intertwined figures impossible to miss. The woman, her long waves shimmering under the living room lights, crossed her arms, accentuating the allure of her fitted dress, her bare feet resting atop the tips of the man's polished shoes. It appeared the woman had noticed her, raising her eyes with a dramatic flick of eyeliner. Truth be told, Ruan Yu felt slightly exasperated but merely cast a glance at them before instructing the maid to take her bag away. Seeing the woman's calm demeanor, she simply waved her hand dismissively. Hey, your wife, the woman called out, prompting him to glance toward the door. At the sound of her words, Gu Youci's fingers momentarily paused. He feigned affectionately caressing the woman's slender waist from a distance. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. Was he still unable to let go? Forgive me for interrupting, please continue, Ruan Yu said nonchalantly, breezing past the couple and ascending the stairs, unaware of the dark flicker in the man's eyes upon. Hearing her words, this marked the first time she had so clearly demonstrated indifference. Is she looking down on me, or simply disinterested in you? Sang Yining adjusted her shawl, moving to sit on another sofa. How dull. If you need anything, just call the housekeeper, Gu Youci replied coldly, rising to adjust his cufflinks. Hey, Sang Yining protested, visibly displeased. My mother insisted I stay here. What had happened to his gentlemanly demeanor? You may choose any room on the 2nd floor. Gu Youci's voice, though not particularly deep, was melodious, imbued with a warmth and magnetism that made one want to gaze into his eyes while conversing. In summary, it was quite enticing. What if I choose to stay next to your master bedroom? Their interactions hardly resembled those of a married couple. Given their dynamic, it seemed improbable that they could even be passionate in bed. Had marriage turned him into a monk? Suit yourself. Gu Youci was not inclined to engage further. Recalling Ruan Yu's calm demeanor, he ascended the stairs, his handsome features betraying no emotion as he entered the master bedroom, which was ajar. At that moment, Ruan Yu was emerging from the closet, her luggage in tow. Upon locking eyes with him, she paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Finished already? When did you become so quick? Gu Youci replied, nonplussed. Chapter 2. 3 years of concealed marriage apologies, merely a flicker of curiosity. By the way, Ruan Yu turned to open a drawer, retrieving an entire box of unopened blue square packages. The efficacy remains uncertain. That is a question to pose regarding the matter at hand. Did you visit the hospital today? In the year when Ruan Yu garnered a modicum of fame, the entertainment industry was far from trivial. She felt no twinge of guilt. Recently, experiencing irregular menstruation, she decided to seek medical advice, having initially booked a gynecological appointment. Let me see the test results, Gu Youci remarked, recalling her erratic cycle this month. Ruan Yu discreetly assessed him, finding her husband, nay, soon-to-be ex-husband, the strikingly handsome Mr. Gu, somewhat perplexing. She picked up the divorce agreement from the table, stating, I have signed my name. What I lack is a legitimate benefactor to extricate me from this predicament. A hint of coldness flickered across Gu Youci's brow. He ceased further conversation, took the divorce agreement, and noted the section on asset division. She sought not a single penny. The small box Ruan Yu held appeared incapable of containing anything of significant worth. Gu Youci circled the table, grasped his favored pen, and swiftly inscribed his name. Are we departing today? At once. Where will you stay? Upon uttering his inquiry, Gu Youci observed Ruan Yu's reluctance to respond. And he could no longer muster the patience for further dialogue. He opened the drawer, retrieved a card, and slid it toward her. Thank you, Mrs. Gu, for your 3 years of forbearance. At the moment their gazes met, an indescribable emotion surged within Ruan Yu, especially as she beheld his exquisitely handsome visage, which inexplicably conjured thoughts of how their children would undoubtedly be striking. Ruan Yu, shedding any hesitance, accepted the black and gold card, expressing her gratitude. Any further conversation felt awkward. Gu Youci turned to his computer to attend to work, while Ruan Yu wheeled her suitcase out the door, her fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure. She politely closed the door behind her. The instant the lock clicked, Gu Youci set aside the misaligned documents at hand and gazed out the window at the white swing in the courtyard, lost in thought. Between them, only silence remained. She had not even debuted. With a visage that could captivate all, she had briefly trended during shoots, accumulating a measure of popularity and fans. Yet this ephemeral fame slipped through Ruan Yu's fingers. Just 1 month before her planned debut stage, she sustained an ankle fracture while practicing dance. And her father's company faced ruin due to foul play, being targeted for a low-value acquisition. Coupled with pressure from certain factions within the industry, Ruan Yu was on the verge of abandoning her dream. On the night of her debut livestream, adorned in a purple gown with exquisite makeup, she appeared among the audience of popular returning contestants, caught by a fleeting camera shot, earning her the moniker of Venus of the human realm. It was during that evening's celebration banquet that Ruan Yu first encountered Gu Youci. Of course, titles such as the most formidable figure in the domestic entertainment industry and the enigmatic heartthrob need not be mentioned. They seemed rather frivolous. Gu's Yixing Entertainment held a preeminent position in the industry, and at times Ruan Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. 3 years ago, by a twist of fate, the two of them found themselves at a celebratory banquet in a hotel. Due to her mistakenly consuming a drug-laced drink, they embarked on a rather adult escapade for one night. However, the esteemed Mr. Gu, known for his integrity, declared, I will take responsibility. At that time, Ruan Yu believed it to be a stroke of fortune, only to discover that it was indeed an overwhelming entanglement of wealth and status. As she subsequently married into the Gu family and remained in a concealed union for 3 years. Moreover, Ruan Yu had scarcely encountered any elders, save for her grandmother. They had obtained a marriage certificate and exchanged rings, yet neither set of parents had met. It was said that Gu Youci looked down upon her, which was not entirely true. Despite the absence of a grand wedding, Ruan Yu was acquainted with many of Mr. Gu's affluent friends, including the most prominent figures in the elite circles. She hesitated to gain notoriety in this world, as it would pose the greatest obstacle to her marriage. Nevertheless, Gu Youci truly took responsibility for her. Even though he was handsome, wealthy, and undeniably charming, the butler mentioned that had it not been for her, the matriarch had intended for them to marry this year, but her appearance changed everything. Ruan Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment upon realizing the truth. Upon seeing the two of them today, she was convinced it was better to let them be. Ruan Yu changed her shoes at the entrance and handed the black card to the butler, asking him to deliver it to Gu Youci. The butler was momentarily taken aback. Madam, are you not going on a trip? You should accept the card from the sir. Of course not, Ruan Yu replied, noticing the driver waiting for her. With a smile, she added, I have divorced Mr. Gu and will not be coming here anymore. Perhaps you could inquire if Miss Sang requires it. At that moment, a graceful woman clad in a lace nightgown appeared at the staircase. Uncle Sun, do we have any small cakes at home? I would like to have some. Sang Yining was busy tapping on her phone. Ruan Yu nodded in acknowledgement but thought to herself, if you leave, and I end up igniting a spark with your husband. Miss Sang was rather nonchalant. Ruan Yu felt a slight congestion in her nose, hoping it was not a cold. Donning her hat and mask, she smiled. He is not my husband but my ex-husband. Mr. Gu is now single. Sang Yining's eyes widened in surprise, causing her phone to drop to the floor. What does she mean? Sang Yining's mind was momentarily perplexed. Was this a quarrel? Madam said she has divorced. The butler's typically amiable demeanor turned indifferent. Yet, as a servant, he could only comply with the household's affairs. Noticing Sang Yining's slightly innocent expression, he respectfully asked, Miss Sang, what did you wish to eat? Anything will do. Sang Yining replied, plopping down on the sofa and opening the latest entertainment trending topics. She seemed to treat the place as her own home. Meanwhile, a young maid, her eyes red from unshed tears, trudged towards the kitchen. No one was left to bring them gifts, gossip, or watch the latest variety shows and performances together. And the madam was so beautiful, 1,000 times more so than Miss Sang. The young maid wiped her tears while retrieving a baking tray. Still determined to prepare desserts for this wicked woman. 3 days have passed since the wedding. After a few days of acclimatizing to her new apartment, Ruan Yu received a call from the doctor. Her emotions were quite complex during the examination, especially when the doctor spoke. Miss Ruan, regarding the test results, I still advise you to consider this carefully. The child is far from being as easy as you might think. Of course, the decision is ultimately yours. Noticing the girl's notably subdued demeanor today, the doctor's tone softened. Ruan Yu, dressed in a simple t-shirt and a cap, with her eyes, which peeked out from her mask, remarkably beautiful, more striking than many television stars, had also removed the ring from her ring finger. As she had mentioned, it seemed she was indeed contemplating divorce. Is the baby healthy? Ruan Yu asked faintly. Yes, although it's still early in the pregnancy. Based on your checkup report, the embryo's implantation appears to be healthy, and the risks during the early stages of pregnancy are relatively low. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the doctor promptly shared the facts with her. Ruan Yu seemed to come from a decent background, and considering her previous issues with one of her fallopian tubes, conceiving was challenging. Moreover, it was better for young people to give birth earlier for recovery. The doctor was also contemplating the long-term perspective. When might the pregnancy symptoms become more pronounced? Ruan Yu inquired. Every individual's situation differs, the doctor replied with a hint of a smile. Some pregnant women experience severe symptoms around 2 to 3 months, while others may continue to feel nauseous and lethargic into the later stages. It depends on one's constitution, diet, and environment. I seem to be feeling fine so far. Ruan Yu noted. For the past few mornings, she and T felt nauseous, but she had been dreaming about Gu Youci every night, especially his face. It was simply captivating. If she let her thoughts wander too far, she found it hard to rein herself in. You can observe for now, the doctor said, handing her the prescription for folic acid and nutritional supplements. The first 3 months can be quite eventful. Be sure to pay attention to rest and nutrition. Ruan Yu took the prescription from her. Soon, the examination was over, and as she exited the hospital, she stuffed the items into her bag. The day before, Ruan Yu had made a special trip to the bank. She had never been in the habit of checking her accounts. During her time with Gu Youci, she had hardly spent any money, as he had always provided for her. Supporting herself and a child seemed manageable. Shall I keep it? Ruan Yu sighed, feeling a bit lost. Could she truly care for a baby? The road directly across from the hospital was choked with vehicles, appearing completely gridlocked. Ruan Yu adjusted the brim of her cap and walked towards the bus station. She felt somewhat fatigued standing there. The seats at the bus stop bore dark footprints that looked rather dirty. Ruan Yu, in her thin pants, did not intend to sit and instead lowered her head to glance at her phone. She contemplated whether to call her parents. Before long, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Excuse me, miss. Ruan Yu lifted her gaze. Her hat and mask concealed her features flawlessly, yet those piercing eyes captivated a stylishly dressed man nearby, who instantly became excited. Why you? Is there something you need? She replied, not believing she would be recognized, especially since she hadn't shown her face in years. However, when the man removed his sunglasses, he revealed a rather handsome face. He regarded Ruan Yu without offense, then extracted a business card from his pocket. Miss, might I inquire if you have any interest in becoming an artist? Your physical attributes are quite commendable. If you have the time, I would like to invite you to audition at Morning Star Entertainment. If you are not interested, I have a rather delicate request. Ruan Yu hesitated for a moment, delicately accepting the card with her slender fingers. She recognized him, Hua Sheng, the star agent from Morning Star Entertainment. During the debut night of Twinkle, the second and fourth members of the Star Girl group were contestants from Morning Star Entertainment. Now, the Star Girl group is immensely popular, and one of the most favored members is currently under this agent, a talent whose presence is commanding both in skill and beauty. Is he interested in me? If I can assist you in any way, Ruan Yu was uncertain what his delicate request entailed. May I kindly ask you to remove your mask? Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng noticed the girl frown and couldn't help but smile. I have a friend with a private studio who is seeking a beautiful girl for a special appearance in an upcoming MV. Why me? Ruan Yu inquired, puzzled, as she had not even revealed her face, and there were so many beautiful girls in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing her question, Hua Sheng found it difficult to articulate his instinct. He had always had an eye for talent, and just a moment ago, when he glanced at her, he felt that she was a stark contrast to the ordinary. Simply standing there, she resembled a captivating painting. Moreover, her voice was melodious. Your aura is exquisite, Hua Sheng remarked sincerely. Rest assured, I have no intention of deceiving young ladies. This MV audition is quite significant, and the artist herself prefers suitability over referrals. You are the only one I have encountered in the past half-month who meets her criteria. Furthermore, should you succeed in the audition, the remuneration is this amount. Hua Sheng gestured to 5,000? Ruan Yu asked in disbelief. 50,000. Ruan Yu was utterly astonished. Who's MV? Is this a scam? Is there truly someone so principled in this industry? The lead actress in an MV typically appears for only 2 or 3 minutes, yet they offer 50,000. Lu Shi. Upon hearing this name, Hua Sheng anticipated disbelief from the girl, yet she was left speechless, suddenly removing her mask and exclaiming with excitement. Who did you say? Before Ruan Yu could pose her question, Hua Sheng was already taken aback. This girl was stunning. Not a trace of makeup adorned her face. Her skin was translucent and fair, her long lashes curled beautifully, her eyes shimmering like morning peach blossoms, and her lips and nose bore a natural blush. Wait. She seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 4, an MV audition. As a top-tier agent, possessing an eye for aesthetics and the ability to spot potential is essential. Hua Sheng prided himself on having encountered countless outstanding talents, yet Ruan Yu still managed to captivate him. You must not be an established artist? Ruan Yu was still immersed in the excitement of hearing Lu Shi's name, not to mention the striking handsomeness of the renowned musician in their circle, a prodigious talent whose albums are nothing short of exquisite. To be honest, she was one of Lu Shi's fans herself, having previously participated in a talent show without debuting. Ruan Yu regained her composure and, looking at Hua Sheng, eagerly suppressed her excitement. When does the audition for the MV begin? Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? Hua Sheng was amused by her straightforwardness. We can start this afternoon. We can head straight to the set. By the way, Ruan Yu suddenly recalled something and instinctively probed, this audition and the subsequent filming, there won't be any particularly intense scenes, will there? I'm expecting a little one. What do you mean in terms of intensity? All aspects, she replied. There might be some intimate scenes between male and female leads, ones that are rather close. Hua Sheng spoke candidly, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that the girl before him looked increasingly familiar. He wondered why he hadn't tried to recruit her back when she wasn't signed to any company. What a pity. Alright, I understand. Ruan Yu was not averse to intimate scenes. Which girl wouldn't be thrilled to act alongside her idol? There was no need for her to be picky. After bidding farewell, she saved Hua Sheng's phone number. Upon returning to her apartment, Ruan Yu tossed her bag and hat onto the sofa, nestled into the cushions. She was overcome by an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time since her marriage. She had gradually retreated from the public eye over the years, fearing that a busy schedule might expose her hidden marriage. However, she was suddenly interrupted by a call from Gu Youci. Are you busy? Ruan Yu glanced at the caller ID, confirming Mr. Gu. The atmosphere on the other end fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Youci's voice turned somber. I've instructed the butler to place the divorce certificate in the master bedroom. Ruan Yu was perplexed. Couldn't he just send someone to pick it up? It's quite cheap for local errands. Besides, Sang Yining isn't at the villa. What if she happens to encounter someone enjoying the pleasures of life? It wouldn't be good for the child either. Prenatal education can't involve watching their father and a stranger in intimate moments. Yet Gu Youci fell silent for a moment. Are you at home? Ruan Yu frowned. It wasn't he that she was afraid of the inconvenience. It just seemed unnecessary. Wasn't he it said that a good ex should be treated as if they were deceased? She felt she was playing the role of a supporting character in a narrative of running away with a child, aimlessly wandering in front of the leading man. Moreover, unexpectedly, Ruan Yu's current residence was quite a distance from Gu Youci's villa and company. It was a mid to high-end private apartment with a one-unit per floor design. Accessible only with a resident's identity card, ensuring a high level of privacy. She had no plans to move. I'm a bit busy this afternoon. How about this? You pack the documents in a folder, and I'll send someone to retrieve them, or honestly, I don't really need them. Why don't you just keep them? On the other end of the line, Gu Youci furrowed his brow deeply. It was only after their marriage that he realized how unappealing he was. Or rather, it seemed that no matter what he did, Ruan Yu remained unfazed, rejecting any semblance of affection or concern. Friends seemed to share a closer bond than their marital relationship. Whatever. Gu Youci made no further attempts to retain her. I could just as easily discard him. Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could the ever-humble and courteous Mr. Gu utter such seemingly childish remarks? Perhaps it wasn't mere petulance. Gu Youci genuinely seemed disinclined to engage in conversation with her. With a resounding click, the call was abruptly terminated. Ruan Yu felt an unexpected urge to apologize. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a twinge in her stomach. How could you be so biased towards your father at your age? Fortunately, it was a fleeting sensation. Ruan Yu managed to calm herself, took a shower, applied a facial mask, and then received a call from Hua Sheng. Miss Ruan, may I kindly ask for your address? I will be picking you up at 3 this afternoon for our shoot by the seaside, as we need to wait for the sunset. The man's voice seemed notably more amiable. Middle Court Huayuan, please park at the north gate, Ruan Yu replied. The location was a bit distant from her apartment, requiring her to pass through 2 security gates. Ruan Yu, mindful of her responsibilities as an artist, inquired about what she should prepare. Upon learning that nothing was necessary, she asked, will there be a makeup artist on site? Indeed, came the response. I apologize, but my skin is quite sensitive. If possible, I would prefer to bring my own cosmetics to avoid inconveniencing the makeup artist. I hope you can inform them in advance. No problem at all. Hua Sheng, perceiving her gentle tone, did not find Ruan Yu at all spoiled. He realized he was already acquainted with her. Years ago, she had surged into the spotlight with a visage that could only be described as divine, excelling in both singing and dancing. On the night of her debut, he had noted her among the returning contestants, even offering her a contract with Morning Star Entertainment, which she had declined at the time. It seemed Ruan Yu had withdrawn from the industry after a celebratory banquet, having not made many appearances since. However, upon seeing her that morning, her fair and unadorned face was as captivating as ever, perhaps even more so, and such potential could not be overlooked. Hua Sheng had to sign her. But first, the stunning beauty needed to make her mark. Before hanging up, Ruan Yu's tone softened further. Please tell me. Hua Sheng leaned in, eager to listen. If I were to ask teacher Lu Xing for an autograph, would he refuse me a role in his music video? Or, to phrase it differently, would he scold you as well? Ruan Yu felt the smoothness of the mask against her skin. Hua Sheng replied he wouldn't know. That man is quite peculiar. It turned out Ruan Yu's affection for Lu Xing was genuine, not a mere passing comment. Indeed, it seemed that beauty often begets mutual admiration, and the two appeared quite well matched. This music video was destined to be a hit. Chapter 5. The ambience was utterly exquisite. Adjust the lights to the left a bit. The sports car can come through now, stopping at the marker. Yes, perfect. Teacher Lu, please check the viewfinder. The vast, boundless seaside highway was graced by a gentle breeze, lifting the edges of their garments, without the need for a wind machine. Lu Xing, clad in a simple, loose-fitting shirt devoid of any accessories, had his tousled hair occasionally swept over his eyes by the wind. His pair of cool, clear eyes seemed to exude a refreshing chill. Strikingly handsome and utterly comforting. He appeared youthful and handsome, yet exuded an air of aloofness that suggested he was not easily approached. Just then, the sound of laughter reached his ears. Ah, she. Lu Xi turned to see Hua Sheng, accompanied by his assistant, distributing iced coffee to those on set. The chorus of gratitude that ensued prompted him to raise an eyebrow. Wasn't it said that he would bring someone along? Guess what? I told you not to employ those tricks to deceive young ladies into signing contracts with me, Lu Xi remarked. Hua Sheng clicked his tongue. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I really someone who lacks integrity? Besides, with your esteemed reputation as a producer, how could I possibly fail to find a leading lady? Just steer clear of internet celebrities. Lu Xi frowned as he reminded him. Those with fiery tempers who cannot endure hardship are hardly suitable. Hua Sheng smirked, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, from a distance, the rear door of a high-clearance SUV swung open, revealing a delicate figure. Ruan Yu gracefully closed the door and made her way towards Hua Sheng. She wore a simple, fitted dark green camisole paired with loose-fitting denim trousers, and her fair skin glowed against a backdrop of oversized black sunglasses. The gentle breeze played with her flowing hair, and she appeared to be devoid of makeup. Her lips naturally tinted a soft pink. The seaside and the road behind her served merely as a picturesque backdrop.
Wow.
Who is this lady? Such poise. Such physique, such an ambience.
Ruan Yu.
Is this your newly signed artist? I am utterly captivated by her beauty. Ruan Yu, in a gesture of politeness, removed her sunglasses, causing a collective intake of breath from those around her. She smiled at the crowd, and amidst the murmurs, a young girl exclaimed, "Ah, you. Ruan Yu, my Venus goddess from Twinkle." Even Lu Shi, who had initially seemed the most indifferent, lifted his gaze to the approaching girl, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. "Is that you?" Ruan Yu looked astonished. "Mr. Lu remembers me?" He signaled for a chair to be brought over for her, clearly pleased with the casting choice. Hua Sheng, knowing Lu Shi well, chimed in, "You have an excellent eye for talent. Do you two know each other?" Hua Sheng inquired,
Clearly intrigued.
Ruan Yu noticed the script on the table and picked it up. "I previously collaborated with Mr. Lu during a mentorship stage. On Twinkle? Indeed. That time when Wan and Mr. Lu performed together." The girl who had recognized Ruan Yu moments ago was nearly in tears, astonished that Ruan Yu had turned her gaze towards her. "I was one of your biggest fans in the industry. I even have a fan account," she stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Ruan Yu had not experienced such a direct emotional impact in a long time, feeling both dazed and nostalgic. When the young girl produced a notebook, Ruan Yu smiled apologetically. "I seem to have forgotten to bring a pen." As the young girl was about to succumb to sadness, Ruan Yu suddenly smiled, retrieving a beautifully colored velvet lipstick from her bag, a luxury brand, no less. "Would you mind if I use this lipstick?" "Of course not." The young girl appeared as if she might faint from excitement. How wonderful it would be to have a lip print. Ruan Yu mused. This act might come off as a bit indulgent. The girl, now beaming through her tears, found Ruan Yu irresistibly charming. Despite her stunning beauty, her down-to-earth words only made her more enchanting. "I was just joking." Ruan Yu responded with a gentle smile, signing on a notebook with the lipstick. Such a rarity in the entertainment industry, loyal fans are hard to come by. Generally, the factions among fans differ significantly. The complexity of group fandoms is beyond discussion. But for versatile artists, beyond participating in variety shows and film shoots, they crucially need to cultivate a substantial following of casual listeners. Casual fans, in essence, develop an affinity due to a viral video featuring the artist. Their interest significantly impacts the artist's ability to maintain public engagement, attract new admirers, and garner favorable reviews for promotional events, thus enhancing their influence. If Ruan Yu still has fans, casual admirers must constitute the majority. Judging by the earlier young girl, Ruan Yu's ability to attract loyal fans is commendable, especially with the lipstick signature. Hua Sheng was so startled that he nearly dropped his coffee. Lu Shi is allowing people to sing his songs? Has he lost his mind? Ruan Yu also found herself perplexed. She declined the coffee offered by her assistant, mindful of the little one growing inside her and trying to avoid such indulgences. Lu Shi never permits anyone to partake in his music. This weekend, Lu Shi rarely displayed even a hint of a smile. Ruan Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding emphatically. "All right." Hua Sheng was still processing the information when the two had swiftly agreed to collaborate. The assistant director approached, announcing that the set was ready and asking the two teachers to prepare for their appearance. However, Ruan Yu quietly raised her hand. "I haven't done my makeup yet." Who appears on camera barefaced? Though she had applied a face mask before arriving, was that not somewhat perfunctory? Yes, indeed. The makeup artist hurried over, exclaiming, "I almost forgot." Hua Sheng had called the crew beforehand, mentioning that the leading lady was prone to skin allergies and preferred her own cosmetics. He even complained about her being a spoiled young lady. Yet, it turned out he was mistaken. He wouldn't dare use inferior products on such a face. Although the makeup artist Lu Shi hired was also of high caliber, there was no question of using subpar products, especially upon entering the temporary makeup room. As the artist set up the lighting and opened Ruan Yu's handbag, they discovered she had only brought foundation, skincare products, and lipstick, revealing her intention for a natural look. The lipstick brand was already in the 4-digit price range. "I apologize for the trouble, dear artist," Ruan Yu said earnestly, prompting the makeup artist to assure her that it was no issue. They were indeed cautious about applying products extensively, relying solely on brands deemed safe, as advised by her doctor, who had suggested being particularly careful with cosmetics to avoid any impact on the fetus. Within half an hour, the door to the temporary makeup room swung open. Hua Sheng was reviewing the solo cut of Ruan Yu from 3 years ago, when a few staff members behind her suddenly exclaimed, "Sister is so beautiful. Oh my, her figure is incredible. A goddess has descended." In Chapter 6, titled Morning Sickness, Ruan Yu appeared in a pure white asymmetrical off-the-shoulder dress, complemented by a pair of leather ankle boots. Her softly curled, voluminous hair was slightly styled by the makeup artist, accentuating her delicate features. Her striking long eyelashes and exquisitely defined eyeliner added to her ethereal beauty. With her fair shoulders and collarbone exposed, her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of laughter, embodying an otherworldly charm. "I'm ready," Ruan Yu declared, setting her script aside. The image of her beauty, displayed on Hua Sheng's laptop, felt entirely different in reality, a divine visage bestowed by the heavens. Lu Shi was the first to approach the sports car. The assistant director called for action, syncing with the rhythmic music of the MV, as a gentle sea breeze transformed into a wild gust. Ruan Yu was pleasantly surprised by the seamless chemistry she shared with Lu Shi. Their hand-holding, embraces, and running scenes were captured in one take, albeit with a few misaligned kissing shots that elicited gasps from the audience. Behind the sports car, Lu Shi lifted Ruan Yu and placed her atop it, tenderly cradling her head as he leaned down. At that moment, Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation and starlight as she gently leaned in, her slender arms encircling Lu Shi's neck. The camera pulled back, and the scene was utterly mesmerizing, a visual feast that was destined to become a sensation. They transitioned through several scenes, including additional solo shots of Luda, the producer, amidst the youthful exuberance by the seaside rocks, and a picturesque Japanese inn nearby. During breaks, she was draped in a coat, and despite 2 brief interruptions, they managed to proceed smoothly, largely due to Lu Shi's momentary distractions. Throughout, Ruan Yu maintained her stunning presence on camera, leaving everyone in awe. Once the day as filming concluded, Lu Shi reviewed all the footage before the camera. Ruan Yu appeared slightly puzzled. A staff member then brought her a cup of warm water. "Thank you," she said, taking a sip.
Great.
Lu Shi affirmed, and Ruan Yu felt a surge of happiness. As she prepared to leave, Hua Sheng unexpectedly approached, handing her a document. "What is this?" she inquired, somewhat confused. "Didn't Lu Shi mention you'd be participating in the harmony?" Hua Sheng replied with an expression that suggested fortune had smiled upon her. Tapping the monetary figure on the document, 500,000. "The payment for tonight's shoot will be deposited into your account. That totals 1 million. While Ruan Yu was not in need of money, she recognized the ease with which wealth could be earned in the entertainment industry. However, she never viewed herself as someone who relied on divine favor for sustenance. She simply believed that beauty could lead to financial gain. Yet, for the sake of the little one growing inside her, she swiftly signed the document. "Tonight, Lu Shi is treating us to dinner. Let us go together." Hua Sheng had resolutely decided to sign the individual, preparing a plethora of remarks, and naturally would not let them depart so easily. To her surprise, Ruan Yu was equally unreserved. Her enchanting eyelashes fluttered as she pondered what to eat. The top-tier private room offered an abundance of choices. "Teacher Lu." Upon hearing her call, Lu Shi lifted his head. "Shall we go together?"
Sure.
After becoming familiar with the surroundings, Ruan Yu revealed a hint of her playful and quirky nature. She extended the Polaroid photo in her hand. "I am also your fan. May I request your autograph?" Rarely did Ruan Yu exhibit any girlish shyness. Lu Shi paused momentarily, accepting the photo to examine it. It was a scene from their MV, where they made silly faces on the bed, exuding warmth.
All right.
Lu Shi seldom granted autographs. Watching from the side, Hua Sheng bore a somewhat inscrutable expression. As the convoy commenced, Ruan Yu declined to board Lu Shi's chauffeur-driven vehicle, opting instead for Hua Sheng's car. She was unperturbed by the presence of paparazzi alongside her manager, yet the mere possibility of someone recognizing her was daunting. Should rumors circulate about an aspiring girl from a talent show associating with Lu Shi, it would be impossible for her to clear her name. Fatigue washed over her as the day wore on. Although the activities had not been particularly strenuous, Ruan Yu felt a sense of weariness, likely due to her pregnancy, which had diminished her stamina more than she anticipated. The long-anticipated morning sickness struck her violently during dinner. Fortunately, she was seated by the door. When the abalone stew was placed before her, Ruan Yu felt she had exhausted all her reserves of patience. Without her bag, she stood up, covering her mouth, and hurried to the restroom.
Sister Ruan.
"What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The crew, having grown fond of Ruan Yu throughout the day, expressed immediate concern. Lu Shi, who typically remained aloof, silently rose to check on her, only to be halted by Hua Sheng. "Where are you going?" "It's the ladies' restroom."
Just send a young girl to see. I'll go.
Ruan Yu's little fan dashed out. As someone exited, the others began to voice their thoughts. Ruan Yu is so slender, she must be struggling to maintain her weight, which can't be good for her stomach, especially since our dinner was late. Indeed. Ruan Yu rushed into a stall, feeling utterly unwell. She bowed her head, unable to suppress her nausea, but due to her empty stomach, could only retch a small amount of bile. She gently stroked her hair, trying to keep it from falling. After about 3 minutes, Ruan Yu reached out to flush the toilet. She sat down with the lid closed, her complexion an unnatural pallor, appearing somewhat feeble. leaning against the wooden door. She took a moment to recover. The day had been quite warm, and without a jacket, her shoulders felt a chill. Ruan Yu couldn't help but sigh. Being pregnant was undeniably challenging. As her thoughts wandered, she gazed up at the ceiling of the five-star hotel and couldn't resist sending a silent reproach to Gu Youci, who typically ensured that no slip-ups occurred with her assistant. It was one thing to be careless and conceive a child, but to allow her to leave with it was truly a case of running away with a secret. Before long, several doors were knocked upon in succession. Ruan, are you alright? Is something wrong with your health? With a troubled stomach, possibly due to a chill, it was nothing serious. After Ruan Yu finished speaking, she caught sight of the bag and phone being handed to her, and she exhaled with relief, filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, it's no big deal. Shall I take my leave? As she approached the elevator, she passed by a private room. A man emerged, glancing at her in surprise and exclaiming, "Sister-in-law?" Ruan Yu, holding her phone, looked up and replied, "Luo Chuan? What brings you here alone? Are you looking for Ziga?" Luo Chuan slightly leaned against the door. Ruan Yu shook her head, no. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance, accompanied by a familiar woody fragrance mixed with a faint scent of tobacco, which made Ruan Yu, whose nose was currently sensitive, feel uneasy. She felt nauseous again. Chapter 7. Mr. Gu arrives. "Why don't you go inside?" came a warm voice laced with coolness. Luo Chuan smiled. "I just happened to run into sister-in-law," Gu Youci casually inquired. After speaking, she walked directly toward the elevator. "Goodbye, sister-in-law," Luo Chuan promptly exclaimed. Ruan Yu waved her hand behind her. Gu Youci glanced at the closing elevator. Then, as Luo Chuan pushed open the door to the private room, he stepped inside. Inside, voices rose and fell. "Mr. Gu has arrived. Come. We've been waiting for you to take your seat." Gu Youci, clad in a finely tailored gray shirt, with slightly parted hair revealing a pair of deep, handsome eyes, had a chiseled profile marked by a sharp brow. He raised his wrist, accepting the wine handed to him. He had noticed earlier that Ruan Yu had not glanced at him even once, which was unusual, as she often behaved like this, creating an odd atmosphere between them. Had they quarreled? Gu Youci remained silent, listening to the flurry of compliments around the dining table, which eventually turned to discussions of collaboration. He lightly tapped his fingers against the wine glass. "Is the new talent show about to launch?" "Yes, Mr. Gu. Our company is investing in it too." They mentioned that this year's lineup was impressive, with the star girl group serving as mentors on the collaborative stage alongside some popular male stars in the industry, clearly capitalizing on the success of the previous Twinkle group. "Yisheng does not share this ambition," Gu Youci remarked, showing little interest. He had numerous matters to attend to within the Gu Corporation, and typically, he did not concern himself with the management of Yisheng Entertainment. However, those who orchestrated today's gathering had clearly put considerable effort into inviting him. It appeared that the new talent show had the potential for a breakout success this year. Will she participate? Gu Youci pondered this, but quickly felt uncertain, furrowing his brow as he deemed it irrelevant to himself. Luo Chuan, noticing his contemplation, spoke up about the investment situation. A few executives chuckled. "I didn't invest much, around 60 million. Securing an internal debut position with a 10% share of the revenue. Based on Twinkle's past dividends, 80 million would guarantee profit." Gu Youci perceived the underlying intentions of these old foxes. If he were to act as an investor, they would likely demand more funds. After all, what kind of person was Mr. Gu? His keen insight had ensured he had never engaged in a losing venture since taking office. "Not interested," Gu Youci declared, setting down his wine glass. He tossed the car keys on the table to Luo Chuan, observing that both deities of wealth were about to depart. The circle of bosses had exhausted all their flattery, yet failed to retain them. The primary reason was that today, Mr. Gu appeared rather formidable. Furthermore, Gu Youci had no intention of engaging in such a money-making venture. It was difficult not to feel as though one were being treated as a fool, eager to invest money.
Damn.
The contract had already been signed, and I felt as though I had been taken advantage of. It shouldn't have been so absurd. Star had even been invited. Do you not see that Mr. Gu does not even want it? What could be earned? Back in the day, when Twinkle was presented, you did not invest and Yisheng distributed 6 billion, do you understand? Just obey. In front of the all-glass lobby, a rather understated sports car was parked. Luo Chuan took the driver's seat, visibly excited. He was fiddling about, as if he had long coveted his brother's prized possession, and it was a rare delight to take this treasure out for a spin, evoking a sense of love so profound it nearly brought one to tears. Gu Youci leaned into the back seat. "Do you truly consider me your chauffeur?" Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Borrowing you for a few days." "Shut up." Gu Youci softly closed his eyes. Luo Chuan responded with a thumbs up, and upon hearing the sound of the car's turbo, he silently reveled in the moment. Then, like a phantom, They merged into the flow of traffic, the car gliding effortlessly. The vibrant city remained aglow with lights. Honestly, sister-in-law seems a bit off today. Luo Chuan adjusted the rearview mirror. Brother, have you and sister-in-law had a quarrel recently? It wouldn't be because of sister Sang, would it? We are divorced.
Huh?
Luo Chuan abruptly slammed on the brakes at the roadside. Noticing his incredulous expression, Gu Youci found it hard to comprehend. But after all these years, it seemed perplexing. Yet Luo Chuan recognized he should not delve into such matters, yet could not help but probe. You wouldn't have gone through the entire process, would you? What else could it be? Gu Youci replied coldly. At that moment, Luo Chuan was about to speak when a notification chimed. Gu Youci felt his phone vibrate, glanced at it, and suddenly his expression softened, extending his hand to open it. You little rascal, how long has it been since you brought me along obediently? Luo Chuan's expression turned complex upon hearing the words of Grandma Gu. Indeed, 3 years prior, Gu Youci's secret marriage to Ruan Yu had not faced opposition from the Gu family, primarily because Grandma Gu truly adored this granddaughter-in-law. Gu Youci exchanged a few words with his grandmother and then turned around. Where to? Luo Chuan asked, puzzled. To Zhongting Huayuan. When did you buy another house? Luo Chuan initially wanted to question why he had chosen such a modest apartment, but Gu Youci had already closed his eyes, his visage strikingly handsome. Seemingly more relaxed than before, it appeared he was aware of who resided there. Less than half an hour after returning home, Ruan Yu was startled by a sudden clap of thunder from outside. Having finished her bath, she donned a white nightgown. The ends of her hair still slightly damp from drying, while her face glowed a rosy hue from the steam, resembling a beauty emerging from a bath, exceedingly enchanting. Ruan Yu's gaze fell upon a coat on the sofa. She took a pill of folic acid with warm water, contemplating for a moment. Just as she was about to search for her phone, the ringtone echoed, revealing a somewhat familiar number. Hello? Are you home?
Huh?
Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback. There's still a little matter to attend to. Gu Youci appeared to pause for a moment, while Ruan Yu's mind raced. Perplexed as to how her ex-husband had acquired her address, she feared that the secret of her child might be exposed. I'm downstairs at your place. But I can't get in, Ruan Yu remarked. Even President Gu might be stopped by the security of an ordinary residential complex. Chapter 8. The Beauty at Work. With such heavy rain, I hope I won't have to wait for you until late, Luo Chuan sighed, glancing at the stout and fierce-looking security guard at the booth. While Gu Youci in the back seat remained composed. Who said I was leaving? You and your sister-in-law are not. The rain is too heavy. Gu Youci felt a sense of contradiction. You could just drive away. Moments later, a slender figure appeared in the community, holding a large umbrella. Ruan Yu, lifting the hem of her skirt, seemed a tad unhappy, her pristine nightgown now soiled by the rain. Excuse me, could you open the gate? I'm with a friend. Which building? The guard's tone softened upon seeing the young girl. Building Y, apartment 1003. Ruan Yu presented her owner's card, and, as she caught sight of the license plate at the barrier, her brow involuntarily twitched. She thought to herself, fortunately, it was night, and there was no one around, otherwise. This car would attract attention tomorrow. Luo Chuan rolled down the window and cheerfully called out, sister-in-law. As Gu Youci noticed Ruan Yu approaching, he leaned down from the car, extending his long arm to take the umbrella, tilting it toward the girl. I'm leaving, brother. Ruan Yu hastily replied. If you leave then. The sleek sports car suddenly darted onto the main road, leaving behind the familiar woody fragrance. Let us go, Gu Youci said, wrapping his arm around Ruan Yu's shoulders. He did not deliberately touch her, perhaps merely concerned she might get wet. Once Ruan Yu realized this, she did not push him away, maintaining a slight distance until they reached her home. How did you know I lived here? Upon entering, Ruan Yu calmly tucked away her folic acid supplements, though her heart raced with anxiety. The last time you mentioned mailing something, I had my assistant inquire about the address. Gu Youci casually surveyed Ruan Yu's abode, which revealed the girl's delicate sensibilities. The round, plump legs of the coffee table, bright yellow curtains, and the milky white dinner plates left out from the morning. It was more visually appealing than a cold, sterile villa. Your coat, Ruan Yu said, shoving her belongings into his hands, fearing she might feel nauseous again.
Yet.
Gu Youci sat down with relative ease. Thank you. Why all this politeness? What more is there to discuss? Ruan Yu wished she could perform a series of calming exercises to regain her composure. If possible, it would be better to meet one last time. Upon hearing grandmother, Ruan Yu felt a sudden twinge of anxiety.
All right.
She suddenly recalled that delightful old lady who had accompanied her in watching variety shows, holding the support light stick from her previous fan club. Whenever they watched the stage together, Grandma Gu would always say, Our Ruan is so beautiful. Among all the lovely young ladies, our Ruan is the most stunning. In the future, I want that scoundrel to get me a ticket, so I can see my darling walk the red carpet, with the best stylist from Yixing dressing Ruan. Wouldn't that be marvelous? Ruan Yu sighed deeply. If Grandma Gu were to discover she was pregnant, she would undoubtedly be the one who cared for her the most. However, she hadn't even informed her parents yet, and the divorce certificate had already been processed. As for the child, suddenly, a tranquil atmosphere was punctuated by a faint sound. Gu Youci remained silent for a moment, and when Ruan Yu turned to glance, she discovered it was the rumbling of Gu's stomach. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. I haven't eaten either, otherwise. Well, what do you mean by well? I was merely being polite. Ruan Yu walked towards the kitchen, her mind wandering to the disarray of her vanity in the bedroom, with a heap of washed clothes yet to be folded. She donned an apron and placed half a chicken into a pot of clear water. After adding some cooking wine, scallions, and ginger, she proceeded straight to the bedroom. Gu Youci observed her busy silhouette. The girl wore a simple white camisole dress, her slender legs gracefully swaying before him. She was tied with a brown bear apron, her hair casually styled into a bun, with her bangs secured by a small clip. Ruan Yu's cheeks were flushed. She quickly organized the clothes, yet the clutter remained. In an instant, he recalled having seen online comments regarding Ruan Yu's captivating beauty. She was even more stunning back then. He couldn't help but loosen a button, feeling that perhaps the air conditioning wasn't on today. Nearby, the air conditioner hummed at a cool 20 degrees. Beep, 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 the alarm clock rang. Ruan Yu swiftly rinsed the blanched chicken in cold water, switched to a larger knife, and prepared to chop it into smaller pieces. At that moment, someone took the knife from her hand, and she turned abruptly. Huh? How should I cut it? Hesitating, she demonstrated, you should cut it in half vertically, then into smaller pieces. Gu Youci nodded. I just remembered, you don't eat chicken, Ruan Yu remarked, somewhat puzzled. I do, Gu Youci replied succinctly. Ruan Yu sensed a peculiar atmosphere but quickly dismissed it. She crouched down to find a small bowl, opened the seasoning, and carefully measured it out, appearing quite earnest. She had only recently learned to cook. Gu Youci neatly cut a plate of chicken into perfect cubes. If there were particularly large bones, they seemed unbearable. But after removing them, he noticed Ruan Yu beside him. Her delicate profile was accentuated by long eyelashes. The girl's fluffy bun emitted a subtle fragrance that was particularly pleasant. Ruan Yu poured the prepared sauce over the chicken, creating a simple yet delectable dish. Watching Gu Youci take the initiative to serve it, she swiftly turned on the exhaust fan and blanched some spinach. The two of them sat down together for a meal. Gu Youci did not sit next to Ruan Yu. Though he was not accustomed to offering compliments, the empty plate and the finished dish left Ruan Yu bewildered about his intentions. This man had never shown a preference for anything, especially not for foods with bones. Chicken should have been among those he disliked, yet he ate it with apparent enjoyment. The domineering persona seemed to have transformed. After Ruan Yu noticed she had polished off an entire bowl of rice, she silently set down her chopsticks.
Outside.
The rain seemed to have ceased. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the window. Gu Youci looked at her inquiringly, and Ruan Yu couldn't help but sigh internally. Feeling a sense of frustration, she could only find a larger men's tank top, which she wore as a nightdress when no one was around. Observing Gu Youci enter the bathroom with remarkable ease, she thought, perhaps I owe him from a past life. Ruan Yu pondered, recalling her sole guest room that had been transformed into a closet and a bathroom by her. Unable to suppress a gentle furrow of her brow, she resolved not to compromise her own comfort. Thus, when Mr. Gu emerged from the bathroom, he was met with the sight of a quilt draped over the sofa, accompanied by a rather humble Patrick star pillow. Mr. Gu, do not disdain its simplicity, Ruan Yu thought with a faint smile on her lips. Though internally, she had cursed 1,000 times. It was already generous of her to offer him her pristine pillow. How dare he intrude upon her home at such an hour post-divorce? It was nothing short of a breach of decorum, an unwarranted invasion of a respectable woman's abode. Nevertheless, Mr. Gu's broad shoulders and long legs, reminiscent of a supermodel, were unabashedly displayed beneath his tank top as he settled onto the sofa, his well-defined physique evident. Ruan Yu gasped, "Ah, aren't you the least bit remorseful?" He possessed an uncanny ability to evoke guilt in others. "What is this?" Gu Youci inquired. Picking up a Polaroid frame, Ruan Yu's gaze fell upon a photo of herself and Lucy clad in matching pajamas, a collection of softly lit Japanese-style snapshots. It was the first time she had witnessed Gu Youci's palpable change in demeanor. "Is this new?" She hesitated, nodding yes. "Who?" Mr. Gu pressed, his curiosity unrelenting. "A friend. A music video hasn't been released yet, perhaps it's best not to mention it." She thought to herself. Why should she explain when they were no longer involved? Chapter 9. Together in Slumber. Ruan Yu struggled to articulate her feelings. Sensing an overwhelming intuition that if she refrained from uttering a certain phrase, Gu Youci would be on the verge of tears. It was an absurdly strong instinct, akin to a grandmother's wisdom. A handsome head rested upon the pink Patrick Star pillow, and she felt quite audacious. Regardless, Gu Youci had treated her well over the years. Within 5 seconds, a message pinged in. Is standing not an option? That is quite all right. If it truly cannot be helped, we can sit instead. The leisurely routine of a couch potato suited her best. The presence of another person in her home did not disturb Ruan Yu's slumber. As the night deepened, perhaps due to the dehydration common in pregnant women, she sleepily wandered to the dining table, nearly startled by the sight of the striking man propped up on the sofa. What's wrong? Gu Youci rubbed his temples and gently lowered his hand. Ruan Yu quickly approached, checking his forehead. He was not feverish. Indeed, Mr. Gu possessed a rather frail constitution, sensitive to the chill. Despite his tall and athletic frame, shortly after their marriage, a group of friends had gone camping. And after a mere 3 to 5 minutes in the rain during a barbecue, he succumbed to a high fever that night. Ruan Yu had cared for him throughout, and since then, the family doctor had informed her that Gu Youci had always been sensitive to the cold, though he bore it stoically without revealing his discomfort. Why not sleep in my room? Ruan Yu, feeling drowsy herself, tugged at Gu Youci's ear, oblivious to any impropriety. I'll just grab some water, go ahead. Gu Youci looked up at her, pausing momentarily before rising to enter the master bedroom. He was enveloped by the familiar, fragrant aroma and, unable to resist the fatigue weighing upon him, instinctively lay down, smoothing out her disheveled pillow. The unfinished words from Luo Chuan lingered in the air. However, you seem quite different regarding your sister-in-law, do you not? Gu Youci could not comprehend the peculiar emotions stirring within him after all these years. He had never harbored any profound feelings for Ruan Yu, merely sharing the same bed. Yet, at the moment of their divorce, an inexplicable sense of possessiveness enveloped him. Was this sentiment for his grandmother, or was it a reflection of his own desires? He could not articulate it. He then turned towards her warm chest. Ruan Yu? Sleep now, dear girl. She gently patted his back. Was she treating him like a child? A flicker of tenderness crossed Gu Youci's lowered gaze as he yielded to his impulses, extending an arm to rest beneath her head, observing how she instinctively leaned closer. They embraced and drifted into slumber in a familiar manner. Undeniably, it was the most restful sleep Gu Youci had experienced in recent days. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in. Gu Youci, whose internal clock was quite early, found that Ruan Yu's figure had vanished beside him, with the sound of a hairdryer emanating from the brightly lit bathroom. Awake? Ruan Yu approached after applying her facial mask. I have plans to head out shortly. I've dried your clothes. They're in the bathroom. When shall we visit grandmother? This weekend. Gu Youci remarked, noting her natural demeanor, which revealed nothing of their shared slumber. After speaking, he entered the bathroom behind her. This weekend? Ruan Yu suddenly clicked her tongue, recalling her engagement with Lu Shi to record a song on Sunday, along with the promotional activities for the MV. This day of rest was destined to be unproductive. Sitting at the vanity, Ruan Yu absent-mindedly stroked her abdomen. She had not intended to return to work so soon, but the doctor had mentioned her uterus was positioned posteriorly, suggesting her belly should remain relatively small. Perhaps she could manage until 5 months? By then, she would have earned enough for baby formula and could inform her parents to rest assured while she focused on her pregnancy. Listening to the sounds from the bathroom, she recalled the intimate night spent with him, realizing she nearly drooled onto Gu Youci's sculpted chest upon waking, and she could not help but sigh. After all, they had shared a bed before. What difference did another time make? Moreover, Gu Youci seemed disinclined to complicate matters, which was just as well. Ruan Yu changed into a simple, irregular pattern t-shirt and wide-legged shorts, her slender calves on display, and she casually tied her hair into a low ponytail. When Gu Youci emerged, he paused at the sight of her. Post-divorce, she resembled a youthful girl, pure and innocent. The former Ruan Yu, whether accompanying him to private banquets, was always clad in fitted dresses and styled curls, adorned with expensive, elegant stilettos, striving to play the role of a decorative figure at his side. No one had compelled her to do so. Gu Youci seemed to grasp her reasons for insisting on the divorce. It was not solely due to Sang Yining, nor was it merely about abandoning her dream of a career on stage. They exchanged no further words. Hello. Is the remuneration for the 5th phase? I will consider my participation in the early recordings of the Law of Stellar Attraction. I may not have time to engage, so let's not discuss it for now.
All right.
We can talk in a moment. Gu Youci's hand halted at the door. The Law of Stellar Attraction? Hello, President. Morning Star. Regarding the new contract for the Law of Stellar Attraction, please bring it to my office shortly. Understood. The assistant was somewhat perplexed, as the decision-maker of Yisheng, the president, seldom intervened. If the president intends to invest, I will submit the management department's evaluation report to you as well. No need, Gu Youci glanced at the vacant ring finger. I shall assess it personally. Chapter 10. The unique contract. Ruan Yu arrived at the Morning Star headquarters. Upon announcing her intention to meet with Hua Sheng, the receptionist promptly granted her access, and a staff member escorted her to the agent's office. Gently knocking on the door, she called out, "Brother Hua, I have arrived."
Come in.
Hua Sheng adjusted his posture, retracting his legs from the desk as the assistant exited. Ruan Yu took a seat and picked up the contract. "May I inquire about the general recording process?" Seeing her direct approach, Hua Sheng's anticipation for collaboration was palpable. This season of The Law of Stellar Attraction comprises a total of 13 episodes. Since we need to tally the contestants' votes, we will film and broadcast simultaneously, with you acting as a special guest from the midway point. How long does each recording take? Ruan Yu was particularly interested in this. Approximately a week and a half. Additionally, it would be best to remain stationary. Ruan Yu felt somewhat uneasy about requesting so much before even signing the contract. Hua Sheng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He sought approval for maximum exposure of top resources, not only for the Stargirl group, but also to benefit Ruan Yu. 3 episodes would not suffice. Are you unwell? Hua Sheng suddenly recalled their first encounter at the hospital. 2 contracts unexpectedly appeared before Ruan Yu. This is the recording contract for 3 episodes of The Law of Stellar Attraction. This one is a special 3-month agreement between Morning Star Entertainment and you. Ruan Yu's eyes widened slightly. The 2 contracts could be distilled into 2 key points, one for maximum exposure over 3 episodes, and the other for considerable freedom through a short-term agreement. Typically, the signing period for Morning Star Entertainment artists spans around 5 years. Yet in Hua Sheng's possession lay this unprecedented 3-month contract, perfectly timed before her pregnancy was apparent. Ruan Yu had not lost her rationality just yet. Upon reviewing the contract, she realized it was entirely beneficial, ensuring her placement under Hua Sheng's management with optimal exposure for 3 months. Aside from the Law of Stellar Attraction, all subsequent schedules would require consultation with Ms. Ruan Yu. If this contract does not meet your satisfaction, I will sign. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hua Sheng was instantly elated. Excellent. Right here, Ms. Ruan, please sign your name in the blank space. I shall be your agent from now on. Ruan Yu chuckled, swiftly completing her signature. 3 months. With a 70% profit share with the company, only a fool would refuse that. After finalizing their collaboration, Ruan Yu politely declined Hua Sheng's offer of a new apartment key, stating her current residence maintained better privacy. Now that the auditions have concluded, when does the first episode commence? Star will only feature you in the subsequent 2 episodes. You need not worry about exposure. After all, you emerged from Twinkle, and this cannot be deemed as an intentional grab for attention, Hua Sheng remarked with a smile. Their subsequent appearances will not match the fervor you once had. Now I'm just a has-been. Ruan Yu teased herself. Hua Sheng, not particularly fond of her self-deprecating humor, tapped the table. If you don't become famous, I will take the blame. This remark indeed bore the tone of a seasoned agent. Ruan Yu stepped out of Morning Star Entertainment, now in possession of a car key, a thoughtful gift from Hua Sheng for her convenience. Remarking that a rising star could hardly rely on public transport forever, she couldn't help but chuckle at the gesture and accepted it with delight. A compact vehicle costing around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan handled beautifully, with no scheduled engagements over the next few days. Ruan Yu luxuriated in her home until the weekend, indulging in cooking and yoga, savoring each moment of her leisurely existence, knowing it would not last long. However, she had been experiencing increased morning sickness lately. During a shower, she noticed her bosom had enlarged. Ruan Yu pondered, could it be a hormonal imbalance due to pregnancy? A second development? After bathing, she nestled on the sofa with half a watermelon, engrossed in a reality show, and impulsively called her obstetrician. The doctor patiently reassured her, explaining that such sensations were normal, particularly during early pregnancy, as hormonal changes could lead to breast enlargement. It shouldn't become excessive, right? Ruan Yu rubbed her temples. Feeling somewhat distressed, her natural attributes were already commendable, and this development was concerning. By the 7th or 8th month of pregnancy, it would typically stabilize, increasing by only 1 or 2 cup sizes, with her hips also expanding. Ruan Yu exclaimed, 1 to 2 cups. Listening to the doctor enumerate precautions and the upcoming appointment date, she munched on her watermelon, which was sweet but at room temperature, lacking the coolness she preferred. If she were to dance, would it have any repercussions? The doctor advised that gentle movements could be beneficial. Content. Ruan Yu hung up the phone. For days passed, and Ruan Yu's culinary skills flourished remarkably. Besides indulging in culinary delights, she strolled around the neighborhood each afternoon, even walking the neighbor's dog. It was a wonderfully relaxed routine. When Gu Youci encountered her, he noticed her complexion had improved significantly. Clad in a fitted dark gray top and a white denim skirt with slits, Ruan Yu had even applied a light touch of makeup before venturing out. Her complexion resembled that of blossoming peach flowers. Gu Youci deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, his peripheral vision catching the pink tips of Ruan Yu's fingers, the previous manicure now removed, revealing her fair, delicate hands. Unbeknownst to her, her aura had subtly transformed, becoming even more captivating. Suddenly, Ruan Yu recalled something, stating, "I need to head to the city center this afternoon," which conveniently aligns with the route to the villa. "If Miss Sang isn't there, may I collect the divorce papers?" Gu Youci glanced at the side mirror, replying, "I'll drive you." "Am I intruding on your plans?" Ruan Yu inquired casually. A brief silence enveloped the car. In moments shared alone, Ruan Yu could easily sense Gu Youci's discontent, reminiscent of the previous occasion when he spotted the instant camera, and currently, a chill emanated from him, cooler than the air conditioning. Finally, the reticent Gu Youci broke his silence. "She doesn't reside at the villa." Ruan Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Before long, a flurry of messages erupted from Hua Xing's side. Ding dong. Ding dong. Gu Youci instinctively glanced at Ruan Yu's phone, noting its privacy settings. Gu Youci. Ruan Yu glimpsed the screen, reading, "My dear, do you have any idea that ever since I signed you, I've been experiencing an influx of unexpected fortune? Recently, several of the artists under my guidance have successfully negotiated with multiple international brands. Most importantly, just now, new investors have entered the project Gravitational Attraction. With a sponsorship of 200 million. Ruan Yu couldn't help but smile. Congratulations on the great success. Would you like to know who the benefactor is?" Ruan Yu, taken aback, read the message several times in astonishment. As a luxury car rolled into the Gu family estate, she leaned forward and asked, "You invested in Gravitational Attraction?" Gu Youci nodded. "Why such a significant investment?" He slowly parked in the private garage. "How did you hear about the investors in advance?" Ruan Yu suddenly fell silent. In front of the CEO of Yixing, the irony of her switching sides right after their divorce was almost comical. Surely Mr. Gu wouldn't be upset. "Really?" Ruan Yu innocently blinked, "Because I just signed with Morningstar." Well, you've lost a husband but gained some funds." Chapter 11. Unable to conceal from grandmother. The situation indeed took an unexpected turn. Gu Youci hadn't anticipated that Morningstar would recruit Ruan Yu so swiftly, and evidently, the terms offered were quite appealing. "A 5-year contract?" Gu Youci turned off the engine. "Roughly," Ruan Yu replied, sensing no need to divulge the complete truth. However, just as she opened the door to exit the car, Gu Youci's gentle inquiry caught her off guard. "Why not join Yixing? It is undeniably the leading entertainment company." Ruan Yu suddenly smiled brightly. "Yixing is excellent, but I prefer solitude." Gu Youci fell silent, understanding the underlying meaning of her words. Ruan Yu wished to sever their ties. Even though he would offer her the finest resources out of respect for their years of marriage, she was resolute in her decision. "Young master." Young mistress, the butler of the Gu household, approached. Ruan Yu greeted the elderly butler with a smile, while Gu Youci handed his keys to the servant and followed suit. To their surprise, both of Gu's parents were present today. Upon seeing the elderly lady being assisted downstairs, Ruan Yu called out, "Grandmother," only to hear a soft grunt from the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly added, "Uncle, aunt," truly becoming more disrespectful. "Now, even your parents are too lazy to call out," Wang Qingyun remarked, setting down her teacup with a hint of disappointment. Noticing his wife's discontent, Gu Xingjin took a sip of tea and resumed reading his documents, wishing not to involve himself in his son and daughter-in-law's affairs. Ruan Yu stood quietly, unfazed, embodying a calm indifference that avoided confrontation with her elders. Gu Youci entered and observed the scene, calling out "Mom, Dad," while wrapping his arm protectively around the girl's shoulders, urging, "Let us go inside." Ruan Yu instinctively attempted to break free, but sensing his protective gesture, she quietly relinquished her struggle. At that moment, the elderly lady descended, her face lighting up with joy. "My dear, you look lovely." "Grandmother," Ruan Yu replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth as her voice softened. "Butler, let us have dinner," Grandmother Gu said, tugging Ruan Yu's hand, her face creased with joy. Before glancing at the sofa, her expression cooling slightly, "You too, as well as a senior, can one truly justify their demeanor towards the younger generation? Every time Ruan calls for you, do you respond?" "Mother, I." "Enough. It would do well to offer kinder words to the children, aside from Zhengjin. No young person wishes to constantly hear your grievances. The children have grown, each possessing their own character. What does it matter? Let us commence the meal." Madame Gu's gaze was commanding. She defied the typical image of an elderly woman, maintaining an impressive stature. Despite her white hair, her poise was dignified. and only when she looked at her grandchildren did a hint of tenderness appear. However, her expression soon shifted to one of confusion. She grasped Ruan Yu's wrist for a brief moment. Within seconds, her demeanor returned to normal as she gently beckoned her granddaughter-in-law. "Come here, dear." Ruan Yu smiled and took her seat. Gu Youci removed his coat and observed his grandmother speaking lovingly to his cherished wife. "Grandma has arranged for crabs today, with a roe expertly prepared in advance, along with your favorite icy green grapes and cherries." "What?" Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Crabs and frozen fruits? Oh heavens!"
"Thank you, Grandma."
Her mind raced, particularly upon noticing Wang Qingyun and Gu Jingjin seated opposite her. She felt as if she might exhale her frustration. Wasn't the purpose of today's gathering to discuss the divorce? It seemed that not only Grandma but also Gu Youci's parents were oblivious to the situation. What on earth was going on? What was Gu's father planning? Ruan Yu nudged Gu Youci's leg, noticing he had peeled several shrimp and placed them into her bowl. The butler mentioned the dipping sauce contains vinegar. Are you not going to prepare it? He remembered she did not consume it. "That's not why I asked you to peel shrimp," she exclaimed, unable to suppress a sigh. Nevertheless, she patiently continued conversing with Grandma until the crab roe was finally served, alongside a platter of fruits glistening in ice, all appearing utterly delectable. A lump formed in Ruan Yu's throat. Quietly, she took a bite of the shrimp. Suddenly, the shrimp in front of her seemed to transform into a pungent weapon. Her complexion drained of color. Instinctively, she wanted to cover her mouth. But maintaining some semblance of composure, she quickly pressed her hand against her stomach. "Grandma, I feel a bit unwell. I may need to visit the restroom."
"All right, dear."
For reasons unknown, a flicker of amusement danced in Madame Gu's eyes. Yet, her concern lingered as she stood, supporting herself with the butler's arm, and followed after her. Across the table, Wang Qingyun wore a disapproving expression, muttering, "Truly spoiled, not a bit." "Mother," Gu Youci's countenance darkened. A sudden realization struck him. He had never defended Ruan Yu during their early days of marriage, even as his parents treated her with disdain. Wang Qingyun felt a heavy stone lodged in her chest, struggling to breathe. Witnessing her son's stern demeanor, her eyes reddened, revealing the unrestrained arrogance of a spoiled matron. "What do you want from me? You ought not to be here today." Gu Youci's previously composed aura grew increasingly formidable, and the surrounding servants recognized the displeasure he displayed towards his wife's family. This was unlike him. "Asi, how can you speak to your mother like that?" Gu Jingjin's authority remained unperturbed. It was well known that the chairman of the Gu group was a devoted husband, although she usually exudes a serene demeanor. When it comes to Wang Qingyun, she transforms into someone quite subservient. As I mentioned, Gu Youci placed the documents on the table, declaring, "This is the divorce agreement between Ruan Yu and me. The process has been completed. I was unaware of your arrival. Initially, we intended to inform Grandma that from this day forth, Ruan Yu would no longer be the lady of the Gu family, nor your daughter-in-law, and she would have no further ties to me, Gu Youci." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew impossibly silent. Wang Qingyun's tear-filled eyes, once brimming with grievance, vanished in an instant, leaving everyone momentarily unsure whether to feel joy or confusion. "It was my suggestion," Gu Youci stated. Gu Jingjin sensed something amiss and instinctively furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this?" Wang Qingyun, taken aback, despite her usual disdain for Ruan Yu, felt compelled to defend her. After 3 years of marriage, Ruan Yu had not borne a single child for the Gu family, yet it was indeed troubling to witness her being cast aside like this. It was Gu Youci who had proposed the marriage, and now he initiated the divorce.
Ugh.
When Ruan Yu could no longer retch for the third time, she found herself at a loss for how to explain her situation, but the discomfort in her body consumed her thoughts. How could she endure more than 9 months of this torment? Chapter 12, A Slightly Swollen Abdomen. Before long, a gentle voice echoed from outside the door. "Ruan? Are you feeling unwell?" Ruan Yu reached out to flush the toilet, replying, "Grandma, I'm fine." After a while, she heard soft voices outside. The soundproofing was excellent, and she could only catch a faint whisper of the elderly woman's soothing tone. "Be good, I've sent everyone away." Ruan Yu remained silent for a moment, somewhat confused, yet feeling a flutter of nervousness in her heart. Ruan, tell Grandma, haven't you spoken to ACI yet?" It seemed her situation had been completely exposed. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the door lock clicked. Ruan Yu gently pulled the door open, still looking somewhat pale. Grandma Gu's expression was filled with concern. The family was aware that Grandma had studied traditional Chinese medicine, and it was clear she had sensed something amiss shortly after entering. Grandma Gu took her granddaughter-in-law's hand and examined her carefully until she was fully convinced. She glanced at Ruan Yu, maintaining her composure as she instructed the butler. Ruan is feeling unwell. Prepare a separate lunch for her and bring it to her old bedroom. Let us skip the crab and fruit. Ruan Yu quickly protested, Grandma. You don't have to do that. Be good, you and Grandma will share, Grandma Gu replied cheerfully. Suddenly, Ruan Yu felt her tense emotions begin to ease. Meanwhile, Gu Youci noticed the butler preparing a new dish and inquired, What is going on? The young lady is feeling unwell. The elder has asked for something new to be prepared. Just as Gu Youci was about to rise, the butler advised, young master. The elder has requested that we not disturb the young lady. She has been longing to see her for quite some time. The butler was indeed perceptive. Gu Youci felt no sense of wrongness, and Wang Qingyan refrained from voicing any objections. There was no longer any need to criticize Ruan Yu's delicacy. In the upstairs room, after the butler had delivered the meal and exited, Ruan Yu found herself genuinely hungry. In the presence of her grandmother, she felt unreserved. Sitting down and picking up her chopsticks. Have you grown averse to steamed dishes? Do they seem a bit fishy to you? The elderly lady inquired with a smile. Ruan Yu nodded repeatedly. She first selected the sweet and sour fish to eat. The smile on Grandma Gu deepened as she gently brushed Ruan Yu's forehead, noting her slender frame and the delicate bulge of her stomach, which was hardly discernible unless one examined closely. About a month along, I suppose? Ruan Yu pondered, estimating it to be around 35 days. Sitting upright, she glanced down at her flat abdomen. The fitted short top revealed no hint of a protruding belly, truly imperceptible. However, she did sense that her bosom had grown. Noticing her grandmother's gaze lingering on her chest, Ruan Yu felt a mix of emotions. It appeared that Grandma had no intention of broaching the subject with Gu Youci just yet. With the child now apparent, there was no longer any ability to hide it. Even if they intended to claim the child, it had already come to this. Perhaps it was better to speak first. Grandma, I have actually divorced Gu Youci, Ruan Yu declared, clenching her fists in trepidation, fearing that her beloved grandmother might utter something akin to, then the child shall belong to the Gu family. Yet moments later, Grandma Gu simply nodded with a gentle smile. Ruan Yu was taken aback. Did you think I wouldn't have had a chance to review the documents that were brought today? Grandma Gu replied, bringing over a steaming bowl and stirring it gently with a spoon, her voice soft and amused. This child has always been exceptionally considerate. But Ruan Yu was hesitant. You don't like him, do you? She probed, prodding the tender beef brisket. I have just realized that I prefer being alone, Ruan Yu confessed. Gu Youci is a wonderful person, but he likely does not harbor feelings for me either. 3 years ago, it was an accident, and I am grateful for the support he has given me. I have earnestly played the part of his wife. However, I yearn for my own stage. To sing and act, to make new friends. Under the title of the Gu family's young mistress, I am unable to pursue any of that. Her words were bold, yet vulnerable. Soon after, Grandma Gu gently asked, then, why is Ruan willing to keep this child? Ruan Yu paused for a few seconds, seemingly reflecting on her initial decision. With a playful lift of her eyes, her beautiful lashes fluttered as she admitted, because I am somewhat reluctant. Gu Youci is quite handsome. Grandma Gu chuckled warmly. Oh my dear, what a charming and delightful child you are. Yet, it seems you are fated to be apart from our Gu family. Finally, Ruan Yu shared her resolution, taking a bite of the beef brisket as if to fuel her courage. May I ask that, for the time being, you do not tell them? She gestured towards the floor below, indicating the 3 individuals there, including the child's father. It was an outrageous and seemingly impossible request. Grandma Gu pondered for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Ruan Yu's hair. Very well, Grandma can help you keep the secret, but I must visit you whenever I wish. I want to see my little great-grandchild. Really? Ruan Yu felt a surge of joy and disbelief from the depths of her heart. Sometimes, one can't help but feel that Grandma Gu's affection for her has far surpassed that for Gu Youci, even allowing the children of the Gu family to accompany her. The old lady did not bat an eye. It is truly remarkable. On one hand, it is a complete trust in Ruan Yu, although she claims it is temporary. Even after the child is born, she remains tight-lipped. My bag is downstairs. Ruan Yu smiled as she picked up a spoon and sipped her soup. I will first give Grandma the spare key. Next time, I will bring you the fingerprint access to the house. Grandma Gu sighed inwardly, yet her face radiated warmth. Good. She obediently trusts this elderly lady. She must fulfill her role as a great-grandmother well. Only then can she witness the birth of her great-grandson. They all long to hold him. Each of them, either neglecting our Ruan or burdened with the uselessly stoic ACI, who has not the slightest ability to charm his wife, even after 2 or 3 years of marriage. Ruan Yu still feels unloved. Thus, such a significant and covert transaction was sealed. Upon leaving the Gu family's ancestral home, Ruan Yu received an unlimited card from her grandmother, along with a rare display of goodwill from Madame Wang.
Mom.
Wang Qingyun quickly responded. ACI and Wan have just divorced. I have but one request for you.
Speak.
Grandma Gu turned to her daughter-in-law, noticing her still youthful appearance, well cared for by her son, her attire of a high society lady making her seem unapproachable, yet inside, she was merely a little girl. Within a year, do not arrange a wife for ACI, no matter how satisfied you are. Wang Qingyun's eyes were filled with deep resentment. What? Are my words now worthless? Understood. Wang Qingyun gripped her jade ring, feeling glum. Another year. At the earliest, they would have to wait until the year after next to hold a grandchild. Chapter 13. A Heavenly Voice. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu, now in possession of her divorce certificate, completely closed the chapter on her marriage with Mr. Gu. Aside from Gu Youci's brief concern for her health, he remained silent, listening as Ruan Yu conversed on the phone, likely discussing arrangements for tonight's audition. It might run late. Does the company provide a car for you? Gu Youci inquired. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of an office building downtown. Ruan Yu was surprised he was listening and responded. Huaga sent his assistant over. Take care of your stomach. Remember to eat on time. Just as Ruan Yu exited the car, a reminder came from the window.
See?
Parting was indeed the best choice. Ruan Yu quickly felt at ease and called Lu Shi. Soon, a staff member came down, a young girl wearing framed glasses, exuding enthusiasm. Sister Wan. I am the assistant in Teacher Lu's recording studio. You can call me Shishi. Their initial interaction was pleasant. In the elevator, Shishi eagerly sought conversation. Upon learning that Ruan Yu had already listened to the demo, she became even more animated, sharing that the complete MV would be ready by this afternoon and could be launched for promotion on Monday. From her tone, Ruan Yu could discern her satisfaction and anticipation. It seems the final product turned out quite well. Teacher Lu's recording studio was on the 16th floor, navigating through the minimalist soundproof corridor. They soon caught sight of Lu Shi, donned in headphones, adjusting the mixing console. Knock, knock. Teacher, we have arrived.
Come in.
Lu Shi had just removed his headphones. Dressed in a casual t-shirt and long pants, resembling a dashing young college graduate, Ruan Yu placed her bag on the sofa and softly inquired. Shall we start from the chorus?
Certainly.
Beside them, Shishi was in a state of disarray. Is it beginning already? No wonder Teacher Lu has been in such high spirits these past few days. Ruan Yu, with her direct and decisive demeanor, is indeed a rare gem. Exuding an irresistible charm, Ruan Yu pushed open the door to the recording studio, which was impressively spacious. Shishi assisted her in adjusting the connections. Sister, Teacher Lu mentioned we could sing a song to warm up. Do you want to choose one? Ruan Yu pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting to the array of top-notch instruments behind her. Can I use the keyboard and microphone? Absolutely. Shishi was thrilled to assist the beautiful sister, helping her tweak the electronic keyboard settings. However, the studio's instruments had been utilized by the trainees from Yixing Entertainment the day before. It had been a while since Ruan Yu had played the piano. She merely felt a twinge of longing. With a smile, she settled down at the keyboard. The sheet music above the keys, likely used for the trainees' practice, featured familiar songs. She attempted to play a few notes, gradually regaining her touch. Her eyes caught the lyrics and music, causing her to pause momentarily. Let us go with this one, she murmured. Shishi leaned in to glance at the song title. Rainy Day.
Great.
As Shishi prepared to close the recording studio door, a cascade of smooth, melodious piano notes floated into Lu Shi's ears. He signaled to his assistant not to close the door. It seemed that Teacher Lu was eager to hear the beautiful sister sing. Shishi gave an approving gesture. In the next moment, Lu Shi rose and entered the recording studio, taking a seat behind the drums. Shishi outside the door found the scene particularly captivating. Evidently, Teacher Lu was preparing to accompany Ruan Yu. She quickly grabbed her camera to document this moment. As the prelude faded, a gentle voice emerged. The poignant and emotional lyrics unfolded like a scene from a drama, especially highlighted by Ruan Yu's profile, with her exquisite brow bone, surpassing even the most tragic heroines in beauty. Oh my goodness, Shishi's inner voice screamed. This is truly celestial music. Just as the chorus approached, Ruan Yu paused her piano playing for a second. When she resumed, the rhythmic drumming from behind her melded seamlessly with the chords of the girl's piano, creating a harmonious blend, accompanied by her ethereal voice. Ruan Yu perceived the accompaniment, glanced at Lu Shi, and then surrendered completely to the moment. That gaze. How could one not ship this pair? She felt her hands tremble with the camera. Upon completing the final line, Ruan Yu's lashes fluttered down, her fingers lightly resting on the keys, her profile astonishingly beautiful. She tucked away her camera and gestured to Lu Shi, mouthing, Teacher. This is for the MV casting material. Lu Shi nodded in agreement. The two workaholics, Ruan Yu and Lu Shi, transformed what was initially a sound check into an actual recording session. Even she was invigorated by their energy. As a mere assistant, she juggled capturing material, adjusting equipment, and even editing videos on the side. Before long, the sky darkened, and they had been recording for nearly 3 to 4 hours. Ruan Yu returned home quite late, reclining on the sofa in a lethargic state. Barely had she closed her eyes when the sound of a text message pierced the silence. Lifting her phone to her gaze, she discovered it was a message from Gu Youci. Is the Weibo account in your possession? What should I do if I've forgotten the password? Ruan Yu pondered for a moment, feeling too indolent to type. She opted for a voice message instead. Should I inform Brother Hua? Is the account under his management? It would be more effective if you posted it yourself, replied Gu Youci.
Huh.
Consider it a promotional video for your comeback. Ruan Yu contemplated Gu Youci's last statement for a while before a smile crept onto her lips. She rose to retrieve the notebook from the chaise lounge, settling onto the carpet to check her emails. After several attempts at SMS verification, she finally accessed the long-neglected account. To her surprise, the number of unread messages stood at a staggering 999, with over 100 private messages accumulating daily. Tying her hair into a casual bun, her tousled locks adding a touch of charm, she spent half an hour sifting through the private messages. Before long, the video Gu Youci had sent finished loading and began to play automatically. Ruan Yu was captivated by the cinematic angles and the close-up shots that accompanied the lyrics, enhanced by elegantly fading subtitles and the beautiful visuals of her solo performance. Shall we publish it now? She inquired, glancing at her phone for Gu Youci's response. Ruan Yu rested her chin on her hand, deliberating, before uploading the video along with a casual promotional caption. The tail end of July with the dedicated teacher Lu. A perfectly in-sync soulmate, Gu Youci, Axon's Gu Youci Studio. After hitting publish, fatigue washed over her. She struggled through removing her makeup and showering, cradling her sleepy companion who had worked alongside her all day, before succumbing to a deep slumber within 5 seconds. She awoke to a barrage of private messages and phone calls. Groggily, she grasped her phone, seeing the Weibo post she had just made the night before, now inundated with new notifications, alongside a message from Hua Sheng. Grandma, you finally answered the phone. Ruan Yu was taken aback. Since when did I suddenly become a generation older? You can't still be asleep. It's already 8:30. 8:30. Is 8:30 considered late? Ruan Yu, with her unadorned yet beautiful visage, leaned against her bed's headboard, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Brother, perhaps you should just take over my account. I cannot bear being woken up. What if there's a day I wish to remain incognito? No, absolutely not. Hua Sheng's voice conveyed an excitement that was hard to decipher, his pacing lending a hypnotic quality to his words. My dear, are you at home? Shall I come pick you up for work? I might have a plethora of good news to share. Hua Sheng always had good news, which Ruan Yu found increasingly unbearable. She was so exhausted that she began to question her own existence. Chapter 14. The MV went viral. My goodness. You should at least put on some makeup before heading out. Once Ruan Yu became entirely familiar with Hua Sheng, she cast a languid glance in his direction. Hua Sheng, astounded by her barefaced beauty, was momentarily rendered speechless. Chuckling, he adjusted the passenger seat to a reclined position, draping a small blanket over the dozing Ruan Yu, cautioning, You must take care of your health. Don't catch a chill. What is this all about? Ruan Yu rubbed off her canvas shoes, utterly exhausted to the point of neglecting any thought of tidying up before heading out. Beside her, Hua Sheng remarked, You've truly been dedicated. My sister, despite her fatigue, still accompanies me to work. The CEO of Morningstar has requested to meet you. Are you not surprised? Ruan Yu merely nodded in silence, pondering the reason behind it. Hua Sheng continued, Have you not seen the trending news? My dear, last night at 10, Lu Xing's music video and EP were released. You posted on Weibo at 9. And surely you did not fall asleep right after? I am not well, Ruan Yu replied, her tone innocently plaintive, reiterating what she had previously stated. All right. Hua Sheng felt a mixture of affection and exasperation for the girl, watching as she finally picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo, her expression shifting to one of increasing astonishment. Did I not mention a 3-month time frame? Yet it has scarcely been a week. Ruan Yu began to peruse the comments on Lu Xing's new song, which had amassed an astonishing 100,000 reactions. Truly befitting a music producer with 4 million followers on Weibo. The engagement rate among fans rivaled that of top-tier artists, especially beneath the debut MV, within just one night. It had swiftly ascended to the top of the new song charts and the most promising pop rankings, the comments blindingly vibrant. Brother. Hubby in a tank top, ISNT it's supposed to be discreet? Lu Xing, darling. Wife devours all. With the main star absent, stealing glimpses of Lu Xing's handsome visage, playful tongue out. As Ruan Yu scrolled further down, she soon encountered a barrage of explosive comments related to herself. even surpassing those about Lu Xing. Oh my, after a minute and a half, I realized there was a female lead. Gosh, my sister is stunning. This leading lady is divine. Where on earth did they find someone with such a beautiful nose and chin? Truly a perfect match for Lu Ge, who understands. I don't know her. What do you mean you don't know her? The credits mention Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, Twinkle, the beauty goddess. My ex-wife. Lost in the currents of the entertainment industry, has returned. All that belongs to her must be returned. Is Lu Xing a talent scout for a 1,000-mile horse? Upstairs, this has the aroma of a CP. You actually filmed a bed scene already deceased. It's been ages since I've seen an MV with such an impressive atmosphere. Ruan Yu noticed that 6 of the top 10 trending topics were related to her and Lu Xing, including Lu Xing's newly released EP, his MV. The female lead of the MV, and Twinkle Ruan Yu, among others. Notably, with each promotional release from Lu Xing's studio, her Weibo was mentioned. Overnight, Ruan Yu gained 3 million followers. Moreover, Lu Xing's fans were remarkably amicable, contrary to her expectations of being mercilessly criticized due to the couple persona in the MV. Even the previously exposed performances garnered favorable reviews from bystanders. The first beauty in the industry, a potential candidate from the star girl group yet to debut. Ruan Yu collaborated on stage with Lu Xing's mentor. Almost all the visible reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Hua Sheng initially found it unbelievable but gradually accepted the reality that he had discovered an artist with exceptional public appeal. Such star quality in a newcomer is a rarity in the industry. While Ruan Yu was scrolling through Weibo, a new trending topic surged to the top. Puzzled, she noticed an increase in messages in her inbox and clicked on the trending term. Ruan Yu's stunning recording studio behind the scenes. The marketing accounts were clearly riding the wave, with Hua Sheng's efforts also playing a significant role. The video that topped the trending list was Ruan Yu's cover of Rainy Day, which she had posted on Weibo the previous day, infused with the charm of Lu Xi's music video lead. How did I achieve this with only a few 100,000 followers? Ruan Yu was utterly astonished. I reported to headquarters that I had recommended you to Lu Xi. The Morningstar headquarters has verified your agency and shared your video from yesterday, Hua Sheng explained. Ruan Yu decided to remain relaxed. Oh. My dear. You mustn't behave like this when you meet the boss later. There have already been 2 meetings about you in the conference room today, including discussions on the law of stellar attraction. The atmosphere turned quiet. Hua Sheng then turned and noticed that, despite his excitement, the beautiful cash cow had already dozed off, prompting a sigh from him. Was she truly this tired? While waiting at a red light, he covered Ruan Yu with a blanket and took a casual photo. In the picture, her mask had slipped down to her nose, revealing her exquisite brows and eyes. With her delicate lashes resting softly against her eyelids, her flawless skin inviting a kiss. Hua Sheng marveled at the sight and sent the photo to his assistant, creating a lifestyle account for Ruan Yu, stating he would have the company verify it soon. For the next 3 months, he planned to maintain about 3 updates per day. Ruan Yu slept soundly throughout the journey. Even as the trending topic exploded, Morningstar headquarters was both worried and pleased upon discovering that Hua Sheng had signed Ruan Yu. However, the 3-month contract period would not escape the notice of the boss. Hua Sheng simply did not know how to navigate such matters. The CEO had been unaware of the golden nugget that was Ruan Yu, and a mere 3-month contract was almost unbearable. Half an hour later, Morningstar's President Gu Youci welcomed Hua Sheng's guest with a warm smile and promptly offered tea. Ruan Yu, having had a restful sleep, appeared refreshed, her face both beautiful and refined. Little Ruan. Hello, President Gu. Ruan Yu greeted him with a smile and a handshake. Very good, very good. Gu Youci chuckled as he took a seat. He was known in the industry for his amiable nature and had a somewhat endearing reputation. Though not particularly tall, he was pleasantly plump, often seen carrying a small leather backpack during business meetings. As Hua Sheng put it, Brother Wei earns money every day to pay our salaries. Recently, with the substantial funding for the law of stellar attraction, Gu Youci seemed even more cheerful. Ruan Yu found herself quite fond of this jovial older gentleman. Little Ruan. Gu Youci chided, casting a disapproving glance at Hua Sheng. Has Hua Sheng arranged your schedule? We still have endorsement resources at Morningstar. Before the law of stellar attraction, would you like to consider taking on a few? Hey, Brother Wei, why are you stealing my work? Hua Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction loudly. Before I could speak, Gu Youci's demeanor immediately soured. I had previously mentioned that you would have complete authority over the artists you signed under the contract with the legal department regarding Ruan Yu. However, what is the current situation? Hua Sheng waved his hand, emphasizing, that's not the main point. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu observed the resource contract provided by Gu Youci. Choosing not to engage in their dispute, Hua Sheng leaned back, stretching his long legs, reminiscing. Back then, Ruan Yu was just an ordinary person. How could you have taken notice of her? I truly did not expect the MV to become a sensation, thanks to the favor from Lu Shi. Gu Wei let out a dismissive grunt, but when he turned to Ruan Yu, his tone softened considerably. What do you think, Xiao Yu? 3 months indeed seems a bit short. Should I have someone prepare a contract for renewal? I still have several variety shows lined up. Brother Wei. Ruan Yu is indeed not in a position to renew her contract, Hua Sheng interjected seriously.
Why?
Ruan Yu noticed both of them looking at her and sheepishly touched her nose. My health is not very good. I have a serious surgery coming up, and I will need at least a year of recovery. One must maintain their persona in front of the boss. It wouldn't be appropriate to reveal the truth about being pregnant. Chapter 15. The Idle Beauty. In that case, there's nothing that can be done. Gu Wei frowned deeply.
So?
Ruan Yu won't be signing any of these?
Hey.
Gu Wei's brows nearly shot up in frustration. Xing Li is set to record next month, intending to serve as the second wave of promotional material. Before that, taking on endorsements is risky. Not only is the influence insufficient, but the fan base is also fragile. Choosing endorsements poorly could lead to a tarnished reputation. Hua Sheng's analysis was indeed sound. Gu Wei pondered for a moment. That's true. Alright, you take care of it. As for the company, if you and Ruan Yu require any brand endorsements, as long as they are reasonable, I can assist you in negotiations. Hua Sheng narrowed his eyes. What kind of look is that? Gu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, grab your little backpack. It's time to get to work. In 2 months, you must negotiate with top-tier brands. Ruan Yu's image is at stake, Hua Sheng added. It's about the brand's reputation. Ruan Yu couldn't help but cover her lips, smiling subtly. Yet that smile stirred the waters of spring. Considering that Ruan Yu was chosen by Lu Shi as the leading lady, Gu Wei felt a surge of confidence. Hua Sheng was left to discuss matters for a while longer. Wow, she's barefaced and truly stunning. Even before signing, she's already making waves. Honestly, she looks better than in Lu Ji's MV. Feng is also beautiful. I just don't fancy Ruan Yu's style. Yi Feng is Star's second lead, and with Hua Ge backing her, all resources are funneled her way. Do you understand how being popular nourishes one's prospects? In private, Yi Feng's foundation pales in comparison to Ruan Yu's. Ruan Yu is officially certified as a beauty by Twinkle. She is the leading lady in Lu Shi's production. Yi Feng is indeed beautiful. Do I have a problem with complimenting her? Hey, stop arguing. Everyone is beautiful. We just need to appreciate our own favorites. The lobby buzzed with discussions about Ruan Yu. As she closed her eyes to recuperate, a girl in a white mini dress entered, looking a bit unwell. She placed an exquisite thermos in front of Ruan Yu. This is from Hua Ge. Thank you. Ruan Yu nodded politely. She extended her hand to open the door, sensing a hostile gaze directed at her. The girl before her was scrutinizing her. Is there something you need? Ruan Yu inquired, but the girl merely shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference as she turned away. However, she soon caught sight of a stain on her dress. Wait, what's wrong? Ruan Yu retrieved something from her bag and placed it in the girl's hand, gesturing towards the restroom in Hua Sen's office. Your dress is dirty. There is some alcohol in the lounge to clean it up. The girl paused, holding the wet wipes and sanitary napkins Ruan Yu had given her. Typically, Ruan Yu carried a couple of these items, having not used them since becoming pregnant. The stains at the back were rather difficult to clean. Come on, Ruan Yu urged, pulling her gently. Perhaps due to the nature of Hua Sen's office, which rarely welcomed anyone other than the artists they managed, the girl seemed hesitant to enter. Once inside, the faint sound of cleaning could be heard. Ruan Yu stepped in, lowered her head, and dabbed a bit of alcohol on the wet wipes, applying it to the dress. After a few attempts, the stains were nearly imperceptible, and she washed her hands. Ruan Yu tilted her head to look at the girl. Thank you. The young lady replied, her eyes strikingly beautiful. Ruan Yu felt a bit awkward and averted her gaze. I just overheard Mr. Hua and Hua Sen discussing that you and Yi Feng will be sharing resources in the future. Was that your request? Ruan Yu was utterly perplexed.
Who are you?
The girl took a deep breath. I am Star Yi Feng's assistant. Ruan Yu was taken aback. What an accusation. I had no idea. After discarding the paper towel, she stepped outside, opening the thermos to discover crystal-clear dumplings. She immediately poked one and took a bite. When I debuted, it wasn't easy to affect your Feng. Don't you think? The dumpling was sizable, causing Ruan Yu's cheeks to puff out adorably. Yi Feng's assistant found her somewhat endearing. Moreover, she realized that Ruan Yu was not at all what she had expected. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. In fact, Ruan Yu possessed an innate charm that could easily overshadow a host of budding stars, presenting an entirely different caliber. As an artist, Yi Feng was notoriously known for her lack of resilience without makeup, while Ruan Yu stood as her polar opposite. Thank you for today. The girl softly said before turning to leave. Ruan Yu paid her little mind, cradling the exquisite thermos and glancing at the takeout label. It was from Hongting's bento. Hua-sun was generous with his artists, even selecting quality takeout. With a sense of assurance, Ruan Yu finished the remaining food without a worry for her figure. Then resumed browsing her comment section on her phone. My wife, kiss, kiss, kiss. Wan, dear sister, are you planning to reopen your fanbase today? Is there a new stage plan in the works? The recording for Star Gravity starts this week. Let us get excited. Ruan Yu quietly sipped her soup, contemplating whether she should make a public appearance. Suddenly, she received a message from Qingqing and a new account. Upon clicking, she discovered it was her assistant's lifestyle account. Ruan, unable to awaken, shared a post 3 minutes ago, featuring a photograph of her slumbering self, wrapped in a blanket up to her chin. Ruan Yu commented, "Who is this person? Lost in a stupor? And what a peculiar name for this lifestyle account. Huasheng. How unkind of you to capture her in such a vulnerable state and share it with the company, yet within a mere 10 minutes, that account amassed 50,000 followers. The comments below were uniformly enthusiastic. My wife, such sweet lips. Little sleeping pig, my dear, let me caress your tender face. Ruan is still a little girl at heart. Beautiful babe. So adorable with that sleepy face. The lifestyle account is truly something. A quick follow to catch a glimpse of every strand of her hair. Ruan Yu, amused by the comments, couldn't help but smile. Just as she was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Huasheng had entered the room, observing Ruan Yu laughing at her phone, and felt a playful urge to tease her. Hey, you aren't falling in love on your first day, are you? Ruan Yu turned, replying, I've never been in love. Of course not. Who could possibly be worthy of you? Huasheng quipped, plopping down with a contract in hand. Actually, I've been married, Ruan Yu stated with utmost seriousness. Huasheng stretched lazily. If you were married, then I must be gay. Ruan Yu countered, I am not lying. Your esteemed CEO's child is in my belly. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Chapter 16. Prenatal checkup time swiftly passed to early August. Huasheng was engrossed in matters concerning the Star Girl Group phone. The recording with Star Gravity had commenced, and he was overwhelmed with the chaos. Yet he still made time to inspect Ruan Yu's progress, having visited her twice without further concern. Upon witnessing Ruan Yu's preparations, he remarked, Are you certain you want to pursue this? Honestly, if you continue like this, exiting the industry in 3 months will be as difficult as scaling the heavens. You might just exhaust the audience. Ruan Yu shrugged. Her assistant, brought her a cup of yogurt, gently offering her a few sips through a straw. Noticing Ruan Yu's eyes sparkling and her cheeks slightly flushed from practice, exclaimed, Sister, you look stunning. Let me take a picture. Throughout the entire interaction, was both a devoted fan and diligent assistant. Leaning against the practice room door, Huasheng observed Ruan's account, which had surged to 2 million followers, and couldn't he help but gasp in disbelief. How is it that someone can gain 100,000 followers daily without even officially debuting? The gravity of stardom is truly remarkable. Among all the contracted artists, Ruan Yu is currently the most carefree, lacking additional commitments, yet by the end of the month, she received the guaranteed 30,000 yuan from Huasheng, which filled her with delight. However, one evening after work, she unexpectedly received a call from Lady Gu. Dear Grandma? Ruan Yu inquired, seated in a business vehicle, signaling to to remain silent. Once had closed the itinerary filled with plans for the month, Ruan Yu continued, It's quite late. Are you still awake? Grandmother suddenly remembered that it was already the 5th of the month. Ruan, you must be going for your prenatal checkup this month, she mused. Ruan Yu momentarily froze, glancing at the date, and thought to herself that she had almost forgotten. Lately, her nausea had lessened and her belly showed no visible changes, making it easy to forget that she was pregnant, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. I'll schedule an appointment with the doctor and go tomorrow morning, she replied. Oh right, Ruanjia, your health isn't great. You can't even drink coffee or alcohol with that sensitive stomach of yours. After saying this, Ruan Yu contemplated for a moment before smiling and asking, Would you like to accompany me, Grandma? Of course. That would be wonderful. Grandmother Gu exclaimed joyfully. I'll have the butler drive us. We'll pick you up downstairs. Ruan usually goes to that hospital for checkups, right? It's the private clinic we used to frequent. Ruan Yu then sent a message to the doctor to arrange an appointment. All right. Grandmother Gu chuckled, her smile radiant. The thought of visiting her great-grandchild filled her with delight. She refused assistance from the servants and nimbly ascended the stairs. Old Jean. Please drive the car we don't use often. We have a 5-seater van that's still new. Certainly. Old Jean nodded respectfully. The following morning, Ruan Yu donned a mask, hat, and sunglasses before stepping outside. A silver gray van was parked conveniently at the apartment entrance. Unlike the last time when Mr. Gu had been blocked at the door. Grandmother Gu had the owner's key. Sweetheart. The car window rolled down, and Grandmother Gu, with her hair gathered up, waved cheerfully. Once Ruan Yu entered the vehicle, her grandmother draped a blanket over her. Why are you dressed so lightly this chilly morning after the rain? She chided. Your body temperature has been quite high lately. Ruan Yu smiled and glanced at the 3 or 4 thermos containers beside her. Grandma, I'll eat after the blood test. Grandmother Gu beamed. I asked ahead. You need to fast for several tests. We can eat while we wait. All right. Ruan Yu felt warmth in her heart. Within the Gu family, only her grandmother genuinely cherished her. Oh, by the way, sweetheart, Grandmother Gu said, pulling out a tablet from the passenger seat and flipping to Ruan Yu's homepage. I saw you singing again recently. Everyone online adores you. Ruan Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment in front of her elder. Blushing, she touched her nose, explaining that her schedule had been busy for the past 3 months. It's splendid. Grandma loves to watch, the elderly lady praised, giving a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just do what you love and be happy. But why these past 3 months? Would early performances be better? Ruan Yu glanced at the driver. Though Grandmother Gu cared for her, she was aware that there was still a child of the Gu family growing inside her. It was not just the relentless pace of her work as an artist. Even staying up late caused her grandmother distress, as she worried for both Ruan Yu and the baby. Reflecting on this, Ruan Yu leaned closer and spoke softly, Grandma. I consulted with the doctor. Moderate exercise during pregnancy is beneficial. I've only signed on for short-term engagements and will avoid dancing or strenuous activities. My manager is aware of my condition and has ensured that I won't undertake any high-intensity work. Grandmother Gu felt a bit reassured. Is that so? Soon, all her worries would dissipate significantly upon witnessing Ruan Yu during the ultrasound examination. Once again, the familiar doctor applied a warm coupling agent with the probe, gently pressing on the girl's soft abdomen, while Ruan Yu glanced at the display screen across from her. The private hospital had its advantages, allowing her to see everything clearly. How have you lost weight again? The doctor inquired, one hand on the machine, while noting the child's good development. I truly have been eating well, Ruan Yu defended herself. The doctor turned to an elderly woman in a qipao, her hair a crown of silver, exuding an elegant demeanor, and pointed at the screen, saying, it's just over 2 months. You can see a little here. Grandmother Gu appeared somewhat satisfied with the environment, and upon seeing Ruan Yu's baby for the first time, she couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Is that the foot? The head is round. The little one is too small to see clearly. Indeed. The doctor, pleased with the attentive family, was eager to elaborate. Ruan Yu listened to their conversation, her gaze unconsciously drifting back to the screen, where a faint outline was discernible, an image that had transformed from a grape just a month prior to something rather adorable now. As she mused, however, you do have a retroverted uterus, which means your belly won't grow large, the doctor noted. Ruan Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Grandmother Gu quickly asked, a retroverted uterus? Will it pose any issues for Ruan? Her immediate concern was for the adult. The doctor smiled reassuringly. Not at all. We will assess the birthing conditions as the pregnancy progresses. If natural delivery isn't feasible, a cesarean section can be performed. Grandmother Gu felt entirely relieved, but Ruan Yu, overhearing the mention of a cesarean, felt disheartened at the thought of a surgical scar on her abdomen. As the two exited the hospital, Ruan Yu's phone began to ring incessantly. After a brief conversation with the elderly lady, she was sent off to her company, where Huasheng's car was conveniently parked at the entrance. Upon seeing her precious child alight from a vehicle, he exclaimed, whose car is that? It looks so low-end. When did this globally limited supercar become a business vehicle? And the license plate ends with Ruan Yu's birthday? My Ruan is truly a treasure. Chapter 17. Not a soft persimmon. Ruan Yu approached the practice room and spotted Yi pacing by the door. What's wrong? Sister Ruan.
Yi, head is it?
Approached her. The practice room is occupied. I just mentioned it was yours, but they. Ruan Yu gently reassured her, it's all right, I'll go check. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air, akin to a pianist abruptly pressing down all the keys, creating an unbearable noise. Given Ruan Yu's temperament, it was unfathomable that she would allow herself to be angered during practice. Huasheng furrowed his brow as he entered the half-open practice room. Ruan Yu stood with her back to him, beside the piano, facing the exquisitely made-up Yifeng, whose dissatisfaction was palpable. Is this practice room privately yours? She questioned, her tone laced with challenge. In theory, yes, Ruan Yu replied. What if I insist on using it? Yifeng's fox-like eyes glimmered with provocation. I wouldn't mind. Ruan Yu responded, nodding thoughtfully. Sister, Ruan Yu gestured for Yi to remain silent. Yifeng let out a light laugh and resumed playing the piano. The assistant, Moo Moo revealed a hint of guilt in her eyes but refrained from speaking up for Ruan Yu. After all, as a mere worker, she could not afford to jeopardize her job for the sake of sympathy, even though Ruan Yu had assisted her previously. Yifeng's piano performance was exquisite, the soft, lyrical melody resonating beautifully, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tensions. Huasheng initially intended to enter, but suddenly halted in his steps as a thunderous crash of drums erupted. Ruan Yu donned her headphones, her expression cool and detached, while not far away, Yifeng's brows furrowed sharply. The countdown echoed, 3, 2, 1. Ruan Yu was keeping tempo, followed by a series of fluid and impressive drumming sequences. Huasheng could not suppress a chuckle, pressing his fingers against his lips in a futile attempt to conceal his amusement. His sister, Yifeng, was typically known for her fiery temper, yet her face now flickered between shades of red and purple. Within moments, she rose from the piano with a forceful gesture, declaring, "Let us go." Ruan Yu showed no reluctance to share the practice room. With a piano and a drum set, it was evident who might be disturbed by the other. "What is going on?"
Huasheng fine ignorante, hastili aproaching Yifeng.
"My dear Feng Feng, have you wandered into the wrong practice room? This one belongs to Ruan Yu. Come, let me lead you to a larger one." Her loudness drew questions about whether anyone in the company had lodged complaints. Yifeng's beautiful eyes brimmed with fury. Huasheng, adopting an air of innocence, replied, "Of course not. Our company's soundproof rooms are this," and he gestured with a thumbs up.
Mumu.
Unable to contain her laughter, chimed in, "Sister, what's so funny?" Yifeng felt utterly humiliated. Her notorious temper had garnered her a reputation, and despite her commendable abilities, she was often held in high esteem. In a fit of anger, she shoved her assistant. Huasheng watched as Moo Moo's had nearly collided with the glass door, quickly reaching out to prevent it, his expression turning serious. "Yifeng, maintain your composure in the office." Her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. A flicker of guilt passed through Yifeng's gaze, but it vanished just as quickly. The onlookers gasped. In this day and age, it was indeed a challenge to navigate the workplace. While earning a decent living alongside influential individuals, one might encounter those with poor tempers who could easily disregard your worth. "You can leave too." Yifeng pushed away Huasheng's hand, striding away in her high heels. Her fitted, short, designer dress, which she had donned for the event, made her silhouette appear strikingly elegant. Huasheng sighed, pondering her temperament. Moo Moo, clutching her tote bag, merely bowed her head and followed silently. Huasheng shook his head and approached Ruan Yu. "Darling, you were quite impressive just now, daring to upstage my sister Feng. Are you unaware of her star status?" She was completely unreasonable, Yi exclaimed, hands on her hips and stomping her feet in frustration. It was clear she would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Huasheng nodded in agreement. Her character isn't inherently bad, she is straightforward and doesn't play mind games. "Really?" Yi asked in confusion. "Sister, why are you praising her?" A glimmer of interest appeared in Huasheng's eyes. "You have a good eye for people. Yifeng may have a poor temper, but in significant situations, she often protects her own fiercely, which is why Moo Moo remains faithfully by her side. Are you prepared for the formal recording tomorrow night?" Huasheng reminded her.
Yes.
Ruan Yu twirled the drumstick, "And I sent you the revised score. Just pass it directly to the accompaniment teacher. I can manage on my own." Ruan Yu smiled and declined. Some vitamins and folic acid were seen by Yi, which was rather unfortunate. Ruan Yu had work tomorrow, so after finishing early, she sought out a long-desired hot pot restaurant near her apartment. For some reason, she felt an unusual craving tonight, as if the baby wanted to eat. The doctor had said that a pregnant woman's mood is of utmost importance. In a small private room, Ruan Yu ordered a single serving of vegetables. To avoid drawing attention, she tied her hair in a low ponytail and wore a mask, resembling an underage high school student. She cleverly navigated through the bustling streets, even as Lu Shi and her music video played in the hot pot restaurant's lobby. Coughing softly, Ruan Yu silently instructed the waiter to close the private room door. After 2 months, her morning sickness had improved significantly, and her appetite had increased. However, she had always had a body that was not prone to gaining weight, never having restricted her caloric intake. Thus, she indulged in beef tripe, duck intestines, and spicy beef. How delightful it was! Yet, after 3 years of being accustomed to Gu Youci, her appreciation for beauty had become somewhat filtered. After all, President Gu's face was undeniable. The experience of dining alone at a hot pot was peculiar. At that moment, she thought of Gu Youci. If he were present, eating alone would hardly differ. Firstly, he never spoke while eating, and secondly, he rarely indulged in heavily flavored dishes. As this thought crossed her mind, Ruan Yu couldn't help but feel her belly discovering it comfortably full and warm, showing no sign of discomfort. It seemed the little one was quite content. An hour and a half later, Ruan Yu leisurely approached the entrance of her apartment building, ready to ascend. Suddenly, a faint white light illuminated her path. She shielded her eyes and discerned a car parked ahead, with a suspicious figure bending down to exit the driver's seat and hastily flee. Why would someone use their headlights on others? How discourteous. And why were they running away? Chapter 18. Where did this drunkard come from? Furrowing her brow, Ruan Yu approached and discovered that the car door was indeed ajar, and it was an expensive vehicle, left unlocked on the roadside. What on earth? As she pondered this, rustling sounds emanated from the back seat. Ruan Yu was taken aback. Could it be a ghost? A face strikingly similar to President Gu's appeared before her. Ruan Yu gasped. Gu Youci? She leaned down and gently tapped his arm, noticing the unusual redness on his face, the heat radiating from his body, and the unevenly distributed rash on his neck. The strong scent of alcohol wafted towards her. What was going on? Hadn't Gu Youci been exercising restraint since that night 3 years ago? The doctor had indicated that he would suffer from alcohol poisoning if he exceeded a certain limit, which was, in fact, quite substantial, making it unlikely for him to reach such a state. Had he truly consumed so much today? Was he out of his mind? And why was he so feverishly hot? Was it possible that he had been drugged, as had happened a few years prior? Did it require her to offer herself in return? She chuckled at the absurdity of that notion given her current physical state. It was simply impossible. Wake up. Who brought you here? Ruan Yu hurriedly patted his face. Little did he know, in the next moment, a pair of warm hands grasped his wrist. Gu Youci, in a daze, glanced at the driver's seat, and upon realizing it was empty, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulged. Whether it was anger or restraint remained uncertain. Luo Chuan had done this deliberately. The soft fragrance of a girl wafted beside him, and he slowly lowered his eyes, apologizing to Ruan Yu, if possible. Could you please take me to the hospital? This was the second time Ruan Yu had witnessed him in such a state of distress. After their divorce, he had sought her out twice, each time plagued by various ailments. Was Miss Seng not at home? Who was taking care of him? It had only been a few weeks since they last met, yet he appeared in such a feeble condition. Where had that once formidable and commanding Gu Youci gone? Had he been consumed by Sang Yining? That thought carried an inappropriate undertone. Upon hearing this, Gu Youci's expression darkened further. Ruan Yu resolved to take him to the hospital first. Just as she settled into the driver's seat and prepared to start the car, wait. Sister-in-law, please. How could she still be drinking so much? Luo Chuan tightened his fists, seemingly in a state of hesitation. Don't call me sister-in-law. It feels inappropriate. Frankly, she found it quite annoying. Such a statement could easily halt one's steps. Turning her gaze, she noticed Gu Youci in the back seat, his brow furrowed. His handsome face appeared somewhat frail. If you continue to act on your own accord, you can leave. Do you think I wish to meddle in your affairs? The doctor said you nearly lost your life. You've been overworking, suffering from a gastric ulcer, and even alcohol poisoning. Why didn't you just collapse in the hospital? Could you please stop being so willful? Ruan Yu remarked, her tone unexpectedly coy. The atmosphere fell silent for 10 seconds before Ruan Yu turned and strode over, tossing her bag into Luo Chuan's embrace. Wordlessly, she reached out and pulled Gu Youci out. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, but in his extreme discomfort, he exerted some effort to stabilize himself, ensuring he did not lean on Ruan Yu's shoulder, supported instead like a good friend. All right. Luo Chuan promptly responded. Gu Youci quietly lowered his gaze, causing Luo Chuan to stare in astonishment. Thus, it became clear why he sought Ruan Yu. This was precisely the effect he desired. No one else could persuade him otherwise. Only his sister-in-law could compel the workaholic CEO Gu to abandon his duties, presenting a demeanor of utmost obedience as he followed his wife upstairs. Luo Chuan truly did not comprehend why his brother had agreed to the divorce in the first place. Oh, was it the facade of a stoic, restrained CEO? He simply could not fathom the young couples of today. Meanwhile, upstairs, once again in Ruan Yu's residence, Gu Youci had his coat swiftly removed and, quite adeptly, lay down on the expansive 2-meter bed in the master bedroom, the thermometer beeping to indicate a temperature of 38.9 degrees. Ruan Yu glanced at him, recalling what the doctor had just said. Could he recover on his own? They would need to measure it again in the morning. Gu Youci refrained from uttering another word. In that brief moment, the rash on his neck had begun to diminish. It seemed the injection had worked. All right, understood. Get some rest, Ruan Yu said as she removed her hat, moving with an unrecognized composure, busily navigating between the wardrobe and vanity as she began to pack her belongings. She also took a moment to message Huasheng, inquiring, does the company have any sponsored brands? Can I wear my own casual clothes for the practice room shots? To which came the reply, of course, you can bring them along. I also have brands I can lend. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of her thoughts as Ruan Yu sat on a small stool in the dressing room. She surveyed the array of dresses, each more expensive than the last, realizing that donning them might create an overbearing persona, despite the initial lack of awareness when purchasing them. Reluctantly, she decided to wear the company's sponsored attire instead. She had brought along some casual outfits, including strapless undergarments. Before long, Ruan Yu became aware of the loud clattering sound she was making and glanced over at the bed, where Gu Youci had fallen asleep, his once stern features now softened. As she applied moisturizer, her fingers brushed against Gu Youci's slightly warm forehead. She went to the restroom, wet a towel, and gently placed it on his brow, yet found herself inexplicably lingering by his side. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she observed the man beside her, suddenly reminded of something. Leaning closer to Gu Youci, she noted his long eyelashes and striking features, whispering softly, "It would be nice to have someone like you." As for a son, that was a given. It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers. A daughter would undoubtedly be beautiful too. With this thought, Ruan Yu felt her mood brighten further. Just as she was about to rise, her wrist was caught in a warm grasp. Gu Youci's gaze remained somewhat unfocused, yet he quietly regarded her. The next moment, the world spun around her. Fortunately, the soft bed cushioned her fall as she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. But the force of his grip pulled her into a broad chest. Chapter 19. Let me hold you. In an unexpectedly intimate position, Ruan Yu found herself sprawled against Gu Youci's chest, taken aback, especially as he wrapped an arm around her. Their breaths mingled in proximity. He gently rested his head against her shoulder, his voice carrying an almost inaudible weariness. If this feels intrusive, I apologize. It may merely be a withdrawal reaction. So please let me hold you. Is that all right? Withdrawal reaction. To be honest, Ruan Yu did not quite grasp his words. Yet, he had already embraced her. With a sigh, she heard Gu Youci chuckle softly, his hold around her waist tightening. However, in the stillness of the night, one often finds a surge of compassion. And in those brief 3 minutes of embrace, Ruan Yu did not push him away, letting herself indulge in a moment of maternal affection. Though she knew it was perhaps not entirely appropriate. Gu Youci carried a faint scent of tobacco. He rarely smoked in the past, but during her recent encounters, the aroma seemed to cling to him. Yet, she could understand it occasionally, given the vast array of industries the Gu family enterprise was involved in. Since taking over as president 8 years ago, Gu Youci had far surpassed his father, Gu Jingjin, in the value he brought to the company, despite the latter's larger shareholding. As a premier family-owned business, the Gu Corporation held an unassailable position in the industry. In simpler terms, Gu Youci is the backbone of the Gu family. In the 4th year after ascending to his position, he wielded a sharp and astute commercial acumen, commanding the allegiance of all former members of the Gu Group's board under his banner, amidst an annual output exceeding $1 trillion. Occasionally, Ruan Yu finds it challenging to associate such a legendary figure in business with the term husband, often feeling as though she has stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Take the present moment, for instance. The renowned Mr. Gu cradles her as he drifts into slumber, unwilling to release his hold even for a moment, prompting Ruan Yu to gently extricate his arm from her waist. He is genuinely sound asleep this time. Only after removing the half-fallen towel from his forehead does she breathe a sigh of relief. Ruan Yu tidies her suitcase and hurries to take a shower. Holding a small blanket, she tiptoes out, entirely unaware that as she softly closes the door, Gu Youci slowly opens his eyes, a hint of confusion clouding his mind. This is the 3rd time. What on earth is he doing? Where's Gu Youci? Just then, a faint noise from outside catches his attention. As Ruan Yu steps into the kitchen, she sees him, his back to her, slightly rolling up his shirt sleeves, deftly slicing open a round golden dough ball with a small knife, encasing a glistening fried egg within, drizzled with a touch of oil and vinegar. The delightful aroma stirs her stomach. When did Mr. Gu learn to cook? Though still rational, she approaches him, pressing her forehead against his. He pauses, lowering his gaze to meet hers, slightly bending down so she need not tiptoe. A peculiar sensation washes over her, as though she is being inexplicably charmed by her ex-husband. No, it's not too hot. She quickly withdraws her hand, yet feeling slightly uneasy, she retrieves a thermometer from the bedroom to check his temperature again, which reads 36.6. Let us have breakfast. Gu Youci places a plate before her and, from beside the blender, presents a cup of soy milk. Ruan Yu stands astonished. You. What? Oh, it's nothing. She replies, silently accepting the chopsticks, succumbing to her desires as she takes a bite of the crispy chicken egg ball, her eyes lighting up. When did you learn to cook? Occasionally, while studying abroad, Gu Youci replies as he sits down, sipping his own cup of soy milk. Ruan Yu gasps. realizing after 3 years of marriage that she was unaware of his culinary skills, especially recalling the last time she saw him chop meat. He seemed rather adept at it. It appears she has been rather indifferent. A fleeting pang of guilt crosses Ruan Yu as she continues to savor her breakfast. Gu Youci typically only drinks coffee in the morning, so he hasn't joined her. She recalls what Luo Chuan mentioned about his stomach ulcer and is about to speak when her attention is drawn to her computer. The small screen is cluttered with contracts, marked in red and black, with figures soaring into the 8 digits, leaving her astounded. Gu Youci nods, his fingers gliding over the touchpad. You left it connected to the power and didn't he shut it down? I borrowed it this morning to handle a few important contracts for the company. Of course, Ruan Yu does not mind this. The documents from the Gu group were of such significance that they required Gu Youci's review. She glanced at them on her computer, pondering whether it was a testament to Gu's trust in her or simply a lack of concern regarding the matter at hand. Ruan Yu silently sipped her soybean milk. Suddenly, the electronic doorbell rang from a distance, prompting Gu to instinctively look up at her. You, please enter my room first. Ruan Yu, disregarding the little one in her belly, hurriedly approached, pulling Gu to take the computer into his arms before swiftly pushing him towards the room. I won't let you out. Gu Youci quipped. Am I truly so embarrassing? Ruan Yu shut the door and exhaled deeply. The doorbell rang several more times. Remembering that she had given Yi the access card for the community gate, she calmly opened the door, surprised at the early visit. Hua Sheng, noticing the faint blush on her cheeks, couldn't resist teasing her. Waking up late to open the door. What secrets are you hiding? Ruan Yu maintained her composure as she sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, contemplating her leisurely day before heading to work in the afternoon. Hua Sheng, smiling, settled onto a small sofa and noticed the confiscated plates on the dining table. And 2 glass cups? Yi appears far more endearing than you. Bringing a small white jug to the coffee table. Ruan Jia, I brought you milk with red bean paste. Is it very sweet? Ruan Yu inquired. Less sugar. She gave Yi a thumbs up as she opened the container, while Hua Sheng's gaze drifted to the gray-black suit jacket draped over a chair, the exorbitantly priced custom-made brand. Do you have a friend over? Hua Sheng asked nonchalantly. Just as Ruan Yu was about to feign ignorance, the bedroom door lock clicked open. The door, hastily left ajar, slid open. Ruan Yu thought, I've done some unnecessary work. Meanwhile, Hua Sheng, hearing the sound, turned to see Gu Youci casually emerging from the bedroom. His shirt unbuttoned at the top, his hair slightly damp from washing in the morning, strands falling over his forehead. He slowly closed the laptop. Hua Sheng was initially enraged at Ruan Yu for hiding a man, but upon closer inspection, he was struck by the presence of none other than Gu Youci himself, the embodiment of wealth and nobility stepping out from Ruan Yu's bed.
Ruan Yu.
What's wrong with Huaga? Yi, who usually had a sharp tongue but was quite image-conscious, nearly stumbled at the sight of Gu Youci. Her eyes shimmered with astonishment. This gentleman possesses remarkable charm. Ruan Yu, choosing not to dwell on it, leaned against Yi, whispering, he has been struck by lightning. This vividly illustrated the inner workings of Hua Sheng's mind. Hua Sheng promptly vacated the small sofa, and Gu Youci graciously extended his hand for a shake. Hua Sheng seemed eager to transform the sofa into a throne, ready to fan Gu Youci like a royal attendant, and inquired, what is the relationship between you and Ruan? Old friends, Ruan Yu replied, satisfied to let Gu Youci assert his presence. Yet Hua Sheng was not easily deceived. Old friends. Once, Ruan Yu descended from her bed, still a friend. It is quite astonishing that such a situation would unfold in the life of the president of Gu Corporation. But who would dare to inquire? What standing does Gu Youci possess? Hua Sheng could scarcely fathom it. Could it be that he intends to offer support? No, that thought is too unsettling. Ruan Yu does not possess such a disposition. He gingerly rephrased his question. So, is President Gu here to discuss star gravity with Ruan? He merely came to dine with me. Ruan Yu was the most relaxed and natural presence in the room, seated on a small leather cushion atop the carpet, leisurely sipping on red bean paste. Hua Sheng caught a glimpse of the smile in Gu Youci's eyes, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Soon, however, Gu Youci composed himself and casually inquired about the recording of the first episode today. Hua Sheng internally chuckled. So, you are completely unaware. Indeed. Ruan had signed a 3-episode contract with Star Gravity, and the initial auditions and evaluations had concluded. Today, she would participate as a special guest. Moreover, Star Gravity was currently experiencing tremendous popularity, ranking first in viewership across all variety shows, not just within its genre. Did Gu Youci not care about his investment? No. Ruan Yu questioned first, glancing at Hua Sheng. Isn't the recording scheduled for 4 in the afternoon? Why are you here so early? What's going on? Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue. Though his lips remained sealed, Gu Youci turned his gaze toward him, prompting Hua Sheng, the agent, to sit upright. feigning a flattering smile at Ruan Yu. Goodness, I mentioned the makeup arrangements to you last night. Did you not hear? How mischievous. Ruan Yu. Gu Youci. All right, Hua Sheng, feeling uncomfortable himself, cleared his throat a few times. I suspect that your rookie status is insufficient. The brand initially arranged by Morning Star has suddenly changed its mind. We need to select a new one immediately. Ruan Yu's lightheartedness vanished in an instant. With the recording scheduled for the afternoon, the makeup arrangements were now in disarray. It was no wonder Hua Sheng arrived so early. He clearly valued this matter, fearing that all her practice over the past month would be in vain. Furthermore, the recording date had been advanced significantly from the end of the month to the beginning. At that moment, Gu Youci spoke in a low voice. Which brand? Hua Sheng's eyes brightened instantly. If President Gu intervened, what issue could not be resolved? Surrendered. Gu Youci nodded and rose to enter the bedroom. He picked up the phone and made a call, which was answered in less than 3 seconds. He spoke in a deep voice. I recall that the China director of Surrendered wished to establish a physical store at Gu Corporation's new business hub. My opinion was to consider it. Yes, President. In half an hour, have their representatives bring the contract to the reception room. All right, but Mr. Luo mentioned that you today. Gu Youci hung up before the secretary could finish. He prepared to leave, taking his coat to head to the office, but as he turned, he met Ruan Yu's gaze at the door, which was filled with confusion, bewilderment, and helplessness. Why do you wish to assist me? Ruan Yu asked softly. It is merely clothing. What cannot be worn? It is simply not the one I desire the most. She had never been one to cling tightly to such things. Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Gu Youci's expression was serene as he gently tapped Ruan Yu's forehead, a gesture of gratitude for her care the previous night. The delicate touch stirred a fleeting ripple in the serene lake of her heart, causing her pulse to momentarily falter. He had already stepped outside. Hua Sheng, watching the CEO depart, received a word of solace. In half an hour, I will arrange for someone to take you to the set. Hua Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. Thank you, CEO of Gu. The latest collection from a prestigious international luxury brand was set to make its debut, and Ruan Yu felt adequately prepared for the occasion. Gu Youci, a man of his word, had promised that he would deliver, and 2 hours later, Ruan Yu arrived at the set. Upon seeing the Surrendered gift box while getting her makeup done, she excitedly opened it.
Sister Ruan.
CEO Gu is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Hua Sheng, seated on the couch, scrutinized his precious gem. What exactly was the relationship between CEO Gu and his dear one? Were they together? Ruan Yu had remained rather silent throughout. She turned off her phone, suddenly realizing that her tone had reverted to how it used to be, nearly indistinguishable from that of a wife. This thought agitated her, and she instinctively rubbed her abdomen, feeling a sudden twinge. If it weren't for the smooth progress of her prenatal checkups, she would have been more concerned. Sister Ruan. What's wrong? Who had gone out to fetch the makeup artist, hurried over to show her concern. It's nothing. Just a bit uncomfortable due to my menstrual cycle. Sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I brought some room temperature red bean paste this morning. Is it around the 6th of every month? I'll make a note of it. Ruan Yu grasped her hand. It's fine. I'm not very regular. Such a significant excuse was certainly best utilized at the right moment, each month. Innocent and trusting, readily believed her. She draped a blanket over Ruan Yu's abdomen, just as Hua Sheng returned with the makeup artist, advising Ruan Yu be good. I need to check on the progress, with Yifeng. If anything arises, call to find me in Studio 1. Ruan Yu responded with an okay gesture. Meanwhile, the makeup artist, Shenrong, was preparing, and a kind-hearted girl, switched the skincare products and foundation to Ruan Yu's own, explaining, Sister Ruan is prone to allergies. Hua Ge is aware of this. All right, Shenrong replied amiably. As she gently wiped Ruan Yu's face with a cotton pad, she couldn't help but exclaim, Your skin is truly remarkable.
You hardly tan.
Shenrong whispered. Well, I've been doing makeup for the members of Star recently, and aside from Song Ningji from Yisheng, none have a better complexion than yours. You are indeed in excellent condition. EE's eyes sparkled. Song Ningji. She is the center position of Star, ISNT. Incredible. Ruan Yu smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, she was an exceptionally beautiful girl with unparalleled professional skills. Had it not been for their encounter at that private banquet, she could have greeted her with calmness. This makeup is a bit heavier. I've brought some colored contact lenses for you to choose from. Would you prefer lighter shades? Shenrong nodded in unexpected approval, realizing that Ruan Yu's aesthetic sense was truly remarkable. Finally, after the makeup was complete, Ruan Yu emerged from the fitting room. As a girl in a graceful matcha satin gown passed by the entrance, her high heels came to a gentle halt. Upon catching sight of Ruan Yu's face, a flicker of ambiguity flashed in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, the assistant director hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Teacher Song. The preparation area is over here." With a soft smile, Song Ningji nodded in acknowledgement. In Chapter 21, titled Sister Wan Takes the Stage, excitement buzzed in the backstage area. "I just saw Star. A collaborative stage. Do you think they intend to go solo, or form groups to select members? I'm from Class A. I adore Song Ningji. I can hardly contain my excitement," exclaimed a voice amidst the chatter. "Yi Feng, Yi Feng, Yi Feng, my fierce goddess. Honestly, I feel like I entered the auditions just to chase stars." Another voice chimed in, "But what about the special guest that was mentioned? Who could it be?" Within the grand recording studio of the Law of Stellar Attraction, 60 tiered seats filled with beautiful girls were abuzz with conversation. The trainees donned uniform training outfits, distinguished only by color, which indicated their respective levels in the training camp. White represented Class A, indicating the most proficient contestants with exceptional singing and dancing skills, followed by yellow, blue, and gray for Classes B, C, and F, respectively. With decreasing performance abilities, a stunning array of girls graced the space, each one more impressive than the last. Compared to the previous year's Twinkle, the standards had undeniably risen. However, the domestic talent show White Moonlight was aptly named. Each contestant from Twinkle was irreplaceable, with countless breakout stages. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed to darkness. "Is the recording starting? Where are the mentors?" murmured a voice in confusion. Just then, a soft hush swept through the audience as they noticed the mentors had taken their seats on the stage, facing away from them, signaling for quiet.
Moments later.
The lights illuminated the space, and the announcement echoed. "Time is up." As Star made their entrance, Song Ningji, standing at the center, winked, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Dressed in a delicate white gown and silver high heels that accentuated her slender calves, she commanded attention. The opening dance featured Star's signature song. As a leading girl group, they showcased 7 exquisite outfits in light blue and white haute couture, each ensemble surpassing the trainees' standards. When it was Song Ningji's turn, the audience's cheers reached a fever pitch. The mentors, seasoned musicians in the industry, could not help but express their astonishment at the enthusiasm. "I can't take it anymore. The impact is overwhelming. My idol from high school, I'm about to cry. The collaborative stage with my senior. It's like a dream." The cheers lingered long after the performance concluded. As the mentors took control of the stage, the members of Star introduced themselves, smiling and waving at the trainees, collecting a sea of starry-eyed admiration before settling onto a nearby sofa, each one a vision of beauty. However, it didn't take long for the trainees to notice an empty chair set apart from the others. "Wait, why is there a separate seat? It looks like different treatment. A wooden chair? Is there a guest coming? We're supposed to form 8 groups, but Star only has 7 members." In an instant, the surround sound system emitted 2 sharp beeps. It seemed as though someone had gently tapped. A voice, irresistibly enchanting, resonated through the air. "Let's set up a time to play." The trainees in the audience were left astounded. "Ah, this voice. Whose voice is this? It's so beautiful," they exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh dear, is today a battle of deities? Who is it? Who could it be?" The lights on stage illuminated the center, revealing a striking figure amid the flamboyant drum set, accompanied by a stunning close-up on the big screen. Following this, a smooth rhythm echoed through the venue. Ruan Yu donned a serentied ultra-short black and brown leather jacket, accentuating her slender waist, paired with camouflage trousers adorned with an American-style chain and complemented by vintage short boots. Her androgynous makeup was highlighted by beautiful cascading waves of hair. Her profile, framed by a headset, drew attention to her red lips. Most notably, her gaze was cool and nonchalant, her light-colored eyes captivating. The timbre of her voice, too, was notably lower than usual. Both familiar and unfamiliar faces in the audience began to spiral into endless frenzy, even more intense than the recent viral sensation, Star. "I'm losing my mind. Which group in the entertainment industry does she belong to? Oh my, it's Ruan Yu. Did you all not notice when you collected your phones on the first day? She asked the leading lady in Liu Shi's music video, The Venus of Twinkle. Oh my, she asked my wife, no, my husband," they shouted. Sister Yuan, please tell me you're not fake fans. Have you really never seen her entry on Twinkle? The one with the divine beauty who trended for 5 consecutive days." The microphone for the trainees was considerably smaller than that on stage. Even though some girls were so overwhelmed they lost their voices, the sound engineers could adjust the audio in post-production. Ahem, like the one who just shouted husband. I must say, Ruan Yu's performance was utterly electrifying. Compared to the lighthearted and sweet style of Star, this was a display of sheer charisma, amplified by her excellent control over the contrasting elements. creating a feast for both the eyes and ears. The members of Star couldn't help but be drawn in. Song Lingji maintained a gentle smile, exuding her goddess-like aura. In contrast, Yifeng, the second in command, wore a more stoic expression, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, clearly taken aback. After 3 years, Ruan Yu had become even more outstanding. Although she had received an A rating for her camera presence and expressiveness during her time with Twinkle, she had not debuted due to a lack of connections. The stage lights brightened. As the head mentor, Qi Lingyuan stood to applaud alongside the crowd. Upon witnessing Ruan Yu smiling as she removed her headset, he approached the stage. "Shall I introduce the senior to everyone?" The excitement in the venue rivaled that of the previous performance by Star. Qi Lingyuan, though shocked, handed Ruan Yu a microphone. She received it with utmost politeness. Her figure accentuated by the pseudo-American short leather jacket, making her waist appear exquisitely slender. Originally standing at a height of 1.70 meters, her legs matched those of Qi Lingyuan, who stood at 1.80 meters. Ruan Yu is truly stunning. The impact of her presence is undeniable. Her beauty possesses an aggressive allure, entirely distinct from her on-screen persona. She appears 1,000 times more captivating than on the screen. She is indeed more exquisite than those delicately crafted BJD dolls, my goodness. While Ruan Yu adjusted her headset, Qi Lingyuan smiled and announced this time. "In our collaboration with Star Gravity, we are fortunate to have partnered with the members of Star, and we are delighted to invite Ruan Yu as our new supporting senior." If anyone has seen Twinkle, they must have been left with a lasting impression of her, right? Yes. The most beautiful goddess in the industry, someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with laughter. The title felt somewhat overwhelming when heard in person. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was wonderfully charged. Chapter 22 is entirely dedicated to A. Since the introduction of all Star members lasted no more than 3 minutes, Ruan Yu's prolonged presence would overshadow the event. After a few simple questions, Qi Lingyuan motioned for Ruan Yu to take her seat. The distinction between the single chair and the sofa was evident, highlighting the disparity in status. However, it was remarkable that, perhaps due to the camera's presence, Ruan Yu maintained an engaging demeanor, and the single chair seemed custom-made for her, creating a unique visual. Ruan Yu brushed her hair back, each movement a captivating display of beauty. From my angle, Ruan Yu looks extraordinarily beautiful. Truly, but Song Ningji, seated in the center of the sofa, is also stunning. The contrast is striking. My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Sisters, choose me. The discussions among the trainees were unceasing until Qi Lingyuan took the stage once more. We will reassess the potential contestants based on online voting, he announced, which implied that, after nearly a month of practice, those who initially ranked lower would have the opportunity for a personal solo performance. Half an hour was allotted for everyone to prepare. There were a total of 8 contestants. According to the results, they could first select a supporting senior, with the remaining team members determined by a draw conducted by the senior, ensuring that those not selected would not be eliminated. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Even the opportunity to showcase their talents was denied, relying solely on personal connections. Yet, in a way, this granted the power of choice directly to Star and Ruan Yu. Qi Lingyuan announced the song distribution for the next episode: 5 performance pieces, 1 dance, and 2 vocal-only songs. The staff provided Ruan Yu and the Star members with rating boards, granting them voting power, surpassing even that of the mentor panel. Ruan Yu found the competition format somewhat perplexing, feeling it was rather chaotic, yet she obediently held her rating board, eager to witness the performances of the girls. As for song selection, she wished to choose the 2 vocal pieces. It was no small feat. She couldn't handle the other dance and vocal pieces. She had intended to simply take a stance. Soon, one popular contestant after another took the stage. Each had their weaknesses, but displayed commendable effort. Soon, a girl sitting closest to the senior zone leaned in. "Oh no, I think I might be falling for Ruan Yu. What's wrong? What's wrong?" The girl lowered her voice. "I've been watching for quite a while. She gives everyone an A." "Really? Is an A something one can just hand out?" Someone quickly grasped the girl's point, swiftly changing places with her, witnessing Ruan Yu with her back turned, tapping the cap of her pen against her cheek, her delicate fingers inscribing yet another A. She then gestured for Qi Lingyuan to look. Ruan Yu's demeanor was consistently serious, making her evaluation seem particularly heartfelt. Given that Star already had numerous members, Ruan Yu's vote didn't hold a decisive weight, yet as a former trainee herself, she felt that every little contribution counted. "I might just cry. Oh my, it's truly touching. Who understands? My heart feels so tender." Earlier, several performances had gone by without much attention from the seniors of Star, yet Ruan Yu was exceptionally focused. "Though I should be worried about myself, I genuinely became a fan." Soon, All evaluations concluded, with the top 3 spots claimed by trainees from Morningstar and Yixing, bolstered by the strength of major companies. Despite some underlying politics, the process was relatively fair. Sister, quickly drink some water. It's been 2 hours, you must be thirsty. Ruan Yu, thoroughly exhausted, leaned against a plush head of E's t-shirt, looking far from her earlier elegance, transformed into a beautiful sloth. I want to sleep. Don't lean too much, sister, just hold on a little longer. Your makeup will smudge. A light laugh suddenly emerged from behind. A little girl, noticing E's gaze, quickly concealed her amusement. This young girl was Xia Mo, the first to witness Ruan Yu awarding a grades to all contestants.
Goddess Ruan.
May I take a photo with you? Today, she had countless moments of adoration for Ruan Yu. Sure. Ruan Yu smiled, rising to resume her glamorous persona. Not one to be aloof as an assistant, recalling that trainees had no phones, took the initiative to help capture the moment. Up close, Xia Mo was even more thrilled. How could someone be so breathtakingly beautiful?
And she smelled divine.
May I hold your arm? Xia Mo raised her small hand like a schoolgirl, prompting Ruan Yu to feel an overwhelming surge of maternal affection, akin to how one might view children after becoming a mother. Look at the camera. Ruan Yu's voice was melodious, and Xia Mo stood entranced, obeying her instructions. A slender, graceful hand rested on her shoulder as Yi quickly snapped a photo of the innocent, bewildered trainee girl alongside the elegantly made-up Ruan Yu, capturing a moment of sheer beauty. Xia Mo's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, reflecting not just Ruan Yu, but also her own fervent youth. Here's my WeChat ID. Add me, and I'll send you the photo. Yi cheerfully wrote down a string of numbers for Xia Mo. Enjoy the stage, and I hope we have a chance to collaborate. Ruan Yu nodded before heading off with Yi to change clothes, while Xia Mo etched those words into her memory. What happened? Where did you go just now? Xia Mo lowered her head and murmured, I wish to collaborate with Sister Ruan Yu. What did you say? No. Xia Mo hastily waved her hand, only to be pulled into the waiting room by her fellow contestants. She noticed the director's team was still arranging the props and quickly glanced at the repertoire. Which song would Ruan choose? Xia Mo's abilities were indeed commendable. She was a seed contestant in Class A. Yet, her previously unwavering desire to select star song Ningji had entirely shifted in this moment. Ruan Yu's stage presence was simply magnificent. Most importantly, she truly adored her. Ruan Yu hurried in, donning a shirt that appeared not only unremarkable but slightly wrinkled. However, with her fresh makeup, she radiated a pure and clean aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to Earth. Sister Ruan said the sponsored dress was tight and uncomfortable. I didn't keep an eye on her. Oh well. Hua Sheng sighed, both exasperated and amused. My darling's face is more than enough for the fans. A compliment will suffice. Chapter 23. The Least Favorable Team? Hello, everyone, I am Fu Cici. I have always been resolute in my choice. I wish to select Sister Song, the girl named Fu Cici declared. After her heartfelt remarks, she dashed towards Song Ningji, who stood in the center. Hello, Teacher Song. Song Ningji greeted her with a smile and embraced her. The captain of Star's team was half a step into the finals. Fu Cici's admiration for Song Ningji was evident, yet she also harbored her own thoughts. The other trainees, witnessing the strongest senior being chosen, erupted in envious cheers. Predictably, Yi Feng was the second to be selected. Although she appeared aloof, she was open to soliciting opinions from the humble trainees. In the end, however, Ruan Yu was not chosen. Hua Sheng pondered for a moment. This episode had no script, striving for the most authentic reactions from the trainees. While it was expected, the intensity of the trainees' reactions when Ruan Yu was on stage was indeed striking. It seemed that people always had to think of their own interests. With Star's reputation at stake, Hua Sheng scrutinized his precious gem. Ruan Yu stood there quietly, occasionally covering her mouth and yawning, convinced she was maintaining her composure. However, paired with her casually relaxed attire, her eyes bore a hint of redness. Hua Sheng thought to himself, she seemed intent on embodying the persona of a sleep-deprived individual. Wake up, my dear sister. The penultimate trainee selected Star's 7th member. Ruan Yu clapped with a smile as she observed the last girl approaching, who appeared somewhat shy. Clad in gray, it was evident she belonged to the least favored Class F. Fu Wei, as indicated on her nameplate, hesitated.
Sister Ruan.
Do you have any areas of expertise? Ruan Yu inquired.
Huh?
Fu Wei quickly replied, I am not great at dancing, but I can sing reasonably well. Ruan Yu was a versatile contestant. Fu Wei did not feel disheartened by not being chosen by Star. Rather, the sheer strength of Ruan Yu's abilities had sparked discussions among many trainees regarding the pressure of being in her group, fearing that Ruan Yu would be quite demanding. After pondering for a moment, Ruan Yu leaned directly towards her ear and whispered, "Let us forego all dance selections and opt solely for pure vocal performances. What do you think?"
Ah.
Fu Wire was taken aback with delight. She had assumed that with Ruan Yu's impressive expressiveness, she would undoubtedly choose to dance. "The night is dark," Fu Wire noted as she quickly selected the songs, nodding eagerly. "All right." Ruan Yu smiled as she high-fived Fu Wire. That made it 8. Not far away, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Fu Wire felt a surge of nerves. "I'm sorry, darling." Ruan Yu winked to console her. "It's all good." Unbeknownst to them, perhaps by divine intervention, the 2 pure vocal songs they wished to select turned out to be devoid of any competition, as everyone else flocked towards dance and mixed performances. Consequently, after 1 pure vocal piece was claimed by a member of Star, Fu Wire let out a quiet scream. "Sister, we struck gold." Ruan Yu feigned calmness while internally exhaling a sigh of relief. Fu Wire, lacking in strength and often solitary, had found that many capable trainees were reluctant to join their group. In other words, no one wanted to be eliminated, but rather desired to collaborate with the senior members of Star. Ruan Yu had not managed to recruit highly skilled trainees. Yi Feng's team was almost entirely composed of A-grade members, while Song Mingji even selected a B-class member, maintaining her flawless goddess persona. Though one cannot overlook the possibility of aiding a junior from the same company. However, there was one exception. "Hello, everyone. I am Xia Mo from Class A, Ruan Yu. During our earlier request for a photo together, you mentioned looking forward to collaboration. I wonder if I might have that opportunity." Ruan Yu met the girl's sincere gaze. After a brief moment of silence, she smiled and raised the microphone, of course. Song Mingji smiled slightly and initiated applause. In fact, backstage, the manager had remarked that Xia Mo from Class A possessed considerable talent and was also considering a selection. Xia Mo hesitated for a moment, then passed the microphone to Qi Lingyuan and resolutely approached the team with the least number of members. "Why choose me? Because I admire you." Fu Wire, behind, was equally incredulous. 25 contestants faced elimination. Ruan Yu overheard several trainees behind her exhale in relief. Each team was assigned to individual practice rooms. Ruan Yu gathered the remaining 4 girls and sat on the floor for a brief meeting. Aside from Fu Wire and Xia Mo, there were 2 from Class C, and they exchanged cheerful glances. Fu Wire raised her hand and said, "Ruan Jie, I would like to discuss something with you." Ruan Yu replied. Her gaze focused on marking the sheet music. "I don't believe I am capable of holding a position in Class C." Fu Wire was quite straightforward. "I am not particularly adept at singing or dancing, and I feel we should reconsider the selection." Ruan Yu, recognizing her unfamiliarity with them, suggested, "Let's start with self-introductions." The 2 girls nearby grew anxious. Ruan Yu's gaze landed on the youngest among them, her eyes encouraging. "I am Yao Chuchu. I excel in vocals and have a bit of skill in rap." The girl with a bun hairstyle stood tall, her round eyes shining with determination. "I am Jiang Xian, with a penchant for slight adaptations and original creations, having composed 2 original pieces." Jiang Xian is a gentle-spirited girl with short hair. Ruan Yu nodded repeatedly, appearing quite satisfied. "I have a distinct impression of both of you." Yao Chuchu seemed exceedingly excited, exclaiming, "Really? Senior Ruan Yu, I actually adore you. I was the first to recognize you during your entrance performance." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ruan Yu smiled and playfully pinched her cheek, calling her a little dumpling. Yao Chuchu beamed with joy, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at Ruan Yu. As everyone interacted, they quickly became familiar with one another. Ruan Yu continued to examine the sheet music, asking Wei Er, "Don't you want to take the lead? This is a team competition, and I would hold everyone back." Fu Wei Er sincerely suggested. Ruan Yu glanced at several girls and said, "All right, I have an idea that might be a bit bold, but I would like to seek everyone's opinion." The group nodded in unison. "For this performance, I wish to take center stage." Upon hearing this, several girls, including Xia Mo, exchanged glances, unable to contain their reactions. Jiang Xian was the first to respond, breaking into a knowing smile. "I cast my vote in favor." "This is a team competition," Fu Wei Er quickly added. "I also agree. Having Sister Ruan in the center would be fantastic." Yao Chuchu chimed in excitedly. "Does this count as a unique approach?" Xia Mo nodded. "I can do it." They were all genuine individuals, and Ruan Yu recognized this. Thus, she presented the sheet music in her hands.
"I, Xia Montag promptly volontiert. Good."
Ruan Yu smiled gently. "I will harmonize with you on this part, while the latter arrangement will be entrusted to Xian and Chuchu." Hearing this, Xia Mo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Once everything was finalized, Fu Wei Er appeared somewhat bewildered. "Sister, what about me?" "You will open the performance," Ruan Yu replied, placing the 6 opening lines before her. "Make sure to practice diligently." Within a brief span of 10 minutes, Ruan Yu had allocated each person's part, with hardly any dissatisfaction expressed. After this round, the admiration from the girls towards Ruan Yu transcended mere fondness. It blossomed into profound respect, even a fervent desire to be closer. Hoping to win the favor of the enchanting elder sister, Ruan Yu found herself surrounded by a group of young girls for quite some time. "Why are you still in the practice room?" A voice interrupted. "What's the matter?" Ruan Yu instinctively turned to the doorway. An executive director, wearing a work badge, quickly addressed Ruan Yu. "Teacher Ruan, the sponsors are here for an inspection today. Please take the trainees to the training camp's large lawn. The group has signed a sponsorship deal, and we must seize the opportunity." Compared to her, the young girls appeared notably more excited. The three of them surrounded Ruan Yu as they made their way to the training camp's outdoor lawn. Discovering a considerable setup, a lush green expanse adorned with an exquisite outdoor buffet, rivaling that of a five-star hotel, featuring an array of 15 or 16 desserts. Additionally, a temporary open-air stage had been erected. Ruan Yu allowed them to explore freely while she settled down at her designated area, which, curiously, was quite distant from the camera. Almost out of sight, perfectly agreeable. The training camp was backed by a magnificent river, and Ruan Yu adjusted her chair to face the gentle breeze of the August night. "Sister Ruan Yu." Xia Imo approached with a plate of matcha mousse, appearing quite playful, the very last one fresh from the oven. "Thank you," Ruan Yu said with a smile as she accepted it. What girl does not have a fondness for sweets? Especially for trainees, who, in their pursuit of maintaining their figures, seldom have the opportunity to indulge in such delights. The atmosphere among the trainees was too boisterous, seeking tranquility. Ruan Yu soon sent Xia Imo away and settled down on a small camping stool to enjoy the gentle breeze by the riverside. Before long, a faint sound of footsteps approached. "No need to bring me anything," Ruan Yu remarked as she turned her head, only to be met by a tall figure. As she looked up, she found herself captivated by an exceptionally handsome face, clad in a tailored suit and illuminated by the twinkling lights behind him, rendering him utterly mesmerizing. "Mr. Gu?" Gu Youci paid no heed to her address. "Why are you alone?" "Shouldn't that be my question to you, Mr. Gu?" Ruan Yu instinctively gauged his expression. Noting his demeanor was quite at ease. Almost forgetting that Mr. Gu was also a sponsor of Star Gravity, it made sense why the director was making such a fuss. "I'm nearby to discuss a contract," Gu Youci replied, pulling out a chair to sit down, his long legs appearing somewhat restrained. The director was bustling about, attending to others, oblivious to their presence. "Aren't you the main character?" Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow in amusement. Gu Youci's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Indeed. Hence the need for support." She paused and glanced behind him, spotting Huasheng and Yixing's agents congregated around the most lavish table, their faces aglow with excitement as they animatedly conversed. Huasheng was persistently pouring drinks for the director. Before long, the director scanned the room, seemingly searching for Gu Youci, accidentally glancing in their direction. "Looks like you found some good support," Ruan Yu commented. Gu Youci turned at her words, but was momentarily captivated by Ruan Yu's drowsy appearance. She seemed utterly exhausted, unable to resist resting her head on her hand for a brief nap. "Ruan Yu?"
Huh?
She responded absent-mindedly. "My relationship with Yi Ning is not as you might imagine," Gu Youci stated calmly, "or perhaps I should clarify that she has no interest in my gender. She simply enjoys playing." A profound silence enveloped them. Gu Youci frowned, suspecting she may have fallen asleep. Yet, in the next moment, Ruan Yu lifted her long, curled lashes. "Are you explaining something to me?"
Yes. Why?
She asked, utterly perplexed. "They're already divorced." Gu Youci was not one to lie, nor did he see the need to. His words had subtly conveyed that Miss Seng not only had no affection for him, but was also inclined towards women. Ruan Yu recalled that Miss Seng had indeed not committed any offense against her, nor had she uttered any insults, except for that one day when she had walked in on an unseemly scene upon discovering her pregnancy. "So that day you did it on purpose?" In a rare moment of candor, Gu Youci's gaze softened as he looked at Ruan Yu. "I merely wished to see how the then Mrs. Gu would react." Ruan Yu was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. "You were drunk? Why the sudden directness today?" "I find it quite puzzling as well." Ruan Yu was aware that while was the Gu family psychologist, a standard fixture for affluent families, perhaps, Gu Youci did not anticipate she would remember such details so clearly. "Ruan Yu. Hello." It is unnecessary to mention the activity that she deliberately ignored between the two of them. "Therefore, you require a physiological aspect."
No.
Gu Youci firmly believes it is not for this reason. However, the tips of his ears turned faintly red. He subtly tilted his head to conceal it. Chapter 25. Special Treatment. "I have been contemplating the most optimal approach." Gu Youci raised his gaze. "Thus, Miss Ruan, I would like to propose a transaction."
No.
Upon hearing the sensitive term, Ruan Yu instinctively shuddered. She resembled a hedgehog pricked by external stimuli, instantly erecting all her defenses. Her expression towards Gu Youci turned dissatisfied. Regardless of the nature of the transaction, I am unwilling. She did not wish to further indicate the fact of their divorce. However, belatedly, Ruan Yu observed Gu's expression. Gu Youci first fell silent, seemingly digesting the reality of his rejection. Finally, he stood up, apologizing for making her uncomfortable. Since that is the case. Hiss. Ruan Yu's sudden cry of pain prompted his habitual concern. What happened? Did the doctor not say that cramps occur only in the later stages of pregnancy?
Oh my.
This is excruciating. Ruan Yu nodded with a furrowed brow. Yes. Her calf was massaged with appropriate pressure. The man's fingers bore the faint calluses of hard work, causing her brow to gradually relax, alleviating much of the discomfort. Gu Youci unbuttoned one button of his shirt. The defined contours of his chest muscles subtly visible beneath the fabric, and Ruan Yu certainly recognized how exquisite that sensation was. The man looked down, focused on massaging her calf, appearing exceptionally gentle.
Ruan Yu suddenly spoke softly.
How would you like me to assist you? Gu Youci's fingers paused for a moment, then he spoke in a low voice. Ruan Yu, this is a lengthy process. Altering one's habits is no easy feat. Once begun, I would prefer not to halt, lest the situation deteriorates further. If I could accept it, Ruan Yu silently scooped a spoonful of mousse. A month's time, allow me to acclimate to life without you, maintaining emotional stability. Gu Youci candidly expressed that he has been suffering from insomnia for much of the time. Hence, I understand. Ruan Yu took a bite of the soft dessert, finding it somewhat cloying. I do not wish to reside in your villa. You should bring your things here. Moreover, I have numerous engagements this month, and you will likely need to accompany me in hotels. Gu Youci, actually, I merely wish to come over occasionally to spend some time. Very well. Ruan Yu proposed a more direct and effective method. Gu Youci had no reason to refuse. If she were to be out for most of the time, it would indeed only be in the evenings that they could be alone together. Gu Youci recalled Dr. Wei's words, seeking to find the changes needed to resolve the situation or gradually allow that aspect to fade from habit. I will call the lawyer tomorrow to bring over the agreement, including the remuneration you will ultimately receive, which will be a blank check. During this period, I will not engage in any excessive boundary crossing behavior. Excessive boundary crossing? Ruan Yu was somewhat puzzled. Should it not be that no boundaries should be crossed at all? I cannot guarantee that. Gu Youci stated earnestly. Furthermore, if necessary, we will sleep in the same bed. Ruan Yu, that feels rather unsafe. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the thought that they had shared intimate moments and even conceived a child, albeit a minuscule one, made Ruan Yu gently caress her stomach. Well then, let us collaborate harmoniously. Ruan Yu extended a hand, wishing for General Manager Gu to swiftly overcome his sensitivities. This way, I could entirely extricate myself from my troubles and repay all my debts of gratitude. Gu Youci lightly touched her fingertips, but at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from behind. They instinctively released their hands, just as someone exclaimed, "Hey, General Manager Gu, what brings you here?" Hua Sheng hurriedly restrained the inebriated director, who was offering a drink to General Manager Gu. Gu had just mentioned needing fresh air, so he stepped over to the riverside. Weren't you just searching for someone everywhere? Gu Youci graciously accepted the director's drink.
Ah?
A friend of General Manager Gu. I must toast you. The chief director squinted, barely able to stand, yet still raised his glass. Upon seeing Ruan Yu, his expression grew even more perplexed. Why did this young lady seem so familiar? My dear Rian. Hua Sheng tugged at the director. This. Miss Ruan is an acquaintance of General Manager Gu, truly. The director quickly straightened up, catching sight of Gu Youci's composed gaze, which made him tense up. Hua Sheng, why didn't you mention this earlier? When you first said Ruan Yu was General Manager Gu's person, I certainly. No need for that. The director was undeniably on his best behavior in front of Gu Youci. Hearing this, Gu Youci nodded. Hua Sheng remarked, the young master is clearly under her spell. TSK, it's no wonder you two are so close. The intoxicated director, however, felt the atmosphere shift, accompanied by the lyrical music from the open-air stage behind him. He was surrounded by ethereal, heart-shaped bubbles. Now, let's get to the point. Hua Sheng promptly reminded the director. Gu Youci initially intended to say it was casual, but then asked, Ruan? Her group is performing poorly. Only Xia and Mo volunteered to choose her. Hua Sheng added, currently, their exposure is the lowest, with many remaining trainees. Gu Youci furrowed his brow upon hearing this. When did Ruan Yu become a mere selection? Perhaps allowing her to stand alone was not the wisest choice. Then it shall be her. Gu Youci returned the glass to Hua Sheng without taking a sip. The girl you mentioned earlier, the one who chose Ruan Yu. Let her be the spokesperson for the star attraction sponsored by the Gu family. The camera should focus on expressiveness, but in moderation. The director and Huasheng exchanged glances. Understood. However, it was evident to all that this decision was made solely for Ruan Yu's sake. The Gu family sponsorship was not just for beverages or clothing. It encompassed a commemorative jewelry collection, an entire set of moissanite, which demanded a high level of sophistication from its spokesperson. The other spokesperson was Song Ningji. Xia Mo was indeed fortunate. Chapter 26, Husband. Furthermore, regarding whether Ruan Yu was truly a leftover option, the answer would soon unfold. The day after the studio visit, Gu's group secured a new international collaboration, necessitating Gu Youci to travel for 2 days. The special contract initially signed with Ruan Yu had to be temporarily set aside. Dressed in a low-saturation dark gray suit, the man was escorted by the lobby staff into a private elevator. As he passed by the front desk of the executive office on the top floor, he noticed a small group of employees huddled together. Gu Youci gradually halted his steps. Oh my wife is so beautiful, who could possibly understand? Clearly, it's husband. Absolutely stunning. My heart momentarily stopped just now. Do you know I might become a fan? Chen Shu, the assistant, cleared his throat lightly and tapped the desk. We're doomed.
What are you looking at?
Indeed, one of the female employees, quick on the uptake, picked up a nearby document. The person in charge from Yixing just came by with a contract that needs headquarters approval. They also brought good news, saying that the viewership ratings for Gu's investment in Star Gravity are exceptionally high. Chen Shu took the document and handed it to the president. Gu Youci nodded slowly and turned to walk toward the president's office. The young women let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank you, Secretary Chen. No need for thanks, Chen Shu replied with a smile. He glanced at the pause screen on the computer, which was flooded with comments, just at the moment when Ruan Yu struck the drums. Her hair forming a beautiful arc, a truly divine performance on stage. What are the latest statistics for Star Gravity? The girls exchanged glances. Should we say? If we do, it confirms the accusation of slacking off during work hours, but if we don't, we really want to share. It's phenomenal. The latest episode has soared to the top of various variety show rankings. Most viewers were drawn in by the addition of Senior Star. But I believe Ruan Yu deserves a significant share of the credit. One girl pointed to the computer screen. Pressing the play button revealed a flurry of comments. Chen Shu observed as the group unknowingly praised the former president's wife, nodding silently. Meanwhile, in the stark, monochromatic expanse of the president's office, the atmosphere was both spacious and coldly businesslike. Gu Youci placed the processed documents down and pondered for a moment before activating the computer. Not one to follow entertainment and film closely, he instinctively clicked on a web page, not needing to search precisely. The top 3 trending topics on the homepage displayed a familiar visage. The first video thumbnail featured Ruan Yu, titled, "The Most Beautiful Goddess in the Industry. Divine Drumming Performance." Gu Youci clicked on the video, initially struggling to find the mute button due to the barrage of comments. It was a compilation of her solo performances. At first, he was wholly absorbed in the stage presence, but under the spotlight of others' cameras, she seemed to curl up in a little ball, either dozing off or nearly unable to keep her eyes open. Yet, when it was her turn, her eyes sparkled, and her casual attire looked stunning. A flicker of amusement crossed Gu Youci's eyes, and his lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Huasheng had indeed been slightly exaggerated. Anyone with discernment could see that there was no trainee who did not admire Ruan Yu. However, with Star's prominence, the so-called senior's presence on stage inherently brought a certain star power, making it clear that betting on a senior like Ruan Yu was a risk that few could afford. The opportunity to debut was singular, yet the chances of elimination were countless. Soon, Gu Youci reopened the barrage of comments, and he could distinctly feel the fervor of the previous front desk girl's enthusiastic screams, as a staggering 58,509 comments were in the process of loading. The opening was a flurry of exclamations. Congratulations on discovering the divine stage. The beauty filter is off the charts. High energy ahead. Gu Youci belonged to a bygone era, an elder in spirit. Although he managed a leading entertainment enterprise like Yixing, he was not well acquainted with the vernacular of fan circles. And for the first time, he found it strikingly apparent. However, it quickly escalated. Hubby, my darling slender waist is dazzling. Ah, so handsome.
Son somi, sobi.
How can Wan be both a sweet girl and a goddess while also being a husband? My Ruan Jie stands tall. Her legs nearly as long as Teacher Cheese at 1.8 meters. Is this proportion madness? I absolutely adore. Gu Youci could not help but furrow his brows. Suddenly, his phone on the table rang. He answered it casually, and on the other end, Luo Chuan spoke with a laugh. Bro, do you have a moment? There's a meeting coming up. I have something urgent at hand. Could you do me a favor?
Speak.
Gu Youci paused his computer and walked over to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the bustling cityscape of Beijing. He picked up a delicate wooden box nearby. Have you seen the latest episode of Star Gravity? Sister-in-law was stunning. Gu Youci halted. So? My dad nearly beat me to a pulp. Is that what you wanted? A sense of inexplicable displeasure welled up within Gu Youci. No, Luo Chuan hurriedly countered. I was just teasing the little girl. You have no idea how popular sister-in-law is right now. Based on my years of observing the industry, by the second half of the year, all resources will be pouring into her, and profits will undoubtedly double. By the way, why hasn't sister-in-law signed with Yixing? Oh no, that's a divorce. Luo Chuan realized he had overstepped. I understand. Gu Youci dismissed his comments. Recently, I have matters to attend to with Ruan Yu. I will inquire about the personal endorsement you mentioned, but as for your address, it's time for a change.
Ah.
Luo Chuan thought. But I've been calling that for over 3 years. Alright, I will be mindful. Gu Youci detected the unmistakable uplift in Luo Chuan's tone and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This kid seemed to have developed a crush. Yet he still had the energy to inquire about Ruan Yu's personal endorsement to please the young girl. As he hung up the phone, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. Wait. What's wrong, bro? Luo Chuan listened intently. You keep up with the industry quite well. Gu Youci's tone was steady, but there was an unmistakable air of inquiry. Yixing is also interested in collaborating with Ruan Yu and has certain expectations for the persona of the spokesperson. What is your perspective on the public opinion regarding her latest stage performance?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Luo Chuan was bewildered by his lofty rhetoric. Sister Ruan has such a wonderful aura. Even as a spokesperson for Gu's, she would be more than adequate, but currently, the resources may not suffice. I advise you to reconsider. Isn't that a bit too obvious? Luo Chuan instinctively cautioned. That's not what I'm asking. A flicker of impatience crossed Gu Youci's eyes. Then what are you asking? You mentioned the latest episode of Star Gravity, and the praise for the sister-in-law is overwhelming. How many young ladies are eager to call him husband? Luo Chuan has grasped the essence of Gu Youci's appeal. In the latest reviews, it is not about collaborating with Yixing. Brother, you simply do not understand. Luo Chuan recalls the way his girlfriend gazes at Ruan Yu with envy, and he cannot help but sigh. The dynamics in the fandom have shifted. Calling someone husband is not merely a matter of gender, but rather an attitude. Chapter 27. President Gu's suave demeanor when he swipes his card is indeed striking. However, Ruan Yu has never referred to him in such a manner. This sentiment was not articulated by President Gu, who, after hanging up the phone, sent Ruan Yu a message asking, "What time do you finish work?" He resumed his work with focus, and as usual, Secretary Chen brought him a cup of coffee, which Gu Youci left untouched until his phone vibrated with a message. 10 o'clock tonight. Shall I pick you up? A sense of comfort enveloped him. He anticipated a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was a signal of relaxation in his body. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Youci exhibited remarkable efficiency. Whether in meetings or while receiving project proposals from various department heads, everyone sensed their president's uplifted mood. Although he did not smile, even a mere grin from President Gu is worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu was in the midst of filming the new Star Gravity trainee endorsement advertisement, which had yielded quite favorable results. It was late, and the practice rooms in the building had dimmed significantly, with only a few classrooms still illuminated. The star members, burdened with numerous engagements, had left early. Yet, Song Ningji's practice room remained lit. In that space, Ruan Yu, clad in a simple t-shirt with a refreshing ponytail and bangs, accompanied Fu Wire in practice, a challenging endeavor without proper vocal training.
Pitch up.
Excellent, once more. Each individual was honing their respective parts.
Xia Montak,
with solid fundamentals and a renewed fighting spirit, was the quickest to adapt to Ruan Yu's rigorous training regimen, which posed a challenge for the others, who juggled posture practice with singing. During a break, Yao Chu and Fu Wire felt the pressure and shed a few tears, yet no one chose to give up. Primarily due to Ruan Yu's relentless encouragement. She truly is remarkable. The girls felt compelled to exert themselves. Of course, Ruan, after a grueling session, appeared radiant with her flushed cheeks, a sight to behold. However, it was indeed taxing for them, as Ruan Yu's abilities surpassed those of the trainees. Huaxing insisted on timely departures for the artists, but Xia Mo, invigorated, urged them to continue practicing. Nevertheless, everyone found joy in their efforts. Time swiftly passed, and Yi hurried from backstage to call out, "Sister Ruan, it's time to finish." Outside, the sky was completely dark. "All right, I will continue with them," Ruan Yu replied with a smile, taking her coat. After bidding farewell to the trainees, she could not resist rubbing her sore lower back and the cramping in her calves. "Sweetheart, lend me a hand." "Sister," Yi exclaimed, startled. However, Huago had mentioned that she was different now and should not go out alone. Encountering obsessive fans could be particularly dangerous. Yi clearly expressed her concern. Ruan Yu donned her hat and mask, assuring her, "I know my limits. I will be fine." "Sister, please leave my room card at the front desk. I won't take it with me for fear of losing it." Ruan Yu waved her hand and headed straight towards the small door at the back of the training camp, causing Yi great concern. She hurriedly sent a text to Huasheng. "Tonight is different from any other. I hope Ruan Yu remains unrecognized by passers-by." In this day and age, fans can be quite daunting. Each entrance to the training camp requires a fingerprint for access, which Ruan Yu naturally possessed. Upon exiting, she did not see any familiar vehicles and stood by the roadside for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps emerged from the flower bed. Nink nink. Ruan Yu's fingers tightened around her phone. That voice was too familiar, almost painfully so. Shortly after, headlights illuminated her side. A silver-gray car halted before the lawn, and Gu Youci rolled down the window. Another sports car was parked by the roadside, and the tall figure of a man soon reacted. "Youci? It's quite late for Mr. Liu." Gu Youci glanced at Liu Xianzhou and the pale-faced Song Ningji in his arms, choosing to remain neutral. "I'm here to pick someone up." Upon hearing this, Song Ningji's delicate shoulders trembled slightly. Before long, a figure slowly emerged from behind the flower bed. Ruan Yu and Liu Xianzhou exchanged nods, feigning calm as she took a seat in the passenger side of Gu Youci's car. "Let us go." Liu Xianzhou couldn't help but ponder. "So it's Mrs. Gu." Upon hearing this, Song Ningji felt the grip of the man around her waist tighten further. A glimmer of despair crossing her eyes as she watched the luxurious sports car gradually leave them behind. "Let me go. Song Ningji, if you continue like this." "I said let me go." Unable to control her emotions any longer, Song Ningji forcefully pushed Liu Xianzhou away. Her makeup was exquisite, yet she appeared as if she might shatter at any moment. She spoke almost soundlessly. "Fine." Liu Xianzhou, unusually indifferent, replied, "You indeed need to calm down and understand your own identity." Song Ningji remained silent. After Liu Xianzhou's sports car drove away, she quietly crouched by the roadside, unable to suppress her sobs, looking nothing like the poised goddess she appeared to be on screen. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu, who had overheard snippets of conversation, was evidently not faring much better. "Is Miss Song still with Mr. Liu?" "At the cocktail party 2 years ago." Gu Youci knew what she wanted to ask. The private gathering had attendees of significant status, and at that time, Liu Xianzhou brought Miss Song, indicating he held her in high regard. Ruan Yu nodded silently. Just as Gu Youci had brought her to such events, where no one recognized her, yet due to her identity as Mrs. Gu, many offered her compliments. And Liu Xianzhou's companion was Song Ningji. This marked the first time Ruan Yu had seen her since retiring from Twinkle a year ago. They were both former trainees, and had once shared a stage. That private gathering was nothing short of a display of their utmost acting skills, one as the wife of the Gu group and the other as the girlfriend of the heir to the Liu group. It was truly a staggering clash of worlds. Ruan Yu thought this and felt a headache coming on. Just then, she spotted a traffic light ahead, leading to a bustling night market. She instinctively tapped the man's hand, urging him to stop. "There are so many stalls. I want to grab some snacks." Gu Youci glanced over, dismissing it as unclean. "I shall not indulge myself, but will bring something for the little ones." When Ruan Yu discovered that the digital device had automatically shut down, she couldn't help but feel a moment of exasperation. Furthermore, her small bag contained little cash, leaving her to casually inquire, "Do you have any money?" Mr. Gu, with one hand deftly steering the wheel, handed over his phone card holder, stating, "You know all the passwords." Ruan Yu replied, "How impressive. Truly, I'm losing my mind this late at night." Chapter 28. The Noticeable Bag. This night market was not exclusively for street vendors. It was nestled within the quaint alleys of a residential neighborhood. It was rare in Beijing to encounter intact old buildings in the historic districts. As Ruan Yu gazed at the Sherman Alley, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. After a day of sitting, a leisurely stroll felt quite delightful. "Shall we explore?" Ruan Yu unfastened her seatbelt, her eyes conveying a silent invitation. This was Mr. Gu's final opportunity. Honestly, she could manage alone, but considering Gu Youci's psychological struggles, perhaps a walk amidst the vibrant atmosphere of humanity would soothe his restless spirit. Moreover, with only one hand available, she was unable to carry much. Gu Youci recognized this predicament as well. The alleys of the old neighborhood possessed a unique charm, and although Ruan Yu had grown up in Beijing, she had seldom wandered through such ancient residences. Nostalgia was a luxury their generation could hardly afford. Yet, she could still imagine it vividly. Along the way, Ruan Yu sampled delicacies from every stall that appeared somewhat clean and appealing. But an unexpected issue arose at checkout. This street accepted only cash. It was Ruan Yu's first encounter with such a situation, and undoubtedly, it was Mr. Gu's as well. Nonetheless, it was quite amusing. Ruan Yu glanced at Mr. Gu with a hint of disappointment. Dressed in a bespoke suit, Gu Youci stood out starkly from the surroundings. Yet his strikingly handsome features drew the attention of many passers-by. Surprisingly, he did not appear the least bit self-conscious. After surveying the area, his gaze fell upon a young girl at a nearby stall frying skewers. He approached her with measured steps and politely inquired, "Hello, may I exchange some cash with you?" The young girl seemed taken aback, staring up at the 1.86-meter tall, impeccably dressed Gu Youci, before instinctively nodding, "Sure. Thank you." Throughout the interaction, Gu Youci maintained a demeanor that was both courteous and natural, leaving no room for offense. Ruan Yu watched in astonishment as he appeared to say something further. The girl glanced over at them, then with a sincere expression, began retrieving her wallet from her backpack, looking quite pleased. Ruan Yu thought to herself, only he could charm a young girl like that. Why doesn't he approach the numerous couples or middle-aged individuals instead? In less than 2 minutes, after exchanging cash with several vendors, Ruan Yu received the remaining amount, while Mr. Gu's hands were filled with an assortment of food containers, appearing remarkably down-to-earth. Unable to resist, Ruan Yu bit into a sweet potato ball. Noticing his frown, she quickly clarified, "Just one. I won't eat any more." Gu Youci switched the food to his other hand and took hold of the girl as they navigated through the crowd. She couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to that girl? She didn't refuse you?" "Nothing much," Ruan Yu replied, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she met his gaze. Sensing a hint of guilt in Mr. Gu, "Really?" Gu Youci maintained an unwavering expression as he remarked, "I mentioned you are expecting a child. We as a couple have not brought any cash, and should you find yourself hungry in the middle of the night, you might cry all night long." Ruan Yu stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. After calming her emotions, she found no inclination for jest. Gu Youci placed all the items into a white square bag and set it beside her in the passenger seat. "What's wrong?" he inquired, his demeanor in the night appearing exceptionally gentle. Ruan Yu felt a surge of anxiety within her, devoid of any appreciation for his kindness. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." She leaned back, pretending to doze off, and soon felt a warm suit jacket draped over her shoulders, perfectly fulfilling the role of a husband. As she gazed out at the passing lights, she discreetly caressed her abdomen. "Mr. Gu," she began softly. "When we first married, did you ever consider wanting a child?" It was rare for Gu Youci to engage in such a conversation, and assuming Ruan Yu was affected by his earlier words, he replied in a neutral tone, "You were too young at that time, and your health was not optimal. The initial agreement did not stipulate such a requirement. But did you ever think about it?" Ruan Yu pressed gently, as if seeking a definitive answer. "Yes," Gu Youci replied warmly, "but the decision has always rested with you, has it not?" Ruan Yu closed her eyes once more. The effects of pregnancy hormones often led to feelings of guilt at night, and she could only murmur an apology, acknowledging that she had not considered his thoughts. Even if she had, she would not have been willing to entertain the idea then. Their relationship was more transactional than emotional. A sudden realization struck her. She felt somewhat unjust, particularly towards the entire Gu family. "I might be coming down with a cold." She calmly fabricated an excuse while reaching for her phone. Upon discovering a small power bank in the storage compartment, she noted, "It still is charged?" "You left it in the car previously," Gu Youci observed with a glance. Ruan Yu became momentarily dejected. Why? Everything seemed to serve as a reminder of her perceived unfaithfulness. Yet the next moment, she charged her phone and called the night staff at the practice room. "Sister Sunday." "Hello, Ruan. What's the matter? Could you send a few of the trainees to the back door? I need to deliver the revised sheets to them." "Sure." After hanging up, Ruan Yu noticed Gu Youci parked the car and looked at her, prompting her to absent-mindedly touch her nose. "The trainees have a dance class and shouldn't eat too much. It's just a little white lie." "Understood," Gu Youci replied with a nod. As Ruan Yu observed him leaning against the driver's seat, she realized he had accompanied her everywhere after work without a moment's rest. Exiting the car with the bag, she spotted several eager little heads peeking from behind the iron gate.
Ruan Yu.
Fried snacks. Grilled sausages. "Love you, Ruan Yu. Thank you for the feast." Ruan Yu smiled upon hearing their excitement. "The food is blessed by your beloved hero." Indeed, Gu Youci's presence shone brightly. You haven't slept?" Ruan Yu noticed the faint shadows under his eyes. "Should I drive?" "No need," he replied, rubbing his temples. As they left the complex, they soon arrived at their destination, the hotel, and to ensure safety, they entered the building one after the other. Upon arriving first, Ruan Yu sought to bombard Mr. Gu with her thoughts. "Did you ask Hua to upgrade my suite? I had Secretary Chen do it." Gu Youci added, I have never stayed in a standard room. Shortly thereafter, a voice came from the phone. I believe you can manage. Just like today when you ate street food. It won't be allowed next time. Gu Youci replied. I didn't eat. Ruan Yu observed the reception staff leave and surveyed the opulent presidential suite with its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, internally lamenting the conspicuousness of Gu's actions. Changing rooms without permission was perilous. Chapter 29. Stay with me for a while. As the knocking echoed, Ruan Yu was conversing with Hua Sheng.
Indeed.
In a bid to remain inconspicuous, Mr. Gu had refrained from requesting a room card from the front desk. He glanced at the girl walking toward the window and turned to enter the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water trickling could be heard. You decide. I am not picky, Ruan Yu said, tracing circles on the glass. All right, I know you're too lazy to listen. Just hang up. Within half a second, Ruan Yu found herself in silence. The front desk had assisted with the luggage, and Ruan Yu squatted down, messaging Yi about changing rooms while retrieving her makeup remover and facial cleanser. The exhaust fan was rather loud. When Ruan Yu opened the bathroom door, she noticed the sound of the shower had diminished. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her. She was too tired to hum a tune. As she began to remove her makeup, halfway through, she instinctively glanced toward the entirely transparent shower. The sight of taut, well-defined muscles, damp hair, and piercing eyes left her breathless. After her heart skipped several beats, she slowly resumed washing her face, then abruptly slammed the bathroom door shut. Insane. 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 The girl buried her face in a towel, leaning against the bathroom wall, her heart racing 1,000 times over. Upon closer inspection, her ears were flushed and warm. Utterly incredulous, didn't he say he had no needs? The door behind her clicked open. Gu Youci emerged in a bathrobe. His hair partially dried. Ruan Yu forced herself not to look at him, lowering her head as she clutched her clothes and entered the bathroom. Both avoided mentioning the earlier incident. Whoever brought it up would face awkwardness. Gu Youci slowly closed the magazine. He observed Ruan Yu, who was clearly yawning from fatigue yet still engrossed in work, and could not help but speak softly. It's late. Just a moment. Ruan Yu gestured for him to remain silent, sitting cross-legged on the bed. With a pink hair tie encircling her fluffy bun, Gu Youci found himself overwhelmed by a long-forgotten weariness. In the next moment, he wrapped his arm around Ruan Yu's waist. Stay with me for a while. It was rare to hear such a request from Mr. Gu, considering how he had accompanied her throughout the day. Ruan Yu instinctively intended to push his hand away, but allowed him to embrace her. Her body stiffened momentarily, and she couldn't help but frown. He was holding her too tightly. Gu Youci loosened his grip slightly. His arm rested behind her ear, cradling her in a manner that was undeniably comfortable, yet to Ruan Yu, it felt overly intimate. Never mind, it was just a month. Soon she would be free from this predicament. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Ruan Yu immersed herself in the Tao Te Ching for a while, seeking to calm her tumultuous emotions. Soon, the gentle sound of breathing reached her ears. The costumes for the collaborative stage of Star Gravity had been finalized, tailored to match the unique style of each selected song, resulting in 8 distinct makeup designs. A photo shoot for the finalized looks was scheduled for tomorrow. Shun Rong, the chief makeup artist, promptly shared the designs with Ruan Yu upon seeing the garments, adding a considerate note. If you need any adjustments, let me know. I can still make changes before 10 tomorrow morning. After perusing the 4 makeup styles, Ruan Yu expressed her thoughts. I'm not particularly fond of the one for the center position. Is it possible to alter it? Yes. All customized designs will be given to the contestants as commemorative gifts this year, Shenrong assured her, alleviating Ruan Yu's concerns. Is President Gu still awake? Gu Youci rested his chin on her shoulder. My assistant will arrive at 8 tomorrow morning, Ruan Yu reminded him. Chen will be here by 7, he replied. Their schedules were perfectly aligned, allowing for a seamless contractual arrangement. Aside from a minor incident in the bathroom, their interactions throughout the night were harmonious, each of them clearly embodying their respective roles, just as agreed. As the night passed, Ruan Yu awoke to find the space beside her empty. The vast suite feeling unusually cold and desolate. She suddenly understood the withdrawal symptoms President Gu had mentioned. It was indeed challenging to adjust. Ruan Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes and noticed a note left on the bedside table by Gu Youci. She reached over, discovering a simple message. I slept very well. A soft laugh escaped her lips, reminiscent of a child reporting back to an adult after stepping out. Realizing her own delight in that moment, she gradually suppressed her smile and began to reflect on her feelings, ultimately tossing the note into the trash. At 8 o'clock sharp, Yi arrived. Upon entering the suite, she couldn't help but exclaim at the lavishness. Hua Ge is so generous. Just as Ruan Yu finished drying her face, Yi neatly stowed her handbag, and the two departed the hotel, boarding the van. As they passed through the lobby, they encountered a flurry of activity, with a crowd of people brandishing cameras, creating an air of confusion. "Driver, let us move back. We'll turn around soon. Or we might miss makeup," E remarked. "So many media outlets camped out all night? It shouldn't have anything to do with us," Ruan Yu thought, but E quickly dispelled her worries. "Sister, didn't you hear? Song Ningji fainted in her room last night." Ruan Yu felt a flicker of confusion. It was not unusual for artists to fall ill, but such an incident shouldn't attract so much attention unless something was amiss. She feigned indifference and opened Weibo, immediately bombarded by trending topics. Song Ningji pregnant. Star's only center position. Personal life in disarray. A wave of dread washed over Ruan Yu. For female artists, baseless rumors from marketing accounts could tarnish reputations at the peak of their popularity. She quickly skimmed the posts, landing on the most viral tweet, which featured an image of a private hospital. In the photo, a girl stood at the gynecology clinic's entrance, holding a blood collection tube. With her mask and hat obscuring her features, the girl bore a slight resemblance to Song Ningji, yet it was insufficient grounds for such an accusation. However, there was also a timeline and comparative images presented. A few days ago, photographs were taken at the hospital, accompanied by candid shots of Song Ningji on her way home from work. She was wearing the same exquisite pair of shoes. Within minutes of browsing, the first two trending topics rapidly vanished from the internet, and Song Ningji's studio promptly issued a clarification before the rumors could gain traction. Sister.
Yi climate.
Yixing has also released a statement. Their SA lawyer's letter. Of course, when you saw it. Yixing, a leading entertainment company, showed no tolerance for threats against their artists. They first silenced several marketing accounts and then swiftly released Song Ningji's health examination report. It revealed that her health metrics were all normal, debunking any claims of a chaotic private life. It was truly outrageous. E could not help but comment. Just yesterday, I saw Senior Song training the trainees. The dance intensity was immense. How could she possibly be pregnant? Ruan Yu softly agreed. Indeed, she is genuinely pregnant. She has been resting completely, not daring to dance at all.
Suddenly, Yi became mysterious.
What else wrong? I heard from a friend at Yixing that Sister Ningji's contract is managed from the headquarters, and everyone assumes she is the boss's wife. With Yixing's first large-scale public relations effort, do you think she and General Gu might be? Oh, by the way, Ruan Jia, do you know General Gu? Has he ever mentioned her? Ruan Yu pinched her little face. What a whimsical thought. E immediately raised her hand like a young student. Shippers unite. In this vast universe, only the most extraordinary and handsome men deserve the beauty. Chapter 30. Take matters into your own hands. Ruan Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to dampen the young girl's spirit but rather nodding thoughtfully, acknowledging her logical reasoning. Isn't it true? E delightfully began scrolling through comments, searching for allies in the discourse. Early in the morning, Xia Mo, along with several fellow trainees, had already warmed up their voices and hurried to the makeup room. Upon seeing her senior enter, they quickly became exuberant. Ruan Jia, we are the earliest. Ruan Yu gave a thumbs up in praise. Meanwhile, Shenrong was already at the scene organizing the makeup box. Someone opened the clothing room. You may go in and try on outfits. As the lead makeup artist, Shenrong signaled to Xia Mo and her group that they could enter warehouse number 8.
All right.
Ruan Yu, come with me. Being called upon, Ruan Yu nodded and followed Shenrong to the exclusive makeup room, where she saw a fitted satin slip dress on a model stand, accompanied by a pair of nearly 8 cm stiletto heels adorned with ribbons. The attire was simple yet elegant, albeit particularly demanding in terms of body type. With 2 hours to go, do you have any ideas? Shenrong inquired with curiosity. Ruan Yu pondered for a moment, bending down to touch the hem of the dress. I remember the backstage storage is next door, right? Does Sister Shen have the key? After a moment's consideration, Shenrong removed an access card from her work badge. What do you intend to do? Ruan Yu accepted it gratefully. Thank you, sister. Shenrong, increasingly intrigued, watched as Ruan Yu exited. Within 5 minutes, the girl returned, carrying a medium-sized cardboard box. Upon closer inspection, it contained large feathers and lace roses from the previous stage set. It was clear as day. You must have planned this all along, to be so adept. Shenrong was utterly astonished. Shenrong, amused, couldn't help but laugh and asked, but isn't there anyone to assist you with alterations? I am a stylist, not a fashion designer. Just sew a dress, do it yourself. Ruan Yu smiled coyly, shaking the small sewing kit and scissors in her hand, scavenged from the storage room. Time is of the essence, Shenrong reminded her. Ruan Yu gestured to indicate the length of the dress without lifting her head. Perfect. As footsteps echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of others, Shenrong stood and exited, leaving Ruan Yu to gaze thoughtfully at the long dress draped over the sofa. Suddenly, A tearing sound pierced the air. The shimmering satin skirt had been ripped open from the side. Ruan Yu settled onto the ground with a soft cushion, her focus dedicated to mending the jagged edges of the torn fabric. Initially clumsy, her technique quickly became more adept, her delicate profile framed by long, fluttering eyelashes. She began to fluff the ample feathers adorning the dress. In the corner, the red light of the camera had already illuminated. The warehouse bustled with activity as dozens of makeup artists were busy preparing the trainees, while senior artists arrived one after another, changing outfits in their designated rooms. The spacious venue contributed to an atmosphere of orderliness. Shen carried her makeup kit to Song Ningji's room and knocked on the door. "Are you ready for makeup? Teacher Song?"
Come in.
Upon opening the door, she found the esteemed agent Yu Manjin seated nearby, her face etched with concern as she spoke to the downcast Song Ningji, seemingly offering comfort. Shen quietly fiddled with her makeup kit. Yu Manjin took a hairpin to adjust Song Ningji's loose strands. "The company absolutely believes in you. The necessary legal procedures have been reported. The misleading photos from their group have not caused any substantial harm. Ningji, don't overthink it." Yet, Song Ningji remained silent. Shen waited until their conversation appeared to reach a natural pause before stepping forward. To the outside world, Yu Manjin was a quintessentially stern agent. Unlike the more glamorous agents at Huasheng, the artists she cultivated were always top-tier, including numerous award-winning actors. Her professional prowess was intimidating. However, her demeanor towards Song Ningji was remarkably different, almost maternal in nature, as if she were nurturing her like a daughter. Song Ningji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Whether from fatigue or sorrow was uncertain. Shen dared not speculate further. As she applied makeup with a slightly damp sponge, she noted that Song Ningji's skin was just as refined as Ruan Yu's. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a red mark along Song Ningji's neckline, nearly concealed from view. Shen heart raced with shock. There was no mistaking it. The bruise was both purple and red. Just this morning, news had circulated about Song Ningji's pregnancy, which had since been retracted. However, Yu Manjin's earlier words felt less like reassurance and more like an implication that everything had been resolved. It was perplexing. The makeup artist's hands halted abruptly, drawing attention. "Is something wrong?" Shen sponge slipped from her grasp. "I apologize, Teacher Song." Song Ningji lifted her gaze to meet hers, devoid of reproach, yet scrutinized her name tag closely. "Are you responsible for the makeup of everyone in the group?" "Only for you and Ruan Yu," Shen replied candidly. Upon hearing her words, Song Ningji responded with a soft and encouraged her to continue. "Yes." Shen exhaled with relief. It was rumored within the industry that Song Ningji had a gentle temperament, and it appeared the rumors held some truth. She dared not let her mind wander and focused on perfecting the artist's makeup. An hour later, the makeup was being finalized. "All done, teacher," she announced. As Song Ningji opened her eyes again, a vibrant and striking visage appeared in the mirror. The tear mole, paired with fox-like eyeliner, transformed her from the innocent girl she was moments before, revealing an entirely different kind of beauty. "How beautiful!" The assistant quickly approached with a camera. Observing Song Ningji's noticeably improved mood, Shen smiled lightly, realizing that she was merely a young girl who cherished beauty. A favored makeup look could uplift her spirits and divert her from negativity. "Thank you," Song Ningji turned to express her gratitude. Shen shook her head with a smile, saying, "Teacher Song, you are too modest. Your foundation is excellent, so the results will naturally be splendid." It had indeed been a rather uneventful makeup session. Some matters, once observed, are best left unspoken. Finally able to gather her things and depart, Shen had never before felt such an urge to escape. However, in her haste, she was prone to mistakes. Unfortunately, she accidentally knocked over a bottle of foundation. With a loud crash, a delicate, semi-transparent foundation bottle shattered into pieces. "Oh no!" Shen exclaimed. "How could I have mixed up Ruan Yu's foundation?" Hearing this, Song Ningji turned her gaze toward the makeup artist. The broken foundation lay scattered across the floor, creating a chaotic and frustrating scene, particularly given the brand's high price. Song Ningji hesitated slightly. "What shade is it?"
"Huh?"
As she pointed to the backpack on the sofa, the assistant quickly understood, rushing to retrieve it. She reached in to extract a brand new box of foundation, placing it on the table, her fingertip gently tapping the unopened packaging. It was the exact same brand and shade. Both Ruan Yu and Song Ningji had fair skin, necessitating the same foundation choice. Thank you, Teacher Song." Shen expressed heartfelt gratitude. This brand of foundation was exorbitantly priced. Song Ningji, no longer the cool goddess, radiated like the sun. Chapter 31. Benefiting from General Gu's favor according to the order of song selections, Ruan Yu's group was scheduled for the final makeup session. Shinrong made her rounds, inspecting several trainees. How's it going? About half an hour left, the makeup artist assured her with a reassuring gesture. Teacher Shun. Where is Senior Ruan Yu? We haven't seen her. Yao Chu raised her hand. She'll be in makeup room 6 shortly. Shinrong replied with a smile before departing with her kit. Upon returning to the familiar private room, she pushed the door open, and instantly, an excited voice exclaimed, "Ah, Sister Wan, that dress is absolutely stunning." Shinrong turned to see the floor-length gown draped elegantly on the model stand, momentarily doubting her own eyes. Ruan Yu was still making final adjustments. The girl casually used a makeup brush to gather her hair, bending down to tidy the hem of the gown. Once the skirt was perfectly arranged, she stood tall, stretching her lower back. My goodness, Shinrong approached, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Ruan Yu, to be honest, I no longer remember what the design of this dress looked like an hour ago. Ruan Yu stretched languidly, realizing it had been quite some time since she last engaged in crafting. Shinrong couldn't help but exclaim, "You always manage to surprise people in the most unexpected ways."
Yin oddet enthusiastically, absolutely.
Ruan Yu is simply the best. I broke your foundation, Shinrong said apologetically. I'll get a purchasing agent to help you buy a new one. It's quite all right, Ruan Yu replied, sensing her guilt. Her tone became more cheerful. Is this one borrowed? The brand of her foundation was notoriously difficult to procure. Although it was a luxury item, it frequently went out of stock. Besides, Ruan Yu used more than just that particular bottle. Shinrong's thoughtfulness was appreciated, and she did not wish to complicate matters. It belongs to Teacher Song, Shinrong said, her eyes filled with gratitude. I never expected she had one, let alone that she would lend it to me. No wonder the reputation is so good. Ruan Yu blinked. She knows it's borrowed? Shinrong nodded vigorously. Yes. Perhaps you were quite close before? It's already quite evident. Song Ningji was one of the few who knew her identity. They had not had much interaction in the past. So, Ruan Yu could not fathom a better reason for her willingness to assist, aside from being connected to Director Guan. The Darkness Group was working on a series of handcrafted skirts featuring silver and white gradients. Ruan Yu's makeup emphasized her hairstyle and eye makeup. Her naturally translucent skin, coupled with her curled, upward-turned lashes, was adorned with shimmering eyeshadow and winged eyeliner, while tiny rhinestones clung to the corners of her eyes, sparkling softly with each blink, resembling a goddess fallen into the mortal realm. Truly, it was a fitting tribute to her title. Fu Wei'er and Xia Imo were the first to finish their makeup and came to push open the door just as Ruan Yu emerged from the fitting room, her dress in hand, locking eyes with the two young ladies. For a moment, the air was still. Ruan Yu lifted the hem of her dress, bending her eyes into a smile as she performed a princess curtsy. Fu Wei'er stood frozen in place. My goodness, Ruan Yu, senior?
Xia Montag exclaimed,
covering her mouth in astonishment. At that moment, Ruan Yu's makeup outshone the entire world. Yao Chu and Zhang Xian hurriedly arrived, equally astonished at the scene. I remember. The design wasn't like this, Shinrong shrugged. Instantly, the room erupted in chatter. Ultimately, Ruan Yu's group was set to shoot their promotional photos separately. Gravity of Stars had already commenced online ticket sales. The senior collaboration stage would adopt a hybrid approach, accommodating around 1,000 people for the live broadcast. Within a minute of ticket sales opening, Weibo was nearly overwhelmed. Notifications were sent out in the morning, with ticket sales beginning in the afternoon. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of the Gu Group, Qinshu received a call and picked up a gilded envelope from the front desk. Is it a personal letter for Mr. Gu? Yes, from Morning Star Entertainment. The young female employee's face lit up with excitement, clearly envious. The tickets for Gravity of Stars had skyrocketed to 5-figure prices. Fans from across the nation were flocking to the event, and Mr. Gu had received a direct invitation. Qinshu knocked on the door and, after receiving permission, entered to find Gu Youci beside him, rolling up the cuffs of his shirt and holding a black and gold pen, engrossed in reviewing a contract. Mr. Gu, your coffee. Gu Youci nodded slightly, instructing each department to convene for an impromptu progress meeting shortly. Understood. Qinshu felt his heart sink. This was not good. Mr. Gu is once again poised to commence his indiscriminate cold-face sanctions against employees. The progress meetings at Gu Group, colloquially referred to as Mr. Gu's unilateral critiques of all departmental projects occur approximately every 2 months, often at unpredictable intervals. These gatherings are essentially the nightmares of all department heads. On the surface, Gu Youci remained silent. However, the following month, alongside the legal and financial departments, all contract managers received no year-end bonuses. The impact was undeniably significant, establishing a benchmark for industry standards. As Qinshu contemplated this, he was about to inform the various departments when he suddenly turned and said, "By the way, President." Here is the invitation from the Morning Star headquarters for the recording of the Law of Star Attraction. Upon hearing this, Gu Youci set down his pen. Tomorrow? He inquired.
Yes.
President. Just now, Mr. Luo contacted me regarding your schedule and mentioned he would be joining as well, Chen Shu added, along with his new girlfriend. Leave it here. Gu Youci replied, his gaze indifferent, yet he instructed, tell Luo Chuan that I will attend, and also, clear my schedule for tomorrow afternoon. Understood. Chen Shu exhaled in relief. It appeared that only matters concerning Miss Wan piqued the president's interest. Since arriving at the office yesterday morning, the company's small group chat had already erupted. A cohort of single female employees who had long coveted Gu Youci remarked that he resembled a radiant male deity, exuding an allure that only intensified with each passing day. Chen Shu concurred. After all, Gu Youci, emerging from the presidential suite yesterday morning, appeared extraordinarily handsome, his countenance devoid of a smile, yet his eyes gleamed with a sense of satisfaction. Even his previously faintly shadowed complexion now brightened. His attractiveness had elevated to new heights. It seemed that the hotel was not solely occupied by Mr. Gu. Who else could it be, if not Miss Ruan? Chen Shu shook his head, regaining his seriousness, and entered the company's bustling work group, typing out a message. Progress meeting in 5 minutes. All supervisors and project leaders must attend. The group, which had just been exchanging playful emojis, fell silent after a brief moment of realization. Suddenly, an emoji depicting a pig's mouth fell to the ground. In less than a second, that same individual responded, received, soybeans holding a heart. Subsequently, a flurry of people began to copy and paste. What purpose do these emojis serve? Chapter 32. Welcome, everyone, to the live stage of Star Attraction. This time, our organizers have only opened 1,000 seats, making those who can attend quite fortunate. Outside the live broadcast venue, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the scene as a sea of people. Most fans were not merely there to enter. With such a limited number of seats, the scale of their support banners was impressive. This event marked Star's only external appearance this year, distinct from variety shows and reality programs, and fans were resolutely behind them. A vast array of support banners fluttered in the breeze. An assistant outside approached a girl, asking, "Can we conduct a random interview?"
Me?
The girl exchanged glances with her friend, and both appeared resolute. I am a devoted fan of Ning, our generation's top tier.
Yifeng.
The first female deity of the entertainment industry. The live broadcast outside the venue became increasingly uncontrollable. Within half an hour, the law of stellar attraction severed the external live stream, redirecting the camera to the stage set, which was progressively filled with an eager audience. Fortuitously, the first 1,000 seats were in close proximity. The various groups had just determined their performance order, though it had not been publicly announced. Ruan Yu found herself in a rather ambiguous position, drawing the third spot. Song Mingji, perhaps the chosen one, was still set to perform first. But the unfortunate reality was that the second group was still Yifeng's, looming over them like two immense mountains. Fu Wire was nearly brought to tears from fright. I truly wished to console myself as Yao Chuchu rested her head on Ruan Yu's lap, but alas, senior sister. This time it was a combination of on-site voting and online participation. We need not speak of the vote counts, as it seemed we might not even have light sticks. Oh dear. Xia Imo maintained her composure, resting her chin in her hand and fixating on Ruan Yu as she applied her makeup. How stunning! As a trainee from Class A, she couldn't help but feel that this time would not be a disappointment. All right, one must possess a fighting spirit. Shen Rong leaned in to finalize Ruan Yu's makeup, appearing unfazed. Ruan Yu affectionately patted Yao Chuchu's head. Oh, Yao Chuchu quickly shielded her flawless hairstyle, exclaiming, "Sister Wan, you mustn't touch it now. The makeup artist will scold me later and come to fix my hairspray." Ha ha ha. Ruan Yu was amused, playfully pinching her nose, calling her a little fairy. So beautiful indeed. Laughter erupted among them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, Qi Lingyuan had already begun his ascent. With dozens of positioning cameras and cranes, linked to the largest broadcasting platform, the barrage of comments surged to 30 million.
Ah, my Yuan.
It's been so long since I've heard him sing. Yuan Go, the king of inland love songs. Next time, let us have a collaboration stage with the mentors. Song Mingji, the only C position in her group. Heart emoji. The premier legendary girl group of the entertainment industry, Star. Only Yifeng and Jiangshan are rare treasures. The fierce goddess Yifeng, top of the top. Ruan Yu, Ruan Yu, Ruan Yu, Ruan Yu, Ruan Yu, 1,000. The barrage updated at a staggering rate of 5,000 comments per second. The number of viewers in the live room approached 30 million, with a continuous influx of curious onlookers. Not far away, a scene unfolded. Why can't we go now? Ji Luo Chuan grimaced in feigned aggression, clutching his arm in pain from a previous encounter. The beautiful girl beside him pouted, on the verge of tears, causing him to relent. Darling, I've secured us a row of seats. I promise, right after the performance, we can go backstage for a photo. When the counting begins, you can only vote for me, Ruan. When Sairu tugged at his collar, asserting, "Did you hear that?" Taking the opportunity, Luo Chuan stole a quick kiss at the corner of her mouth, to which she responded, somewhat displeased that he had smudged her lipstick. Noticing his girlfriend begin to adjust her little dress, Luo Chuan chuckled, leaning in to rest on her shoulder, only to be interrupted by a tall figure slowly taking a seat beside them. "I'm sorry, this is my friend's seat." As Luo Chuan observed the man clad in a black and gray hoodie, he politely called out to him. The man turned, lowering his oversized hood, and their eyes met.
ACI.
My goodness, it has been years since I've seen you in casual attire. You look absolutely stunning. Gu Youci disregarded his scrutinizing gaze, accepted a bottle of mineral water, and, upon noticing when Sairu's inquisitive expression, paused to reflect before recognizing her identity. He nodded slightly, greeting her hello. This is... Gu Youci furrowed his brow, inadvertently stepping on Luo Chuan's toe. When Sairu quickly turned to inquire, what's wrong? Coming from a well-off family, yet lacking interest in business, she was unfamiliar with the head of the Gu Corporation. She waved at Gu Youci before turning her attention back to the stage, where the order of performances had not been disclosed, making it all the more thrilling, akin to opening a mystery box. As the lights flashed brightly, soft beams illuminated the stage. Following a gentle hum, the audience could clearly see the large screen. Song Lingji smiled as she adjusted her earpiece and made her way to the center of the group. The first is Lingji, my little captain.
Wow.
I'm overwhelmed. The deafening cheers from the audience echoed under the semi-open ceiling. Although when Sairu wasn't a fan of the Stargirl group, she was nonetheless astonished by Song Lingji's performance skills, shaking her light stick in excitement. The performance was a sweet and cool style of hip-hop dance, a popular song that incited an uproar both online and in person. Song Lingji's resilience in performance made her fans immensely happy, with her cheeks flushed. When Sairu took a sip of water from Luo Chuan's hand, clearly influenced by the electrifying atmosphere, where Ruan should be soon, right? Luo Chuan, somewhat unfamiliar with the world of fandom, endeavored to fulfill his role as a boyfriend. Gu Youci, lost in thought, lowered his head to send a message. When do you go on stage? Are you watching a live stream? Yes. Third, very soon. Closing his phone, Gu Youci returned to a contemplative pose, appearing utterly out of place among the thousand seats behind him, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Luo Chuan turned to look, astonished. How could his quality of sleep be so good? Wasn't he supposed to be insomniac?
Oh.
Sister-in-law is breathing the same air. Is he already asleep? Following the exhilarating opening dance, Yifeng's group took the stage. Among fans of Star, it was nearly impossible to find someone who did not adore Yifeng. Her performance prowess matched that of Song Lingji, yet today she deviated from her usual fierce goddess persona, donning dopamine-themed overalls and playful twin tails. The vibe was adorably energetic, yet the choreography was highly professional. My goodness. Feng Feng has transformed into a lively sweet girl. It's driving me insane. She is simply adorable. The audience was in an absolute frenzy. As her song concluded, the cheers of the crowd did not wane. However, after a brief 5-minute costume change, the venue fell silent. Suddenly, all the lights dimmed, plunging the audience into a state of confusion. Why is Yuan Go also off stage? There hasn't been an announcement yet? Is there a power outage? What a major stage incident. Amidst the lively discussions of the audience, a pair of hands gradually appeared on the large screen. A series of chords gently wafted into the ears of the spectators. The snow-white fingertips caressed the piano keys, repeating a simple yet melodious harmony 3 times. A beam of light illuminated the side of the stage, reflecting scattered glimmers. Oh my goodness! Look at the camera on the big screen. I am truly... No wonder beauty is a means of livelihood. Not everyone can bear that weight. I've seen the real person. I could boast about it for a lifetime. Gu Youci sensed something and lifted his gaze towards the large screen. Chapter 33. The Killing Part. The girl, adorned in a feathered, off-shoulder gown, exhibited a gradient from pure white to silver. From the exposed snowy thigh to the waist, white lace roses were intricately embroidered. She gracefully perched on the piano bench, her voluminous curls cascading to one side. The diamonds at the corners of her eyes sparkled under the lights, creating a mesmerizing effect. The only hint of color was the pearl rose nestled in her hair. With a deft and agile motion of her fingertips, she looked up with a gentle smile towards the distance. A melodious, clear voice resonated. It was Fu Wire, softly strumming a folk tune. In stark contrast to the powerful performances prior, The audience fell into a deep silence, captivated by the tender narrative from the east, with eyes beginning to glisten. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through. As Ruan Yu leaned closer to the microphone, the sheer fabric of her gown billowed with the wind, capturing a stunning image on the enlarged screen. The atmosphere, both live and in the streaming comments, surged with excitement. I am going crazy. This group is so nostalgic. I want to cry. Ruan, tell me loudly. Is this the wedding scene you prepared for me? She has mastered every angle of the camera. Oh my goodness, there is such a modeling face in the circle. Ruan Yu sings Manon so perfectly. She specially learned it. She holds me in her heart. As for the live performance, it was even more impressive. Every shot she took was executed flawlessly. Everyone was on point today, having made the most of their daily practice, yet the disparity in skill was evident. The only one who could keep pace with Ruan Yu's technique was Xia Mo. Ruan Yu single-handedly elevated the atmosphere of the entire venue. Xia Mo also perfectly embodied the prowess of Class A, showing no signs of being overshadowed, confidently completing her killing part under her senior's accompaniment. Yet Ruan Yu, every moment on stage was a killing part. Upon conclusion, a video of Ruan Yu's latest celestial performance swiftly soared to the top of Weibo's trending list, becoming one of the most viewed collaborative stages of Star Gravity Law to date. Currently, Song Lingji held the top position, while Ruan Yu's group was tied for second with Yifeng's group. I knew it. Ruan is stunning. When Cyril lowered her head to check the camera, cradling the photos she had just taken, and embraced Luo Chuan's hand, insisting they go backstage immediately. The live performance continued, the noise ever present. All right. Luo Chuan was equally astonished by the preceding performance. Turning to Gu Youci, he remained captivated by the shifting scenery on stage, an unusual emotion reflected in his eyes. Ruan Yu looked stunning today, a beauty transformed since their parting. Soon, a man wearing a name tag approached. Hello, Mr. Gu. The man, perceptive to the atmosphere, noticed Gu Youci's presence and hastily removed his own name tag, offering one to both Luo Chuan and Gu Youci. With this, you gentlemen may access the backstage. Thank you. Luo Chuan accepted it and handed it to Wen Sairu. Gu Youci paused momentarily but ultimately declined. No need. The man's hand trembled, fearful of having made a misstep. It's not your concern. Let us go. Luo Chuan interjected. Observing Gu Youci's departure, he quietly called out, Brother, aren't you going to see sister-in-law? Never mind. Let us go. Forget about him. He quickly shifted the topic. When Sairu was visibly excited and paid little attention to the exchange, Ruan Yu, with one hand clasped over her chest, gracefully made her way to the backstage. It had been a while since she had donned high heels, and though her gait remained steady, the 7 to 8 centimeter stilettos slowed her descent down the stairs. Fortunately, Hua Sheng, with keen eyes, quickly took her arm. Slow down. Yi hurried forward to lift Ruan Yu's dress, preventing her from tripping over it. Not far away, Yi Feng lounged on the sofa, allowing the makeup artist to undo her hairstyle. She cast a slightly displeased glance at Ruan Yu, who was surrounded by admirers, rolling her eyes. However, Ruan Yu's adorable overall attire exuded a charm that diminished any perceived hostility. After Ruan Yu stepped off stage, she quickly shed the beautiful yet torturous ensemble. A true trial for a woman in her delicate condition. Once she slipped into her slippers, a wave of relief washed over her. The groups preparing to perform were in the dressing room, leaving only those who had completed their performances backstage. Ruan Yu's striking dress drew considerable attention, with several trainees secretly admiring her beauty, utterly captivated. Song Ningji couldn't help but glance at her reflection in the mirror. To her surprise, their eyes met. Ruan Yu did not shy away, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Song Ningji reciprocated the gesture. A subtle understanding passed between them, lifting their spirits significantly. Seated at the outermost makeup table, Ruan Yu was presented with a tablet by Hua Sheng. Here, what is it? Ruan Yu leaned closer to the screen.
Sister Ruan.
Our group is currently in second place for votes. Let me see.
Xia Mo leaned in as well.
During their conversation, the fourth group had completed their performance, their vote count significantly lower than the top three. The online voting system permitted one vote per group, with the option to abstain. Just as their discussion heated up, a staff member knocked on the door. Is Teacher Ruan here?
Come in.
Hua Sheng responded, revealing a somewhat familiar face. Mr. Luo? Luo Chuan entered with Wen Sairu, his usually vivacious girlfriend displaying a mix of excitement and shyness as she linked her arm with his, her tone softening. Agent Hua. It's been a while. They exchanged handshakes. This is Hua Sheng, a perceptive individual. This is my girlfriend, Wen Sairu. I brought her to witness the live performance of Star Gravity and hope to take a photo with Miss Ruan, if that is possible. Of course. But you'll need to ask her directly. Huashan called out, Ruan Yu. When Sairu restrained her excitement. Upon seeing Ruan Yu glance over, her heart skipped a beat. How beautiful. Luo Chuan? Ruan Yu was taken aback to discover a familiar face. She had not been paying attention to their conversation but immediately noticed the young lady and inquired towards Luo Chuan. Is she your girlfriend? Luo Chuan replied, beaming with pride. When Sairu, momentarily stunned, turned to him. Do you know each other? Ruan Yu cast a cold glance at Luo Chuan. Reminiscent of a certain CEO from earlier, they should be considered friends. You and I. When Sairu was utterly flabbergasted, she turned and pinched Luo Chuan. Why didn't you tell me? You tricked me about taking selfies backstage. When did you meet Ruan? Luo Chuan was suddenly bombarded with a few solid punches. Hey. Ruan Yu chuckled, coming to his defense. It's just a fleeting acquaintance. What about your selfies? When Sairu quickly snapped back to reality, shoving the camera into the unwilling hands of Luo Chuan, glaring at him. Make sure you take good shots. If I end up with any unflattering angles, you're done for. With that, she excitedly dashed towards Ruan Yu, her tones sweetly teasing, Teacher Ruan. May I come a little closer? Luo Chuan sighed. I'm just a starry-eyed boy. I want to hold it against you. Ruan Yu was utterly charmed by the young lady's playful demeanor. The group photo session progressed smoothly. As the backstage grew crowded, when Sairu clung to Luo Chuan, reluctant to leave, pondering over how long she had been deceived, intending to interrogate her boyfriend thoroughly before they departed. Ruan Yu leisurely stretched. Our group should have finished recording by now. Hey. Are you planning to sneak off early? Huashan suddenly grimaced. Oh. Ruan Yu blinked. Is it that obvious? Chapter 34. His unspoken words. Alright, you can go. Huashan waved his hand in resignation. The soaring figures from today as data brought immense joy. So, he wouldn't quibble with the lazy goddess who only wished to clock out. Ruan Yu smiled upon hearing this, ruffling the hair of several trainees. Shall I take my leave then? No, Ruan Yu, Senior. Senior Ruan has already wrapped up. Will we still get to see you in the future? Reluctant to part, Xia Emo hugged Ruan Yu's waist while sitting on a chair, noting her slenderness and unable to suppress her maternal instincts. Ruan Jia, please eat more. You're too thin. Alright. Ruan Yu playfully tapped each little face as she departed. After about a week of interaction, everyone had built a solid foundation of camaraderie. What's wrong? E jumped in surprise. I just remembered, the fitting room curtain is broken. Ruan Yu maintained her usual composure. I'll go change. You wait for me at the back door. Okay.
Yi readily agreed.
Once she left, Ruan Yu gently pushed the door open, peeking out. She exchanged a glance with President Gu, who was on the sofa conversing with his secretary, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Why are you? Almost gave me a heart attack. Upon seeing Ruan Yu enter, he swiftly locked the door, his eyes quickly losing any trace of amusement as he ended the call. Were there many people when you arrived? Ruan Yu's anxious demeanor appeared particularly endearing, compared to the goddess who had just graced the stage. She seemed more like a girl filled with the warmth of earthly presence. No one, Gu Youci replied. Ruan Yu pressed her hand against her chest, kicked off her slippers, and settled onto the sofa. The pristine white dress she wore was even more exquisite than the images on the large screen, especially the way the hem parted to reveal her delicate legs. Gu Youci draped a blanket over her legs, remarking on the rarity of her donning a white dress. You look beautiful, he said, pausing significantly after his compliment. Today, he observed her with a keen intensity. Indeed, it was uncommon to see Ruan Yu in such attire. Even during the most pivotal moments, he had never witnessed it, leaving him with a sudden sense of emptiness, as if something vital was missing. Ruan Yu, however, did not fully grasp his words. Before long, Gu Youci handed her a new document. She held it up and glanced at the supplementary terms. Has the first treatment cycle arrived so soon? I'll be moving in tonight. Ruan Yu had no objections and briefly scanned the contract's expiration date. You've already deducted 7 days automatically, she noted. Will I still have to live with you during the next treatment cycle? Shouldn't we gradually separate to alleviate withdrawal symptoms? I'll sleep in the living room, Gu Youci replied, which brought Ruan Yu a sense of relief. Excellent. The patient is very cooperative. The progress is commendable. After signing the agreement, Ruan Yu finally took note of Gu Youci's attire. He had suddenly adopted a different style today. The hooded sweatshirt gave him a youthful, athletic appearance, reminiscent of a college student in his early 20s, strikingly handsome. Ruan Yu chuckled softly, feeling that his change of clothing had made him more engaging in conversation, yielding a delightful effect. No one has come to greet the god of wealth. Be cautious with icy drinks. Your physiological period is approaching. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must leave, he stated. Ruan Yu held a small piece of paper, noting that although his tone resembled his usual demeanor, it felt imbued with a touch more warmth. Gu Youci was genuinely adapting to the withdrawal treatment. Even his tone had become convincing, almost as if they were a loving couple. And he remembered her physiological cycle. How did he know that? Oh right. Gu Youci had likely memorized the days of his abstinence each month. Ruan Yu sighed, feeling as though she were the one detached from the narrative. She took the cup of cocoa and walked to the back door, where she spotted a familiar vehicle. She climbed into the car and said, "I'll take a nap." "Sister, you haven't removed your makeup."
Yi quickly reminded her.
"Just in time. Your Wan is too sleepy to wake up. Let us take a photo." Ruan Yu lazily posed with a peace sign, making an effort to showcase her beauty, appearing soft and fair. How adorable. Yi promptly pulled out her phone to capture the moment. While editing her Weibo post, she was initially cheerful until she saw that the official Weibo account of Star Attraction Law had pinned a post, and her expression turned to one of astonishment. What's wrong? Ruan Yu was just adjusting her small belly, feeling the gentle growth of the little one within her, still quite small. The Dark Sky team has surpassed Song Ningji's Jojkaran is now in first place. Ruan Yu, still basking in the comfort of relaxation from fatigue, replied casually, "That's quite normal. Song Ningji has impressive professional capabilities. He performed well today."
Huh?
"Who's in first?" "You are," Yi said, biting her lip as she handed her phone to Ruan Yu. The latter was evidently taken aback. She raised her phone to inspect the official voting channel, which had already produced 7 groups, with the leading contender amassing 93,470 votes, corresponding to Dark Skies. In just 4 hours of the official livestream, Ruan Yu's follower count surged by 2 million. "Have the on-site votes been released?" Ruan Yu inquired. Indeed, all efforts had not been in vain. This occasion served both as a collaborative stage and an elimination process. Fortunately, it was a team competition. "We are currently tallying the votes," Yi promptly replied. "All right. Let me know when the results are in." Ruan Yu handed her phone back, feeling a sense of relief over a significant matter settled. The tranquility of the vehicle made it easy to doze off, and within a minute, gentle breathing filled the air. Yi, in contrast to Ruan Yu, was considerably more exhilarated. "Sister Ruan." She clutched her phone, examining comments, and upon noticing Ruan Yu had already succumbed to slumber, she hastily silenced herself and sent out the meticulously crafted Weibo post. "Ruan Xiaowan's brief respite after work, yay." In less than 2 seconds, the Weibo comments inexplicably surged by 500. Yi exited the app, glancing at the rapidly increasing number of fans for the slumbering Ruan Yu, which had now surpassed 500,000, while Ruan Yu's super topic followers were on the brink of reaching 100,000. In under a month. This was the answer Ruan Yu had presented. The phone rang, its chime resonating. "Yi answered, hello, broter Hua." "Where's Ruan Yu?" "Sister Ruan hasn't slept well this week and is quite exhausted," Yi instinctively defended. "She just fell asleep. It's nothing serious. I merely wanted to inform her." Brother Hua seemed exceedingly satisfied, stating that in the collaborative stage of Star Gravity, Ruan Yu ranked first, with the on-site votes only second to Song Ningji. "Director Gu just called me. The Gu family is coming to discuss an endorsement." Chapter 35. Why not return home? The child's heartbeat is currently weak. We need to expedite the delivery. Take deep breaths, Miss Ruan. "Yes, that's right, keep it up. Come, let me wipe the sweat from your brow." Her hair clung in damp strands to her fair neck, her vision blurred, the pristine ceiling transformed into a flickering white light, dazzling to the eye. After a moment, a warm hand clasped hers tightly. The midwife's voice rose with excitement. "We can see the child's head. This is the last time, the last push." A soft moan escaped Ruan Yu's lips, unbearable pain coursing through her. Suddenly, the strands of hair at her temples were gently caressed.
"I'm sorry, Ruan.
"I'm so sorry. There won't be a next time." She was about to lift her head for clarity when a wave of excruciating pain overtook her. Instead of the anticipated cry of a newborn, the alarm of the heart monitor blared, a piercing sound that filled the air. "Something's wrong. The mother is hemorrhaging." The fetal heartbeat had plummeted to silence. Preparations for surgery to extract the child were urgently underway. "Ruan Yu looked at me. Ruan Yu." Gu Youci's anguished cry shattered the air, stirring deep sympathy within. With a jarring thud, the dream fragmented. Ruan Yu awoke, drenched in cold sweat. It had merely been a dream. No complications, no Gu Youci, no excessive bleeding. The child had not perished. "What's wrong?" Yi noticed her dazed expression. "Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Ruan Yu gradually composed herself. Outside the window lay the familiar avenue leading to her apartment, where Yi had already assisted her with the luggage. Sweating profusely, Yi, cautious of catching a chill from the air conditioning, wrapped Ruan Yu more snugly in a blanket. "By the way, sis, someone called you earlier." Ruan Yu absent-mindedly placed her hand on her abdomen.
Who was it?
"He didn't say, but he seemed a bit angry." Yi scratched her head, but his voice was really nice. Ruan Yu chuckled softly. May I ask who you are? Still groggy from sleep, she struggled to gather her thoughts. There was a silence on the other end that lingered for nearly 5 seconds. Then came a cold, cutting response. You are truly quite irritating, Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu felt a buzz in her head and glanced at the screen. A smile creeping onto her face. You little rascal, you changed your number without telling me, and now you're trying to turn the tables? Did you call me first? Yi looked up from her phone, recognizing the familiar voice. It's the handsome guy from earlier. Why call him handsome? Though she had never seen his face. The youthful, melodious tone of his voice was enough to elevate one's spirits, making one wish to hear him call sister 1,000 times. I've been a bit busy lately, Ruan Yu replied, a hint of guilt surfacing in her voice. I'm an adult of 18. So, Ruan Jinghang, now that you're an adult, you won't call me sister anymore? I won't. Ruan Jinghang replied sullenly. Ruan Yu fell silent, patiently waiting for a moment. Really? Ruan Jinghang's tone was filled with surprise. However, peering out the window, he inquired, Sis, when will you be home? Ruan Yu checked her phone. In about 10 minutes. Wait. Ruan Jinghang, where are you? At Gu's villa. Where else? Ruan Jinghang's handsome face darkened at the mention of someone. Unable to bring himself to utter the word brother-in-law. Mom asked me to swing by and see you. Ruan Yu rubbed her temples in exasperation. I'm not there. She provided the name of a restaurant near her apartment, instructing the family driver to take him there. Do you have any money on you? Please don't transfer me funds. Ruan Jinghang reacted vehemently, clearly rejecting the topic. I'm heading over now, he declared before hanging up. Ruan Yu listened to the dial tone, shaking her head with a smile. Eve blinked curiously. Shall we take you to the restaurant? Eavesdropping on my call? Ruan Yu playfully pinched her cheek. I was just curious. Eve rested her chin on her hand, evidently intrigued. My brother, by blood. Ruan Yu booked a reservation on her phone, adding, didn't he listen attentively? When I called his name, he also has the surname Ruan. Oh my. Exclaimed, instantly captivated. He must be handsome too. Ruan Yu laughed, not bothering to refute her. They temporarily stored their luggage at the security booth. And upon reaching the entrance of the Western restaurant, Ruan Yu waited in the car, learning from about the final results of the stage. In this live voting, we came in second, but the online votes account for 50%, and overall, we secured first place. The outcome was entirely unexpected. Ruan Yu had anticipated not losing. Yet she had not foreseen such a decisive victory. Thus, in the team competition, the Dark Knight group comprising Fu Wei'er, Xia Mo, Yao Chuchu, and Jiang Xian all advanced. After uttered these words, she was overwhelmed with joy. Sister Ruan, do you realize that without this opportunity, everyone except Xia Mo would have been eliminated? Fu Wei'er and the others have already advanced to the finals. Even if we don't debut, the exposure would be exponentially greater. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Sister, are you doing this on purpose? Observed her expression and suddenly recalled the online debate surrounding the center position of Tian Hei, gasping in shock. So your group changed the center position, and Fu Wei'er relinquished it to you? In a scenario where no one had any exposure, Ruan Yu represented the final card. Losing her would mean total annihilation. I requested it voluntarily, Ruan Yu remarked, gazing at the car that had come to a halt nearby. It was a gamble she took and fortunately, she won. Darling, you have a break for the next 2 days. Upon finishing the sentence, Ruan Yu donned her sunglasses and mask, striding toward the tall, handsome figure standing by the roadside. The boy stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, dressed in a crisp, simple shirt and wide-legged jeans, casually carrying a black backpack, an archetypal college boy. Does that handsome guy want to ask for your WeChat? Ruan Yu halted, crossing her arms, and watched with amusement as Ruan Jinghang reacted, having just called her sister in a soft, obedient tone. You don't have one? Ruan Jinghang appeared somewhat perplexed. Just register for one. Ruan Yu replied. Goodness. How rude to girls. Chapter 36, Pregnant Can't Eat. Aware of her identity, Ruan Yu hesitated to approach. Who taught you that way of refusing? Ruan Jinghang abruptly turned his head. Upon seeing Ruan Yu, dressed casually and looking beautiful, his eyes lit up. Sister, you just called me by my full name. Ruan Yu couldn't help but marvel at her younger brother, who had grown significantly taller. How did you grow so fast? Ruan Jinghang instinctively shielded half of his face from the sun, becoming a natural umbrella. He bore a resemblance to Ruan Yu, with a distinctly handsome profile, his features sharp yet charming. However, in the presence of someone close, he wore a smile. Ruan Yu naturally linked her arm through her brother's, and the two entered the private room together. The seating was somewhat secluded, with few patrons in the hall. Has the admission notice from Jing City University arrived? Ruan Yu set her bag down and placed the ordering pad in front of Ruan Jinghang. What major did you ultimately choose? I had a disagreement with Dad. Ruan Jinghang replied calmly, gesturing for the waiter to leave. When he asked someone to change my application, he surely anticipated that I would confront him, though he never expected it to be so complete. Moreover, I have already received an offer from Princeton. He shrugged, adding, I haven't told Mom yet. Ruan Yu grasped her brother's ear. Why do you think Dad would hit you? Before making a decision, didn't you consider discussing it with the family? It's not like they're forbidding you from going. Ruan Jinghang inhaled sharply. However, Ruan Yu soon softened, rubbing his reddened ear. You'll be fine. Have you sorted everything out with the school? Her sister's astonishment, anger, and concern stood firmly by his side. This was the reason Ruan Jinghang had chosen to confide in Ruan Yu first. He smiled as he perused the menu. Although his visa had expired, it had been renewed, and he had received both the acceptance letter and the recommendation for enrollment. He was set to report next week. As for his living arrangements, Ruan Yu couldn't help but ponder a bit more. I'll inquire for you. Don't ask him. Ruan Jinghang instinctively pressed down on his sister's phone as she took it out. It's unnecessary. What are you thinking? Ruan Yu quickly understood his misunderstanding. I have a friend in New Jersey. It has nothing to do with your brother-in-law. Why do you explode like a stick of dynamite every time he is mentioned? He is not my brother-in-law. Ruan Jinghang's face was cold. He had never acknowledged it before, and wouldn't he do so in the future. I also do not wish to inherit our father's company. It should have ceased to exist long ago. Ruan Yu furrowed her brows slightly. Xiao Heng, that was my decision. But 3 years ago, I have said it, he is irrelevant. Under his sister's disapproving gaze, Ruan Jinghang quickly fell silent. Yet, when the past was brought up, his clenched fists beneath the table remained tense, leaving him to wait quietly for the waiter to serve their dishes. Ruan Yu lowered her head to send a message. I'll help you find a compromise for housing, somewhere close to both the city center and the school. I'll stay in the dormitory. Then leave it as is. Ruan Yu's tone softened. You've never lived in a dormitory since childhood. If you're not accustomed to it, you can stay outside. If it's really not feasible, take a classmate out on weekends. At least you'll have a place to stay. All right. He no longer refused. Indeed, during the times when the family's circumstances were at their worst, he had attended the finest international school, never lacking in living expenses, with nearly unlimited funds on his card, and was chauffeured in luxury cars, truly the son of a wealthy family. Yet all of this was later exchanged for his sister's marriage. Soon enough, several waiters began to bring out the dishes. One of them was a refined version of a traditional dish, drunken crab. Remembering his sister's preferences, Ruan Jinghang attempted to cheer her up, picking a succulent crab leg, still glistening with roe, and gently placing it in Ruan Yu's bowl. I chose your favorite. Would you like to try? Ruan Yu glanced up momentarily. No, thank you. Why not? For a moment, the air was thick with silence. Ruan Yu quickly realized and turned to look at her brother. She saw Ruan Jinghang stiffen, his handsome face drained of color, appearing as if he had lost his spirit. Is it him, or the Gu family pressuring you? Ruan Jinghang abruptly stood, the chair screeching loudly against the floor. If Ruan Yu had not grasped his hand, the typically obedient Ruan Jinghang, now with bloodshot eyes and rapid breaths, looked utterly on the brink of collapse. He almost rushed out the door to confront the Gu group. However, his sister's tight grip on his wrist restrained him. Despite the turmoil within him, he still considered Ruan Yu's pregnancy. A single forceful move could send her crashing to the ground, so he held himself back. Calm down, Xiao Heng. Ruan Yu knew her brother's weakness. This matter should not be exposed before him at this moment. Why do you say that? 500 million a contract. To marry Ruan Yu, who was just 1 month shy of turning 20. Her only request was to forego the wedding ceremony. Later, Ruan Jinghang learned from his mother that his sister had voluntarily withdrawn from the entertainment industry and consented to marry Gu Youci. Along with the unexpected relationship that had developed between Ruan Yu and Gu Youci, his small world seemed to be crumbling. Ruan Jinghang had always believed that his parents concocted fictitious tales to deceive him, merely to sustain the facade required by their company's ambitions. The diminishing correspondence, coupled with the absence of any online news about his sister, who had once cared for him so deeply, was disheartening. He had grown from a height of 1.60 m to 1.80 m, yet the only constant was the influx of money each month. If the Ruan family remained oblivious to the significance of the stage for Ruan Yu, Ruan Jinghang understood. And thus, he was the only one aware that his sister's marriage to Gu Youci was not born of love, but rather out of necessity for their Ruan family. In this regard, even their mother had committed a grave error. When Gu Youci came to propose, although their mother felt anguish over her daughter's lost innocence, Gu Youci's background left them no room for selection. She had always believed that at the very least, Ruan Yu was content with her husband. Even now, she maintained that belief. I have expressed my disdain for him, He flaunts his wealth as if it can solve everything, pretending to be magnanimous. He thinks he is bestowing a favor, but who besides my father would care for his so-called responsibility? At that time, he merely took advantage of the situation. Gu Youci was unaware of my pregnancy. Ruan Yu observed her brother pause and then added, "We have divorced." Once again, there was a suffocating silence. "You, divorced?" Ruan Jingheng murmured. "Yes, we divorced," Ruan Yu softly reiterated. Chapter 37. A Tiny Being. When Ruan Yu spoke these words, her tone was gentle, devoid of any unusual emotion. Ruan Jingheng took a considerable time to process this, only to realize that he felt no joy as he had anticipated. Perhaps it was because of the question that lingered in his mind. What will happen to my little nephew? What can be done? Ruan Yu poked his forehead. You're a bright student. Surely you can figure this out? Do you expect to raise him all on your own? Ruan Jingheng understood her all too well. Such matters are not for children to meddle in. Ruan Yu's expression had grown quite indifferent. The decision I made was not impulsive or whimsical. Gu Youci cannot sway my thoughts, nor will he be privy to this matter. No. Ruan Jingheng's eyes were still red, resembling a petulant child. I took a picture from the last prenatal checkup. You can see a little hand. Ruan Yu casually pulled up the album. Would you like to see? Ruan Jingheng leaned in eagerly. It has a round head, so tiny and incredibly adorable. I want to see. Ruan Jingheng hurriedly moved closer. How could he resist the allure of his sister's child? Ruan Yu smiled as she handed her phone to him. Ruan Jingheng held his breath, his fingers zooming in on the image. At his age, he was unaccustomed to much, continuously leaning in to inquire about the outlines on the prenatal report. Is it really that small? Is this the foot? He glanced at Ruan Yu's still slender waist. I can't see it at all. It's not time yet. Otherwise, if you study abroad, don't expect me to plead on your behalf. It seemed that neither of the siblings had a moment of peace. Then you must stay at home, Ruan Jingheng declared sternly. Ruan Yu, however, shook her head, asserting that she had a place to stay. It's perilous to live alone. What if Gu Youci inadvertently comes knocking? She remarked, placing a gentle hand upon her abdomen. Ruan Jingheng's discontent deepened. He retorted that such a situation was even more dangerous, as it could result in the complete loss of both sister and nephew. Enough, he stated, steering away from the topic of special treatment. From her bag, Ruan Yu retrieved a supplementary card, arguing with her father, "You've recently reduced your limit, haven't you?" Almost immediately, Ruan Yu playfully tapped his forehead, declaring, "The money my sister earns is entirely her own. It has no connection to Mr. Gu. But that's unnecessary." Ruan Jingheng paused, momentarily taken aback. What money are you referring to? Ruan Yu, having maintained a secret marriage while living as a wealthy lady, found her previous training as a performer to be of no use. She felt akin to a bird meticulously nurtured within an exquisite cage, utterly unable to fend for herself. Knowing Ruan Yu's disposition, it was likely that she would not even seek financial support post-divorce. Tell me, young Ruan Jingheng, Ruan Yu teased, propping her chin on her hand. Didn't you used to revel in boasting about your sister to your classmates? Have you completely turned your back on me now? When did I ever? A hint of crimson flickered across Ruan Jingheng's handsome visage. Ruan Yu had shown restraint. She refrained from mentioning the time when he wore open-crotch pants, proudly brandishing a large red flower after dance class, blissfully oblivious to the world. The entire vicinity of their villa knew Ruan Jingheng as his sister's little admirer. As time passed, during Ruan Yu's most prominent year, Ruan Jingheng gradually adopted a more subdued demeanor, often visiting her on the sly due to their mother's overt disapproval. During the hectic selection process, Ruan Yu had lost considerable weight. On weekends, the two siblings would sit across from each other, separated by the iron gates of the training camp, resting on two of Ruan Jingheng's practice books, savoring the late-night snacks and bento he brought, engaging in heartfelt conversations. This routine continued until the finals, and now, the trending topic should still be hot. Reflecting on this, Ruan Yu felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. Sister? You can't possibly be serious, Ruan Jingheng exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly retrieving his phone to check the trending topics. The verified red V on Weibo was particularly eye-catching. The top 3 trending topics prominently showcased the law of stellar attraction as the best variety show of the year, along with tags linking to Ruan Yu, making them glaringly noticeable. Ruan Jingheng seemed even more exhilarated than the person involved. Sister, you're famous, he exclaimed, enveloping Ruan Yu in his embrace, his expression mirroring the joy of someone just learning of a sibling's pregnancy. Does this mean there will be scripts, film offers, and a myriad of stages awaiting you? Perhaps, Ruan Yu replied, taken aback that the first to congratulate her would be her brother. She had never received such unwavering encouragement, aside from Huasin and Yi, who were motivated by their own interests rather than genuine empathy. Since entering the best dance class at the age of 9 and then the foremost drama academy in the city at 18, her sole aspiration had been to act. Initially, her entrance into the industry was through the stage. The atmosphere during their meal was buoyant, as Ruan Yu transitioned from pregnancy to sudden fame, and Ruan Jinghang, the devoted younger brother, absorbed it all in less than 10 minutes. Yet, Ruan Jinghang still harbored some concerns. "I know my limits," Ruan Yu reassured him. Ruan Yu smiled gently as she handed him the baguette smeared with butter. "My contract with Qinxing lasts only 3 months, during which any work I undertake will prioritize my physical well-being, resulting in a manageable workload. What does suitability even mean? And what of father?"
What?
A hint of helplessness flickered in Ruan Yu's eyes. "I wish to raise this child on my own. You can understand, and so can mother. But what about father? He remains ensconced in his failing company." Upon hearing this, Ruan Jingheng's expression darkened to an extreme. "Enough. This is the foundation that grandfather built. You need not overthink it." Ruan Yu, however, chose not to dwell on it, preferring to spare herself the trouble and not involve them in her affairs. "Understood." This time, Ruan Jingheng stood firmly by his sister's side. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, oblivious to the encroaching darkness outside. When the phone rang, Ruan Yu had just settled the bill. Glancing at the screen and then towards Ruan Jingheng, who had stepped into the restroom, she moved to the window to answer. "Hello. I will be downstairs in 3 minutes." "So soon?" Ruan Yu was taken aback. Was Chinmi driving? Alone? Gu Youci detected a hint of hesitation in her voice. "Is it inconvenient now? Xiao Heng and I just finished dinner."
Ruan Yu felt a headache coming on. "Please, no."
She was utterly exasperated. If they met, a brawl was inevitable. Chapter 38. Captivated. "Driver, who please drive slowly." After sending her brother off, Ruan Yu reminded the family driver, who promptly acknowledged her before she affectionately ruffled Ruan Jingheng's hair. "Remember to discuss this with mother. Studying abroad is no trivial matter, understand?" Ruan Jingheng stared at her belly for a moment. "What are you doing?" He glanced at the driver in the front seat, his voice dropping slightly. "Sister? I want to feel my little niece." "Who told you it was a girl?" Ruan Yu couldn't suppress her laughter. This was yet another relative, aside from grandmother, expressing fondness for the child. Truthfully, she was quite delighted. "I like little girls." Ruan Yu leaned in to let him touch her, watching him reluctantly pat her belly. It remained quite flat. "Little rascal." Ruan Yu enjoyed playing along as the adult understood. The car vanished into the bustling crowd. "I have a few variety shows on my end. Would you like to browse through them?" Soon after, images of contracts featuring well-known brands arrived. Though they may not rival international top-tier endorsements, they represented excellent resources for newcomers. Not to mention those under the Gu Corporation. Ruan Yu gazed at the road ahead, waiting for the green light, and pressed the voice key. "It's not convenient right now. I will take a proper look later tonight." In the next instant, her arm was grasped firmly. She was gently pulled into a warm embrace as a bicycle sped past her. A cacophony of loud curses erupted from several pedestrians, and amidst the ensuing chaos, Ruan Yu felt a surge of fear. Instinctively, she covered her belly and looked up at the familiar face. Through the brim of a cap, their eyes met. "Did you bump your belly?" Gu Youci's voice was somewhat heavy yet reassuring. Ruan Yu's gaze faltered. She gradually released her grip on the man's arm, her fingertips still lingering with the warmth of his sweatshirt. For reasons unknown, this realization caused her heart to race. So much so that when the man clasped her hand and guided her through the crowd across the sidewalk, she felt an unusual sensation. It seemed as though he was drawing closer to her, in a manner that transcended mere physical proximity. The aloof Gu Youci, who had once seemed untouched by worldly affairs, had transformed into someone who accompanied her to night markets and held her hand while crossing streets. This metamorphosis occurred effortlessly. If there was a withdrawal reaction to their divorce, adapting to a mundane life appeared remarkably simple for Gu Youci. Not far across the road stood the security booth of their residential complex. Ruan Yu observed as Gu Youci retrieved her matcha-colored travel suitcase and his own petite black business case, a mere 16 inches in size, from the portly guard's booth. It seemed Gu always knew instinctively what the next step should be. His needs were few. Yet in the past, when Ruan Yu helped him pack for business trips, his suitcase would be filled to the brim, with even extra pairs of underwear and socks stuffed in, out of concern that the fastidious Gu would not have enough to change. In truth, it was she who had too much on her plate. How peculiar. Their dynamic had become utterly bizarre. Ruan Yu covered her face in silent lament, feeling distinctly out of sorts. Was it too late to terminate the contract now? How had she agreed to this in the first place? Another phone call jolted her back to reality. "Hello?" Ruan Yu reclined against the sofa. "Goodness, you sound so despondent," Hua Shen exclaimed, brimming with excitement, prompting Ruan Yu to roll her eyes lightly. "What's the matter, Hua?" my esteemed agent? She asked.
All right.
You've indeed been quite exhausted lately. I won't burden you further. Huasheng leaned back into the couch, his gaze falling onto the coffee table as he stroked his chin and continued, Darling, just take a look at the third-to-last and second contracts. One is for a leisurely variety show and the other is for a film audition. The audition is where the focus lies. Ruan Yu rarely heard Huasheng adopt such a serious tone, prompting her to raise an eyebrow as she adjusted the contract page to examine it closely. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although it was a film scheduled for next year, casting had already commenced, albeit not publicly. Are you attempting to exploit a loophole in my contract? Ruan Yu inquired coolly. The girl's reaction was almost absurdly quick. Huasheng sighed. Yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. How are you so astute? Otherwise? He replied. A 3-month contract, and now discussing a film offer for next year? Do you think I'm a fool? Ruan Yu massaged her sore calves. Huasheng's expression took on a measure of seriousness. Indeed, this thought has crossed my mind. Darling, do you realize that you have already begun to gain significant traction? Just the revenue from Liu Xi's music video has exceeded 300 million. Brands are lining up for you to choose from. And if I recall correctly, the school on your resume is the top drama academy in the capital, correct? Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback.
Yes.
Are you considering a transformation? Huasheng straightened his posture, tapping his fingers on the table. I won't hide it from you. I have invested considerable effort into this audition. The director's works have consistently garnered international accolades. This is his first casting call in the mainland. As Ruan Yu observed Gu Youci emerging from the bathroom, she understood. He had brought his own sleepwear, the set he often wore, rendering any preparation on her part unnecessary. Thus, even if it were merely a 10-minute cameo, she hoped he could manage it. When is the audition? She inquired, rising to relinquish the sofa to Gu Youci. Moving to the window, noting that he was not disturbed by her phone call. Rather, he was engrossed in his computer, attending to some documents. You agreed? Huasheng sounded positively ecstatic. You mentioned it's scheduled for next winter, so I have ample time to prepare. Ruan Yu smiled knowingly, aware of how much Huasheng had considered her. I grew up watching Director Air's works. There is no reason to decline. Director Air Huaizhong is not only a leading figure in the domestic realm, but also a preeminent name internationally. A year truly affords her sufficient time. She needs this opportunity. All right. Huasheng exclaimed, pacing with excitement. The auditions commence next week, and this casting call is entirely undisclosed. I will discuss the specific requirements with you at the company. Before that, there's a Gu Corporation endorsement advertisement. Have you made up your mind? Ruan Yu glanced at Gu Youci upon hearing this, covering the phone's receiver to ask him, Your brand is seeking me for endorsement? Gu Youci looked up from his computer, meeting her captivating gaze. Unremoved makeup accentuated the blush at the corners of her eyes, casting a warm glow in the living room, reminiscent of a luminous-eyed fawn. It was utterly enchanting. Gu Youci gazed for a while before averting his eyes, clearing his throat. What did you just say? Ruan Yu replied. I still need to ask what you are doing. Chapter 39. Are you afraid of me? Aside from endorsements for high-end international luxury brands, I need not review the rest. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu suddenly recalled. He had mentioned that Song Ningji's contract was processed through Gu's headquarters. She was not only the center of a top-tier girl group over the past few years, but also part of the latest batch of rising stars. The resources available to her were already top-notch. How about it? Have you thought it over? Huasheng's inquiry echoed once more. Ruan Yu loosened her grip on the receiver and turned her gaze outward. What type of endorsement advertisement is it? Well, Huasheng began with interest. Have you ever purchased clothing from Opsing? Opsing? Upon uttering this name, Ruan Yu noticed the man nearby looking up. They exchanged glances. A thought crossed her mind, and she smiled faintly. I will accept this endorsement. Gu Youci resumed his focus on the documents, a hint of joy glimmering in his eyes.
Great.
Huasheng swiftly placed the contract at her side. Then there's no issue. You should rest well over the next couple of days. The contract with Opsing isn't urgent. We can sign it on site in 3 days. All right, I'll hang up now. Sleep early. And don't let your beauty sleep persona slip away. Her tone held a playful note, and her rapport with Huasheng was quite delightful. It was rare to witness such a relationship between an artist and a manager within the industry. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Youci on the sofa pondered. As Ruan Yu approached after disconnecting the call, she caught sight of the video window on his computer and the white Bluetooth earbud in his left ear. Silently, she mouthed to him, Are you in a meeting? Isn't anyone going to say a word? Gu Youci maintained a calm demeanor. Observing the girl hastily covering her mouth as she slipped into the bedroom, he gently activated the microphone.
Proceed.
The head of the publicity department wiped away beads of sweat, stating that Yixing had recently submitted new candidates for brand ambassadors. On the luxury goods front, Miss Song expressed her intention to renew the contract. What is Mr. Gu's stance on a new spokesperson? The suggested candidate is the emerging actress Zhang Shiqiao, who won the Best Supporting Actress at the Huaying Awards last year. Her reputation and charisma are quite fitting, though her mainstream influence pales in comparison to Miss Song's. Gu Youci replied coolly, "Let us hold off on the change for now." Lu Xianzhou has numerous collaborative projects with the Gu Corporation this year, and he has already gained considerable advantages from their contract. It's merely a gesture of goodwill. Understood. The head of the publicity department was about to continue when he heard Gu Youci's voice. Has Opsing found its first spokesperson recently? A talent from Morningstar? The minister's nerves began to fray at the mention of the recently popular Miss Ruan Yu. Opsing, an independent designer brand under the Gu Corporation, pursues a light luxury and comfortable style, making significant inroads into the domestic market for outdoor climbing and camping attire. The designer recently took a keen interest in Ruan Yu. As the only brand under Gu that has never had an ambassador, its value remains substantial. However, its appeal is quite polarizing. There are two primary reasons for selecting Ruan Yu. Her status as a newcomer aligns perfectly with Opsing's nascent phase, and her vibrant, versatile style is precisely what the designer seeks. Ruan Yu's recent stage appearances have garnered considerable attention on trending searches, and Opsing wishes to partake in that success. Noted. Gu Youci received the answer he sought and continued to absorb the report. Recalling the brief exchange of glances earlier, he involuntarily chuckled, leaving the head of the publicity department thunderstruck. "Mr. Gu, did I say something wrong?" He stammered, feeling as though he had rendered a 30-something man weak-kneed. "Is the boss mocking me? Have I delivered a report so absurd that it amused Mr. Gu?" The planning for the newly established commercial district has been confirmed and will be submitted promptly. Gu Youci regained his composure, swiftly terminating the audio conference and closing his laptop. The sound of a lock turning echoed from the master bedroom's bathroom. Ruan Yu emerged, her gaze confirming that he had finished the video call.
Today.
She was not dressed in a nightgown but rather wore a loose-fitting white pajama set, complete with long sleeves and a collar adorned with a delicate cream-colored bow. Her face resembled that of a freshly bloomed lotus flower. Ruan Yu preferred not to wear a bra while sleeping. Here. She stuffed the blanket and pillow into Gu Youci's embrace, then crouched behind the sofa, murmuring, "I remember there's one here." "What are you doing?" Ruan Yu looked up and replied, "I just recalled that this sofa is a tatama style, with a clasp that can be pulled to lie flat." Before she could finish her sentence, her hand had already reached for the lever. Uncertain whether it was a design flaw or simply untested, the sofa's backrest offered no cushioning, and Ruan Yu watched in astonishment as Gu Youci suddenly reclined beside her. A handsome man descended from the heavens? The air fell silent for a moment. As the melodious laughter of Ruan Yu echoed through the air, Gu Youci found himself captivated by her presence. The girl bent over with laughter, her eyes twinkling with joy, bringing a sense of delight to those who beheld her. "I apologize," Ruan Yu exclaimed, covering her flushed face with both hands. "I will definitely inform President Gu next time." To be honest, Gu Youci's sudden proximity had indeed been quite startling. Although the incident was amusing in itself, she remained momentarily dazed. He was handsome. In such an awkward moment, President Gu's composure was truly commendable. "Well then, let us sleep." Ruan Yu suppressed her laughter, reaching for a blanket to drape over Gu Youci. However, her wrist was suddenly grasped with a gentle yet firm grip. Her previously weak legs gave way, causing her to sit down on the tatama mat. As her fingers brushed against Gu Youci's remarkably well-defined chest, she instinctively squeezed. It was merely a momentary lapse. Ruan Yu regarded her own uncontrollable fingers with a serious expression and then glanced at Mr. Gu. Acknowledging that her hand might also be experiencing a response akin to withdrawal, she needed time to acclimate. Indeed, Gu Youci nodded, feigning understanding. "Why choose Opsing?" With her wrist released, Gu Youci rested an arm behind his head, adopting a posture that suggested a desire for a heartfelt conversation. From her perspective, she could even count the man's eyelashes, which blinked rhythmically. Today, President Gu seems quite amiable. It turned out he merely wished to ask such a question, and she felt a sense of serendipity. Ruan Yu's calves began to ache, prompting her to remove her shoes and bend one leg. Unexpectedly, the mountaineering attire she had casually purchased for comfort proved to be quite durable. Gu Youci lifted the corners of his lips slightly, reminiscent of the time he had fallen and gotten himself dirty. Nevertheless, he was still smiling. "President Gu has been smiling quite a bit lately," Ruan Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Did I rarely smile before?" Gu Youci inquired. Ruan Yu shrugged. "Yes, you were rather cold and seldom initiated conversation. If I hadn't seen you interact with my grandmother in such a manner, I would have thought you disliked me." "I'm sorry."
Huh.
Ruan Yu, are you afraid of me?
He seemingly sought an answer.
Chapter 40. The treatment failed. In that moment, gazing into Gu Youci's eyes, Ruan Yu was unsure of her own feelings and blurted out, Mr. Gu, if I were to regret this and wish to, well, very well. Shall we terminate the contract? Ruan Yu could hardly believe how easily he agreed. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. In the silence of their shared gaze, Gu Youci's aura turned abruptly frigid, an intangible chill that Ruan Yu could distinctly feel. Wasn't it agreed upon? Why then, was there anger? Ruan Yu was perplexed. I will head to bed now, she said softly. The previous topic had indeed been a bit excessive. With only a few weeks remaining, her request to end things seemed utterly unreasonable. What exactly did his earlier words imply? Ruan Yu pondered this question until she drifted into a hazy slumber, ultimately setting it aside, succumbing to her exhaustion. It wasn't until the middle of the night that she roused herself to visit the bathroom. While there, she experienced a wave of morning sickness that she hadn't felt in ages, sitting on the toilet for some time until she felt somewhat better after rinsing her mouth. However, as soon as she opened the bathroom door, in her pajamas, Gu Youci met her gaze. What troubles you? She did not notice the tone in his voice and shook her head, explaining that she had overeaten and felt discomfort in her stomach. Ruan Yu. In an instant, her hand was firmly grasped by Gu Youci. As he drew closer, she instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, her wrist was ensnared, pinned against the wall, rendering her immobile. The drowsiness that had enveloped her vanished completely, and Ruan Yu stared in shock into those familiar eyes. You. The kiss descended unexpectedly. Her instinctive struggles became conspicuous. Subconsciously, she had always resisted his approach. This realization deepened the intensity in Gu Youci's gaze, oscillating between tenderness and severity. In the moment their lips parted, both could hear the hurried rhythm of their breaths, shallow and rapid. You clearly promised not to. Ruan Yu felt like a guardian of a besieged city, now left with only a verbal promise, acutely aware that if Gu Youci desired something, no one could intervene, not even her. She hunched her shoulders, attempting to distance herself from him. This ends here. What are you saying? Ruan Yu, we have prematurely concluded the treatment. Gu Youci released her hand, observing the girl who looked up at him, her hair disheveled, her lips slightly swollen, and her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. She had nearly cried out of fear. The treatment had failed. From the moment he uttered that word good, he already knew the outcome, one he had never anticipated. He had presumed her regret was about their divorce. Gu Youci reflected on the past days, having witnessed many facets of her. It was not her fault, but rather the patient's declaration to terminate the treatment. And he would still receive his due remuneration. He lifted his hand to wipe away Ruan Yu's tears. In a few days, I will have Secretary Chen bring you a check and retrieve my belongings. Wishing you a smooth journey ahead, Miss Ruan. Once she regained her composure and stepped outside in search of someone, the living room door had been shut, leaving only a small black box in the corner. Appearing solitary and forlorn, the treatment had failed. It was not his fault, the patient had chosen to terminate it. Wishing her a smooth journey ahead, Miss Ruan. The living room lights illuminated the warm-tone decor, and the round ceiling lamp, carefully selected, was both charming and aligned with a simplistic aesthetic. Yet, Ruan Yu felt an overwhelming emptiness. She had chosen a small house to avoid the vastness that frightened her. Withdrawal symptoms. She seemed to grasp a little of it. So much had transpired that night, both good and bad. It is said that pregnant women are emotionally sensitive and easily swayed by their surroundings. She felt that she, too, was affected and hoped a good night's sleep would suffice. Slowly, Ruan Yu closed her eyes, losing track of how deep the night had grown before finally succumbing to slumber. In the following 3 days, Gu Youci did not reappear. When Qin Shu delivered the envelope, he still addressed her with utmost respect as Madam. Ruan Yu chose not to correct him. Once he departed, she opened the envelope, discovering that aside from the check, it contained the treatment agreement they had signed. She did not examine it further, simply stuffing it into the bedside drawer, while her WeChat perhaps had already blocked him. Ruan Yu felt a sense of discomfort for failing to uphold her promise. Although Gu Youci graciously claimed that she had voluntarily chosen to terminate the treatment, it was she who had expressed her regret first. Unfortunately, a proper conversation could no longer take place. Alone on the sofa, her mind wandered in various directions. As she composed herself to message Huasheng, an unexpected sensation stirred within her abdomen. It flowed slowly, akin to a gentle current. She lowered her gaze to caress that area. Could it be that fetal movement was already present at nearly 3 months? Ruan Yu, barefoot, stepped into the bedroom and caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror. She picked up a piece of clothing, tilting her body to observe the subtly rounded belly beneath her slender waist. It was not particularly noticeable. Yet given her previously slim figure, it was discernible. Has it grown a bit? Ruan Yu murmured, her earlier calmness now ignited with surprise at this small discovery. She captured the moment with her phone. Oh my, a little belly is showing. How have you been eating lately? Grandma knows you're busy with work, so she hasn't dared to message you too much. Would it disturb you? Grandma, I'm free in the evenings. Ruan Yu smiled as she listened to the subsequent voice messages, each lasting no less than 40 seconds, knowing she hadn't erred in sharing the news about the baby. Grandma was always so attentive. Even when nothing was visibly apparent, she would immediately discern that Ruan Yu's belly had grown. She understood the little thoughts Ruan Yu wished to share. Ruan Yu paused her fingers over the keyboard. Not at all. She had never felt that earning money could be so effortless. Just then, a notification from Hua Sheng popped up. The Gu Corporation's publicity department is discussing the Opsing contract today. Will you come to the company this afternoon? Sure. Opsing. Chapter 41. Gentle affection with a trace. Madam, are you heading out? I know. Ruan Yu's tone was gentle, accustomed to such speech. She realized she seldom had casual clothing and felt like taking a stroll alone. All right, I'll inform the driver. After a moment of contemplation, Ruan Yu took out her phone and typed a message in a rarely used chat. I wish to go out for a walk. It was not until she was seated in the car that her phone vibrated with an incoming message. The screen illuminated with the reply. Okay. Always within 3 words. Yet, despite this brevity, Ruan Yu felt no annoyance. She exited the chat interface, browsing online hiking guides, where everyone uniformly complained about the high altitude, claiming the mountain peak would be freezing. However, they also noted the sweat that would be shed along the way. Madam, are you headed to the commercial street in the city center? The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. Just the nearby shopping area. Ruan Yu had no specific destination in mind. Gu Youci's villa was located in a renowned affluent district of the capital, with each villa possessing its own security system. Even the nearest commercial area was famous for its luxury goods. Foot traffic was sparse during weekdays. They say shopping alone is the 5th level of enjoying solitude, but Ruan Yu felt a rare sense of relaxation. Clad in her delicate Mary Jane shoes, she let her gaze drift past the array of luxury brand stores. No matter which shop she chose, she was a top-tier VIP. In the wardrobe, the latest styles are countless. However, her gaze ultimately settled on a simple yet boldly colored new brand store. A new label? Ruan Yu's attention was drawn to a khaki windbreaker displayed in the window, its design appearing exceptionally refined. Inside the store, the decor was a vibrant clash of colors, lively and striking. Upon entering, she discovered the absence of other customers. Yet the salesperson greeted her with warmth. Welcome. Would you like me to introduce the new products from Opsing? Ruan Yu appreciated the pleasant atmosphere of the shop. The salesperson promptly attended to her, ensuring that no one else intruded. Opsing, under the auspices of the Gu family, specializes in leisure, outdoor, and sporty luxe designs. With such an enviable figure, you must indulge in Pilates or yoga, right? Your lines and muscles are remarkably well defined, the salesperson remarked. I used to dance often. Ruan Yu replied softly, noting the mention of the brand's affiliation with the Gu family. The service at Opsing was impeccable, rivaling that of the surrounding luxury boutiques, offering one-on-one attention to every customer, regardless of membership status. The enthusiastic saleswoman, upon hearing about Ruan Yu's plans, promptly recommended the style she had seen in the window. You need not worry about the temperature. This piece is suitable for 0 degrees. After a moment of hesitation, Ruan Yu said, I also need a men's piece. Around size 185 in gray-black. Please wrap it up for me to pay. Is this for your boyfriend? The salesperson smiled, not intending to pry. Ruan Yu chose not to elaborate, as the saleswoman had already noticed the diamond ring on her ring finger, a significant gem. You're married. You look so young and beautiful. Your husband is truly fortunate. The saleswoman complimented warmly. The staff retrieved new styles from the back, displaying them on hangers that were not for sale. To avoid fingerprints and smudges that could detract from customer experience, Ruan Yu paid promptly, offering to cover the cost for Gu Youci without using his card. Driving over 100 kilometers from Jing City, the renowned Tianluan Mountain attracted wealthy young gentlemen, some of whom enjoyed outdoor activities. Rumor had it that a camping trip was organized, featuring rock climbing and skydiving, and surprisingly, Mr. Gu had accepted the invitation. Among the elite, Ruan Yu was the only woman present. That afternoon, Mr. Gu received a gift from his wife for the first time. I bought you some clothes, she announced. Ruan Yu stood and looked at him. Would you like to try on the size? Gu Youci's gaze was calm as he glanced at Ruan Yu. Although he said nothing, he accepted the branded bag from the maid, recognizing the familiar logo. Do you like this brand? Ruan Yu inquired. The style is decent. I just bought it. She responded softly, maintaining her gentle demeanor. Gu Youci's brow relaxed slightly. Their interactions were characterized by minimal verbal exchange, lacking the usual sweet nothings found in ordinary households. Even when they changed into their outfits, the maid exclaimed excitedly, You both look fantastic. It's like a couple's outfit. Ruan Yu momentarily froze. realizing that Gu Youci was also looking at her. It's not that I'm being coy. The styles of these two garments were originally distinct. Perhaps it was a mix-up from the warehouse, but now they appear to be cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, Gu Youci took a few steps closer. At the moment the man raised his hand, Ruan Yu instinctively took a step back. Her gaze flickered, feeling a peculiar sense of curiosity as he approached her today. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Luo Chuan was the first to spot them. Wow, long time no see. Bro, you're in casual wear, looking sharp. Did you buy this for your girlfriend? He exclaimed, noting their matching outfits. Naturally, outside, Ruan Yu would not disregard President Gu's dignity. She nodded gently, walking beside Gu Youci toward the crowd that scrutinized them. Indeed, it's a rare beauty, Luo Chuan remarked, clapping his friend's shoulder. I haven't seen your girlfriend in the circle before. What is the story behind the red envelope you sent last time?
Spill it.
Don't you always play abroad? Luo Chuan raised his hands, seeing their gazes. My brother likes her. He doesn't care about social status. My sister-in-law is just an ordinary girl, while my brother treats the family company like a dowry.
What are you talking about?
Gu Youci interjected as he and Ruan Yu approached. A group of well-mannered young gentlemen turned their curious eyes toward Ruan Yu. She understood the unspoken communication, smiling gently at each of them, completely unperturbed. Hi, sister-in-law. A young man who had spoken to Luo Chuan raised his hand. He appeared to be quite young. I'm Meng Jai. This is our first meeting. Mr. Meng is a frequent camper, I presume? Ruan Yu teased, noticing his surprised expression as she glanced at his backpack. The tent looks top-notch. You must be the host of this gathering. Indeed. I just completed an investment in an outdoor campsite. Once we reach the summit, if you find the tent uncomfortable, you can stay in a hotel with Brother CI. Ahem. I've specifically prepared a glass stargazing room for you two. Meng Jai seemed to seek approval. Ruan Yu never dampened the mood. She smiled and gestured an okay. I'll make sure to enjoy the experience. Luo Chuan chuckled, exchanging a triumphant glance with Gu Youci. His lips forming the words, I told you she would love it. You didn't believe me. Gu Youci's expression remained composed. At that moment, a probing voice broke the air. Miss Ruan, as a young lady, will you be joining us on the climbing route? Yan Yichin among the group looked the most displeased. If Ruan Yu hadn't recognized him, she might have felt disdain from him, though that was not entirely out of the question. After all, while everyone addressed her as sister-in-law, he called her Miss Ruan. You all can take the climbing route, Gu Youci said coolly, taking Ruan Yu's backpack. My wife and I will take the mountain path. It's safer. Luo Chuan and Meng Jai exchanged glances. Gu Youci is protecting his wife. Chapter 42. Will you carry me? No one present had ever witnessed Gu Youci extending an olive branch, let alone actively diffusing tension in such a conspicuous manner. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yan Yichin's eyes. The wife he hadn't even formally wed had garnered such significance in Gu Youci's heart. Earlier, he thought Luo Chuan's words were a jest, but this probing revealed the truth. Ruan Yu held weight in his heart. Let us go, let us go. Meng Jia quickly intervened, pulling the still-watching Luo Chuan closer and casually bringing along the awkward Yan Yichin. The path ahead is quite steep. We should head up early.
Goodbye.
Sister-in-law. The rising chorus of farewells caused Ruan Yu to glance at Gu Youci. Let's go. He made his way to the entrance of the mountain trail. After a moment's hesitation, Ruan Yu hurriedly followed him, her lips pressed into a smile, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow. Their pace was leisurely, until a hiking pole was handed to her.
Huh.
She curiously examined it, finding it both lightweight and sturdy. When was this prepared? Uncle's son prepared it. Gu Youci observed her handling it with ease, and after climbing a few steps, he appeared unbothered by earlier events, casting his gaze toward the vacant grassy area nearby, where several discarded sticks lay. He casually picked one up, straight and sturdy. The ascent began with excitement, and Ruan Yu was no exception. She climbed vigorously for an hour and a half, pushing her limits as a dancer. Eventually, her pace slowed. Gu Youci, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, followed closely behind, appearing calm and steady. Taking a break, Ruan Yu sat on a rock to bask in the sunlight. The brightness was blinding, prompting her to shield her eyes, and she turned to see the green stick in Gu Youci's hand. Their eyes met for 3 seconds. What's wrong? Ruan Yu blinked a couple of times before suddenly raising her own premium hiking pole. Actually, mine is more useful, shall we switch? She desired the stick he had picked up. Though Gu Youci was not one to display his emotions openly, a subtle smile crept onto his lips at that moment. Ruan Yu stared, momentarily entranced.
All right.
Gu Youci handed her the clean handle. So accommodating? Let us go. With rare enthusiasm, Ruan Yu resumed her climb. The combination of her windbreaker and hiking pole was a perfect match for her carefree spirit as she bounded up the steps with grace. even taking a moment to admire the surrounding scenery, lush green mountains and flowing waters. Gu Youci maintained a steady pace, watching her exuberant leaps. However, it wasn't long before Ruan Yu grew tired, leaning on her pole and becoming somewhat lax, losing focus on the path ahead. Just as Gu Youci noticed a section of the muddy trail ahead, he intended to call out a warning when she slipped. When Ruan Yu was pulled up, her head buzzed from the fall. "Did you fall?" Gu Youci's voice was a touch cold. Her hands were dirty, with dust on her knees and bottom. Fortunately, it hadn't rained, and she could brush off the dirt, though her cheeks and nose were smeared with mud. Ruan Yu blinked, appearing both dazed and amusing. Gu Youci instinctively brushed the dirt off her, reducing the grime by more than half. Yet, her face, having been rubbed further, looked even messier as she gazed up at him, resembling a small kitten. "Are we still going?" Upon hearing his question, Ruan Yu pouted. "You sound like you're reprimanding a child." She recalled the way she had fallen, tumbling onto a small dirt slope. And she was acutely aware that Gu Youci had witnessed the entire spectacle. How embarrassing. "What can I do if I don't want to go?" she grumbled. "Can you still carry me?" Gu Youci noticed her poking at the hiking pole. "Half an hour." "What half?" Gu Youci gently lifted her body, and Ruan Yu, fearing a fall, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She heard him say, "Don't you eat at home?"
Huh?
"So light," he remarked, his voice laced with disapproval. "It hardly weighs more than the package on your chest." Earlier, at the foot of the mountain, Gu Youci had intentionally gathered their climbing supplies. Upon hearing his words, Ruan Yu couldn't help but retort, "But you didn't say anything when I was completely undressed." Her voice dwindled to a whisper.
What?
Gu Youci's expression shifted as Ruan Yu's face flushed crimson. She quickly embraced his neck, momentarily forgetting her surprise, and reflected on her slip of the tongue, burying her face in his shoulder. "Let us hurry, my foot hurt when I fell." Gu Youci paused, realizing her discomfort. He turned to glance at her flushed ears, hesitating for a moment before he remarked, "You should gain a little weight." He had never noticed before, perhaps because Ruan Yu's figure was exquisite, with every curve perfectly in place. The two remained silent as they journeyed. However, midway, the rain suddenly poured, slicking the path beneath them. By the time they reached the summit, Ruan Yu was entirely covered by the raincoat, while the unperturbed Gu Youci felt the heat rising within him. It wasn't until dawn that his fever subsided. Ruan Yu cared for him throughout the night, observing the seemingly invincible Mr. Gu. That day left a profound impression on her. One was the moment Mr. Gu's fever broke at dawn, and they witnessed the sunrise together from their tent atop the mountain, while the other was the rain-soaked jacket. Spotless and unblemished, drying as if untouched. Even the inner layers remained dry, showcasing exceptional wind and rain resistance. Nestled on the sofa, Ruan Yu scrolled through a photo album on her phone, reminiscing about vivid moments from 2 years ago. Did they ever have such lively times? Why did they seem so distant? Perhaps the monotony of her existence, akin to a castle in a cage, had ensnared her for far too long. The fleeting sweetness she once experienced had gradually faded amidst countless mundane and indifferent days. In the last 2 years of her marriage, such moments had vanished entirely. Ruan Yu tossed her phone aside, entered the bathroom to wash her face, and sat before the vanity, deftly applying her eyebrow pencil. Soon, a refined visage appeared in the mirror. Just then, her phone rang. "Are you ready, darling? It's not safe for you to come alone. There are numerous media personnel near Morningstar today, waiting for your arrival. I've arranged for E and the driver to pick you up in the nanny car. Remember to use the garage. Get ready to shine, my Ruan goddess." Ruan Yu pondered for a moment before softly saying, "Hua-ge? There's something I need to discuss with you in advance." "What is it?" "I reviewed the recent schedule, and I still think it's too packed. I may need to streamline my commitments. Aside from today's endorsement and the film audition, I can only take on one more variety show."
Why?
Hua Xing's tone became more serious. "Ruan Yu, the resources I can secure for you are far from limited. You cannot be irresponsible towards yourself. I'm pregnant." "You're what?" Hua Xing exclaimed, the sound of a chair crashing to the floor echoing through the phone. "You're pregnant." Chapter 43. Gentle yet ruthless. Ruan Yu revealed this fact not to elicit sympathy, rather, it was the opposite. "Therefore, I kindly ask Brother Hua to exercise discretion when selecting a book for me." Hua Song, struck by a bolt from the blue, has undergone a profound transformation, both mentally and physically. Listening to Ruan Yu's demeanor, he completely disregarded the possibility that she might merely be speaking frivolously. Could it be Gugu's doing? Oh my heavens! A glittering little prince. A dainty little princess. "No," Ruan Yu replied in a nonchalant tone, "I shan't divulge more due to personal reasons." Huasong felt a dull ache in his head, utterly confounded by the intricacies of the situation. He pondered that even if it were not Gu Youci's doing, it was certainly intertwined with their circle. He spoke somewhat dazed. Darling, you might as well end my life. Do you not understand the unspoken rules within our circle? As a short-term contracted artist of Morning Star, the benefits I can bring to the company far outweigh the importance of upholding these unwritten regulations. Furthermore, Ruan Yu's voice carried a hint of disappointment. I have already taken the initiative to report it. All right, I shall say no more. Hwasong immediately felt a pang of sympathy. With a sudden burst of energy, he asked, what are you planning to do now? I have no less than 6 endorsements in hand, and others have yet to acquire any. Which variety show can you attend? None that does not require considerable effort? I am capable of all of them. Ruan Yu's tone was gentle. Brother Hua, you decide what to do. Hwasong thought. Why? Such obedient words sound more frightening than a poisoned dagger. After hanging up, Ruan Yu smiled softly. She could almost envision Hwasong leaping around his office, utterly baffled and losing his mind. At least the most troublesome matter had been resolved. The upcoming work would not be overly burdensome. Hwasong remained skeptical. There were indeed matters she was clearly avoiding, yet he chose not to confront them directly, navigating the nuances adeptly. She did not guarantee that she could be entirely unreserved, but they were both in the same boat. Hwasong could help her manage the risks. Half an hour later, Ruan Yu descended the stairs. Yi rolled down the car window, waving eagerly. Sister. Over here.
Hey?
Brother Hua. Don't you never drink, I just want something bitter. Hwasong forced a smile. I have enjoyed good days for too long. Yi, looking puzzled, departed. Then I'll bring one for you too, sister. Ruan Yu rested her head on her hand, contemplating the character images for the audition. A slight smile graced her lips. I know, Yi remarked, observing her boss's eccentric behavior. I merely wished to bring a floral fruit tea for Sister Wan. She usually drinks it voluntarily on set. Hwasong realized he had overreacted and promptly waved his hand. Go on. Upon hearing the door close, Ruan Yu turned a page of the script. Brother Hua, you need to remain calm. Darling, are you truly calm? Hua's manager felt as though he might shatter his back teeth. Where did the child in your belly come from? It was not planned. Ruan Yu rubbed her temples, but I have already separated from that individual, so there is no need to worry about the aftermath. How long has it been? Hwasong's heart bled as he asked. Almost 3 months. Ruan Yu did not conceal the truth. Wait. Hwasong suddenly became astute. When I first met you in the hospital, you weren't there for a pregnancy check, were you? Moreover, when you told me you were married, was that true? Yes. Ruan Yu nodded faintly. Everything can be connected. Truly, Hwasong is a remarkable manager. Indeed, my queen, who is fortunate enough to possess such grace. Upon my first encounter with your demeanor, it was evident you hail from a distinguished background. I trust your husband's stature does not overshadow me? Ruan Yu replied with a hint of indifference. It matters not. He is preparing for his engagement. Out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. My apologies, Mr. Gu. However, no sooner had she spoken than Hwasong's immediate reaction was one of bewilderment.
Huh.
Is there truly someone who can surpass you? What discerning eye does your ex-husband possess? I shall take that as a compliment from you, Brother Hua. Ruan Yu deftly redirected the conversation. Let us discuss business. She entered the fray with unparalleled swiftness. At this, the teasing glimmer in Hwasong's eyes dimmed slightly. My dear, Qingqing is nonetheless a leading company in the industry. The top-tier talents I have mentored are numerous. Can you assure me of your success? Will you? Ruan Yu inquired gently. Hwasong remained silent for a moment, locking eyes with her before sliding the schedule across the table. Strike out anything you wish to decline. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Thank you, Brother Hua. Ruan Yu expressed sincerely. Hwasong, resting his hands in contemplation, gazed at her. From their first encounter at the hospital to this moment, every strand of her hair radiated perfection. A flawless visage, impeccable professional prowess, and outstanding popularity metrics. Coincidentally, the nearby computer displayed real-time Weibo statistics. Ruan Yu's followers stood at a staggering 79 million. Within roughly a month. Coupled with the exposure from Lu Shi and Xing Yinli, her follower count had surged by nearly 9 million, an astronomical rise compared to the influx of new talent signed by Qingqing this year, which paled in comparison. Hwasong pondered Ruan Yu's query about his assurance of her success. The evidence was irrefutable. The office buzzed with mixed emotions, while employees from the adjacent floor huddled together, sharing images captured moments ago in the company chat. Today I spotted Sister Wan at work. Incredibly beautiful. I feel as if I am in a different dimension. Immediately, voices from other departments chimed in. I wish I had delivered the contract myself. I missed the opportunity to meet her. Can someone privately ask Brother Hua when he will arrange a film project for my wife? Agreed. Will my wife come for promotions and post-production? Collaborating with teacher Lu again. This unedited photo is stunning. I'm going to post it on my alternate account. Who claimed brother Hua's new talent would flop. Look at her follower count increase in a month. It rivals the success of a blockbuster. This data is nearly on par with Song Ning's in her prime. Chinxing. Prepare yourselves. We are ready for an elevation. The discussions in the lobby began to swell. Shortly after, Yi burst into the office from the elevator. I'm here. I just received the notification from Opsing. We are shooting in 2 hours. I will deliver the contract with you. Huasheng rose, took a sip of the iced Americano, and nearly choked. What is this? He had consumed iced Americanos before, but this one was hardly palatable. Brother, you mentioned you were in the mood for something bitter today. Yi raised her small hand, her eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. A double shot of concentrated Americano, without extra sugar, and I even reduced the amount of ice for you. Huashen. Ruan Yu proactively placed her floral tea, with thoughtful consideration, into the hands of Hua Da's manager. Teacher Hua, please use this. Chapter 44. A Miracle, Ruan. Please move the clothing rack to the makeup room. The makeup artist should come over. The set props are all in position. The Opsing shooting studio, adorned in a graffiti style, stands in stark contrast to the other empty studios. Upon entering the main area, Ruan Yu was greeted by a splendid display of confetti cascading down from above. Welcome, Teacher Ruan Yu. Today, Brother Hua personally came over. We are truly honored. The liaison is a young boy, dressed in Opsing attire, beckoning Ruan Yu closer. Today we have a total of 12 makeup styles. I believe you are already familiar with them. Today, the shooting schedule is so tight. Huashen noted this. The manager is quite sensitive to the duration of announcements. Originally, 12 makeup styles were agreed upon, as stated in the contract, but the time frame was only 2 days. Indeed. The liaison quickly began to explain that only 3 makeup styles would be finalized for the shoot, which would be prominently featured across major outlets, while the remainder would be for micro-advertisements. Adjustments had already been made. Each shoot would be brief, lasting under 10 minutes. The contract mentioned that the goal of the Opsing micro-advertisements is to showcase a variety of outfits, naturally allowing for multiple clothing changes in the subsequent scenes. Huashen turned and asked, "Are you able to handle this?" As soon as he spoke, all eyes fell upon Ruan Yu. Of course. Ruan Yu had prepared herself prior to arrival. She smiled and bowed, expressing gratitude to everyone for their efforts. For both Opsing and herself. This was the first collaboration as a spokesperson, a moment of great significance, and she would ensure she presented her best self. Wonderful. The liaison was pleasantly surprised. Ruan Yu's temperament is exceptional, and she is even more stunning in person. With her approval, Huashen naturally felt at ease. The reflectors on set were enormous, and the promotional backdrop required solid colors. Inside the studio, everyone was still animatedly discussing. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wow. Cool girl." Everyone turned to look at Ruan Yu, who donned a simple beige off-shoulder top, layered with a khaki ultra-short industrial-style jacket and wide brown cargo pants, her lightly curled high ponytail swaying gracefully. The subtle sprinkle of freckles on her face added a playful vigor to her appearance. This face is simply too suited for the big screen. This androgynous collegiate style bore a resemblance to Ruan Yu's first appearance in The Law of Stellar Attraction, albeit with differences in stitching and silhouette. The high ponytail and freckles lent a touch of magazine flair. The shooting progressed swiftly. The first 3 makeup styles drew upon Opsing's classic designs of brown, cream, and orange that have defined recent years, each unique in its own right. Truly, it was a miraculous rendition of Ruan. Teacher, slightly tilt your head. Good. Blow the bubbles a little bigger. Give me a wink. Excellent, excellent. So beautiful. So captivating. The splendidly beautiful teacher. Under the dazzling lights, Ruan Yu embodied a state of effortless grace, captivating from every conceivable angle. The girl sat elegantly on a high round stool, one foot playfully bent. Her American-style leather shoes paired with delicate white socks. One hand gently rested on her headphones, while pink bubbles formed and burst from her lips in delightful succession.
Yi.
Clutching a large water bottle, couldn't help but exclaim, Ruan's ability to engage is remarkable. I could see the videographer's smile, threatening to split his face. It wasn't merely a feeling. Huasheng interjected, "In my years of experience, I have never witnessed such a high rate of successful shots." Ruan Yu's first endorsement carries significant weight. Yi followed Huasheng's gaze, observing the camera linked to the computer, where frames of instant photos were being produced. Each image was excessively stunning. The first and only spokesperson for Opsing, she had struck gold. Let me emphasize something. Huasheng suddenly spoke, his tone markedly more serious than usual. If Ruan Yu feels any discomfort during work, she should not concern herself with a collaborating party. She must be allowed to rest immediately. And then, contact me at once.
Ah?
E felt a surge of worry. Is Sister Wan unwell? Is she working while sick? Huasheng nodded calmly, so you must remain vigilant. Should any incident occur, it could throw the entire schedule into chaos, and the penalty for breach of contract is substantial. E was taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement. Huasheng said no more and stayed until Ruan Yu had completed all her preparatory photos. The liaison from Opsing was exceedingly accommodating, offering no reason for concern. Since Ruan Yu had confided in him about her pregnancy, she would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. However, it was his first experience of feeling both like a father and a mother to the artists under his care, and to be frank, there was a fleeting moment when Huasheng felt a pang of frustration. Who was the scoundrel who had taken advantage of his precious talent? At that moment, a brightly colored limited edition supercar came to a smooth stop in front of the Opsing workshop. Miss Seng, a staff member, soon rushed out from the workshop lobby, his demeanor respectful. This morning, you left in a hurry with Mr. Gu, and I have collected your watch. Would you like to deliver it to him personally? Take it off, Sang Yining replied, her beautiful eyes glancing toward the largest workshop. Is there a shoot today? Yes, the staff member replied cheerfully. The first spokesperson for Opsing, Miss Ruan Yu, is here, perfectly suited to the new collection style. I believe you will find it most agreeable. Oh, Sang Yining's interest was piqued. What a coincidence. How about this? She mused, her fingertip resting on her chin, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. I happen to be a bit fatigued, and will rest at the cafe across the bridge. Have someone deliver your watch there. Once Miss Ruan has finished her shoot, let her know I have long wished to see her. The staff member was taken aback. Of course. So, it turns out you are acquaintances. However, such a significant matter had never been mentioned by Miss Sang. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu had swiftly concluded her shooting session. Thank you for your hard work. Expressed gratitude to the surrounding staff before draping a coat over Ruan Yu's shoulders. The temperature had suddenly dropped outside, and rain seemed imminent. Sister, are you tired? Not too much, Ruan Yu replied. Ruan Yu felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she leaned against her companion, feigning weakness. Her head spun. Heavy as lead, her gait a chaotic stumble akin to trudging through mud. What a perplexing metaphor. How utterly uncomfortable. A girl not accustomed to just, grew anxious. No wonder Huage had. Teacher Ruan Yu, a round-faced staff member approached, seemingly not from the set, but rather from the design department on the second floor of the workshop, his badge clearly displaying his title. What's the matter? Miss Sang just arrived and asked me to inform you that she is waiting for you at the cafe across the bridge. Ruan Yu furrowed her brows slightly. Miss Sang? Which Miss Sang?
Miss Sang Yining.
Chapter 45. He never takes responsibility. As the rain poured down in torrents, the heavy wooden door of the cafe swung open. Across several empty tables, Ruan Yu's gaze fell upon a figure by the window savoring the rain, Sang Yining, clad in a shoulder-draped, cream-colored dress. Her lips curved in a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with evident interest. Miss Sang, what a refined taste. Ruan Yu took a seat opposite her. On a rainy day, you ventured out to the countryside specifically to find me? Of course not, Sang Yining replied, resting her chin on her hand. Compared to Ruan Yu in her casual attire, she appeared meticulously polished, each strand of hair perfectly in place. I came to retrieve a watch for ACI that he left during his inspection of Opsing this morning. What is it that Miss Sang wishes to discuss? Ruan Yu thought it implausible that a girl from a prominent family would simply come to vex her. Besides, she felt no offense taken. Oh, it's nothing much. As the largest shareholder of Opsing, I merely wish to learn about our inaugural brand ambassador. Surely that's not too intrusive? Sang Yining scrutinized Ruan Yu's expression. To her surprise, their eyes met. What a beautiful girl. Sang Yining's curiosity deepened. As the waiter placed a cup of coffee before Ruan Yu, she made no move to touch it. It dawned on her that Opsing was a brand co-founded by the Gu family and Miss Sang, something she had not previously heard. They had established it before their marriage. Although Gu Youci had clarified that there were no romantic feelings involved between them, Sang Yining leaned on the wooden table. However, I heard from Luo Chuan that you and ACI met at the celebration banquet following that talent show years ago. Your backgrounds and interests differ greatly, so I am quite curious how. She arched an eyebrow playfully, her fingers brushing lightly against each other. How did you come to marry?
When you found out, Miss Sang.
I have no desire to know. No sooner had she spoken than the atmosphere shifted palpably. Don't be so dull, Miss Ruan Yu. Sang Yining's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully. You truly don't come across as the abandoned party. Rather, you seem the one in command. Could it be that the marriage was orchestrated by you? How many billions did you trick ACI into spending? Did Luo Chuan not inform you, Miss Sang, that it was Mr. Gu who proactively sought to take responsibility for me? When you realized that Sang Yining was not there to compete for Gu Youci's affection. She was merely a curious girl eager to hear a story. He took the initiative to take responsibility. Sang Yining displayed an expression of disbelief, as if questioning the absurdity of the situation. Did you envision him as some paragon of gentlemanly virtue? During his years of studying abroad, young women pursued him for 6 years, hailing from affluent families, yet it bore no fruit. He has never felt accountable to anyone. Or rather, there is nothing that warrants Gu Youci's responsibility. Ruan Yu interjected, perhaps I was merely fortunate. After all, he indeed stated it was an unexpected turn of events. As Ruan Yu gazed at the torrential rain outside, her brow furrowed with increasing concern. If Miss Sang is merely curious, I assure you, my relationship with President Gu has been one of mutual respect for 3 years. We have simply cohabitated. Have you never harbored any feelings for him? Not even a little?
Sang Yining suddenly inquired.
Ruan Yu hesitated, her fingers brushing the coffee cup ever so lightly. No, she replied, resolutely.
What?
I am engaged to Gu Youci. Sang Yining tapped the back of her phone, stating that he would arrive in a minute. An inexplicable tension hung in the air. Congratulations, Ruan Yu said with a slight smile. Then I wish Miss Sang and Mr. Gu a swift arrival of children. If necessary, I can reiterate this in Mr. Gu's presence. You, Sang Yining appeared somewhat irate. Do you not think you are being rather callous? Indeed, Ruan Yu replied in a cool tone. Miss Sang need not repeatedly demonstrate her superiority before me. Furthermore, if this is merely a matter of finding a partner to share life with, do not subject yourself to indignities. What do you mean? Is seeking Gu Youci considered an indignity? Ruan Yu's gaze seemed to question whom she truly esteemed. However, she turned and walked towards the door. In an instant, Sang Yining grew anxious.
Hey.
As the young woman pushed open the cafe door the next moment, her pant leg was splashed by a passing sports car. Ruan Yu paused, looking up to see the car door swing open. An expensive, handcrafted leather shoe stepped gently into the puddle, revealing long legs. The driver held a large umbrella over him.
Assis?
Sang Yining's voice rang out with a hint of excitement. The sound of high heels clicking resonated as she seemingly rushed to the man's side, while the driver stood at the entrance, awaiting their exit. Ruan Yu glanced at the downpour. She had already sent Yi on her way. A taxi awaited her by the roadside, but she still needed to traverse over 100 meters. Running would be perilous on the slick ground. She contemplated for a few seconds before lifting her small bag and slowly making her way to the street. The driver could no longer contain himself, intending to rush over and offer Ruan Yu the umbrella, yet she was already drenched. At that moment, Gu Youci and Sang Yining emerged, appearing less intimate than before. Yet neither spoke a word. President Gu, this must be the first time you've faltered in the presence of a woman, Sang Yining remarked, admiring her manicured nails. I just mentioned that I intend to get engaged to you. She even wished us a swift arrival of children. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Youci's eyes as he observed Sang Yining walking ahead. The driver hurriedly followed, assisting her into the back seat before promptly shielding him with the umbrella. President Gu, please get in. The driver trembled slightly at his employer's gaze, realizing this month's bonus would be entirely withheld. Yes. The driver dared not speak, watching as Ruan Yu braved the rain without an umbrella, first sending Miss Sang away before returning for Mr. Gu. Each act seemed utterly bewildering. Yet there was no solution at hand. These days, it is indeed a challenging task to be in this line of work. As Gu Youci settled into the back seat, he opened his notebook only to find Sang Yining resting her chin on her hand, her eyes brimming with compassion for him. How pitiful our Mr. Gu is. Sang Yining, Mr. Gu, if you do not cease your antics, in just a minute, your girlfriend overseas will know your whereabouts.
Hey.
Sang Yining's joyful demeanor shifted instantly as she stepped on Gu Youci's leather shoe with her high heel. I warn you, do not overstep. Are you unhappy with your divorce and wish to ensnare me as well? This is the last warning.
Ha.
You should abandon that hope. Ruan Yu is resolute in her decision to divorce. If you truly have feelings, just express them plainly. Do you comprehend, you oblivious man? No wonder your wife left. Chapter 46. Will you cry? Useless. You truly are quite ineffectual. Sang Yining retrieved a small mirror to touch up the lipstick she had accidentally spilled while drinking coffee. 3 years of marriage, yet it remains unacknowledged, and there is no benefit from being a husband. He hardly resembles a man. Oh, wait. She suddenly realized. Are you belittling yourself? Gu Youci remained silent, knowing Sang Yining well. Once she had set her mind on something, she would not heed others' opinions, particularly when it came to men, including himself. Sang Yining suddenly pieced it together. Are you saying being straightforward is useless? Gu Youci did not respond, perusing the English documents in front of him. However, Sang Yining, intrigued, leaned in closer. What is going on, Mr. Gu? The scent of her perfume wafted through the air, intoxicating yet overly mature for his taste, causing him to frown instinctively. It's none of your concern. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, waiting for Miss Sang to erupt. Your lips are harder to pry open than a corpse's. Sang Yining rolled her eyes, but even in her annoyance, her beauty was captivating. Your wife is far more charming than you. It is entirely normal for her not to be fond of you. Despite not enjoying her words, Ruan Yu maintained a smile. How beautiful. To like men in this lifetime is akin to hanging oneself from a tree. Enough, enough. Sang Yining had lost interest in conversing with him. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you like a girl, you must pursue her. That is the best dowry a man can offer. She paused, scanning Gu Youci's face and physique. Not bad. Why not continue? Gu Youci replied with a hint of indifference. After a lengthy silence, he finally raised his gaze to meet Sang Yining's thoughtful expression and solemnly asked, Mr. Gu, will you cry? Gu Youci. You desire that kind of restrained emotion, or perhaps to showcase your physique without appearing overly indulgent, while feigning casual embarrassment and shyness during flirtation, and furthermore. Enough. Gu Youci could not help but hold his forehead, seeking quietude for a moment. Sang Yining promptly lost all interest. Indeed, men are notoriously impervious to reason. By the time Ruan Yu entered the car, she was already drenched. Strands of her hair clung to her cheeks, and without the luxury of tidying herself up, she hastily called out, Master, could you please raise the air conditioning a bit? Being pregnant, catching a chill would be quite troublesome. The taxi driver, noticing the young girl shivering from the rain, felt a pang of sympathy as he observed her coldly rubbing her arms. With the night darkening, he was reluctant to take on such a lengthy fare. Aren't you afraid of danger, young lady? Nodding in gratitude, Ruan Yu suddenly felt her bag vibrate. She retrieved her phone and answered, Hello? Did you say it? Just as she finished her question, she heard her brother's faint reply, Sorry, sis, Ruan Yu ended the call. Despite feeling fatigued, she promptly said to the driver, Sir, please take me to Banshanju. The door swung open. Cease. Ruan Jinghang, clad in pajamas, appeared to have been waiting in the yard for quite some time. Upon seeing his sister, concern washed over him. Your complexion doesn't look well. Did you just get caught in the rain? A little, Ruan Yu sniffed, shoving her bag into her brother's hands. Are Mom and Dad asleep? Not yet. But a steady voice suddenly resonated from the sofa. Ruan, come here. To be honest, upon hearing that voice, Ruan Jinghang felt irritated. Yet, he wouldn't allow his sister to face reprimands alone. The boy plopped down on the sofa, casting a weary glance at his father. What if my sister caught a cold from the rain? Then go change your clothes. Ruan Boming set down his tea, genuine concern evident in his eyes. However, Ruan Yu was utterly exhausted. She simply murmured, Thank you, Dad, before heading upstairs, devoid of any inclination to linger. Pushing open the door, she found her bedroom tidy and clean, maintained by regular upkeep. Leaning against the bathtub, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She deliberately filled the tub with warmer water, fearing the chill from earlier would linger. Ruan Yu reclined against the edge of the tub, her delicate shoulders partially exposed, allowing herself to fully relax. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded at the frosted door. Ruan, recognizing the voice, Ruan Yu replied, Mom, is there something you need? May I come in? Instinctively, Ruan Yu touched her unadorned belly, still not visibly showing. Sure. Upon hearing the response, Lin Pin entered the bathroom. As she stepped inside, a wave of warm air enveloped her, causing her to exclaim, Goodness, it's quite hot in here. Are you feeling dizzy? Lin Pin, with her gentle and graceful demeanor,
Spoke softly.
Ruan Yu bore a striking resemblance to her, indicative of her mother's beauty in her youth. I just got caught in the rain,
So, I thought I'd soak for a while.
The tub was filled with bath salts, the milky water rising just to her chest. Ruan Yu grasped her mother's hand.
Mom.
Is there something urgent you wish to discuss? Not at all.
How could that be?
Hearing this, Ruan Yu felt a twinge of sorrow. Lin Pin tenderly adjusted her daughter's hair, noticing her hesitation, and suddenly asked softly, Ruan, have you ever resented me over the years?
Mom.
Ruan Yu quickly tightened her grip on her hand. What's wrong with you? Everything today feels so strange. She could somewhat guess the reason behind her father's anger. It was likely an attempt to discuss matters with her. There was no need for Mrs. Gu to make a public appearance, but her mother.
Mom.
Back then, Dad didn't he support me. I signed up for the audition on my own. That stage of the talent show was merely a chance for me to debut. Most of the past 3 years have been quite unhappy for me. I merely wish to continue indulging in the pursuits I cherish, if that is permissible. Upon hearing this, Lin Pein's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. I am sorry, I am truly sorry, Ruan. My dear, I was unaware. Throughout the years, I have held your father's words in high regard. With Mr. Gu's commendable qualities, we were never worthy of such an alliance. Yet, I have never inquired about your feelings. Have you refrained from contacting me these past years, believing that I favor your brother? Ruan Yu felt increasingly perplexed. She reached out to wipe her mother's tears. Seeing her cry was a rare occurrence that weighed heavily on her heart. Could it be that something unfortunate had transpired at home? Chapter 47. Enduring the strain. What could possibly be wrong? Lin Pei's reddened eyes lacked any semblance of conviction, yet she grasped her daughter's hand tightly. Ruan, when you converse with your father, only agree if you truly wish to. Do you understand? Ruan Yu's contemplation deepened. Lin Pei removed a towel from the rack and placed it beside the bathtub, cautioning that the water was too hot for prolonged bathing, as it could lead to discomfort.
Yes.
They stood at a considerable distance from one another. What of Ching Chung? Ruan Yu furrowed her brow, feigning ignorance. She settled onto the sofa beside Wan Beiming, observing as he placed the brewed tea before her. I sent him to bed. Otherwise, how could we have a proper discussion? However, at that moment, Lin Pei reached out to intercept the cup of tea. It is too late. She did not cast a glance at her husband, her demeanor tinged with indifference. Ruan cannot sleep after drinking tea, even if it stemmed from her. The rift between her parents need not be laid bare. What is truly going on? Ruan Yu sensed an impending revelation. If it were not for the information gleaned from other executives, do you still intend to persist in this manner? Enough! Payne exclaimed. Why are you calling my name?
You.
Wan Beiming's expression darkened, exuding an air of unreasonable indignation. I am being unreasonable? Lin Pei murmured in disbelief. How could that possibly compare to your choice to pursue a young, beautiful woman outside? Did you not feel any remorse when you urged me to send our daughter away? Do not speak such nonsense before the child. Wan Beiming abruptly rose, his gaze towards his wife shadowed with discontent. Ruan Yu's expression turned icy as she positioned herself protectively in front of her mother. What do you intend to do? Ruan, your father does not. The endearing nickname was laced with affection and a hint of panic. In her youth, Wan Beiming was perceived as an exemplary father, cherishing his daughter and known in the neighborhood as a devoted husband and loving father. Yet once desire takes root, everything transforms. Ruan Yu was unable to discern whether Wan Beiming was genuinely disheartened by her attitude, or if he sought her assistance in extending the contract between the Ruan family and Gu's company. She had listened intently to their earlier exchange. Casting a glance towards the second floor, she found no sign of her brother. I am weary. She was reluctant to discuss such matters at night. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and she longed for rest. Lin Pei dabbed her eyes. Very well. Just now, Aunt Chin prepared some ginger tea. I shall bring it to you shortly. All right, Ruan Yu replied softly. She cast a glance at Wan Beiming, whose eyes were filled with guilt and remorse, the source of which was unclear. Yet, the fondness of her father from her childhood remained vivid in her memory, rendering her unable to utter harsher words. The atmosphere at home had inexplicably shifted, just as Jingheng had remarked. Despite consuming ginger soup, the inevitable could not be evaded. Ruan Yu had succumbed to a fever. For the first time, Wan Beiming was reluctant to maintain his facade, choosing to sleep in the study that night. When Lin Pei entered her daughter's room, she noticed Ruan Yu's limbs stretched out in search of coolness, which softened her heart considerably. Just as she intended to tuck her in, she felt the heat radiating from her body. Ruan. Lin Pei's heart sank as she saw Ruan Yu's face flushed bright red, her forehead damp and clinging to her neck. She hastily tidied her hair, urging, wake up. My dear, let me touch you. Ruan Yu, in distress and delirium, buried her face in the blanket, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. After a while, she felt a coolness on her forehead, which offered a modicum of relief. It had been a long time since she had fallen ill. Lin Pei's gaze fell upon the thermometer, and worry clouded her eyes. 37.9 degrees Celsius. Though not a severe fever, it brought back memories of Ruan Yu's childhood illnesses, which often lasted over 2 weeks. Anxious and restless in the middle of the night, she resolved to take her to the hospital.
Come on,
Lin Pei said, lifting Ruan Yu gently. Put on a coat. We shall go to the hospital. I will call ACI shortly. This remark, however, seemed ill-timed. Ruan Yu's head throbbed painfully, and her nose was congested. A pregnant woman's body temperature is inherently elevated, with the little one inside akin to a furnace. Yet, in a moment of stress, she opened her watery eyes and pleaded, Mom, please don't call him.
no nonsense.
Lin Pei misinterpreted her daughter's plea as a tantrum. I will stay with you, but I just need to inform ACI. It's just a minor issue. There's no need to go to the hospital. Ruan Yu's voice was muffled. Even if they went, she could only endure. Medications were off the table. Talking to him is pointless. Lin Pei chuckled at this. remarking how Ruan Yu remained the same as in her childhood. What is there to fear about the hospital? Are you afraid of getting a shot and crying in front of ACI?
Mom.
Alright, you'll feel better soon. When children fall ill, their dreams are filled with calling for their mothers, seeking comfort. Perhaps, during times of illness, having one's mother nearby makes it all too easy to be vulnerable. Ruan Yu felt utterly miserable, yet there was a lingering sentiment within her. She had no umbrella. Gu Youci noticed, but had no intention of offering her one. It's just an umbrella, she thought. Even a stranger would lend one. Lin Ping held Ruan Yu close, resting her head on her shoulder. Once Ruan Yu fell asleep. Her cheeks flushed and warm from the fever, her body soft and pliant against Lin Ping's, prompting her to gently caress her daughter. With her child nearby, she asked for nothing more. There were words that she had intended to keep from Ruan Yu, especially regarding Ruan Boming's actions, which she had chosen to ignore for a full 6 months. Yet today, Ruan Boming confronted his daughter. What would follow? First, he expressed his discontent with Ruan Yu's return to the workforce, advising her against facing the Gu family. Ultimately, he laid the company's matters bare, urging her to whisper sweet nothings to Gu Youci. The Ruan family would profit once more. 3 years ago, the same pattern unfolded, and Lin Ping resolutely refused to allow it to repeat. As for how Ruan Yu navigated the precarious waters of the Gu family, she was uncertain but could surmise some aspects. After all, in the span of 3 years, the absence of a child would surely raise eyebrows within the Gu family. The thought pierced Lin Ping's heart with a sudden pang. She instructed the driver to make a call. There was still time to seek an emergency consultation. A delicate hand grasped hers. Ruan Yu gazed into her mother's eyes and noted the increased fine lines. A mere nap under the covers might remedy it. Yet medication was out of the question. A single trip felt exhausting. Finally, Lin Ping sensed something amiss. Are you concealing something from your mother? To her surprise, Ruan Yu nodded slowly. I'm pregnant. Chapter 48. I will love you forever. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Once Lin Ping absorbed this revelation, her hands trembled as she caressed Ruan Yu's head. What should we do? Are you feeling feverish? Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Ruan Yu shook her head. I can't eat. I feel a bit nauseous. Lin Ping, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to frame her questions. After a moment's reflection, she cautiously inquired, Does ACI know? Ruan Yu had anticipated her mother's inquiry and decided to be forthright. Last month, I divorced Gu Youci. Doesn't he know about the baby? Lin Ping was rendered speechless, her astonishment palpable. Yet, in the next moment, she enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, her voice trembling. Hasn't he treated you well, has he? Ruan Yu was taken aback by her mother's response. Shouldn't this be a moment of confrontation? It felt akin to a child, who, despite receiving an award for first place, irrationally hides it for fear of envy. In a more selfish light, Ruan Yu simply wished to keep the truth from the Gu family. She yearned for this child, irrespective of whether Gu Youci would marry another in the future. She desired no further ties with him, not even with such a monumental asset that could elevate her standing anywhere. To Lin Ping, the only reason she could fathom for Ruan Yu's reluctance to share such significant news was Gu Youci's treatment of her daughter. The very thought of her daughter being unwilling to confide in her husband about something as monumental as a pregnancy filled her with profound sorrow. Ruan Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, warmth pooling within. Mom, if you wish, the words caught in her throat. I can take you and my younger brother away from Dad. The latter part remained unspoken. Ruan Boming was not a wholly bad person. He had been a good father and husband, and her childhood had been filled with happiness, bolstered by a brother who stood up for her and loving parents. Ruan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. And what of her mother? Had she not wept countless times in the stillness of the night? For the past 6 months, I've merely turned a blind eye. Lin Ping concealed a flicker of despair from her gaze, mustering a smile for her daughter. Not even her son was aware. Lin Ping wrapped her daughter in a blanket. When you were born, you weighed just over 5 pounds. Your father was so afraid to hold you that he would only dare to embrace you when you lay in my arms, gently patting you. I've seen the photographs. With her eyes reddened, Ruan Yu found that her father's belongings were impeccably preserved, showing no signs of yellowing. In the study of the Ruan family, specifically Ruan Boming's, there stood a 3-tiered cabinet made of pear wood. Inside lay 3 thick leather-bound albums and a collection of vintage cameras. Over time, Ruan Jinghong's possessions had hastily claimed but a small corner. When did people begin to change? Was it with the diminishing albums of the second child, the opposition to a daughter's dreams, or the moment the cooperation contract from the Gu family was handed over? Ruan Yu embraced her mother tightly. She could sense that her mother was utterly reluctant to divorce, perhaps never even contemplating it. I remember it vividly. Ruan Yu gazed at the familiar decor of the bedroom. The love you and father gave me far outweighed any negativity. Thus, I too wish to keep a child, granting them the right to experience this love. This is the most significant reason. I will support any decision you make, Ruan Yu spoke with a smile. Just don't sacrifice your own happiness. Though my child is still so small, and I am uncertain of their future feelings towards me, Ruan Yu murmured softly, as your daughter, I will always love you. Her words gently dissipated into the air. That night, Ruan Yu endured a fever that came and went, but fortunately, it subsided by dawn. Cuddled under the blanket, she basked in the warm morning sun, feeling lazily comfortable. Upon waking, her first action was to stare blankly at the ceiling. Mom, she called out, but no one responded. The phone rang insistently. Little ancestor, are you missing or what? You scared me to death. I caught a cold from the rain yesterday. Ruan Yu pressed her nose. Her tone muffled. I just woke up after sleeping for ages. It's so noisy. My head hurts terribly. Huasheng, is your body holding up? If tomorrow's audition is on, I think you should be fine. Ruan Yu mumbled, but if you schedule anything extra for me today, I might. Might what? Might just drag this broken body and struggle to work for you. You seem to be recovering quite well, Huasheng teased, yet he reminded her. Opsing is wrapping up. And I've helped you select the photos. The results are promising. Your first advertisement concluded perfectly. Ruan Yu thought to herself that thankfully there was no need for reshoots. Thank you, Brother Hua, for keeping track of everything, she expressed sincerely. Just as she was on speakerphone, the door was gently pushed open. Lin Pin entered with Aunt Chen. Ruan Yu's eyes brightened at the sight and heard Huasheng say recently, Xing Yinli is set to record a debut battle. You need to be active on Weibo. You can manage the format and give a boost to the trainees you've collaborated with before. Alright, Huasheng added. Are you prepared for tomorrow's audition? What kind of preparation are you referring to? Ruan Yu sipped the congee Lin Pin had fed her. Chicken with mushrooms. Her eyes sparkled as she recognized Lin Pin's culinary skills, and she complimented her mother on its deliciousness. Seeing her mother's calm and gentle gaze, her emotions stabilized significantly compared to the previous day. Ruan Yu felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. The first in the Drama Academy's professional course, little Ruan Yu, listened intently as Huasheng chuckled lightly. You must manage your acting and lines yourself. I cannot believe you have not prepared adequately. He emphasized 2 points, the simplest attire and the cleanest presentation. Ruan Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly inquired, are there any whispers of gossip? Why are you asking me now? Huasheng stretched lazily, realizing that his precious child was taking this seriously. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Hey. Huasheng felt as though she might hang up at any moment. This time, everyone is vying for the roles of the second and third female leads. There are probably fewer than 10 candidates for your part. But do not let your guard down. Huasheng continued with earnestness. Song Ningji will also be auditioning. Although I don't know which role she is trying for, you have another formidable competitor. Who? Last year's Best Supporting Actress at the Huaying Awards, Zhang Shiqiao. Chapter 49. Are you satisfied, Huaga? Ruan Yu suddenly called out.
What is it?
If I were to back out at the last moment. Stop right there. Huasheng sprang up from the bed, his white tank top accentuating his healthy physique, and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window. You may be a newcomer, but you're still formally trained. Achieving overnight fame is a possibility, do you understand? Ruan Yu responded with an O. She was not unfamiliar with her senior Zhang Shiqiao. Her direct senior, after all, was she not recognized as a Best Supporting Actress? She simply does not wish to play the lead. Alright, I'll hang up. Ruan Yu yawned and tossed her phone aside. Lin Pin, noticing her daughter's spirited demeanor, chuckled as she offered a spoonful of porridge. Was that a call from your agent? Yes, there's a film audition tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lin Pin grew anxious. Ruan, I do not oppose you. But you have just recovered from a fever and are pregnant. Shouldn't you rest properly? Do not worry, Ruan Yu reassured her with a smile. I will channel my emotions throughout, without any excessive movements. Then, how about having my brother accompany me? Ruan Yu proposed a solution. I can provide you with real-time video updates on my condition. After all, he is utterly free at the moment. Hey, who are you calling idol? A disgruntled youthful voice interjected, prompting both mother and daughter to glance towards the doorway. Ruan Jingheng, clad in a pink halter-neck apron adorned with a large bare face, wielded a spatula as if he had just emerged from the kitchen. You still use the dishes I washed. Speak more politely. Ruan Yu retorted, with that getup. You only washed a single dish? I also studied the recipe. Ruan Jingheng replied with a hint of defiance, shaking a finger. The pot isn't even clean yet. Aunt Chen wore a perplexed expression. Unperturbed by being exposed, Ruan Jingheng shrugged. I was cooking porridge for you, but my brother insisted on coming into metal. Lin Pin looked at her 2 children, smiling. Little Hang bought you fever patches when he saw you burning up last night. Really? Ruan Yu beamed at her brother as he approached, forming a heart shape with her hands, her eyes sparkling. Truly, you are such a wonderful little brother. Ruan Jinghang went slightly and walked over. Sister, your acting is becoming increasingly unnatural. It's rather awkward to watch. Indeed, I just managed to grasp the right moment. Sister, would you care for a taste?
Wait. Suddenly,
Ruan Yu's complexion turned pale as she pointed at him with a furrowed brow. Just stand there and don't move. What's wrong? Lin Payne, observing the two who had been quarreling moments ago, sensed the shift. Ruan Yu covered her mouth, looking quite distressed. Xiao Heng, you should leave now. Ah? With you smelling of oil and smoke, your sister won't be able to handle it. She might throw up. Ruan Jinghang. Am I, a tall and handsome gentleman of 1 meter 80, truly capable of making my sister feel nauseous? He quietly retreated, his eyes filled with lingering resentment. She subtly formed a heart with her fingers above her head. During these unusual times, Xiao Heng should be more accommodating. Today, Ruan Yu was at home, and Lin Payne's affection was evident on her face. The usually aloof matriarch even ventured out with Aunt Chen to buy groceries, intending to prepare a hearty meal for her daughter. Naturally, this presented an excellent opportunity. Ruan Jinghang was also ushered out to assist his mother in carrying items. Ruan Yu gently pushed her brother to the door, dressed in her pajamas, exuding an air of tenderness. It's not much fun at home. I wish to discuss something with Dad. Then why can't I stay? Ruan Jinghang immediately protested. You can't just agree to everything Dad says. After saying this, he glanced up at the study on the second floor. Since last night, Ruan Boming had rarely made an appearance, and even this morning, he had been cold. Did he think she wouldn't notice? What more assistance did he require from his sister? I understand. Ruan Yu had just recovered from a fever. Her voice softer than usual. Go on. She had always been someone he listened to. Although Ruan Jinghang was unhappy, he felt secure in his own home. Ruan Yu watched him leave, her smile gradually fading. She turned and ascended the stairs, heading toward the tightly closed study. Tap, tap. Come in. The familiar, steady voice reached her ears as Ruan Yu pushed the door open, immediately facing the old pearwood cabinet, still filled to the brim, and Ruan Boming, holding a DV camera. In his childhood, he would often act spoiled. Ruan Boming seemed to recall an amusing scene, a hint of indulgence in his gaze. As he played checkers with his daughter, sulking and on the verge of tears when he lost. Are you playing the sympathy card? In the air, the girl's soft voice pierced like a dagger. Ruan. Ruan Boming glanced at the framed photograph beside the computer, a family portrait of four. Now appearing so ironic. Beyond being your father, I am also a man. At times, you might not understand. Understand what? Ruan Yu had never felt such discomfort. Isn't it disgusting? To utter such words to a father who cherished her felt like a slow torture. Yet, a mistake is a mistake. Ruan Boming, usually so composed, had his eyes slightly reddened. Must you speak to your father in such a manner? The matters between your mother and me concern you. I despise you. Ruan Yu spoke softly. Maintaining passion for a person from beginning to end is challenging. Yet you chose the most excessive way. You're certain that my mother cannot bear to part with you. I didn't. Before Ruan Boming could respond, a knock sounded at the study door from a servant. Sir, a gentleman named Chen just arrived, claiming to have an important document for you. Should I bring it in?
Come in.
The maid sensed the somber atmosphere within and chose not to speak further. As Ruan Yu reached out for the document, Ruan Boming made no attempt to stop her. Initially, she intended to casually open it, yet the prominent title caught her eye. Ruan Yu's fingers paused for a brief moment. A gentleman named Chen, coupled with the document's heading, was directly delivered into Ruan Boming's hands. A deep tremor coursed through Ruan Yu's heart. She suddenly chuckled lightly, glancing at her father. Let us discuss serious matters. I discerned my father's resolute intention. He neither planned to apologize to my mother nor abandon his role as a loving father. However, I was unwilling to comply. Yet this would be my final act of assistance. Ruan Yu carefully opened the document, revealing 7 or 8 pages, which she then pushed towards Ruan Boming. He anticipated the contents and focused intently. The Gu family's renewal contract. The duration of this validity was 10 years. Ruan Yu found herself at a loss for words regarding her emotions, yet she was certain that in this moment, the emotional value bestowed upon her by Gu Youci was ineffable. Father, are you satisfied? Chapter 50. The Dribble of Saliva. The astonishment in Ruan Boming's eyes was unmistakable. What did this decade-long contract signify? It meant that during this period, the Ruan family's company could operate without any business collaboration, potentially yielding profits exceeding hundreds of millions, all while being backed by the formidable Gu family, a rare pinnacle in the capital. Ruan, Mr. Gu genuinely cherishes you. Ruan Boming sighed. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Ruan Yu's eyes as she refrained from responding to her father. If you cannot sever ties, at the very least, respect mother. Ruan Yu rose and approached the door. If I find out she threatens mother, I will ensure you relinquish every benefit you have gained. The study door closed behind her. Ruan Yu stood outside for quite some time. An hour later, she set down her pen. Opening her WeChat, she navigated to the conversation thread beginning with G and typed out a series of messages questioning the rationale behind the continued collaboration with the Ruan family, only to delete and revise them repeatedly. Gu Youci, she murmured, covering her cheeks with her hands. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Why support the Ruan family? They're already divorced. Gu Youci still privately delivered contracts to Ruan Beiming. Was he attempting to curry favor with his former father-in-law? Yet, he exhibited no sign of seeking praise. As Ruan Yu pondered, her phone suddenly lit up, igniting a flicker of irritation within her. What is it? Are you on your period? Why the sudden outburst? Wang Jingheng sighed. Pregnant women are prone to temperamental shifts. We probably need to purchase a multitude of items today. What else going on? Sister, you won't even need to buy baby bottles in the future. Wang Jingheng observed Lin Payne and Chen Sa in the mother and baby store, noting how the sales clerk eagerly processed his mother's purchases. The sales associate must have accumulated quite the virtue. In an instant, Ruan Yu surmised that their mother had already procured items for the child. Otherwise, Wang Jingheng glanced at the diapers in his hand. Isn't it said that children grow quickly, and dressing them in overly new clothes bears ill omens? I just mentioned it. And we had plenty of clothes when we were young. We can make do. She almost faced her mother's disdain. All right, let mother make the purchase, she conceded, a deeper curve forming at the corners of Ruan Yu's lips, as it would certainly ease her worries. However, she had to remind her mother that she did not reside at home. The existence of the child must remain unknown to Ruan Beiming. What will happen when your contract expires? I will discuss it with mother, Ruan Yu replied, expressing her annoyance at her younger brother, who resembled a nagging caregiver. All right. Wang Jingheng, why are you asking so many questions on your own accord? With a sudden click, the call had ended. Wang Jingheng lamented, who will return my gentle and beautiful sister? Upon returning home, she shared the little one's belongings with her. A slightly larger bed had been ordered, which would take 2 months to arrive, handcrafted nonetheless. From the tiniest pacifier to socks and bibs, Ruan Yu held 2 delicate straps in her palm, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, they were quite adorable. No wonder mother couldn't resist purchasing them. This little item was of great significance. Lin Payne, smiling, presented another, saying, You and little Hang will need several of these during teething. They must be changed 2 to 3 times a day. Bibs? Wang Jingheng looked up from his notebook. Why should I be involved? I don't have any photos of my sister with a bib in my album. That's because you haven't taken enough. Lin Payne folded the small clothes and called for Aunt Chen in the basement. Your sister used her bibs until she was nearly 2. I kept every single one in pristine condition. Ruan Yu chuckled, resting her head on her hand. This surely won't be hereditary, right? What will you say to your brother? Lin Payne smiled. You both had a penchant for gnawing on things during teething, your little mouths always drooling. Children are all the same. Ruan Yu's smile faded slightly. Her mother certainly understood better. Hence such happiness. Why did Ruan Beiming yearn to escape? After washing her face and donning sunglasses, a hat and a mask, Ruan Yu refrained from disclosing her address, taking the family driver-esque car to the Morning Star headquarters. Hua Sheng awaited her by the car, without even notifying Yi. My goddess Ruan, please. Hua Sheng assessed Ruan Yu's appearance today, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Perfect. Ruan Yu settled into the passenger seat. As Hua Sheng joined her, he noticed she had not brought any audition scripts, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Not even a last-minute cram? I can recite it by heart, she replied. This statement, combined with her fresh appearance today, exuded formidable allure. The audition for the movie took place in a high-rise office building. Since the casting was not publicly announced, the only individuals privy to the news were agents from leading companies like Hua Sheng and Yu Manjin, or those like Zhang Shiqiao, who directly received invitations from the director for this audition. I never anticipated that you would be auditioning for the same role as her, Hua Sheng sighed. How can someone so skilled in acting always seek minor roles? I beg to differ, Ruan Yu replied coolly. Zhang Shiqiao focuses on the script, not on dazzling female lead characters. The Huaying Award, held once every 5 years, is one of the most prestigious film awards in the country. Zhang Shiqiao debuted at 16 and has received numerous accolades over the past decade, yet not a single Best Actress award. However, her acting skills and reputation overshadow all her peers in the industry. Surely, you are not feeling intimidated, are you? A touch of hesitation crossed my mind. Although I said this with a smile, 3 years ago at Twinkle, I had already witnessed that regardless of effort and talent, everything is ultimately under the control of capital. Brother Hua, can you assure me that there are no hidden agendas this time? Hua Sheng fell silent. Even the invitation for Ruan Yu's audition was facilitated through his connections. How could one claim there are no underlying motives? To be candid, Hua Sheng parked the car, recalling that he had the fortune to attend a meeting with director Huai, where he presented the script and casting requirements, prompting me to advocate for you. Ruan Yu, do you remember the footage of your musical examination during your school years that I watched? So what? Hua Sheng turned his head to look at her. The most alarming part is that you nearly perfectly fit director Air's casting criteria. Chapter 51. Half drunk, half awake, half transitory life. Alright, the next actor, please prepare. The waiting area for auditions was not crowded. As Ruan Yu entered, she found herself directly facing Song Ningji, who appeared equally taken aback. Their eyes exchanged a silent greeting, and Ruan Yu quietly settled into a corner, observing her surroundings with discretion. Nevertheless, upon the entrance of another individual, those perceptive enough could not help but notice the extraordinary aura of the woman seated beside Song Ningji, who briefly scanned Ruan Yu with her gaze. She was Zhang Shiqiao, another artist from Yixing. Miss Song, do you know her? Zhang Shiqiao initiated a conversation with Song Ningji. She doesn't quite resemble the typical talent from a competition. Song Ningji noted the admiration in her senior's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Shiqiao harbored such sentiments. Ruan Yu had an excellent figure, clad in a simple white modified three-quarter sleeve top, with a clean, youthful fishtail braid cascading behind her ear. She had removed her mask upon sitting, revealing a naturally beautiful face, radiant and vibrant. With features as exquisite as a painting, this girl possesses quite an admirable demeanor. Zhang Shiqiao, rarely encountering a newcomer who piqued her interest, mused about her graceful presence. Reminiscent of a theatrical background. Which agency does she belong to? Morning Star Entertainment, Ruan Yu, Song Ningji replied. Just then, a young girl with a work badge knocked on the door and approached Zhang Shiqiao, bowing slightly. Teacher Zhang, it's almost your turn. Please follow me to the inner stage to prepare. Ruan Yu looked up upon hearing this. Zhang Shiqiao, under the gaze of the 7 or 8 individuals present, rose and exited. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, it was no surprise that Senior Zhang was efficient, as previous actors had not lingered inside for more than 3 minutes. Indeed, this time frame was ample for discussions with the director, and she must have begun coordinating schedules. After all, Senior Zhang was merely fulfilling a formality. The principal cast was already predetermined, and Zhang Shiqiao had personally come to audition for a cameo role, a rare dedication in the domestic entertainment industry. Ruan Yu remained calm amidst the surrounding discussions among the actors. Among the auditioning talents today were numerous professionally trained actors, and at a glance, most were strikingly beautiful young women. Song Ningji, being a top-tier idol, carried a renowned title. Yet, in this crowd, her vibrant presence still stood out. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. A female actress had accidentally knocked over her coffee cup and was busily attempting to clean the stains from her dress. Observing this, Ruan Yu retrieved a wet tissue from her bag and offered, "Would you like to clean it up?" "Thank you." The actress looked up and met Ruan Yu's gaze, her eyes flickering with a hint of admiration. "Are you a newcomer?" "Sort of." Ruan Yu replied with a gentle nod and a smile. The actress accepted the tissue, unable to suppress a sigh. Newcomers these days possess such remarkable charm and beauty. It's no wonder we struggle to land roles. She then cast a glance at Song Ningji. After this brief interlude, the crowd gradually realized that Zhang Shiqiao had been inside for 15 minutes. It was only when Song Ningji was called out that they resumed their chatter. "Which role is Senior Zhang auditioning for? Are we to continue?" "Su Qing, I believe. That character stands out among all the guest appearances. However, the subject matter is quite daring for director Air, and it involves scenes with the male lead. Yet, securing approval for this role is challenging. And there's no guarantee that all the footage won't be cut." Ruan Yu quietly smiled to herself. Indeed, it was the role she was auditioning for, Su Qing. In the original Republic of China script The Tale of the Qing Wan by director Huaizhong, Su Qing is the childhood sweetheart of the male protagonist, Shang Guanqi, and also the object of his mother's aspirations. Ultimately, Su Qing does not marry Shang Guanqi but his father, a hidden thread woven through the fabric of feudal remnants. Due to the sensitive nature of the material, her screen time had been heavily edited to less than 10 minutes. Portraying a character's evolution from a young girl to a woman, a considerable challenge. Ruan Yu took a deep breath. In less than 3 minutes, the staff returned to call for her. "Number 10, please come with me to the inner stage. Are you ready?" "Here." Ruan Yu raised her hand in response. As she stood, all eyes turned toward her. It was not until she exited that a flurry of whispers erupted. "I didn't dare to ask earlier. Is that Ruan Yu? She hasn't even worn makeup, yet she is indeed more beautiful than she appears online." "Ruan Yu? Which agency does she belong to? Don't you know? She has recently become quite popular online, having emerged from the same variety show as Miss Song just now, though she hasn't officially debuted. Now she is here acting." The discussions continued as Ruan Yu pushed open the door to the inner stage, facing the panel of judges, with director Hui Zhong seated in the center. And, to the side, Zhang Shiqiao had taken an additional seat. Ruan Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion as she slowly walked to the center. Good day. Esteemed judges. I am number 10, Ruan Yu, and I wish to audition for the role of Su Qing. At that moment, Zhang Shiqiao exchanged a glance with the director.
Suin?
Director Hui Zhong's voice was steady, his classic black glasses framing a gaze that held a measure of scrutiny. Before we commence the audition, I would like to hear your reasons for wanting to portray this character. The producer also straightened, intrigued. Among the previous auditionees, hardly anyone has chosen this role. Half drunk, half awake in a fleeting life, Ruan Yu stood in her pristine attire, her eyes reflecting a serene yet fragile spirit. Su Qing's life, consumed by her unfulfilled desires. Left behind an indelible memory for the male lead, a treasure amidst the chaos of a tumultuous era. Several casting directors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration. Director I have a humble request, one said. Speak, replied Hui Zhong, a smile dancing in his eyes. That seems a reasonable request, Zhang Shiqiao chuckled.
Glancing at Hui.
How about Miss Ruan and I take a trip to select a suitable candidate? The casting team nodded in agreement, their interest in the young lady intensifying. Indeed, he had been captivated by her appearance and demeanor at first sight. As Ruan Yu entered, her simple attire was particularly alluring. More importantly, this young woman exuded an aura of melancholy that was rare for her age. It was strikingly similar to the character Su Qing. Moreover, Hui Zhong noticed an unspoken connection. As Ruan Yu recounted Su Qing's life, it felt as though the scene had materialized before him. In that moment, Ruan Yu embodied Su Qing, and Su Qing became Ruan Yu. On their way to the audition, Zhang Shiqiao remarked with a smile. You've clearly prepared for this for quite some time. Ruan Yu hesitated before responding, Yes, I've rehearsed the lines numerous times and consulted my former musical theater instructor, as well as attended the company's movement classes. Competing against a veteran like you is indeed an honor. Excuse me? Zhang Shiqiao raised an eyebrow playfully. Who said I was vying for your role? Aren't you auditioning for Su Qing? Certainly not. Chapter 52, Seeking a Handsome One. That must remain confidential for now. Zhang Shiqiao laughed, proceeding to push open the door at the end of the hall. Hello everyone. Pardon the interruption. The assistant director and producer, well acquainted with Zhang Shiqiao, effortlessly elaborated on her earlier request, quickly securing their approval. Is there a standard? May I make a request? Ruan Yu pondered for a moment before stating with utmost seriousness, I would prefer someone more handsome. Zhang Shiqiao was amused by her charming remark, but her whispered words reached a certain someone in the corner, who lifted his gaze towards Ruan Yu. I'll take it from here, a languid voice interjected. Ruan Yu was drawn to the sound, turning to see the individual rising from the shadows, a man clad in a simple white trench coat, appearing youthful yet distinguished. To her surprise, it was Su Yao. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Zhang Shiqiao smiled at Ruan Yu, saying, Allow me to introduce you. This is our leading man from Qingwanji, Mr. Shang Guanqi, Su Yao. Su Yao, the illustrious young actor who, at just 23, had already garnered numerous prestigious film awards, was indeed Shang Guanqi, Su Qing's nominal son and her former lover. As he approached Ruan Yu, he flashed a smile and inquired, Is she my Qing? Is it that obvious? Ruan Yu replied, meeting his gaze with a smile of her own. Do I meet your criteria for a partner? Zhang Shiqiao couldn't help but laugh, recalling Ruan Yu's earlier remark about wanting someone handsome. Ruan Yu, however, was not one to flirt casually. In the presence of her seniors, she nodded obediently, silently following Su Yao as he walked away with a smile. Zhang Shiqiao offered a friendly reminder, questioning if Mu Yao's strong performance instilled confidence. However, today, Su Yingdi appeared merely as a tool. Ruan Yu blinked a couple of times, pondering whether her lines were fewer than his. Her attitude remained commendable. Zhang Shiqiao mused that the scene with Su Yao and Ruan Yu standing together was so compelling that it could be directly transposed onto the cinematic screen without an audition. He should have summoned director over earlier. Satisfaction was guaranteed, and indeed, it proved to be the case. As the audition commenced, director Hui Zhong called for silence. Why is one person here admiring the flowers? Su Qing's hand faltered. Silence enveloped the surroundings for a few seconds. Slowly, Su Qing turned toward him, stating, I just saw Miss Yuan enter the ladies' courtyard. Did I mention I was looking for her? Su Qing's expression remained indifferent, as if nothing could sway her. Yet that hint of tenderness felt like a dagger piercing deeply into Shang Guanqi's heart. Ah Qi, the lady has chosen you as her intended. You must take this to heart. How does one exchange genuine feelings for mere concern? Shang Guanqi's gaze turned frosty, concealing an undeniable madness beneath. He gradually leaned closer, asking, "How does it feel to speak to me in this maternal manner?" The air had turned slightly chilly. Su Qing lowered her eyes and placed a hand warmer from her sleeve into his palm. "I heard the servants mention that the master worries you might be cold. Though this hand warmer belongs to a young lady, with time, it may grow on you. You know very well that I detest making do." With a loud crash, the delicate hand warmer struck the ground, shattering in several places. Shang Guanqi turned on his heel and strode away. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance at his retreating figure before bending down to brush off the dust from the fallen item. However, she did not heed her heart's desire to keep it. Instead, she left the hand warmer by the roadside. Soon, a servant would come to retrieve it and dispose of it. Upon exiting the audition room, a voice called out, "All right, stop." It was Zhang Shiqiao. Surprisingly, the only one not called to halt by the casting directors. One casting director quickly regained composure, urging, "Come in, come in." Su Muyao approached from the edge of the spacious audition room, where the staff had moved a soft chair for him. He sat down with a smile, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? Su Qing is quite remarkable." Ruan Yu obediently took center stage, nodding in gratitude to Su Yingdi. At that moment, Director Air Huaizhong finally set down his hands. "My apologies, Miss Ruan." Zhang Shiqiao and Su Muyao exchanged a glance, both speechless. Yet disbelief was evident in their shared expression. To their surprise, Ruan Yu remained the calmest among them. She observed the other 3 casting directors, whose faces showed a mixture of shock and awe, but her expression was not particularly despondent. She felt a twinge of regret, yet sincerely bowed to express gratitude for today's guidance. In the next moment, she felt compelled to request more of his availability. Ruan Yu paused, gazing at the kindly smiling elder, realizing, "Mu Yao is my favored leading man. I am well aware of his capabilities." To her astonishment, Air Huaizhong began explaining to a young girl, asserting that his acting prowess was formidable, and he rarely employed newcomers. Due to her inability to keep up with his performance, Ruan Yu pressed her lips together and glanced at Su Muyao beside her. "Don't look at me." The esteemed actor chuckled. "Can't you feel how well you're performing?" "All right." Ruan Yu nodded vigorously. "Your prowess has already been officially certified." "I was referring to you." Su Muyao, amused by her, couldn't help but rub his forehead, conceding that this little girl was simply adorable. Her confused yet lively demeanor only deepened Air Huai's smile. The relationship between Su Qing and Shang Guanqi was too obscure, and the entire film relied too heavily on mere snippets of dialogue to convey a more profound emotional resonance.
"Ah?"
Ruan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Director Air is adding scenes just for me? Is he out of his mind?" She swallowed hard. "So I need to have a few minutes of sweet romance with Shang Guanqi?" Su Muyao teased her further. Ruan Yu, with a dazed expression, nodded slowly. When the audition concluded, all the actresses in the waiting room emerged. "Ruan Yu, what on earth did you do in there?" Their expressions were a mix of urgency and disbelief. Ruan Yu touched her nose. "Well, in just an hour, did you finish filming the whole movie?" Chapter 53, Is the variety show on or not? Song Ningxi was picked up by Yu Manjin. Hua Sheng, seeing the smile on her rival agent's face, restrained the urge to inquire about casting news, muttering repeatedly, "Is it ready?"
"Not yet."
"What is Ruan Yu up to?" Until a figure clad in white appeared at the entrance. The girl, with a perplexed gaze, looked around but couldn't find the car she arrived in. She took out her phone, preparing to call. Here. Hua Sheng immediately opened the car door. Ruan Yu slowly approached, cradling a bouquet of flowers. "What's going on?" "I got selected." Ruan Yu closed the car door, fiddling with the dewy white bellflower. "These were given to me by Zhang Shiqiao and Su Muyao. Aren't they beautiful?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hua Sheng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "One is your competitor, and the other is the male lead." Suddenly, Ruan Yu's phone buzzed. The pure white flowers complemented her innocent face, truly embodying the saying that some people are more beautiful than flowers. Ruan Yu took a photo, intending to share it with EE as part of her daily updates. "Oh my!" Hua Sheng suddenly shrieked. Ruan Yu's heart skipped a beat, causing her to flinch. "Please, no loud noises with minors present. You. Hua Sheng's face flushed with joy, turning to grin widely. Ruan Yu remarked, "Is he a fool? You competed with Zhang Shiqiao and actually got selected. I feel more excited than winning the lottery. The casting director sent me a message saying your schedule needs to be adjusted, and you have to add scenes with Su Muyao?" "You're so loud." Ruan Yu couldn't help but put down the flowers, covering her ears with both hands. I'm sorry. Hua Sheng was practically ready to worship her. "What did you just say about minors?" Ruan Yu pointed at her abdomen. "How could I forget that?" Hua Sheng covered her face, murmuring, "This is not a minor. You're clearly an undeveloped person. When is your due date, dear?" Around March next year. Ruan Yu recalled the doctor's words, and moreover, it was not Su Qing who auditioned for Zhang Shiqiao.
Not Su Qing?
Hua Sheng appeared quite perplexed. As my information is seldom erroneous. Although not yet public, I speculate that among the supporting roles, there are few whom she would find appealing. Rather, I believe she belongs to the main cast. This hypothesis is rather simplistic, primarily due to Su Muyao. Director Air is seated here, with Zhang Shiqiao. Even if she is not the female lead, she should certainly be part of the main cast. Throughout the journey, the two conversed extensively about the matters concerning Qing Wanji, and to demonstrate her sincerity, Ruan Yu proactively contacted the casting director, rescheduling her availability to June. Fortunately, being a supporting role, she secured the latest entry date for the production. Has the situation regarding the child been coordinated? Hua Sheng researched extensively, noting that after childbirth, one undergoes a confinement period, followed by breastfeeding. Young children cannot be separated from their mothers, all while managing one's physique. How could one possibly join the production at that time? Ruan Yu lowered her head to edit a Weibo post, softly stating, I have my own plans. Hua Sheng suddenly fell silent. In this regard, Ruan Yu was more resolute than anyone else. I have something to discuss with you. Hua Sheng observed her hand protectively resting on her abdomen, feeling a pang of tenderness. Regarding the reality show we spoke of last time, I found a suitable option for you.
What?
Ruan Yu sent out the edited topic and copy. The Dark Team announces to everyone, little friends, looking forward to the celebration banquet post-debut battle, strive. Accompanying image. The official Star Gravity group features a photo of the practice room. Ruan Yu's unmade-up face was rosy, with a hint of sweat on her forehead. She sat cross-legged on the ground, with Xia Mo and Yao Chuchu either leaning on her shoulder or crouching down to practice their vocals. Jiang Xian held the camera. Appearing in the mirror of the practice room, a photograph brimming with life. Let us introduce a twist. Hua Sheng snapped his fingers before her. How about a parenting variety show? Ruan Yu was still absorbed in reading Weibo comments, noting the high enthusiasm for voting, when suddenly her mind was flooded with questions. After over half a month of deliberation, this was the outcome? Hua Sheng could not resist countering. There are 2 regular guests, and I've secured one for you. What exactly is the format? At this point, Hua Sheng became animated. There will be 4 celebrity families in total. You and another rising star will be regulars, starting from the first episode, where you will meet the little ones you are to care for. During the recording, there will be random exchanges of children. Are you training me in advance for parenting? Ruan Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Huago, aren't you worrying a bit too much? No. Hua Sheng suddenly squinted his eyes. Ruan Yu, do you realize?
What?
I've noticed several times you've lowered your hand to touch your abdomen. That gentle sensation is a beautiful contradiction, intertwining the innocence of youth with the maturity of a wife. Fans will absolutely adore it. Ruan Yu, you understand so well. Hua Sheng, noticing her silence, couldn't help but ask, do you not wish to take it on? It's not that. Ruan Yu frowned slightly. Even if it's a slow-paced variety show, taking care of a child is inherently complex, given the numerous uncontrollable factors involved. I harbor concerns about inadequately caring for someone else's child. Yet, the parents seem unconcerned, and the contract was signed with astonishing swiftness for a remuneration of 1 million. Ruan Yu felt a twitch in her brow. Very well then, Brother Hua, you may proceed with the arrangements.
Oh.
The foremost beauty of the entertainment industry is set to appear on a reality show with children. Surely, this trending topic must be reserved in advance. Which artist would dare to present newcomers in such a manner? It is evident that they are not following the conventional path to fame. Truly, he is a gold standard manager. With all arrangements settled, Ruan Yu stayed beside Lin Pin for a brief period of half a month. During this time, Ruan Bai visibly reaped the benefits of the Gu family, arriving at and departing from work punctually, hardly lingering outside. Ruan Yu noticed her mother smiling more and no longer engaging in verbal sparring. The family maintained an outward appearance of laughter and conversation. On the day Ruan Jingheng departed for abroad, Ruan Bai personally drove the family to see off their youngest son. Ruan Yu and Lin Pin reminded him of various matters, instructing him to call his sister if any issues arose. You should be the one to call me. All right, you. Ruan Yu pinched his face, handing over the boarding pass and passport. Lin Pin, with red-rimmed eyes, chided him once more before ultimately bidding farewell to their son. Ruan.
Come in.
Ruan Yu sat at her desk, clad in a white nightgown. She held a tablet and stylus, sketching and writing. Ruan Bai looked fondly at his daughter, softening his tone. Are you drawing? Working? Ruan Yu glanced up at her father, only to see him gently shaking his head. Dad was merely inquiring. This is your home, and I would be delighted for you to stay as long as you wish, wouldn't I? I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. Ruan Bai observed her silently, nodding as he produced an invitation. Ruan, I received an invitation to a business banquet hosted by the Lu Group. Would you like to accompany me today? Ruan Yu cast a quick glance at it.
Why?
I have no connection with Mr. Liu Xianzhou. Ruan Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly. The Liu Group is amongst the most prominent in the capital. This banquet invitation is likely extended out of consideration for your association with ACI. They surely put some thought into reaching out to our company. Hearing her father's tone, Ruan Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Why had her once imposing father become so self-deprecating? I understand. Ruan Yu spoke softly, taking the invitation. I shall attend. She could not bear to refuse. Chapter 54. Beautiful sister-in-law. As night fell, the banquet hall buzzed with the clinking of glasses. In the expansive venue, executives and their partners from various business circles mingled, each adorned in exquisite, expensive gowns. Today marked the Liu family's commercial collaboration banquet. Soon, a flamboyantly styled Maybach pulled up outside the venue. The driver circled to the passenger side, respectfully opening the rear door. Mr. Gu Youci leaned down to exit, the iron-gray metal cufflinks glinting under the bright lights. While the wooden box he held appeared remarkably luxurious. A nearby reception staff hurried over Mr. Gu. A small token of appreciation. The Liu family's manager, taken aback and immensely honored, replied, I shall personally deliver this to Mr. Liu. Brother. As the sports car departed, Luo Chuan and Yan Yiqin approached, seemingly intrigued. Has Liu Xianzhao's bidding letter been received? Gu Youci took the room card from the attendant. I shall not participate. Oh, come on. Luo Chuan grasped Gu Youci's arm. This new project from the Liu family is bound to be immensely profitable. The approval has already been secured from above, and it's even larger than the last cake you had. I've earned enough. Gu Youci remained emotionally unperturbed. Not everyone is like you. Gambling on every opportunity once it arises. Yan Yiqin interjected at the right moment. You see, the Liu family is very eager to collaborate with you on this landmark project. It's evident they are prepared to allocate a portion to your company, with financing already reaching 10 figures. Indeed. Luo Chuan stroked his chin. Those who can enter the banquet hall may not necessarily gain access to the bidding room. I assure you, there are less than 10 invitations received in total. Let us wait and see. Gu Youci replied calmly. It's not imperative to raise a placard. Yes, yes. Not everyone. Luo Chuan was speaking when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of pure white. At that moment, Meng Jiayi rushed in, blocking a few friends. What are you all doing, guys? Suddenly, silence enveloped the group. Everyone's gaze shifted to Luo Chuan, including Yan Yiqin, who followed his line of sight. A relatively understated Porsche had its rear door opened, and a woman stepped out, her 5-centimeter stiletto heels clicking on the ground. She wore a simple satin strapless gown in moonlight white, the skirt elegantly flaring into a fishtail. Ruan Yu's hair was styled up, with a few loose strands cascading down to her ears. Wow! Meng Jiayi, the youngest among them, exclaimed, Sister-in-law looks stunning today. The group fell silent. Gu Youci had been divorced from Ruan Yu for quite a while. How could he forget? Luo Chuan was the first to recognize her, and his reaction was immediate. He instinctively glanced at Gu Youci, who displayed no emotional response. Ms. Ruan, please. The attendant received the invitation and respectfully led the way. Gu Youci left the awkwardness to those who had posed the question, striding forward, while the Liu family's chief attendant followed suit. Mr. Gu, please. They arrived. Luo Chuan quickly patted Meng Jiayi's hand and moved forward with Yan Yiqin. Within 15 minutes of entering, Ruan Yu felt fatigued. Ruan Baiming navigated the social scene with ease. Although the Ruan family did not hold a candle to the Liu family, they had established connections over the years. They still benefited from Gu's reputation. Yet, what remained unknown to everyone was that the bargaining chip was solely her. I wish to be alone for a while. Ruan Yu declined another executive's offer of a drink. Ruan Baiming occasionally glanced towards the entrance, as if awaiting someone, and softly inquired, Ruan, are you tired? While she managed in her high heels, Ruan Yu, mindful of the child within her, resisted Ruan Baiming's attempts to keep her there. She lifted her gown and headed towards the outdoor area. The bar by the pool was sparsely populated, offering a view of the entire outdoor area and the banquet hall. Ruan Yu set her handbag aside. Pouring herself a glass of lemonade, she found its slight tartness to her liking. This scene was particularly picturesque, the shimmering pool water reflecting upon her, granting her a moment of tranquility. Ms. Ruan? A voice of astonishment reached her ears. How is it that one person is here? Ruan Yu found this statement quite displeasing, akin to being accosted while strolling down the street. She cast a glance at the newcomer, mentally sifting through the faces of the elite circle before gradually turning her head away to observe the scene in the hall, contemplating when to make her exit. However, the man seemed increasingly intrigued, remarking that Miss Ruan was not photogenic at all. In reality, she appeared even more beautiful. Ruan Yu noticed him edging closer to the bar, his hand discreetly brushing the edge of her high heels. Surely, Mr. Liu did not wish for any guests with poor manners on his invitation list. What do you mean? The man leaned in closely, recognizing her as the recently popular star. Tell me, which tycoon are you with today? He moved even closer. When the man caught sight of Ruan Yu's eyes, the astonishment on his face was palpable. As if he longed to reach out and caress her hand resting on the table, so exquisite that it invoked a desire for a tender kiss. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her knee, followed by a jolt of agony at her temple. Locking eyes with a pair of profound gazes, Ruan Yu's heart skipped a beat upon their reunion. Yet her first words were, "Mr. Gu, were you hoping to play the hero?" Gu Youci replied, "No, it's fine." Ruan Yu observed as a waiter helped the unconscious man, brushing back a few stray hairs from her temple. "I practiced taekwondo for 2 years in high school and earned a red belt," she mentioned. "I hadn't heard you mention that," Gu Youci remarked, setting down his wine glass. His peripheral vision caught sight of her slightly damp skirt hem, clinging to her delicate calves due to the satin fabric, a somewhat unflattering sight. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and on this overcast day, the temperature was already dropping. Ruan Yu squinted against the coolness, her strapless gown offering little protection. "What's wrong?" she began, but before she could finish her thought, warmth settled over her shoulders, his familiar suit jacket. Ruan Yu inhaled the calm, woody fragrance that wafted from Gu Youci. Today, his suit appeared noticeably longer than usual, not tailored to fit closely, leaving her feeling somewhat exposed to the chill.
Put your hands inside, he suggested.
However, Ruan Yu shook her head in refusal.
Why not?
He inquired. "It's ugly," she replied. "I look like a child dressed in adult clothing. The sleeves and hem are too long, making me resemble a clumsy, plump penguin. In such a gathering, appearance is paramount." Quite the bold rejection, Gu Youci remarked, observing the earnest refusal from the girl before him, his expression tinged with helplessness. "Aren't you cold?" Ruan Yu regarded the man who had taken the initiative to engage with her. She realized why Wan Beiming had insisted she come here. Once again, she was being exploited. Yet, he was her father, not just any man, though soon only a title would remain. Gu Youci. The man, addressed by his full name, showed no signs of irritation. "Do you remember when you wished me a successful career?"
What do you mean by that now?
Chapter 55. Mr. Gu adores her immensely. The man who had collapsed in the water was being pulled up. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. And the steward of the Liu family was about to voice an inquiry when he met Gu Youci's sidelong gaze, causing an immediate shiver to run down his spine. "Quickly, take him to the warehouse. Mr. Liu is hosting a banquet. We cannot afford any disruptions today." The man was swiftly dragged away. Ruan Yu felt a twinge of confusion as to why no one was probing into the circumstances. She had even prepared a statement. Gu Youci's fingertips grazed the rim of his wine glass, the liquid within barely diminished. His lowered eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly contemplating the answer to a question, pondering the best way to articulate it. Yet, at that moment, an inappropriate thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Gu, do you cry?" Could he truly resort to such a tactic? Just then, Ruan Yu tentatively spoke, "But Mr. Gu, aren't you engaged?" Upon uttering those words, she herself shyly touched her nose. In truth, Ruan Yu was skeptical. Gu Youci had previously taken great care to clarify, particularly emphasizing the preferences of Sang Yining, making her inquiries seem rather foolish. There was no need for Gu Youci to deceive her. Indeed, the person across from her regarded her with incredulity. Was Sang Yining's assertion truly so credible? At that moment, Miss Sang had claimed to be a shareholder of Opsing, which indeed held weight. Ruan Yu's gaze carried a hint of apology. "I even wished you both an early arrival of children. Less than 2 months post-divorce, and now a seamless transition to an engagement. Did this not portray Gu Youci as a scoundrel? And in front of the main party, no less. It was not intentional, was it?" Gu Youci sipped his wine. "I do not appreciate that remark." Ruan Yu replied, What sort of domineering corporate jargon was this? Furthermore, regarding that night when I wished you a successful career." Gu Youci's eyes remained as calm as ever, yet there was an unusual hint of compromise. It was merely a surface-level statement. What on earth was that supposed to mean? Gu Youci had begun again, and Ruan Yu found herself unable to comprehend. She met his gaze directly, shaking her head vigorously. Gu Youci's lips curved into a faint smile. Ruan Yu could not help but murmur, "What are you laughing about?" Once cold and aloof, he now seemed to radiate warmth at every moment. How could anyone be so charming? This was not meant to signify farewell. Gu Youci seemed lost in thought, his long fingers lightly tapping, then gently grasping her delicate fingers. "I am quite busy this month," Ruan Yu exclaimed. "What are you doing?"
"Speak."
"You're just sleepwalking." "Mr. Gu, I only had 1 sip of wine today." Gu Youci cast a meaningful glance at the wine glass, as if to say it was merely a means of fortifying his courage. You. Is that something he could say? Has he gone mad?
I.
I will take my leave, Ruan Yu stammered, realizing her words were faltering. Her face was excessively flushed, a mixture of shock and embarrassment, coupled with an unsettling shattering of her worldview. I am not cold. Gu Youci furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of displeasure. Yes, yes, yes. Ruan Yu placed a hand on her gown's neckline, awaiting his words to confirm that today was not merely a figment of her imagination. Gu Youci appeared to hesitate for a moment, his eyes softening. You look beautiful today. With a clap, Ruan Yu felt as though she might be struck by lightning. This time, she did not linger at all, turning gracefully towards the banquet hall. The woman's dignified silhouette was strikingly beautiful, however, upon closer inspection. Her delicate white stilettos seemed somewhat unsteady, betraying a hint of nervousness. It was only after her figure faded from sight that he regained his composure. At that moment, the nearby bushes suddenly trembled violently. He furrowed his brow and glanced over, witnessing the emergence of 1, 2, 3 little children. Meng Jia-yi led the way, brushing aside the leaves atop his head, while Luo Chuan earnestly adjusted Yan Yiqin's suit, questioning, How did you tie your tie? Is the new secretary starting today? Tying ties is not within the purview of a secretary's duties, Gu Youci replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at them. Upon seeing their antics, Yan Yiqin silently waved away Luo Chuan's hand, reminding them that the bidding meeting in the small hall was about to commence, thus dispelling any suspicion of eavesdropping. You're impressive, Luo Chuan remarked, playfully punching Yan Yiqin's arm. They had indeed come to summon them. Meng Jia-yi and Luo Chuan, taking their role too seriously, imagined themselves as unwitting eavesdroppers, their minds steeped in gossip. How long did you listen? Gu Youci rose to don his suit jacket.
Just a few minutes.
Meng Jia-yi insisted, handing the bidding card to Gu Youci, sporting an expression that conveyed he had truly not listened for long. Yan Yiqin, standing nearby, could not help but facepalm. It was only 5 minutes in total.
Ah.
Luo Chuan also felt awkward. Nevertheless, he thought, since they had been caught anyway, it was better to fully embrace their curiosity. Bro, did you know your sister-in-law would come today, which is why you left so late? Furthermore, your suit and cuffs are all new custom-made. Most importantly, Gu Youci had taken the initiative to greet Ruan Boming, who seemed to be waiting for him. Akin to a parent eagerly surrounding their child, eventually revealing that Ruan Yu was outside, waiting for someone to fetch her. The evident vanity was palpable. However, Gu Youci patiently listened throughout. The others were left bewildered. Bro, are you regretting it? The three behind him stood frozen in place. Even Yan Yiqin, who most despised their foolishness, wore a look of utter astonishment as he processed what Gu Youci had just said. The group exchanged glances, pondering what regret could mean. Does that mean he regrets divorcing his sister-in-law? Oh my gosh. They were astonished. He can't bear to let go? Having known him since he was 6, for over 20 years, they had never heard him utter such words. For Gu Youci, the term regret signified an admission of fault. Could it be that he had erred? Meng Jia-yi was equally flabbergasted. If witnessing Gu Youci draping a coat over Ruan Yu was merely standard protocol, his compliment, "You look beautiful today," was akin to wielding a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon indeed seldom used, but when it is, the damage is catastrophic. Whether or not his sister-in-law was affected, they certainly were. Gu Zong adored her immensely. Chapter 56, Especially Handsome? Ruan Yu was overwhelmed by the impact of the evening. Before Lu Xianzhou could take the stage to deliver his speech, she quietly departed from the venue amidst the throng of attendees, sending a message to Ruan Boming. I've left. Ruan Yu removed her high-heeled shoes, holding them in her hand. The soft, gentle voice of the girl resonated in the night. After sending the message, Ruan Yu summoned the driver. The journey was enveloped in an eerie silence as she walked slowly, her mind a tumultuous void after the storm. It was not a farewell. I've been busy lately, and you look beautiful tonight, clashed in her thoughts. Yet, inappropriate memories of the day she suffered from a relentless fever surfaced. Why hadn't she offered her an umbrella that day? A ploy of feigned indifference? Ruan Yu's mood abruptly plummeted. It seemed that the exalted President Gu also relished reciprocating gestures of affection with a touch of sweetness. But she had neither the time nor the desire to indulge in a game of pursuit masked as a romantic chase. It was mere possessiveness. Nevertheless, the Gu Corporation contract, just like 3 years ago, was handed over once more. While Ruan Yu was grateful for the assistance rendered to her family by the Gu Corporation, she could not bring herself to hurl the already signed contract at Gu Youci's face and declare her rejection of his goodwill. Such an act would be both haughty and rude. So, what she could do now was to embrace her disappearance during the recording period. As electronic devices had to be surrendered anyway, Ruan Yu exhaled deeply, considering it a moment of her own folly. The desire to evade reality was overwhelming. After all, who could conjure a solution immediately in such a situation. Have you ever witnessed a heartthrob's aloof ex-husband suddenly displaying tenderness? Have you? It was akin to the monk Tang Sung encountering the enchanting queen of the Daughter Kingdom, who could remain unperturbed. Ruan Yu realized that she had been dazzled by beauty, and a sigh escaped her lips. At that moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Miss Song, the elder gentleman is here today. Mr. Liu mentioned that he is still in the bidding hall and cannot accompany you inside. Please wait a little while longer, it should be soon. The clarity of the evening conversation caught Ruan Yu's attention. She noticed a slender figure seated quietly in the back of an expensive sports car not far away, devoid of makeup, appearing rather demure. All right, Song Ningji replied softly, her eyes cast down. A flicker of recognition seemed to pass between them the next moment. The exquisite, fishtail white dress she wore starkly contrasted with Ruan Yu's simple t-shirt. As the wind swept by, Ruan Yu instinctively shrank her shoulders. Song Ningji glanced at the white jacket beside her, hesitating momentarily before silently stepping out of the car and approaching her. Mrs. Gu. Ruan Yu was taken aback by her decision to exit the car. The embarrassment of being left at the venue's entrance was not something everyone wished to reveal. But when Song Ningji spoke, a soft laugh escaped Ruan Yu's lips. Just call me by my name, please. Ruan Yu. Song Ningji's voice was somewhat awkward, yet gentle. If necessary, she offered her thin, exquisitely textured knit jacket, evidently expensive. A wave of warmth surged within Ruan Yu. Thank you. It's no trouble at all. Song Ningji smiled. But as she prepared to turn away, she was called out, Sister Ningji. The tone was one she had not heard in a long time. Ruan Yu observed the individual by the car, presumably an assistant arranged by Liu Xianzhou. Despite instructing Song Ningji to wait at the entrance of the venue while he attended to his duties, he had no intention of introducing her as his companion. Unlike the bashfulness of 3 years prior, Song Ningji now awaited, rejecting her status, like a nameless bird trapped in a cage. If you wish. Ruan Yu gently offered her something, saying, Feel free to talk to me anytime. A moment of silence enveloped the air. As Song Ningji glanced at the napkin in her hand, she noticed a series of numbers marked by the imprint of lipstick. It was evidently Ruan Yu's contact information. Presumably, her WeChat would be the same. I heard from Brother Hua that you passed the audition. Congratulations. Song Ningji was taken aback. Thank you. Please treat me when you have time. Ruan Yu's affectionate tone caused Song Ningji's eyes to glisten, and she softly replied, All right. The Porsche had arrived, and the knitted coat draped over Ruan Yu's shoulders harmonized beautifully with her lovely dress. As she entered the vehicle, she waved cheerfully at the people nearby.
Goodbye.
Song Ningji mirrored her smile. The kindness exchanged between girls often requires no grand declarations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Ningji inquired, Will you tell Liu Xianzhou? Of course not, the assistant chuckled awkwardly. Compared to the esteemed Ruan Yu, certain matters shared in a heart-to-heart with others would only invite disdain for Song Ningji. The distinction between Madam and Miss was a concept entirely different. As someone close to Mr. Liu, he had to remind Miss Song to maintain clarity. It seems I no longer possess the privilege of choosing my friends, Song Ningji smiled ruefully, returning to her script. With merely 10 lines to memorize, she had already mastered them effortlessly. Yu Manjin was thrilled for her success. Ruan Yu was the first person, aside from work, to congratulate her. Thank you. Thank you, Ruan Yu. As for the lady, I have already reported it, Ruan Yu replied obediently. I start work the day after tomorrow. That's impressive. Driver, who had worked for the Ruan family for over a decade, had seen Ruan Yu and Ruan Jingheng grow up, and his tone reflected a certain fondness. However, he wondered why the young lady had left earlier than the young master today. Ah. Uncle, you're really bringing up the wrong topic. She had encountered a drunken man who uttered many unsavory remarks. Ruan Yu lightly covered her face. Driver, who? What should one do when faced with such inexplicable advances? Well, dear, you are exceedingly beautiful. Being admired is only natural, but if he lays hands on you. The driver grimaced, just like when you practice taekwondo. Kick him like you would a sandbag. I did kick him and then he fell into the water. But then another one came along. And he actually tried to touch me. But he was very handsome, you know? Ruan Yu blinked, especially, extraordinarily handsome. Handsome won't fill your stomach. Driver, who remarked, glancing at the beautiful girl in the rear-view mirror. These days, there are plenty of genteel men, but one never knows their true nature. Moreover, Driver, who added with pride, no one can compare to your Mr. Gu in handsomeness. Ruan Yu simply smiled. It is indeed this drunken man with the surname Gu. Chapter 57. He kicked me. Despite his wealth, he feigns poverty. One of the selling points is manifested in the fact that today you reside in a dilapidated house. Yet tomorrow you might find yourself in a 5-star hotel room complete with a chef, primarily to catch the guests off guard. When Ruan Yu saw the script, she was utterly stunned. Hua Sheng added, "In this child-rearing variety show, do not expect a character script for yourself. The unpredictability of children is simply too vast. I only hope you choose a manageable one. Brother." Ruan Yu swallowed hard. "I really can't do this." "What?" Hua Sheng sounded somewhat excited. "You're moving. What do the other test results indicate?" One would not usually be this thrilled about becoming a father, would they? Ruan Yu chuckled softly, her hand resting on her slightly protruding abdomen. Compared to her originally flat stomach, it was already showing a hint of change, but even in tight clothing, it merely resembled the appearance of having overeaten, not evoking thoughts of pregnancy. "It's quite good. Everything has stabilized completely," Ruan Yu reflected on the doctor's words, her tone softening considerably. "It's virtually unnoticeable, and moderate exercise is permissible." "That's wonderful," Hua Sheng admonished for quite a while. "This is your final work for the year. If your transformation is successful, you could see a significant increase in followers, creating a stark contrast for your upcoming role in Qingluan Ji next year." "Indeed." Ruan Yu wrapped herself tighter in the blanket on the sofa. "Once I finish recording, I'm truly going to focus on raising the baby. I mean it, Ruan Yu." After Hua Sheng signed his contract, he instructed his assistant to take it away. "Regarding your filming of Qingluan Ji next year, since it's contracted this year, even if you terminate the agreement, I will still be your nominal agent. When you recover and prepare to re-enter your career, Morning Star will always have its doors wide open for you." Ruan Yu's initial reaction was one of gratitude. But she maintained her rationality. "Brother Hua, you are an excellent agent, but I have a bad habit." "What is it?" "I like to take things one step at a time." "Hua Sheng, are you refusing me?" "Not exactly." Ruan Yu felt as though she had engaged in a form of Tai Chi. "What I mean is, I can't provide you with a definite answer at this moment. Everyone can make grand promises, but you have been too kind to me. What if I set a firm goal and then have to go back on my word?" Hua Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Her words insinuated a desire to change paths. "Then give me a clear answer." His eyes were filled with a hint of resentment. "Is it because you have a good relationship with President Gu, and he plans to recruit you to Yixing? Be honest with me. I want to go." Ruan Yu reacted quickly this time. "I could never go to Yixing. If I did, I would be nothing more than a pet." As for her relationship with Gu Youci, that was not something Hua Sheng needed to contemplate. "He is the father of my child." The two engaged in a lengthy debate regarding Ruan Yu's plans for her career revival. It was not until the following day, when Yi came to take Ruan Yu to the airport, that the battlefield was finally quieted, resulting in a victory for the strategy of taking things one step at a time. Ruan Yu earned the title of Best Debater. "Sister, when I came from the company today, I noticed Brother Hua seemed unhappy." Yi, having passed through security, pulled Ruan Yu aside to share her insights. "It's all right." Ruan Yu wrapped her shawl tighter around her, adjusting her sunglasses as she felt the chill of the airport lounge's air conditioning. Sheng had a few days each month when she could be a bit more understanding. Laughter bubbled from her as she spent more time with Ruan Yu. Yi found her speech delightful and charming. The first-class cabin was surprisingly sparsely populated, adding an element of pleasant surprise to the journey. "Please note, the GoPro in front of you has commenced recording." Upon reading this, Ruan Yu looked up in astonishment. Leaning closer, she noticed the tiny camera glowing red, smiled, and resumed opening the gift box. Inside lay a small note, a fluffy pink bracelet, and a baby bottle, a guide for new mothers. Ruan Yu gently read the words, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. As she unfolded the letter, a few photographs slipped from her grasp. Quickly bending down to retrieve them, she carefully brushed them off. What she saw was endearing. A tiny, rosy fist, a small body nestled in a sleep basket clutching the bottle, and a sun-kissed little foot. How adorable! Ruan Yu had recently absorbed a wealth of parenting knowledge, yet such authentic documentation left her in awe. Finally, she showcased the pictures to the camera. "Is this a preview for me?" Taking out the letter, she cleared her throat and began, "Dear Sister Ruan Yu, I am thinking of you. This is our first meeting, and I am 4 years old this year." She continued, "The first rule of the care guide is being a little crybaby, needing comfort from a temporary mother. Crying is not out of grievance, but simply because one feels like it. The second rule is to not worry about what to eat, but rather about having something to eat. The third rule is to support my mother in her fandom with kisses, hugs, and closeness." As Ruan Yu read on, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, this care guide was crafted by the parents of the 4-year-old child, typically reserved for their resident guests with their parenting tips, essential knowledge that could prove invaluable in critical moments. Yet, this particular guide radiated a delightful sense of variety show charm. "All right, I shall memorize it thoroughly," she remarked, giving an okay sign to the camera. Reciting the first 2 key rules, she found them irresistibly adorable, leaning closer with a smile. "Little Xiang, I eagerly await our meeting." What a lovely nickname. Soon, Ruan Yu saved the recording and pressed the power button due to a low battery indicator. The display was far from flattering. Small hands and feet. Ruan Yu lifted the earlier photographs, examining them closely, discovering dates inscribed on the back, such as Xiang Xiang 7th day. How thoughtful of the parents. A gentle smile graced Ruan Yu's lips as a tender thought crossed her mind. Her hand, resting beneath her shawl, brushed against her abdomen, sensing a faint yet magical movement, a soft thump. Though not her first experience of this kind, it remained an enchanting moment. The little one kicked her once more. Chapter 58. Please surrender your phones. Teacher Ruan Yu, over here. A young director wearing a work badge awaited at the airport's VIP arrival lounge, while EE trailed behind, pulling a small suitcase. Has the filming commenced? Ruan Yu removed her sunglasses and noticed the photographer beside her, holding a camera.
Wow!
Exclaimed the female director. You've come without makeup today, teacher. However, the reality show requires ample footage and behind-the-scenes material, so we will have many spontaneous shots later on. I am your personal producer, and my surname is Su. At that moment, Ruan Yu noticed an assistant emerging behind Director Su. The male assistant held a blue plastic-sealed box and addressed her. For a more genuine interaction between you and the little one, please submit your phone. The sudden request caught her off guard right after disembarking from the plane. All right. Ruan Yu chuckled, setting down her crossbody bag. Though the logo was modest, those in the industry were well aware of the fashion resources. This white version of the brand was sold out domestically, with prices skyrocketing to over 150,000 yuan. Director Su was left astounded by the scene. A wealthy heiress. And she complied so readily. Is she really that emotionally stable? Teacher, you actually have 5 more minutes to say goodbye to your family and agent, which is perfectly fine. Director Su quickly added, our filming location is rather remote, and we will be essentially isolated from the outside world. Completely devoid of signal? Ruan Yu's eyes brightened. Indeed. Most places lack service. Director Su replied mysteriously, his gaze peculiar. Hearing this, Ruan Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She obediently tossed her phone into the box, as if resolving a significant dilemma. I've already made a call, so no need for 5 minutes.
Great.
Then let us head to the vehicle. Assistant, please help the teacher with her luggage. Ruan Yu possessed only a small red suitcase, merely 20 inches long, which completely defied the typical image of a female artist. The assistant and the cameraman could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The 7-seater business vehicle was quite luxurious. The substantial investment mentioned by Hua Sheng was not unfounded. Thus far, the first-class treatment had been meticulous, with EE and the male assistant seated in the last row, while Ruan Yu and Director Su sat together. This is acceptable, Ruan Yu nodded, receiving the equipment. She skillfully donned the microphone belt and clipped the mic to her collar. Ruan Yu was suddenly posed a question, blinking in surprise. Is there a penalty for lying? Indeed. Director Su did not anticipate her being so approachable. His tone became considerably more relaxed. Of course, our method of determining a lie is rather official. We need your genuine thoughts, he added. Moreover, think about it, your parents will also be watching. All right, Ruan Yu pondered seriously. Actually, I have a younger brother. I haven't forgotten him all this time. It's that small, soft feeling of holding him close, as if I've gained the entire world. How specific. Director Su felt his heart soften as she shared such heartfelt emotions. It seemed that Ruan Yu would undoubtedly be a wonderful mother in the future. Should I? Ruan Yu smiled at a sudden thought. I genuinely like children. The world of little ones occasionally heals me. Upon hearing this, Director Su's eyes clearly sparkled with additional joy. The filming of Dear Child serves as a reflection of contemporary parenting perspectives among young couples in an environment characterized by reluctance towards marriage and childbirth. The media aspires to make a concerted effort, not to advocate for marriage, but rather to engage with this evolving societal landscape. I recall a trending topic from this year. What are the benefits of marriage? As a popular figure in the entertainment industry, Ruan Yu is not particularly familiar with this subject. The director invited her, hoping to elicit some delightful surprises, and to his astonishment, she revealed her fondness for children. I remember this vividly. Ruan Yu pulled out a photo from her bag. Was it the birth record of her child? How delightful. Director Su was pleasantly surprised and inquired if she carried it with her at all times, remarking on her meticulous nature. Indeed, she has a sensitive disposition. Su, with kindness, reminded her that there was a VCR message recorded by her child's parents. Is that so? Ruan Yu responded as she accepted the tablet. The father of the child is Lu Siyuan, a male actor who retired a few years ago, embodying both talent and charm. He chose to withdraw from the industry during his ascent, later announcing his relationship with his now wife, whose affection is palpable. The mother of the child is equally beautiful. The VCR featured Lu Siyuan and his wife sharing quick tips on how to soothe their child and their daily routines, with the child's mother expressing her fondness for Ruan Yu. The father, appearing quite helpless, watched as the mother stepped out of the frame, inviting their child to greet Ruan Yu. Just as Ruan Yu was about to see the child's face, the screen suddenly darkened. Then, amidst the blackness, a soft, sweet voice emerged, calling out, "Sister Ruan, we will meet soon." The video concluded, indicating that the teacher was utterly charmed by the little one. Ruan Yu smiled, not disputing the sentiment. The gentle, endearing child was indeed precious. The permanent guests arrive a day earlier than the other families due to the nature of the reality show, as EE cannot accompany Ruan Yu everywhere and generally follows the production crew. However, Ruan Yu, in a moment of distraction, did not anticipate the journey to a remote village nestled in the mountains. The most striking aspect was the path from the drop-off point to the recording site, a makeshift carpet patched together with red fabric from the neighboring village. She quietly removed her somewhat extravagant shawl and handed it to the astonished EE. Ruan Yu gracefully exited the vehicle to retrieve her belongings. "Teacher Ruan Yu, we are officially starting the recording. You need to walk the red carpet." Who has seen a red carpet laid over uneven concrete? Dressed in a simple white sports outfit, Ruan Yu stood against the backdrop of expansive fields, radiating a beauty akin to a painting as she approached the entrance of the red carpet, where the Dear Child billboard stood prominently beside her. In her mind, she quipped about the notion of calling it Dear Heavenly Father. Despite her internal musings, curiosity compelled her to follow the path. There, a tall figure clad in black stood, appearing to be at least 183 centimeters in height. The camera captured Ruan Yu's silhouette, slender and graceful. The ethereal atmosphere of the scene was strikingly beautiful. Chapter 59. You take the lead. It seems another guest has arrived. The director's team observed a figure approaching from 100 meters away. The girl occasionally glanced around, and to be honest, in this remote mountain nook, Ruan Yu was genuinely afraid that she might have taken a wrong turn, which made her appear somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Gu Youci, clad in a simple black hoodie, also seemed a bit awkward. His pair of upturned fox-like eyes added a touch of elegance, yet his tan skin hardly resembled that of a delicate young man. Gu Youci was a trained actor, having played the male lead in a hit drama last year, thus earning the title of a popular male actor. While other newcomers from the same company had gone to various film sets and variety shows, he found himself assigned to a childcare-themed program and was at a loss for how to perform. Upon hearing the director's words, Gu Youci turned to look and made eye contact with Ruan Yu, who was nearing them. She was not well acquainted with this guest but greeted him warmly. "Hi." The girl's face was a rosy white, and under the sunlight, she wore no makeup, yet her skin was fair and radiant, complemented by her white sports outfit. Gu Youci was momentarily taken aback. When he regained his composure, he hurried over to help her with her suitcase. "Let me assist you," he offered. "Sure." Ruan Yu replied with a genuine smile, watching as Gu Youci earnestly carried her belongings. She took the initiative to ask, "May I know your name?" "Gu Youci." The boy replied shyly, appearing inexperienced in interacting with girls. The director's team remained silent, eager to observe the guest's most natural reactions. Ruan Yu wore a pair of simple sneakers, yet there was still a noticeable height disparity between them. "I've just remembered," Ruan Yu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "You're the second young master from last year's Wuji. I've rewatched it several times." "Hello, Teacher Shen." Hearing the mention of his representative work, it would be disingenuous to say Gu Youci was not pleased, especially as Ruan Yu smiled and shook his hand. Her fingertips were cool and soft, much like the impression she left on others. In this light, the program team did not seem so dreadful after all. "All right, you two." The director's team interjected at the right moment. A plump figure waved a script from behind the camera. Young people, after all, must adhere to the rules. Both stood obediently. The director pulled out a megaphone. "Now let us welcome our two little friends, Ruan Yu, Gu Youci." What was even more amusing was that both of them felt a bit nervous. Ruan Yu was still looking down, searching for a gift in her bag, when they suddenly heard a trembling voice. "Wah. Mommy doesn't want me anymore, wah. What about my daddy?" Confirming the source of the cries, it was indeed a little child. Ruan Yu had no time to rummage through her bag and turned her gaze toward the two little ones being carried over by the assistants in black. One was shivering, while the other was crying uncontrollably. She couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. "If it were you, would you not cry either?" Being carried over by those in black. What kind of absurd setup was this? Ruan Yu noticed that the little girl who was crying even more intensely than the other had slightly brown, somewhat curly hair. "Let me handle this," she said, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. The enigmatic figures clad in black, true to their nature, departed with resolute and merciless strides after entrusting the children to two novice parents, leaving behind the two inexperienced young adults to tend to the little ones. Ruan Yu fared somewhat better, having spent considerable time with Ruan Jinghang in her childhood. She had witnessed Wan Boming and Lin Ping soothe their younger brother. Cradling the weeping child named Xiangxiang against her shoulder, she retrieved a damp tissue from her bag and gently wiped away the tears and mucus from his reddened eyes. "Are you still going to cry?" she asked softly. To her surprise, Xiangxiang recognized his older sister Ruan Yu and cried even more sorrowfully. Yet his little hands obediently wrapped around her neck. Miraculously, not long after, perhaps enchanted by the comforting scent emanating from the girl, and with Ruan Yu speaking in a gentle tone, Xiangxiang, worn out from his tears, soon quieted on his sister's shoulder, sniffling intermittently. Meanwhile, some were still lost in thought. "Where's Mama?" 3-year-old Guogua, a lovely little girl with fair skin, pitifully clutched her penguin-shaped backpack as she gazed up at Gu Youci, who had crouched down to meet her gaze. "I want Mama." Even a man indifferent to children could not help but feel his heart soften at her plea. However, Gu Youci remained oblivious to her distress. It was Ruan Yu, who could not bear to watch any longer. "You should hold her. Guogua has been very good. She isn't crying anymore." Taking her advice, Gu Youci quickly picked up Guogua.
Come.
"Before it gets dark, both of you little treasures will draw a small map from Uncle's hands, which will show you the house you will be staying in the village." By now, Xiangxiang had settled down and was still blowing his nose in Ruan Yu's hand.
Mama?
He asked, clutching Ruan Yu's neck and tilting his head. "Can I call you Sister Mama?" Ruan Yu paused for a moment, then smiled. "Of course you can." She then produced a fluffy little bee-shaped backpack she had prepared for him. It was perfect for holding small items. Typically, reality shows feature their own specialized microphones. But the children were too little to manage them. Guogua already had one when she arrived, and Ruan Yu realized she had anticipated this need. "Can you call me Little Fish Mama? Would that be all right?" Xiangxiang nodded vigorously, wrapping his arms around her legs, his head bobbing in agreement. "Little Fish Mama. There's a moo next to us," he exclaimed, pointing towards a sheep pen not far behind the wooden cabin. The map depicted little lambs. Ruan Yu felt that Xiangxiang was a delightful child. Aside from his tendency to cry, he adapted quickly to everything. The rustic houses in this area seemed more accommodating to the little ones than to the adults. "Does Xiangxiang like it here?" she asked, crouching down to seek the child's opinion. Upon seeing him nod, Ruan Yu smiled and dusted off the fabric of his overalls. "Where we stay isn't the most important thing. What matters most is that Xiangxiang likes it." Having said that, she seemed to remember something. "Teacher Shun, which direction is your house in?" "House number 2, it should be just behind your sheep pen." Guogua remained quiet, appearing somewhat reluctant to speak. And Gu Youci was not particularly adept at handling children. Ruan Yu pondered the challenges of caring for such small children. "Teacher Shun, can you cook?" Gu Youci hesitated for a moment. "I can manage for myself, but I worry about what to feed the children." "Then how about this?" Ruan Yu gently bent down and asked Guogua, "May I hold your hand, dear sister?" Guogua glanced at the taciturn Gu Youci before turning and quietly grasping Ruan Yu's hand, her trust in this soft-spoken sister evident. Thus, Ruan Yu addressed Teacher Shun. "I shall entrust you with the luggage of my 2 little friends. You are welcome to come over for meals any time," she added, given the sweltering heat. "You can also accompany me when Guogua takes her bath, but I do have one request." "What is it?" Gu Youci felt as if she were a savior. "Well, the director's team." However, Gu Youci was unwavering, nodding firmly. "She speaks so adorably." Chapter 60. The number you have dialed. The recording of Dear Children may not be widely recognized, yet Ruan Yu discovered that this place retained its rustic charm, unlike the developed villages. Stone paths, fenced houses, and quaint little dwellings clustered together. The village had constructed fewer than 3 new houses, and they were merely 2-story bungalows. "Mama, now that we've found the house, what about food? Are you hungry?" As they pondered, they approached the village entrance, where an old-fashioned convenience store awaited. Holding Ruan Yu's hand, Xiangxiang waved the little map energetically. His short legs pattering along, the straps of his overalls slipping down from his t-shirt, revealing his pudgy shoulders. The cameraman leaned in to capture his chubby little face. "Humph." Xiangxiang's pout prompted Ruan Yu to bend down, noticing the tears welling in his large eyes. "What's the matter? Uncle keeps filming me." Suddenly feeling aggrieved, Xiangxiang pointed at the large, dark camera. "That big thing is right in my face." Ruan Yu noticed the cameraman retreating and laughed. "Xiangxiang, you're a boy. If you walk on your own without dawdling, then Uncle won't be following you." "Then I won't hold hands anymore," Xiangxiang promptly replied. Guogua looked up at him, pondering for a moment, yet still decided to keep holding hands. "Guogua wants to hold hands."
All right.
Ruan Yu affectionately ruffled her tender little face. "So adorable." Meanwhile, Gu Youci, laden with 2 suitcases, showed no signs of fatigue. He could easily plow the fields if needed. maintaining a distance of half a meter. He observed Ruan Yu interacting with Guogua, noting her seamless rapport with the children, a perplexing yet natural sense of domesticity washing over him. Gu Youci was startled by his thoughts. Ruan Yu, at her age, likely had just graduated from university. Perhaps her gentle demeanor around children was what captivated him. He couldn't help but smile. They arrived first at the third house, a small wooden cottage with a yard and a fence, resembling a lovingly restored old home. As the group entered, laden with bags, they noticed a well in the yard. There was even a sheep tethered, lazily chewing on grass.
Bah.
The long bleat drew both Xiangxiang and Guogua's attention. The grain trough held several bundles of hay and a pile of carrots. Ruan Yu, filled with curiosity, picked up a plump white radish and joyfully fed the sheep alongside two children. She smiled at Gu Youci, saying, "Teacher Shin, you've worked hard. It truly seems you know how to enjoy life." Yet, she did not offer to assist, engrossed in her own playful endeavors. Gu Youci merely smiled, perceiving this as a charming trait typical of young girls. It was evident that a girl like Ruan Yu, raised with such affection, lacked the inclination to please others. He brought his thoughts and Ruan Yu's suitcase into the house, observing that it was kept tidy, though the furniture and kitchen appeared rather antiquated, still utilizing a rustic wood-burning stove. The bed was also an old wooden plank bed. Silently, he placed the suitcase beside the bed. In the yard, laughter echoed. "Ah, bliet, ah." Ruan Yu, armed with wet wipes, had just finished wiping the sweat off the two little ones, realizing the sheep might be overfed. She quickly intervened, attempting to curb the enthusiasm of the two oblivious children. Suddenly, Guogua shrank back, clutching Ruan Yu's leg. "What's wrong?" Gu Youci approached, noticing Ruan Yu's suppressed laughter and Guogua's terrified expression. The focal point of the scene was, of course, Xiangxiang, who stood frozen in bewilderment.
Ugh.
"The stinky sheep licked my face," Xiangxiang cried, realizing the sheep's tongue had left her feeling unpleasant. "Little fishy mama." Ruan Yu found it hard to stifle her laughter. The sight of Xiangxiang's wrinkled face as the sheep licked her was utterly hilarious, albeit a bit distasteful. She led the children to the well to wash their faces, discovering a bucket tied with a rope. "Allow me," Gu Youci offered, stepping forward. He straddled the well, rolled up his sleeves, and lowered the small plastic bucket, skillfully drawing up water. The muscles in his arms were subtly defined, and Ruan Yu silently admired this. He was decent enough, though still lacking in comparison to Gu, the CEO. At that moment, why was she thinking of Gu Youci? The production team, comprising several young female directors and assistants, quickly captured a close-up shot. Gu Youci's features and physique were quite striking, while the adults remained absorbed in their own worlds.
Little fishy mama.
Xiangxiang is going to stink. The coolness of the well water was delightful as Xiangxiang washed her little hands, tangling her hair in the process. Gu Youci scooped up Guogua, preparing to search for a house. "Shall we go?"
Wait.
Ruan Yu at the well wrung out a towel and came over to wipe Guogua's face and little hands. Gu Youci noticed the child squinting her eyes in comfort and realized the heat was making her uncomfortable.
Thank you, sister.
"It's nothing, sweetheart." Ruan Yu gently caressed her little face. From this angle, Gu Youci found himself rather close to her, but with a child in between. There was nothing inappropriate or awkward about it, just a sense of closeness. He instinctively glanced at Ruan Yu, whose long eyelashes framed a face so clean and beautiful it seemed sculpted, and though he had little experience with girls, he could objectively acknowledge her beauty. "Teacher Shun, I want to be going up with you." Ruan Yu pointed towards the kitchen, and upon glancing inside, I noticed the absence of ingredients. "If there was a cooking task for the evening, you might bring Guogua down. I possess a modicum of culinary skill." Gu Youci nodded absent-mindedly, agreeing. Soon, they departed from the courtyard. After a long day, it was evident that exhaustion had set in. Without needing to be coaxed by Ruan Yu, Xiangxiang fell asleep on the cool mat. This was not the city, where the house was merely equipped with a fan. Fortunately, it was shaded from the sun, providing some relief from the heat. Ruan Yu sat at the bedside, cleansing the child with well water and applying a mosquito-repellent patch that she had brought along. She herself was prone to attracting mosquitoes, so she was grateful for having brought it. After musing for a moment, Ruan Yu removed her light outer garment, revealing a snug little t-shirt that faintly hinted at her figure. Rising, she prepared to inspect the pantry of the house. "Ding ding ding. We apologize. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." A slender hand slowly lowered the phone. Gu Youci's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, accompanied by an undercurrent of restlessness. However, after a brief moment, he extended his hand to press the intercom, saying, "Secretary Chen, please come to my office." "Yes, President." This was the usual frequency at which he communicated with others. Gu Youci couldn't help but ponder the possibility of having been blocked, his gaze dropping as he fell into contemplation. After a short while, there was a knock at the door.
Come in.
President, you called for me. Do you have Huashen's contact information? Chen Shu's mind began to whirl, immediately grasping the implications. All right, I'll get on it right away.
Wait.
Gu Youci realized his tone had been rather brusque and unnatural, replying, no need for now. Just give it to me in a couple of days. He understood that it was unwise to rush matters. After all, he had previously fallen for Sang Yining's tall tales, nearly scaring her again. Chapter 61. Teacher Ruan is amazing. Today, the reason I asked you to arrive early is due to a special guest challenge. Given the limited resources in the village, the vegetables we procured from the villagers are confined to these. The director's team presented a basket covered with a white cloth to Ruan Yu. A sudden premonition of unease washed over her. Open it for Xiang. Children invariably experience a peculiar thrill with blind boxes. Ruan Yu sat on an old, low stool, watching as Xiang struggled to lift the basket, eventually dragging it over and placing it at her feet. Look, mommy fish. Next, please enjoy the director's team's moment of frugality. 2 small pumpkins, 1 potato, a long gourd that appeared neither distinctly green nor purple, a minuscule lump of pork belly that seemed precariously close to bankruptcy if there were any more, and half a chicken. Had she not known from Huashen that an investment of several million was at stake, Ruan Yu would have genuinely felt that these items were entirely reasonable. The combination of meat and vegetables was acceptable, though perhaps a tad too many gourds. However, it wasn't too long before Gu Youci arrived, carrying a basket of items.
Ugh.
Upon seeing the fair and clean little sister, Xiang scampered over, tilting her head to admire the girl's pretty braids. Did uncle do your hair? Ruan Yu also marveled. Teacher Shen's skills are truly impressive. The little girl's braids looked remarkably neat. No, Gu Youci waved his hand. I asked a female director for assistance. I'm quite clumsy with my hands. In the yard, 2 children played under the watchful eyes of a film crew and cameras, while the adults allowed them the freedom to enjoy themselves. Ruan Yu swiftly assessed the ingredients gathered by the pair, realizing that together they could indeed create several exquisite dishes. However, a hint of distress crossed her face as she confessed, I am not familiar with a rural stove. Allow me, exclaimed Gu Youci, brimming with enthusiasm. I grew up in the countryside and know how to handle firewood. He carried the basket to the water tank, declaring, I'll fill it up first so we can wash the vegetables later. At the bottom of the basket lay scallions, ginger, and garlic, which he had asked the elderly folks about during his journey. Ruan Yu thought he is genuinely resourceful. The 2 adults divided their tasks efficiently. Ruan Yu rummaged through a storeroom and emerged with a vintage crimson apron. After examining it for a moment and glancing at her own pristine, expensive attire, she decisively donned it. Gu Youci, with fire tongs in hand, began to tend to the stove, while Ruan Yu fetched a small stool to wash the vegetables, both of them creating their own little world. Yet, none of the onlookers anticipated the lesson Ruan Yu was about to impart. With deft and swift knife skills, she had all the ingredients chopped within 5 minutes. Lowering her head, the girl cleaned the cutting board, displaying the expertise of a seasoned kitchen hand. In the next moment, Ruan Yu retrieved half a chicken that had been blanched in the pot, prompting the crowd to wonder, when did she stew the chicken? They then realized that Gu Youci had already ignited the fire. If her knife skills alone did not suffice to showcase her culinary prowess, Ruan Yu proceeded to gather her hair into a bun with a dry chopstick, followed by a series of actions involving oil frying, marinating the meat, and preparing the sauce. Ruan Yu is incredible. The persona of a devoted wife and mother was established in an instant. In under an hour, a meal was prepared, and the kitchen was left immaculate. One by one, the guests settled in the yard, facing a multitude of cameras and directors, engrossed in filming, with no time for dinner, yet entranced by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the table. Thinking of taking her sister to wash her hands, Ruan Yu noticed the 2 children glistening with perspiration from their play. Guogua, with her neat little pigtails, seemed fine, but Xiang's hair was a tangled mess. She crouched down to fashion an apple head for the child, placing a firecracker atop her head. Perfect. Gu Youci arranged the dishes on the table and lifted both children onto their stools. Upon seeing the platters before her, Xiang exclaimed, Wow, mommy's cooking smells delightful. Guogua nodded obediently as Gu Youci helped her roll up her sleeves. When Ruan Yu emerged, she held a small food pouch. When the director's crew inquired about its resemblance to a treasure chest, she had already bent down to place it on Guogua, a basic but essential piece of childcare equipment. Xiang can now eat on her own. Will it be good to help her sister? Absolutely. Ruan Yu initially thought she would not need it, but now it served both purposes perfectly. The plates on the table, 2 large and 1 small, had been meticulously portioned by the cook, eliminating the need for communal chopsticks. It was only then that Gu Youci realized his own portion contained a bit more spice than intended. Earlier, Ruan Yu had specifically inquired about everyone's taste preferences. The children's meals were slightly milder, balancing meat and vegetables, and from the separate serving he had, it was evident that the cook had taken great care, never dismissing the effort required. In light of the diligent efforts of our esteemed teachers, Mr. Wan and Mr. Shin, the novice parents have successfully passed their first challenge with flying colors. The atmosphere was filled with heartfelt applause. Yi, who remained in the director's group chat, also felt an overwhelming sense of pride. And what of the rewards? With an appetite that seemed insatiable, she pondered, her fingers poking at the grains of rice stuck to her lips. Mommy works very hard to cook, she thought, leaning over the table, her cheeks bulging with food, displaying an expression that seemed to say, I wonder what you will offer us. The firecracker of excitement flickered in the air. Indeed, there were rewards. The chief director revealed a square, opaque box. Within it lay our reward mechanism, which includes but is not limited to chilled watermelon, task exemption vouchers, a 5-minute phone call privilege, and a 1-day experiential stay in a 5-star presidential suite in the city. The lottery would occur at an unspecified time, limited to same-day use, and must be redeemed before noon. What a delightful twist in the game. However, Ruan Yu sensed a catch. How many draws could we make today?
2.
Let the 2 little ones draw. Ruan Yu observed Xiang, who was eagerly devouring her meal, and asked, Baby, would you like to continue eating first before drawing? I want to go. Xiang pouted, performing a little leap off her chair. With her greasy little hands, she plunged into the box, not even glancing, and retrieved an envelope, obediently handing it to Ruan Yu. For Mommy, she declared. Gu also got her share. After a day spent together, both adults had grown fond of their assigned children. They each opened their envelopes, and Gu Youci was delighted to find a voucher for the presidential suite. Can I forgo the phone privilege? 2 voices chimed in unison. Ruan Yu, upon glimpsing the rewards listed on the paper, wished she had never seen it. How could she escape the phone dilemma? Now was the perfect time for tranquility. However, Wan Laosher, how about I trade with you? Upon hearing this, the director's group was astonished yet intrigued. On the very first day, the grand prize had already been drawn. And now Gu Youci was earnestly considering gifting it away.
Ah?
Ruan Yu stared at the envelope being offered, instinctively pushing it away.
No.
You can take Gu instead. Ruan Yu thought, I really want to go.
Wow.
Xiang wants to ride in a helicopter too. Ruan Yu looked at the bewildered Gu and the resolute Gu Youci, shaking her head nonetheless. Yet, their discussion was abruptly interrupted. Within moments, a thunderous noise erupted from the sky. The gentle evening sun was eclipsed by ominous clouds, creating a foreboding sight, accompanied by gusts of wind that caused the trees in the yard to tremble. What is happening? Did the weather forecast predict thunderstorms? Quickly gather the equipment. You two should head inside. The director's team urgently altered the shooting plans. If thunderstorms persisted, this village would become perilous. The nearby river was shallow and had poor drainage, making it susceptible to flooding, compounded by the weak signal in the area. They would need to reach the village entrance. Chapter 62. Handcrafted Delights. It was learned from the experienced villagers that the storm would not cease until at least noon the following day. Other families would also be unable to enter the village. Due to the original dirt road leading into the village being obstructed, it is not entirely impossible to traverse. However, one must be prepared for the complete degradation of their vehicle if they choose to proceed. Even off-road vehicles would suffer significant scrapes to their undercarriage, and the body would become caked in mud. Moreover, with a sudden drop in temperature by several degrees, even adults find it unbearable, let alone the children. The cool mat on the bed was removed. When Ruan Yu extracted bedding from the suitcase, the production team was once again astonished to see the silver-gray, luxurious silk sheets impeccably clean, indicating they were regularly used. It finally dawned on everyone that Ruan Yu was not merely delicate. She was, in fact, quite particular, though she had not previously disclosed this. This time, the production team had shown consideration, fearing that the wooden beds would be too hard and cold, so they sought out someone in the village to procure cotton quilts to serve as mattresses, providing a softer resting place. Gu Youci took the 2 children to bathe. Outside, the storm raged with thunderous roars. If the door was left ajar, the entire room would become damp. Yi remained behind with the male assistant. The temperature had plummeted to a mere 10 degrees. Yi draped her borrowed jacket around Ruan Yu, observing the chill in the air. After tidying up, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Sister, you should rest for a while, she suggested. Huaga said that no matter what external duties arise, we must keep an eye on Ruan Yu. Previously, she had been fond of sleeping, but after a taxing day of trudging through mud, carrying children, and cooking, she had scarcely had a moment of respite. I will bathe the children first, Ruan Yu replied, shaking her head as she entered the room. Fortunately, Gu Youci arrived at that moment, cradling the bundled up Xiang Xiang. I'll help wash Xiang Xiang, otherwise it will take quite a while, he offered. Thank you. Ruan Yu watched them depart, her gaze fixed on the lone camera in the room. Resolutely, she donned a hat, as little Princess Guagua began to disrobe, adhering to the principle of discretion. Guagua nodded beneath Uncle Shun's sweatshirt. It was Ruan Yu's first experience bathing a child. Though neither adult had prior experience, they instinctively divided the tasks, with Ruan Yu washing Guagua in a clean wooden tub. The little cabin was indeed not conducive to warmth in the cold. Guagua and Xiang Xiang were dressed in long-sleeved garments, while the storm outside raged with rain and thunder. Ruan Yu cradled one child in each arm, and it took quite some time before she managed to lull them to sleep before 9 o'clock. Of course, the most crucial matter was not merely that rewards could only be redeemed today. Oh my goodness, only 1 bar of signal. Sister, do you want to call Huaga? Yes. Oh my, exclaimed. How could I forget? The first red carpet event I must attend. The red carpet night of their debut battle was merely a spectacle. Much like the twinkle of yesteryears, after the showcase, trainees, guests, and sponsors would convene at a celebratory banquet, which was the true significant gathering. This time, the sponsors of Star Gravity, from the Gu family conglomerate to various brands, had all taken part, indicating a covert commercial transaction. Promising trainees would receive business cards from major entertainment companies. However, Ruan Yu's intention was not aligned with these pursuits. The laws of Star Gravity served as her first stage upon returning, carrying a significance distinct from the rest. The scale of this red carpet event was substantial. Yet the living room was excessively damp. Ruan Yu could not help but frown at the situation, yet she could not possibly invite anyone into her bedroom. Guagua, however, could share her bed. I can go to the storeroom. Gu Youci, for reasons unknown, briefly flushed crimson, avoiding Ruan Yu's gaze as he carried the folding bed to the farthest room. Ruan Yu said nothing, taking advantage of the deep slumber enveloping everyone. She washed herself with hot water from the stove in a wooden tub. To be honest, it was quite an unfamiliar experience. Even as she lay down in bed, her phone remained devoid of signal. The thunder outside grew ever louder, and Ruan Yu, lying at the edge, felt Guagua nuzzle against her, seemingly undisturbed by fear.
Fast asleep.
Guagua, the little girl, nestled against her chest, clutching her collar tightly, appeared restless in her slumber. Ruan Yu gently patted her back, thinking how fortunate it was that Guagua was with her. Gu Youci likely could not manage on his own. Ruan Yu smiled softly, caressing the child's delicate face. How adorable. The torrential rain continued until midnight before finally ceasing, showing no signs of resuming. In the early hours, Ruan Yu was awakened by the warmth of the little body beside her. She discovered Guagua sitting up, her disheveled hair and dazed expression revealing that she was not crying, her cheeks flushed from sleep. What's wrong, sweetheart? Ruan Yu's heart softened. I need to go potty. Ruan Yu patted her face, lifted the covers, and scooped her up. After addressing the child's urgent need, Ruan Yu found herself unable to return to sleep. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was already 11 o'clock and couldn't help but touch her stomach, which had slightly deflated, revealing a small curve. Carrying a warm little one, she felt hunger welling up within her. Realizing this, she helplessly rubbed her face, lamenting her recently insatiable appetite. Ruan Yu felt a nagging ache in her back and a tightness in her chest, struggling to breathe. With little hope, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. 15 seconds passed, yet there was still no signal. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she thought she heard a voice on the other end. Assuming she was imagining things, she murmured, "Hello, Mom?" A sudden silence fell on the line. "I'm so tired, Mom. Taking care of the child is truly exhausting. I suddenly crave the wontons you make, the handmade ones." Ruan Yu softly spoke, phrase by phrase. After hanging up, she noticed the signal had once again faded. Sighing, she embraced Guagua and drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Gu Youci slowly set his phone down, staring at the familiar number in his palm for a long moment, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling in his eyes, perhaps a blend of tenderness and heartache. After a moment, he dialed a number. Assistant Chun. Yes, President? Assistant Chun. Having just prepared for bed, quickly inquired, "Are you experiencing insomnia again? Do you need anything? Is it about Madam?" "Yes. Also, the next flight to her location. Is there an earlier economy class?" Gu Youci detected the implication in the question. "There S1 at 2 in the morning, but it requires a layover." The CEO had never traveled economy class. Was he truly planning to pull an all-nighter? He was merely a worker, and thus he could only grit his teeth and make the decision. One could only hope that Mr. Gu was not in a state of confusion in the dead of night. After a while, a sleeping butler awoke to use the restroom and noticed the light emanating from the kitchen. He approached and immediately locked eyes with Gu Youci, exclaiming, "Sir, what are you doing?" The man wiped the flour off his hands, remarking that it had been a long time since he last cooked. "Could you take a look at this for me?" The neatly arranged and beautifully crafted wontons on the counter appeared plump and inviting, with a delightful aroma wafting from the filling. Chapter 63. Who could it be? The situation was not as dire as one might have imagined. By dawn, the storm had completely subsided, leaving the area outside the courtyard a muddy mess where trees had been planted. The ground was a slushy amalgamation of soil and fruit, while the cement floor of the yard remained relatively clean aside from a few fallen leaves. Ruan Yu found it difficult to adjust to the hard bed here, and her hunger quickly roused her from sleep before 5 o'clock. There were no ingredients in the kitchen, rendering breakfast impossible. The production team had yet to awaken. The cameras, equipped with dynamic tracking, captured Ruan Yu's transition from sitting in a daze at the edge of her bed to donning a large, oversized coat as she stepped outside. Resembling a charmingly dazed penguin, she would take a few steps and then pause in thought. The most amusing part was when she finished washing up only to discover there was nothing to eat. Dragging a small stool, she sat at the door, gazing out into the dimly lit yard. Outside, everything was shrouded in darkness. On the camera feed, Ruan Yu appeared diminutive, her tousled hair framing her face, positioned just so that if she leaned forward a bit more, she would be out of the frame, perfectly caught in the corner of the shot. A light bulb hung at the entrance of the wooden house, and she sat there looking quite obedient. Ruan Yu fiddled with her phone for half an hour, realizing there was no signal. She planned to wait for the production team to arrive, hoping that once the weather improved, she could use a landline at the village shop to call Huasheng. She leisurely stretched when her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light. Is someone already here before 5? Is there a task? The light grew closer and she vaguely recognized it as a vehicle with headlights, stopping about 200 meters away. She silently hoped it was breakfast delivery. Ruan Yu muttered to herself while gently patting her quietly resting little one. Just as she finished speaking, she saw a dark figure approaching, moving slowly toward her. Ruan Yu couldn't see the path clearly, but she knew that walking through this mud would ruin at least her pants. She rested her chin on her hand, unable to suppress a yawn. Finally, the dark figure stopped in front of the courtyard fence, revealing a tall and slender silhouette dressed in a raincoat. Ruan Yu found it peculiar to see such a captivating figure among the crew. In the next moment, familiar eyes met hers, strands of hair still damp from the rain. The air hung heavy with silence. Ruan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, slowly rising to confirm that she was not mistaken. Her slightly disheveled hair only added to her confusion. When she halted 10 meters away, "What are you doing here alone in the yard?" Gu Youci furrowed his brow at the sight of her, speaking gently. "Can't sleep?" He recalled how she had sounded so aggrieved during their phone call hours earlier. Ruan Yu remained silent, still pondering how he had arrived. Who could possibly enlighten her? The absence of signal on her phone made it nearly impossible for her to find him. Wasn't that a matter of life and death? It was rare to see him with his shoes marred by dirt, a sign of lost composure. He seemingly lacked the right to enter her yard, as the gate was securely locked. "Are you coming over?" Gu Youci gazed at her gently, lifting the bag in his hand, a gift he had personally wrapped. "What is it?" "Wontons." His fingers were quite elegant as he shook the bag lightly, as if trying to soothe her. Ruan Yu suddenly realized this and felt a surge of disbelief. How did he know she was craving them? She fell silent. A phone call, but it wasn't her mother on the line. Ruan Yu recalled her late-night complaints and how her phone had struggled to send messages, yet somehow it had connected to Gu Youci, who had listened and brought her those items she had casually mentioned. "Are you not coming over?" Gu Youci inquired again. Had they been in the capital, she would have slipped away from his gaze immediately, but at 5 in the morning, the sky was still dark. Thus, she approached him slowly, cradling the large bag in her hands. It was light. "Thank you," Ruan Yu whispered. She didn't need to do this, for it was something he willingly offered. Gu Youci noticed her acceptance, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He intended to mention that he had work the next day, but as he looked at the fence at his waist, he suddenly felt the urge to indulge his desires. Ruan. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her. He chided himself to slow down, suggesting, "It's fine, you should go get some rest. I'll bring the wontons over once they're cooked." After saying this, he prepared to walk towards his car, appearing somewhat solitary. Ruan Yu was suddenly overcome with guilt. "Wait. What's wrong?" Remembering his earlier movement, she made a decision. Placing the clean bag on the ground, she leaned slightly over the fence and wrapped her arms around him. Gu Youci was momentarily taken aback. After 5 seconds, he was gently pushed away by her hands. All right. With that, she took the wontons into the house, leaving Gu Youci standing at a distance, watching. The hand that had rested on her waist now lingered on the fence before finally being lowered. A small window in the wooden house was slowly closed. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the engine starting that Ruan Yu peeked out from the door, confirming that he had indeed walked away. She quietly opened the bag in her hands. Inside were 3 sealed containers, plump wontons with thin skins and generous fillings. They must have come from some high-end restaurant. Ruan Yu couldn't help but chuckle at how beautifully they were wrapped. At that moment, the door to the storage room was pushed open. Teacher Shen, you're up so early? I didn't sleep much, Gu Youci replied with a smile, eyeing the contents in her palm. Did the production team send those? Ruan Yu hesitated, recalling that Gu Youci had made them in the middle of the night after a long flight. She was reluctant to share but needed an excuse. I might have used my lottery privilege to win these wontons. I'm heading to the kitchen, she said, turning to leave. Gu Youci's gaze drifted into a realm of contemplation. He had distinctly witnessed the intimate gestures exchanged between Ruan Yu and that man. How could such a discerning girl act in this manner? Was he her boyfriend? No, Ruan Yu had only recently returned. Yet oddly enough, although he hadn't seen the man's face clearly, he could ascertain his identity. They had only crossed paths once. However, that individual's stature and appearance were exceedingly remarkable, making it nearly impossible to forget. He was the coveted figure whom everyone in their circle yearned to be close to, the sole legal heir of the Gu group, Mr. Gu Youci. Perhaps he was a suitor of Ruan Yu. Chapter 64. Competing for pride rather than food before noon, the other families were scheduled to arrive for the formal recording. Due to the unusual circumstances of the previous day, today's tasks were notably light. The director's team appeared to be in high spirits. They had cleaned the yard and the area outside the fence, standing in the courtyard. Contemplating, they brought over a small stool, placed a bowl atop it, and squatted down, relishing the warmth of the large wontons. Gu Youci approached the entrance where Ruan Yu stood. Shall I carry her? Since last night, Gu had become inseparable from Ruan Yu, insisting on being held wherever she went. This was a clear display of the child's affection. However, Gu was only 3 years old and quite slender, making her relatively easy to carry, much to Ruan Yu's delight. With thunder rumbling and rain pouring, Ruan Yu had not slept well. She adjusted her hold on the child to secure her grip more comfortably. Teacher Shen, please go have your breakfast. There's still some in the pot. I've set Guogua's aside to cool. No wonder Guogua adores you, Gu Youci mused. I never paid attention to such things. I have a younger brother who is quite clingy to me as a child. Ruan Yu chuckled. It was perfectly normal for children to be attached to adults and seek affection. Gu Youci nodded in agreement. On that chilly morning, following a heavy rain, Guogua nestled like a little warm furnace in Ruan Yu's embrace. Unable to free her hands, Ruan Yu opted to hold her continuously. Fortunate that her prior dance training had endowed her with considerable stamina. The household lacked a refrigerator, meaning food could spoil quickly, which would be a painful loss. Ruan Yu was determined to make the most of it. Having eaten twice, she felt she had consumed as much as Gu Youci would have in a single bowl. After Guogua finally awoke, Ruan Yu fed her several wontons. Are they delicious?
She asked.
So fragrant, Guogua nodded in agreement. Eventually, Ruan Yu found herself alone, cradling the bowl while seated at the door, savoring each bite, basking in a profound sense of tranquility and contentment. The bowl was polished clean, with not a trace of broth left. In a cheerful mood, Ruan Yu even washed the pot. The camera crew shifted focus to the few remaining participants, and as the sun emerged, a new task was finally introduced. Both Ruan Yu and Gu Youci received separate envelopes. Due to the unexpected turn of events the previous day, the promised rewards had not been fulfilled before noon, rendering Teacher Shen's voucher for a luxurious residence void. Gu Youci, I never anticipated this. Ruan Yu, what kind of operation is this? The chief director recalled the phone call from the investor last night, and upon seeing Ruan Yu, a chill ran down his spine. He hastily explained, it is to compensate the 2 teachers for their losses. Before the arrival of the other families, there is an unexpectedly delightful task. You may open the envelope to see. Holding on to the last vestiges of kindness, Ruan Yu calmly opened the task card. Gu Youci revealed his task, which was a map directing him to a villager's home, where he was to assist in picking 50 ears of corn to obtain the necessary ingredients for the day. Even more absurdly, Ruan Yu's task involved finding a local matron at the other end of the village to help her prepare dog food, as she had 5 dogs that had recently given birth and required nourishment to produce milk.
What?
Ruan Yu's expression momentarily froze.
Puppies.
The mere thought filled her with excitement. Upon hearing there were dozens of puppies, she couldn't contain her joy and quickly grabbed Ruan Yu's hand, exclaiming, Mommy little fish, let us feed the dogs together. The task seemed rather simple. The director's team even reassured Ruan Yu, once you finish here, you can draw a prize on the spot. The matron is renowned in the village for her exceptional cooking, so you won't need to prepare your own meals. Well then, but Shun Laosher. Ruan Yu glanced at Gu, who was still clinging to her leg. Are you alright? Perhaps I should save some food for you and Gu. Gu Youci noticed a flicker of anxiety in the director's gaze, as he reminded Ruan Yu that this additional task and reward were intended for individuals, not to be completed in pairs. This was a last-minute addition, prompted by a certain investor's generous offer, who deemed the conditions too arduous. It's alright, Gu Youci said with a smile as he lifted Gu into his arms. The little girl squirmed, reaching out her small hands toward Ruan Yu. He quickly said, Gu, we need to complete a task. Uncle will carry you. No, I want sister to carry me, she insisted. One uncle, one sister. Ruan Yu stifled a laugh, noticing Gu was about to start shedding tears. She was so brave. Otherwise, Uncle would be all alone in completing the task, which would be quite lonely, wouldn't it? Let us finish the task quickly, and then new little friends will arrive. After some coaxing, Gu finally agreed to follow Gu Youci. Mommy little fish, go go go. Ruan Yu observed the cheerful and motivating atmosphere around her. She actually wanted to give up, but with the children watching, she decided to persevere, striving for a sense of achievement. After changing into a light sweatshirt, they set off. As the sun emerged, the path to their task had been cleared by the director's team and the villagers. Most of it was still paved with cement, surrounded by vast rice fields and trees. The little one kept moving along, her short legs not slowing down. Ruan Yu held onto her jacket, leisurely trailing behind. Slow down, sweetheart. I don't want Uncle to film me, no. Yesterday, the cameraman had been so close, and now, reflecting on it, she wished to avoid being filmed. The cameraman took a few steps back to capture them from a distance. Then, with a sudden thud, he slipped and fell into a muddy pit. Ruan Yu. Thinking. Suddenly, a burly man stumbled into a pit before you, and to be honest, it was utterly hilarious, especially considering the cameraman's dignity. He clambered up, dusting off his trousers, unharmed but flustered. My immediate concern was for the recording equipment. He looked rather pitiful. As Ruan Yu observed the innocent expression on Xiang's face, she felt an internal struggle bubbling to the surface. Who would come to her rescue with a laugh? Yet, being of a theatrical background, she had mastered the art of expression management. She approached and took Xiang's hand, asking, Darling, could you check the small map? Which route leads us to the Annie's house? There's a big yellow dog at the entrance. Xiang raised the small map, indicating that the house was just around the corner, guarded by a muddy dog. Splendid, Ruan Yu praised with a smile. As they reached the gate of the courtyard, the chained yellow dog immediately stood up, yet it remained silent, as if sizing them up. Is anyone home? Who's there? A somewhat sharp and gruff voice rang out. An aunt, her head wrapped in a scarf and adorned in a bright fuchsia short-sleeve shirt decorated with large flowers, stood before the house. Her expression was slightly fierce. What do you want? Before they could respond, the aunt suddenly smacked her forehead. Oh, dear. Come here, girl. You must be the one who came to prepare the dog's meal, right? Despite her somewhat harsh demeanor, she exclaimed, Oh, this little girl is quite lovely.
Come in. Come in.
Ruan Yu was taken aback by the aunt's sudden change of demeanor. However, what sort of title was that? The one who prepares the dog's meal? Moreover, even if the production team had provided funds, why did this aunt seem to treat her like a deity, eager to scrutinize her from head to toe? You are beautiful. Truly beautiful. One of the crew members trailing behind made frantic gestures to the aunt, silently urging her to refrain from saying more. Suddenly, Ruan Yu had an epiphany regarding her task. Could it be that Gu Youci had hired this woman as an informant? Chapter 65. The Solitary Little Gu. It soon became evident that a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. The aunt asked Ruan Yu multiple times what dishes she fancied, inquiring about preferences and aversions with meticulous detail, all the while convinced she was concealing her true intentions, completely oblivious to the fact that she had been seen through. How could one discern such things? With children present, even the most hospitable wouldn't bombard an adult with questions about their culinary preferences. Clattering in the courtyard, Ruan Yu stood with one hand on her hip and the other wielding a large kitchen knife, chopping ingredients on the cutting board. Following the aunt's instructions, she combined the meat and vegetables, assuring that everything would be ready for steaming shortly. Their backyard even had a pond, and the task involved catching a few fish for a soup. With a calm demeanor, Ruan Yu replied, I can't. How about you try, Teacher Ruan Yu? Due to recent circumstances, I cannot touch cold water. Ruan Yu knew very well. Now she could act freely, couldn't she? She believed that if she showed any inclination,
He would be pleased.
without being proactive, he never overstepped boundaries. As this thought crossed her mind, she paused in her task of preparing the dog's meal. A playful idea flickering in her mind, and a slight smile graced her pink lips. She seemed quite perceptive. With that, the sound of chopping resumed. The cameraman was left astonished. What has happened to our enchanting and charming teacher, Ruan Yu? Meanwhile, a sudden flurry of quick and adorable footsteps echoed through the yard. Mommy! Mommy! Little fish mommy! Xiang exclaimed. Look, mommy. With hands raised, she proudly cradled an adorable, chubby puppy. This is disastrous. Ruan Yu's immediate reaction was not one of affection. She hurriedly set down her knife, gently placed the puppy on the ground, and pulled Xiang away. Indeed, within mere seconds, a large white dog emerged from around the corner, appearing grand and imposing. Ruan Yu felt a twinge of anxiety as she observed the majestic dog bounding towards them. Seizing the sprawled puppy by its nape and approaching Xiang, instinctively, she held her breath, preparing to scoop her child up. However, the puppy was placed at the edge of Xiang's shoes. Do not worry, teacher. The dog from my aunt's house has had several litters and is not protective of the pups anymore. This was also the reason why Xiang's cameraman did not call for parental supervision while he played with the puppies. The dog had become quite accustomed to people and would not bite indiscriminately. All right, Xiang. Ruan Yu, adorned in a large green apron, squatted down. You must not treat the puppy as a toy, all right? Like you, it is a little baby too. If you keep pulling at it, the puppy will feel pain. What if I'm gentle? Xiang gently placed the yapping puppy on the ground. No longer did he squeeze its belly. The tiny creature, still learning to stand, raised its tail high. Xiang's small hand stroked the puppy's head and back. Mommy, can I pet it like this? Yes, you may. Ruan Yu affectionately ruffled his face before returning to her tasks. Behind the yard stood a shed, housing several litters of puppies in black, white, and yellow. Each one a plump little ball of fur. Typically, Auntie would mention taking them to the county for sale, 50 yuan each. In the countryside, such guard dogs are quite affordable. Ruan Yu, carrying a steaming bowl of minced meat, followed Auntie's instructions, pouring the fish soup from another iron basin into a large pot, stirring it with a ladle. Teacher, why do you look so serious? What do you feel? It smells a bit fragrant. Ruan Yu poked at the basin, which resembled pig feed, and earnestly showcased it. Xiang, cradling the puppy, watched her intently. The large dogs around them began to bark in anticipation of the meat. All right. Ruan Yu placed the food in the center, and the clean puppies, drawn by the aroma, approached, eagerly stretching their heads towards the pot. She tirelessly lifted them by the scruff of their necks. 1, 2, 3. Soon, she received Auntie's praise. You've done well with the dog food. I thought you, my beautiful girl, wouldn't be able to handle such tasks.
Come.
Bring the little ones to eat. Ruan Yu took Xiang, whose hands had been washed, to Annie's house, where they beheld 5 or 6 dishes, chicken, fish, and meat. In the village, this was akin to hosting esteemed guests. Furthermore, the cameraman had not entered to film. It appeared that guests had arrived. As staff members were conversing with the director's team via walkie-talkies at the entrance, Ruan Yu served Xiang several pieces of meat and vegetables, and Auntie remarked, Hey. Has someone done you a favor? The plump aunt suddenly fell silent, tightly pressing her lips together and refraining from speaking. Noticing that the young man holding a television set had not entered, she promptly exclaimed, akin to the village matron, that young man is quite handsome. You and your daughter truly resemble a couple, dressed entirely in black. Indeed. With the answer she sought, Ruan Yu smiled but remained silent. However, the aunt was evidently intrigued, recounting everything from the director's team reaching out to her about appearing on television to receiving a substantial red envelope, sharing every detail with enthusiasm. Ruan Yu nearly choked on her food, astonished by the size of the envelope. How large is it? The aunt pinched her fingers to illustrate its thickness, her eyes sparkling. I've never seen so much money. Just then, a staff member's voice rang out from outside. Ruan Yu, we need to meet with the guests. As for certain matters, she needed to carefully ponder the thoughts of a particular individual. Yet, with the relentless filming ongoing, there was ample material to work with. In a surprising turn during the lottery, Gu Youci drew a task exemption card, while Ruan Yu chose to retain her eligibility for the draw, planning to use it on another journey. Thus, the notion of redeeming it before midnight was moot. Just a little trick learned from the production team. After 2 continuous days of filming, she could finally leave early. With only half a day's shooting remaining, and at the suggestion of Little Fish's mother and uncle director, she settled into the home of her favorite, Sister Gu, with Gu Youci accompanying her for half a day. For someone whose only concern was enjoying delicious meals, Shun was relatively at ease. Over the past 2 days, he and Ruan Yu had learned a bit of culinary skill. En route to the airport, she remained drowsy, resting her head on Yi's lap to regain her strength. I am utterly exhausted. If we stay in the village for another stop, I might just lose my mind. How did you endure it? Although your tasks aren't demanding, they are numerous and tedious. Especially considering you sometimes have to take care of Gu. Yes, So don't rush into marriage and childbirth. Ruan Yu lazily nestled into her embrace, feeling slightly melancholic. Indeed, Yi quickly concurred, covering Ruan Yu with a blanket. But how come you never get tanned? I've nearly turned into coal after days under the sun with the production team, while you remain radiant. Do you want to see my sunscreen bottle?
Huh.
I've emptied 5 bottles. Yi was left speechless, but recalling the red carpet event for Star Gravity the following night, she couldn't help but marvel at Ruan Yu's dedication. That was a staggering 5 bottles. Ruan, do you have an obsession with whitening? Ruan Yu sleepily reached out, pinching Yi's chubby cheek. You wouldn't understand. I must maintain my beauty persona, so I can wear prettier clothes. Being fair means fewer worries.
Why?
Because of being fair. Here comes the nonsense. Just then, noticed Ruan Yu's phone, charged and automatically turning on. She picked it up, and every social media app erupted with notifications. And she exclaimed, Ruan Jia, who is this solitary little Gu? Chapter 66. Please, Your Highness. A rather peculiar appellation. He has made 2 calls to you. Who is it? Ruan could not recall renaming anyone, and lazily waved her hand. I do not recognize him. I must have blocked him. After pondering for a moment, just as she was about to proceed with her decision, a sudden chill crept upon her from behind. Surely, someone who took the time to save a contact could not be a mere telemarketer. Let us hold off for now. Her goddess, Ruan, must still be in a daze from sleep. One should not act impulsively. The moment the plane touched down in the capital, Huasheng received the news without delay. Indeed, he was the designated emergency contact for Ruan Yu. Although the itinerary was not publicized, the capital's airport was a perennial hub for media and fan groups. Huasheng deftly avoided the crowd and made his way to the VIP exit, cradling a bouquet of cappuccino roses. As Ruan Yu emerged, her dashing manager was the first figure she spotted. Did you enjoy the first recording, darling? I'm merely surviving, Ruan Yu replied with a smile, her expression clearly asking if he truly believed her. Huasheng appeared puzzled. The director's team had informed him that the variety show was quite engaging. The bouquet is rather lovely, Ruan Yu complimented, leaning in to inhale its fragrance. Did you wear perfume? Yes. Huasheng assessed her attire for the day, a pure white dress. She twirled gracefully, play-acting as an innocent university student. How do I look? You never fail to look stunning, Huasheng gestured. Please, my princess. Once Ruan Yu adjusted her sunglasses and mask, they strolled together to the roadside. After he opened the rear door for her, Huasheng noticed a little black figure attempting to board his vehicle. Hey. Who is this little one, trying to enter my car? Why be so harsh and hurt someone's feelings? Ruan Yu remarked, ignoring him. Seeing that Yi was on the verge of tears, she pulled her close and with a resounding thud, shut the car door. He spends all day in an air-conditioned room, watching beautiful women. How could he possibly understand our lives? Huasheng retorted, what beautiful women. I'm merely a manager. This is my job. Fortunately, Yi had a cheerful disposition and quickly moved past the moment. After all, being next to a radiant superstar, even one's naturally sun-kissed skin could seem dull in comparison. Truly, the saying holds, comparison can be lethal. After a half-day's rest, the debut night of Star Gravity Law had arrived. Uniquely, this selection group consisted of 5 members, deliberately avoiding the 7-member model of the Twinkle Star Girl group, representing a fierce contest at the pinnacle. However, being a top-tier girl group is no easy feat considering Star's stature and reach. The popularity of this new group from Star Gravity Law still pales in comparison to the past. Whether they are a limited group remains to be seen in the future development. Ruan Yu closed her eyes, unable to stifle a sigh. Isn't this too challenging? Do you think everyone is like you? Huasheng observed the stunning beauty who was both napping and applying makeup, and shook his head in amazement. In just 2 months since debut, you've had one successful engagement after another. Even Morningstar has dedicated a makeup room just for you. Yifeng only received that last year. Surely, this is thanks to your connection with Brother Hua? As Ruan Yu listened to the soft whispers of the makeup artist, she gazed upwards, allowing her to continue applying eyeshadow, presenting a beautiful visage that seemed to invite admiration. Her voice was melodious. Dressed in a simple, short robe for convenience before donning her gown, she mused, it was I who submitted the application. Huasheng leaned against the genuine leather sofa, exclaiming, but look at your meteoric rise to fame. Is it not apparent that you possess some sort of system? What is today's task? Simply to walk the red carpet quietly, Ruan Yu replied, observing Yi entering the room, accepting the floral tea she offered with a grateful smile. Thank you, darling. Not at all. Yi beamed, cupping her face with her hands, joyfully bobbing her head like a nodding doll. Ruan Yu, too, found herself influenced by Huasheng's exuberance, playfully teasing those around her, though she recognized that such beauty could be disarming. Today is not merely about the red carpet. Huasheng remarked with an air of mystery, stroking his chin. This red carpet night holds much more intrigue. Remember the last time at Twinkle's debut? Your Venus title has been reaping benefits for years. Honestly, it's quite exaggerated. Ruan Yu sighed dramatically, unable to suppress the urge to sink into the ground upon hearing it. Exaggerated? You do not comprehend at all. Huasheng retorted immediately. Your 5-second appearance was the only one among all trainees that showcased a flawless 360-degree beauty. Do you know how many investors sought to sign you? You nearly transformed into a little lamb. She was already a little lamb. No, she had become a thoroughly roasted lamb, the kind served on a platter. By the way, Huasheng seemed a bit dissatisfied. This time, the red carpet was exclusively for pairs, with the mentors and the top 3 stars leading, followed by the trainees and sponsors, with their female companions. Ruan Yu closed her eyes in contemplation, pondering who she would walk with. That's the dilemma, she mused. Huasheng appeared quite agitated, clearly struggling to accept the situation. The convoy was monitored outside, and upon arrival, it circled the venue before finally halting at the entrance of the red carpet. What is the general arrangement? The mentors and stars will open, followed by the trainees, while sponsors will take their partners on their own. After a moment of reflection, Ruan Yu concluded, then I will walk last after everyone else. Really? Huasheng still seemed reluctant, noting that certain media outlets were specifically there to capture solo appearances. He speculated that after the mentors, Song Mingji and Yi Feng would likely walk alone, causing a significant portion of the crowd to disperse, given their commercial value. Should I coordinate for you to walk behind the stars? No need, Ruan Yu reassured him with a serene gaze. Let us stick to the plan of walking last. It's perfectly fine. Very well, Huasheng relented, observing her unperturbed demeanor, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. He stood up and, seeing Ruan Yu in the mirror, silently gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, today's makeup is simply exquisite. It's a pity those lacking discernment want to capture its brilliance. All right, let us go. Ruan Yu waved her hand dismissively. As Huasheng exited and closed the door, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten to mention something important. Just moments ago, he had prepared a memo specifically to inquire about Ruan Yu. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had slipped his mind. Never mind. I'll address everything after the red carpet. Other matters can wait.
No.
That was not right. It seems to be related to General Gu. He must go and take a look. After a brief moment, I exclaimed, who on earth has entered my office? Where is my note? Brother Hua, just now Lulu brought you some documents and accidentally spilled coffee on your desk, dirtying several sheets of white paper, so I tossed them all into the trash outside. I am not here to hold you accountable. Huasheng lamented, his eyes pleadingly fixed on his assistant. Where's the paper? Brother Hua, I have confirmed that they were all blank sheets.
Ah.
What do you mean you confirmed? You wretched soul. There was something crucial among them that I needed for General Gu. My heavens, that is the fortune god. I dare not offend. Brother. Huasheng gestured for silence, asserting that there was no brother left for him now. He was going to seek forgiveness. That was a call made personally by General Gu, and he couldn't consult Secretary Chen, who dealt with him daily, disturbing the exceedingly busy General Gu. How terrifying. Chapter 67. The Best Arrangement. Hello. Welcome everyone to the live event of the Gravity of Stars Group Formation Night. Before we commence the nationwide voting, our red carpet night is about to begin.
Today,
you will see our VIP seats flanking the stage, who will walk down the red carpet to this very spot. Let us await in anticipation. Outside the largest exhibition hall in Jing City, there are officially 20 cameras. Various angles surround the red carpet and media, capturing today's opening performance featuring a diva-level singer, with hundreds of media outlets in attendance. Soft lights are laid out along both sides of the red carpet. Hey, they're here. A car has arrived. The barriers in front of the red carpet were removed by security clad in black as a vehicle slowly approached. The first to alight was Qi Ling Yuan, followed by dance mentor Soso. As Huasheng noted, the mentor team serves as the opening guests on the red carpet. The sound of camera shutters erupted, and flashes illuminated the scene in rapid succession. Those walking the red carpet must exude confidence. The audience remains unaware. Yet seasoned artists have trained countless times to perfect their expressions and smiles. They simply present their best commercial facade. The initial wave of live broadcast fervor has already been inundated by the fans of the mentor team. A Yuan is so handsome. His face bears no traces of time. My prince of love songs, are you going to perform today? I'm about to cry. Husband, your suit is so dashing. I could kiss you. You all must not look angry. My Queen Soso. What brings you to serve as a dance teacher in the country? The top dancer Soso looks the most beautiful today. The cheers from the audience were first captured by the mentor team. Following that comes the main spectacle.
Ah,
Mink mink. I'm going crazy. My wife looks stunning today. So beautiful. I want to collect every pair of colored contact lenses I've seen her wear live. The audience could also see real-time updates on the big screen. On the red carpet, the slender figure clad in a light gold, butterfly-winged, strapless gown was Song Ningji.
today.
She offered everyone an extraordinarily beautiful visual feast. Beautiful and gentle. She gently covered her chest and nodded slightly, presenting herself for the cameras. Song Ningji revealed her elegant, slender neck, adorned with a golden ear cuff from the international designer brand she represents under the Gu family. Ah, the beauty is overwhelming. Ningning's solo shot lasted 35 seconds. Such favoritism from the main camera. As the media eagerly followed her, desperate for more shots of Song Ningji, she paused to smile at the nearby reporters, effortlessly winning over the hearts of bystanders. How polite she is. No wonder she is the center of the top girl group. Clearly on a different level from some others. Is she really that stunning? Do you fans of Song Ningji have it this good? The only top-tier center in the entertainment industry, an all-around ACE, her professional abilities surpass all current girl groups. She secures all external endorsements in a heartbeat. The first idol in the industry to achieve over 10 million views on stage. Do you understand?
Ah,
Alright, fans, stop teaching bystanders how to act. It's nauseating. The main star is indeed impressive, but the quality of her fans could use some improvement. Raising hands. Okay, I'm turning into a fan now. The online viewership had already surpassed 5 million. When Yi Feng made her entrance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. She had completely transformed her usual style, donning a uniquely stunning black off-shoulder gown. One side of the dress trailed on the ground, embellished with silver embroidery at the waist. Yi Feng, the queen. Only my sister could wear such a beautiful black dress. Feng's striking features are a perfect fit for the strong, elegant style. Yet this outfit is both contradictory and beautiful. Yi Feng's chunky heeled shoes accentuated her delicate, fair calves as she walked through the flashing lights. The 365-degree red carpet capturing her impeccable aura and state. The vibrant scene continued unabated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Go, why are you shaking your legs so much? It's ruining your image, Yi remarked, watching Hua Sheng pace back and forth in the office, incessantly muttering. There are so many courses on demeanor and image management in the company. Aren't you always observing Sister Wan and Sister Yi Feng? Just be quiet. Hua Sheng covered his face, resting his head against the floor-to-ceiling window. I haven't connected yet. What should I do? So delicate. Hua Sheng absent-mindedly pushed the door open to leave. Just then, there was a click from the opposite makeup room. The door opened. Upon raising his head and seeing Ruan Yu, the astonishment and satisfaction in his eyes nearly overflowed. He instantly forgot everything and hurriedly bent down, exclaiming, Come, my goddess. Let me assist you. Are you crazy? You look stunning. How is your makeup? So adaptable. Hua Sheng supported her slightly as they headed toward the exclusive elevator. He still remembered that she was pregnant. Regarding the forgotten promise to Mr. Gu, he had to console himself. Mr. Gu had only mentioned it once, and since he hadn't pursued him yet, perhaps it wasn't urgent. He would simply apologize at the evening banquet. With this thought, Hua Sheng immediately felt at ease. Where's the Momo army?
ah,
Indeed. How have the rankings of the members of the Dark Sky group fared? Where is my beloved Wan? Star Senior has completed her walk. Have you forsaken my Ruan Yu? I eagerly anticipate today as divine makeup for Wan Meishin. As the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 10 million, sponsors, accompanied by their partners, gracefully traversed the red carpet. The media had begun to filter into the venue, capturing the stage and the seated guests. Amidst the fervent barrage of comments featuring Ruan Yu's name, a sleek black Bugatti Veyron glided into the venue. My goodness, what a car! Is it owned by some princeling from the capital or a sponsor? Unbeknownst to many in the live stream, questions arose. What makes this vehicle so special amidst a sea of luxury cars? Does its exorbitant price merely reach a few tens of millions? An anonymous user in the comments suddenly enlightened the crowd. Only 3 of these cars exist globally. They were gifted by Bugatti's then CEO to VIP black card customers who have collectively spent over 1 billion on their brand, with an asset valuation exceeding 100 billion. There is but one in the country. The comments fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Who could possibly own such a vehicle? The driver of the sports car circled to the back and opened the door. At that moment, a business vehicle wound around the fountain and came to a halt. The passenger beside Hua Sheng was utterly stunned. He finally recalled the task he had neglected. Mr. Gu had inquired about Ruan Yu's order of appearance, a question now rendered moot. Is he a deity? How could the wealthy benefactor have known that Ruan Yu would walk last? Gu Youci, the principal investor in the law of stellar attraction, was inevitably invited, and it was customary for investors to make their entrance last, a decision orchestrated by the director. However, they were left with only their two vehicles. This was indeed the finest arrangement. Yet the comment section was abuzz with excitement. Haha, the car behind looks rather shabby. A business vehicle worth just over $1 million does seem a bit lackluster. Perhaps the sponsors are too accustomed to luxury. I believe I know who that big shot is. Who is accompanying our benefactor? Shouldn't they have waited another 5 minutes? Did they take a wrong turn? Oh no, this is going to be embarrassing. Onlookers found this red carpet amusing. I eagerly await the revelation of these two individuals. Why aren't Ruan Yu's fans cheering? Is she not present? If it's just this person, it would be quite awkward. Ha ha ha, they VE turned into cannon fodder. Chapter 68. He awaits her. Amidst the cacophony of discussion, the Bugatti's door swung open, revealing a hand clad in a polished metal single-buckle shoe, immaculate in its sheen. Ascending from the footwear were long, slender legs.
Today,
Gu Youci eschewed the traditional black suit. With a broad shoulder and narrow waist, he epitomized the golden ratio, a natural clothes hanger. The luxurious fabric accentuated his deep-set, picturesque features, while a golden brooch, a sprig of mistletoe, adorned the left side of his chest. Most importantly, the cuffs of the suit are a deep crimson, adding a touch of nobility and allure. I can hardly believe it. Gu Youci has truly arrived. This is indeed my husband. I feel as though I might faint from his stunning handsomeness. How could someone with such a face and physique not enter the entertainment industry? My goodness. I have never encountered such breathtaking beauty on the streets. He ought to be presented to me on a silver platter. I earnestly wish for Gu Youci to grace the screen more often. The last time I encountered someone so striking, I was utterly transfixed. And it was none other than Gu Youci himself. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Gu Youci's chiseled features are strikingly cold yet captivating, effortlessly composed under the flashing lights. As he approaches the steps, each step is steady and poised. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit car, sister, we are running out of time. But without waiting for a response, Ruan Yu glanced at the familiar figure and softly urged, open the door. Hua Sheng did not exit. It is well known that both Yifeng and Ruan Yu fall under his purview, and their fans are not easily trifled with. Favoritism would not do. The fervor from Yifeng's fans is fierce, and one must tread carefully. A security guard, having stowed away his walkie-talkie, came over to open the car door. Suddenly, a barrage of flashing lights assaulted Ruan Yu's vision, causing her to lower her gaze. After a brief moment, she bent down and stepped out of the vehicle. What first caught the public's eye was a stunning pair of velvet black high heels adorned with a delicate bow. A collective silence enveloped the crowd. Goodness.
Ruan Yu. Ah.
She is simply on another level of beauty. Everyone present could see for themselves. She is truly unparalleled, the first goddess of the entertainment industry. From above, a voice roused the crowd from their reverie. Ruan Yu's face is the most captivating. Under the myriad of flashing lights, she gracefully approached. Clad in a wine-red haute couture gown, the gown's train, embellished with red butterflies, exuded an aura that would typically demand cascading waves and ruby lips. However, her hair, styled in a voluminous updo, set a distinct mood, accentuating her breathtaking visage. As she walked, her slender legs were tantalizingly revealed through the gown's slit, showcasing her alabaster collarbone and wrists adorned with the latest Morning Star series pendants from Serendid. Ruan Yu elegantly made her way to the steps, while Gu Youci, not far away, paused and turned to look at her. What is happening? Why has he stopped? Does anyone comprehend this moment? Gu Youci has halted. Is he waiting for her to join him? Goodness. Oh divine beings, surely these two are strangers. Ruan, enjoy your fortune.
Head upstairs.
My wife's beauty needs no accompaniment. Please, take another look at Gu Youci's face before you speak again. As Ruan Yu witnessed this scene, her heart swelled with wonder. This was their first appearance together in a public setting surrounded by the media. There would be no opportunity to embarrass Gu Youci. After a brief moment of hesitation, she smiled and gently rested her arm in his.
Ah.
Mother, how could she possibly embarrass herself? Clearly, this is a scene of slapping faces.
Goodness.
Is this the lofty and ethereal Gu? I must say, is there anyone who has fallen for this? This is simply a wedding toast scenario. Be quiet. Do these two even have any connection? Riding on Gu's popularity. How ridiculous. To those toxic fans from other houses, have you not seen our protagonist making a fool of you? Seeking presents here? Regardless, the bystanders are already going wild. The Civil Affairs Bureau stated that even if it were today, they must come over. The scene erupted into chaos. Not to mention the barrage of comments during the live broadcast, refreshing at an almost frenzied pace. The stream lagged several times, yet the director could only beam with delight. Technical team, please resolve this quickly. Tonight's viewership ratings are bound to break records. However, once they ascended the steps, Ruan Yu let loose, while Gu Youci simply nodded, granting her the freedom to shine on the red carpet while he entered through the sponsor's passage. He took the signature pen from the etiquette lady and signed in the designated area. Staff guided him, although he avoided most of the cameras. Whenever Gu and Ruan appeared together, the venue erupted in fervent screams. Need me to instruct you? The director exclaimed, filled with exasperation. Hurry. Extend Ruan Yu's solo shot a bit longer, and for the side angle, be more perceptive and get a shot of the two together. Quickly. Just as he finished speaking, Ruan Yu looked up and saw her full-body shot on the big screen. It was quite beautiful. She smiled, took the signature pen and signed, unaware that in the camera's view, her silhouette intertwined beautifully with Gu Youci's. My goodness, this scene is stunning. Such a perfect match. Will they really not walk hand in hand the entire way? It's the first time I've seen Gu assist a female artist at an event. Truly, it seems even the god of wealth possesses a gentle side. I have indeed opened my eyes, and it is all thanks to my sister Ruan. Impressive. After today, her worth will skyrocket. Ruan Yu's fans are beaming with pride, unique in the entertainment industry. My sister is already beautiful. Even without Gu, she could dominate the entire scene. It's best not to pair them together. Gu's status, exhibiting gentlemanly demeanor, is quite normal, and he would assist any female artist. Do you really think your celestial beauty has descended to Earth? Such sour remarks. Right. Please change your avatar to that of Yifeng. Thank you. You toxic fan. Hands clasped in prayer. Ruan Yu is simply stunning. As the stage opened, everyone was still immersed in the glamour of the red carpet night. Unbeknownst to them, the trending topic had already reached the top. Gu Youci made an appearance at the Star Gravity red carpet night. In addition, there was a stunning image of Song Mingji in a top-tier black gown alongside Ruan Yu's breathtaking beauty and the most explosive news, Gu Youci's gentlemanly gesture. This phrase has long dominated the trending searches. After Ruan Yu entered and found her seat, she noticed Song Mingji, waving gently at her. Nink nink. Her position was right beside Song Mingji. What a coincidence. After Ruan Yu sat down, Song Mingji offered her a small blanket to cover her legs. To which she immediately responded with delight. Thank you. Are you planning to leave after the celebration banquet? The two naturally grew closer.
No.
Song Mingji gently shook her head with a soft smile. I have a recording to attend to at dawn, and must leave the stage midway. What? Ruan Yu blinked curiously. Upon seeing Song Mingji's light chuckle, she followed her gaze. Gu Youci was gazing at her with a calm demeanor, but soon diverted his attention. Resuming his conversation with the investors beside him. Perhaps we should switch seats, suggested Song Mingji, her voice tender and considerate. However, Ruan Yu, upon hearing this, pinched her fingers in a playful warning. All right, no more matchmaking for you. After a moment of contemplation, Ruan Yu leaned closer and whispered. Seeing him every day has grown tiresome.
Huh.
Song Mingji looked perplexed, her beautiful face displaying confusion. Are you tired of seeing Mr. Gu? Is he aware of this? Chapter 69. She is too alluring. Really, Ruan Yu remarked, resting her chin in her hand, observing Song Mingji's incredulous expression. Even the most attractive facade can become mundane when you see it first thing in the morning and last thing at night, revolving around him daily. How dull. Is that so? Upon hearing this, a flicker of envy crossed Song Mingji's eyes. Your relationship is truly enviable. Such words, uttered by Ruan Yu, seem to stem from a place of privilege, as only the one who is doted upon can voice such sentiments. Yet, it was rather taxing for a pregnant woman late at night. After discreetly stifling several yawns, she noticed the camera sweeping toward them. Ruan Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, tilted her head in greeting. The cameraman, with a touch of favoritism, captured Mr. Gu in the frame. And the live stream comments erupted in frenzy. Can they please marry for my sake? My wife looks so captivating she makes me feel foolish. Being happy together is far more important than anything else. This camera is too intentional. Be careful not to get a lawyer's letter from Gu Corporation after the broadcast. My wife's breathtaking beauty. Oh dear. Honestly, as a loyal fan, I don't wish to see Mr. Gu, no offense intended, but do give more solo shots. Ruan looks stunning today. I truly can't help but admire her. Baby, you are the most beautiful in the world today, like a little red butterfly. After an hour, when it was time for the trainees to express their sentiments, Ruan Yu could no longer endure and decided to seek a quieter space. It was said that habits change during pregnancy. Initially skeptical, Ruan Yu found herself without words on this matter. She had no desire to attend the celebration banquet. On the second floor of the backstage area, there was a terrace where one could gaze at the vast starry sky. Ruan Yu, lifting her skirt, settled into a plush leather booth. I didn't leave early, so don't restrict my freedom. Mind your own affairs. Do you still think Dad isn't angry enough?
Who?
The voice sounded somewhat familiar. As Ruan Yu prepared to see who this fellow busybody was, she noticed someone approaching from around the corner. The initially composed expression softened slightly.
Oh, Ruan Yu?
The two shared a knowing smile. I did not catch a glimpse of your red carpet. Ruan Yu leaned her arm against the edge of the booth, her eyes lighting up as she saw Lu Shi sauntering towards her in casual attire, utterly astonished.
Oh.
It turns out that Teacher Lu is a special guest. The first title track I arranged is now being showcased. Lu Shi smiled upon seeing her. And upon noticing her resplendent little dress, he realized she belonged to the group of artists who had just completed their walk down the red carpet. How lovely she looked today. Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled. Hua Ge was indeed loyal in crafting a new look for her, with her current value. Such beauty was perfectly understandable. Yet, this matter still remained unresolved. Ruan Yu raised her hand, forming a gesture of 5, and Lu Shi immediately quipped. Is it about that 500,000? Indeed. Lu Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Ruan Yu didn't appear to lack funds, yet there was something more. At that time, she was so covered up that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. When he approached her and complimented her beauty, it was as if he wished to bestow upon her a Ferrari right then and there, resembling a nouveau riche. Lu Shi retorted, that's preposterous. It was because I heard about our collaboration. Ruan Yu expressed her desire for a competition between them. She then sighed, reminiscing that she had been placed there within the group. No one stood by her side. Lu Shi frowned, understanding now. Ruan Yu had always stood at the edge during practice, and he noticed she was invariably the last to leave, diligently practicing in solitude. Yet, whenever it was her turn, she hardly ever faltered. Out of appreciation for her talent, he ultimately decided to place her in the center position, performing the duet. That stage appearance significantly elevated her visibility. Ruan Yu gazed up at Lu Shi, who was lost in thought. The second time collaborating with him was to feature in his music video, marking her first return. He had always been her mentor and a harbinger of good fortune. Truly deserved, Ruan Yu. Hearing such words from her, Lu Shi felt a pang of empathy. Every moment of perseverance in practice had laid the groundwork for her future stardom. Just like the enduring nature of music, it was merely a matter of time.
Was it not?
Certainly. The appreciation between kindred spirits flowed in their shared gaze. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shi prepared to descend the stairs. Unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar figure. Upon spotting the tall silhouette around the corner and meeting that person's indifferent gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Gu Youci, the esteemed musician, you know me? Gu Youci offered a brief handshake, their contact almost fleeting. It has been a long time coming. This would require a lengthy discussion. Setting aside Gu Youci's other identity, he distinctly remembered the couple photograph of Lu Shi and Ruan Yu. Listening in on conversations was not a commendable trait, yet he had just heard of the grievances Ruan Yu had endured, something he had never encountered before. Lu Shi presumed that Gu Youci had come seeking solitude, and thought little of it. Contrary to the rumored aggressiveness, Gu Youci was somewhat unexpected, and they exchanged a few polite remarks. After watching Lu Shi depart, Gu Youci gradually approached Ruan Yu. Hearing her soft voice, he deliberately lightened his footsteps. No need, mommy. Ruan Yu spoke into her phone, her voice bright and melodious in the stillness of the night. But I am a bit hungry. I didn't eat enough earlier, because I was wearing a dress. What do you want to eat? Have you thought it through?
All right.
Ruan Yu's eyes curved into a smile. From Gu Youci's perspective, her beautiful eyes resembled a crescent moon as she leaned against the balcony, lowering her gaze to text her mother about food. It was a natural display of affection, revealing a charming side of her he had never seen. It stirred something tender within him, a slight thrill. Are you not coming? A voice broke the silence. Gu Youci felt his heart skip a beat, and his fingers slid out of his pocket. Ruan Yu didn't look up. They were alone, hence, she was calling for him. Chapter 70. The sense of ceremony was awry. In such a quiet place, every rustle could be heard, let alone someone approaching. Ruan Yu was no fool. She wouldn't indulge Gu Zong in frivolous games. Yet she could play along. She certainly wouldn't let herself be flustered like during their previous encounters. How embarrassing. Ruan Yu turned her phone face down on the railing, catching sight of the approaching figure from the corner of her eye. Gu Youci spoke in a low tone, unabashedly revealing that he had overheard her conversation. Ruan Yu rested her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance. She remained silent, her fingers casually brushing her arm in a graceful manner, just as a familiar warmth enveloped her shoulder. A hint of a smile flickered in Ruan Yu's eyes. Is it that easy? She wondered. This is just the beginning. It's cold, Ruan Yu said, her voice tinged with fatigue. Without hesitation, Gu Youci wrapped his long arm around her shoulder, feeling her shift her weight toward him, warming his heart. Ruan Yu. After a moment of silence, a light laugh filled the air. What if I say yes? Upon her words, Gu Youci's gaze, initially obscured by his lashes, finally met Ruan Yu's eyes, eventually resting on her glistening lips. The next step of his racing heart was a kiss. Ruan Yu discerned the desire in his expression and felt a wave of approval in her heart. Her vigilance was quite high. Yet, under this tension, Gu Youci ultimately surrendered to his longing, leaning closer to that soft warmth he yearned for. At the last moment, however, his lips were halted by her fingers. What does Gu Zong intend to do? What do you think? Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. A kiss, perhaps? Such a direct declaration left Gu Youci momentarily speechless. He realized something as he saw Ruan Yu smile lightly and solemnly shake her head. The sense of ceremony is all wrong. Gu Zong has teased me time and again. I am merely reciprocating. A kiss is something only lovers would do. Ruan Yu returned the clothes she had worn to him. But what if I want to kiss you? Ruan Yu. Does Mr. Gu truly comprehend the actions he undertakes? Indeed. Gu Youci discerned the fleeting panic in her eyes, struggling to maintain her composure, and found her endearing. With heartfelt sincerity, he inquired, Miss Ruan, may I court you? Are you out of your mind? Perhaps. I believe there is no other individual for whom I would traverse over 1,000 kilometers in the early hours, muddy and disheveled, merely to ascertain if she feels wronged or is secretly shedding tears. Indeed, he must be mad. You. Ruan Yu felt a pang of emotion at the tip of her nose. The events of that dawn at 5 o'clock were undeniably impactful. She instinctively scanned her surroundings. There were no paparazzi, no other individuals, only the two of them. Was her confession so absent-minded? She quietly adjusted her beautiful gown. Is it permissible for me to refrain from giving an answer? I mean, until I have thoroughly contemplated this matter, we remain unconnected. Her tone grew increasingly serene, as if she had come to accept a cataclysmic truth akin to Pangu creating the world. Gu Youci harbored feelings for her. After all, it had only been a few months since his divorce. Yet, she was with child. Ruan Yu contemplated various scenarios, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. Utterly unprepared for such a situation, the thought of her unborn child being discovered sent her into a panic. What if the child's father were to confine her and resort to coercion? Coughing, she realized she was overthinking. Very well. Upon hearing her request, Gu Youci released her hand and, as if performing magic, produced an exquisite paper bag from behind him. Ruan Yu had become rather skittish. What is this? Shoes. Huasheng mentioned you rarely wear high heels lately, so I had Secretary Chun prepare a pair of flats. Do you require assistance? Ruan Yu remained silent as Gu Youci bent down on one knee, gently untying the beautiful black velvet bow on her shoes, softly instructing her to lift her foot as he exchanged her footwear. The soft flats were blissfully comfortable. So he genuinely cares. How considerate he has become. She attempted to convince herself that her heart remained untouched, though she felt somewhat flattered. And then, that man Huasheng truly does speak without a filter. Wait a moment. Ruan Yu, sensing a crisis, stated seriously, Mr. Gu, you have never pursued a woman, have you? During the courtship phase. Inquiring about someone's preferences and habits is exceedingly impolite. She knew such a notion was unfounded, but she wished to establish certain boundaries. Do you truly dislike it? Yes. Therefore it is best if there is no next time. She hastily seized the moment. Very well. Gu Youci now adopted a stance of listening intently. So, if I wish to inquire in the future, I shall not glean information from Huasheng but will text you directly. Is that correct? Cough, cough, cough. Ruan Yu's face flushed crimson. That is not what I meant. What then? A flicker of amusement crossed Gu Youci's eyes. In the realm of secretary etiquette, it is most taboo to escalate matters to higher management. If Ruan disdains my approach to this commercial endeavor, what should I do? I am not your employer. Ruan Yu could not help but retort, I have nothing to teach you. Navigate romance on your own. She felt shy at the mere utterance of those 3 words. No. They had not yet engaged in a romantic dialogue. Apart from the minuscule being nestled within her, their relationship was one of ex-spouses, purer than friendship, following their divorce. What more had she said? Ruan Yu did not realize that her tone had shifted, no longer adhering to the formality of the past, now tinged with a hint of insolence. Gu Youci lowered his gaze, seemingly contemplative. He was indeed not the boss. There remained a discrepancy of a single word. A word. Indeed. Upon reflecting on his retort, Ruan Yu suddenly grasped his meaning. Her ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed, prompting her to feign nonchalance and turn away, her silhouette resembling that of a fleeing princess. I cannot argue with you. After all, in the pursuit of affection, a strict deduction system applies. A retort incurs a 10-point penalty. A flustered voice carried on the wind. Gu Youci offered a faint smile, and the gloom that had enveloped him for days seemed to dissipate as he picked up her elegant high heels and, with deliberate steps, followed her. Cinderella. What would the conclusion be? Chapter 71, Points to Deduct. Following the Star Gravity red carpet night, Ruan Yu's commercial value soared, most notably reflected in the numerous brands eager to collaborate with her. She had secured 2 loans from the Serembied collection. Whether at the launch show of the Law of Star Gravity or during the recent jewelry exhibition, many partners recognized her as a testament to the industry's appreciation and acceptance of new talent. Among them, Huasheng was positively beaming. Just 2 more endorsements. And I'll beg you. Initially, there was little hope for this jewelry collaboration, yet when General Manager Gu approached the Serembied Regional Director, upon hearing her name, they promptly presented their offerings. I told you, you are my little fortune goddess. Is that all? Ruan Yu gazed at her frenzied manager on the screen, her eyes heavy with sleep. I'll sleep now. The notebook was discarded to the side. She nestled back into her fragrant, soft cocoon, clutching her enormous pink rabbit. One foot swung over, but before long, her phone incessantly chimed. Hey, you haven't worked in days. Why are there so many messages? Huasheng immediately grew wary. Do I not have friends? Ruan Yu languidly retorted, reaching for her phone. Upon seeing the screen filled with messages from the lonely little Gu, she couldn't help but bury her face into her pillow, half-heartedly replying, I'm sleeping. Unless it's a transfer, don't disturb me. Yet the next moment, she received a notification. Lonely little Gu has transferred you 200,000. Ruan Yu. She quickly sat up and messaged back. What is this for? The maximum limit is only this much. Transfer it to my card. Please do not misinterpret my emojis, especially those who only employ a morbid smile and inherent symbols. A sudden softness enveloped her heart. Had she been too harsh? Yet it was undeniably noisy. The individual who previously sent no more than 5-word messages had transformed, bombarding her with reminders to hydrate, as if 800 messages a day were the norm. Did the president of Gu Corporation have so few matters to attend to? Or was it that being the boss granted him the liberty to disregard phone etiquette even in meetings? After contemplating these thoughts, Ruan Yu decided to allow her infatuated mind to take a moment of respite. She casually answered a phone call, urging the caller to get to the point. I've informed you of an urgent matter, yet you're video calling me. What's the issue? Huasheng's tone was filled with indignation. I'm not trying to provoke you. Ruan Yu cleared her throat and smiled. I'm simply inquiring about the urgent matter. Recently, her emotions had indeed been unstable. Possibly due to the many concerns weighing on her mind, with Gu Youci being the chief culprit, stirring up turmoil within her heart.
Oh.
It's like this. I received an email from Opsing containing an invitation for tomorrow's new product launch regarding ski apparel. I glanced at the designs, and they would suit you perfectly. The shoe will take place at an outdoor ski resort. Would you be interested in participating? Does it require skiing? Yes, hence my inquiry. Considering your current situation, Ruan Yu discreetly touched her abdomen, noticing it had slightly rounded again. During this quiet moment of rest, she felt the baby move more frequently. And her mother mentioned that she had gained a bit of weight recently, with an improved appetite and complexion. Why not? Engage in some exercise. Is there a trainer accompanying? Of course. Huasheng, noticing her excitement, cautioned, although most of it will be staged. Do take care, and be mindful of the little one inside you. I know. Ruan Yu's mood brightened suddenly. She ended the call. The last time she went skiing was at the tender age of 5 or 6, when she tumbled down the slope, landing on her backside, rolling down like a little ball and getting a mouthful of snow. She had cried and was comforted by Ruan Beiming and Lin Ping all the way home, indignantly declaring she would never return. She admitted that her pride had been at play then. Skiing was something she had always yearned to learn. Ruan Yu chuckled softly, beginning to search for online tutorials, enjoying herself for quite some time. Equipment shouldn't be a concern, so she decided to choose a stylish padded seat for safety during falls. An hour later, she casually mentioned, I'll be attending the Opsing ski shoot tomorrow. Are you upset? He finally reverted to his indifferent demeanor. It didn't matter. She would deduct points from him for that. A flicker of discomfort, perhaps disappointment, crossed Ruan Yu's mind, but it subsided quickly as she composed herself, changing into an off-shoulder dress and applying a light touch of makeup. Then, she went downstairs to find her mother. Lin Ping had just changed into an elegant and refined qipao, adorned with minimal jewelry, indicating she was off to a skincare event in the city center. Mommy. Lin Ping, noticing her daughter's demure appearance, smiled warmly. Are you going out, Ruan?
Yes.
Ruan Yu linked her arm with her mother's, declaring, I'll accompany you. Coincidentally, she too would be in front of the camera tomorrow. Lin Payne's skincare establishment was among the most prestigious in the capital, a privilege she was happy to enjoy by riding on her mother's coattails. Didn't you say you were going to rest? Well, I'm using Dada's card, so why not take advantage? Ruan Yu, at least, was sensible enough about finances, and their household was hardly lacking in funds. Although Ruan Yu was unaware of how much he had spent on the woman outside, the primary card belonged to his mother. With funds drawn directly from Ruan Yu's account, devoid of any limit. Ruan, dear, may I inquire if there has been any discussion between you and your father? Lin Payne interjected suddenly. Ruan Yu scrutinized his mother's expression and promptly replied with a smile. No. Why do you ask, Mommy? Just a casual inquiry. Lin Payne's smile deepened. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, exuding an air of grace and sophistication that belied her 40s. Recently, Ruan Yu had been leaving early and returning late, engaging in numerous high-stakes contracts, and whether concerning company affairs or his frequent calls with Xiao Heng, she was acutely observant. Their conversations had increased at night, extending beyond mere discussions about the children. He had openly acknowledged that the woman in question was his secretary, Su Xiao, who had been with the Ruan company for 4 years. From Ruan Yu's account, Su Xiao hailed from a modestly comfortable family, yet due to her striking appearance, he occasionally brought her along during contract signings, where she comported herself with utmost propriety. However, following a night of revelry, Su Xiao never broached the subject of that evening again. She merely revealed her feelings subtly during meetings or negotiations. Su Xiao was aware of Ruan Yu's marital status. Perhaps their relationship was affectionate, perhaps marked by mutual respect, yet she harbored feelings for him. The man who engaged in negotiations with partners was refined and courteous. Lacking the typical corpulence and grease often associated with middle-aged men, he was tall and well-proportioned, always speaking in a gentle tone. Ruan Yu's demeanor was particularly affectionate during conversations with Ruan Yu, both at home and in the office. Since Su Xiao's arrival at the company, it had become evident to all within Ruan's firm that the esteemed Ruan was most fond of his daughter. Unlike many taciturn fathers, he had adorned his desk with a photograph of his daughter, one taken when Ruan Yu was merely 3, perched upon his shoulders. A handsome and towering father, with a lovely daughter. What woman could resist such allure? Su Xiao was no exception. The longing for a man who could bring her happiness consumed her. If that night was merely a mistake, fate had granted her another chance when a despondent Ruan Yu, having failed at negotiations, found himself alone in the office once more. And Su Xiao once again drew near. He had not been drinking, yet he succumbed to the nature of man. In the wake of a tumultuous encounter, the regret and inner turmoil reflected in Ruan Yu's eyes reignited hope within Su Xiao. He was wavering. It was akin to the emergence of a refreshing spring in a barren desert. Chapter 72. A Late Confession? From that moment on, Ruan Yu and Su Xiao maintained an ambiguous relationship. He gifted her a 7 million yuan apartment, and she never demanded anything in return. Both were content with this arrangement. Su Xiao discerned that Ruan Yu would not forsake his family and children for her, nor could he offer her any promises beyond financial support. Of course, human nature is inherently selfish. In certain respects, Ruan Yu was a man with a strong desire for control. Having crossed a line, he could not afford any missteps, such as allowing Su Xiao to become pregnant. He would not allow this matter to transpire. Lin Payne, upon hearing these words, was filled with profound sorrow. Yet, one particular statement lingered in her memory. I indeed rely on my daughter's father. Even during the last occasion, when I intentionally took Ruan to a business event hosted by the Liu family, it was solely to engage in conversation with ACI and to personally express my gratitude for his continued collaboration with the Ruan family. However, it has been a long time since Ruan sincerely referred to me as her father. In my roles as a husband and a father, I have fallen short. Lin Payne was taken aback. Ruan Yu dismissed his own worth. In those days, everyone spoke of the Ruan family as only son, who was refined and cultured, consistently excelling in both academics and capabilities, well regarded in their affluent circle, and known for his amiable and gentle demeanor. He was indeed the object of admiration among many young ladies in their social sphere. Their courtship lacked the fervent passion of romantic love. Yet, upon the birth of Ruan Yu, Lin Payne witnessed a husband brimming with patience, a young father filled with pride at the arrival of their child, and for a time, she felt exceedingly fortunate. The arrival of Ruan Jingheng was a small surprise. After the birth of their daughter, Lin Payne and Ruan Yu experienced a rekindling of affection, discovering new sparks in their relationship as spouses and parents. It was akin to a belated romance. Ruan Yu indeed held deep affection for his son. However, for the first time, he faced defiance and criticism which came from Ruan Jingheng. His infidelity occurred 3 years prior, shortly after Ruan Yu married Gu Youci. You do not deserve to be a father. My sister willingly accepted you, and yet you agreed? But she is being mistreated outside. She is merely a girl. Facing such matters without the family's support is our incompetence. Do you understand? Gu Youci addressed him as father-in-law. Did that not fill you with a sense of accomplishment? Do not presume that being my father grants you the right to impose those antiquated values upon me. Such sentiments were shared. Lin Pin occasionally intervened. Yet, due to her love for her children, she could not bear to strike or scold them. Instead, she would offer comforting words to Ruan Yu at night. Over time, this allowed outsiders to exploit the situation. A wife already harboring grievances against him. A lover who viewed him with admiration and consolation. Ruan Yu fell into decadence, with startling ease. Lin Pin spent countless sleepless nights, listening to Ruan Yu's confessions of guilt, hearing him acknowledge his shortcomings. And their relationship finally began to ease. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, under Ruan Yu's arrangement, resigned from Ruan's company. At that moment, Lin Pin caught a glimpse of her calm, yet sardonic expression and wished to avert her gaze. Ruan Yu bestowed a substantial sum of money upon Su Xiao. A total of 20 million, right before Lin Pin's eyes. You will regret this, Su Xiao remarked at that time. Yet Ruan Yu raised the corners of his lips, slowly and bitterly replying, I shall not. I have already wronged my wife for 4 years. A flicker of mockery and jealousy crossed Su Xiao's eyes as she accepted the check. She made no attempt to retain him. There would be no next time. Ruan Yu understood that she had forgiven him. Lin Pin chose not to confront him about it, as she too found it difficult to let go. Ruan Yu remained oblivious to these events, and Lin Pin would not disclose the truth to her daughter. Although Ruan Yu is now over 3 months old and the early stages of pregnancy have passed, excessive emotional stress on pregnant women is detrimental to the baby's development. It is often said that a mother's emotional well-being is paramount during prenatal education. Happiness surpasses all else. Lin Pin, having experienced pregnancy herself, is certainly aware of this. Accompanied by her daughter, while going out undoubtedly lifts her spirits. As Ruan Yu and her mother entered an upscale club, they were promptly greeted by staff members eager to attend to Mrs. Ruan. This is my daughter, Lin Pin said as they were led to the VIP room. The server exclaimed, Miss Ruan, you are stunning. Your eyes resemble hers so closely, it's almost uncanny. Ruan Yu, wearing a mask that revealed only her eyes, was oblivious to the compliments directed at her. This only further elevated Lin Pin's mood. Suddenly, the server recognized the surname and, upon locking eyes with Ruan Yu, became visibly excited.
Ruan Yu.
You are Ruan.
Sure.
Ruan Yu placed a finger to her lips. This is a private visit. I am merely accompanying my mother. Please do not disturb anyone. If you need an autograph. Yes, yes, yes. The young receptionist dashed out immediately. For the first time, Lin Pin realized how popular Ruan Yu was outside, even without the title of Mrs. Gu. How many people adored her daughter. A fact her mother had been completely unaware of. As a mother, she felt a twinge of guilt. Ruan Yu sipped the rose tea that had been served to her and playfully blinked. If you want to know more, I can show you how to follow my work updates another day. What do you think? That sounds wonderful. Lin Pin nodded, pretending to be interested. Ruan Yu took her mother's phone, downloaded Weibo, and found her account, setting it as a special concern. She explained a few things to her mother. The commercial nature of prominent Weibo accounts was overwhelming, and Ruan Yu had no intention of exposing Lin Pin to that world. The fan culture could be chaotic and frightening. No mother would want to see her child subjected to thousands of opinions, some praising and others harshly criticizing. Such negativity could easily lead to despair. The young girl who had run out to fetch a signature pen soon returned, not only with a professional pen but also with a printed stage photo of Ruan Yu. It was a stunning image from her twinkle days, showcasing her stage makeup.
Wow.
Ruan Yu felt a bit shy, reflecting on her youthful innocence at just 20 years old. Lin Pin glanced at the photo, noting the abundance of collagen. She was indeed just a young girl back then. Yes, yes. My little Ruan was incredibly fresh-faced. She almost let slip the endearing term wife. Ruan Yu tensed momentarily. Mrs. Ruan, we sincerely apologize.
Today has been our oversight.
Ruan Yu was puzzled by this unexpected apology and looked at her mother. What happened? Lin Pin furrowed her brow slightly. Today, several esteemed ladies booked the VIP room on short notice. Your schedule typically slots in at the end of the month, so we temporarily reserved your room for them. Unfortunately, it is. For half an hour. Lin Pin's expression remained calm but exuded an air of authority. During this time, there was no reception, and no one notified us? If she were alone, this matter could be disregarded. Her daughter accompanied her for nothing. Some truths ought not to be articulated too rigidly. The director of reception was anxious. It was indeed a significant oversight on the part of their establishment, a grave error. Lin Pin's expenditure had undeniably reached the status of a platinum member. However, those ladies were the esteemed spouses of the Gu and Yen families. There was no need for an apology. Lin Ping did not wish to place undue pressure on a mere employee. What is your solution? If you accept a standard spa room. The speaker's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. This maneuver was exceedingly impolite. To make a distinguished guest experience the most basic level of service, while spending lavishly, was tantamount to tarnishing one's reputation. Yet, in certain circumstances, social standing can indeed be overwhelmingly oppressive. Just as this was being discussed, a figure of refined elegance entered from outside. The noblewoman was flanked by two distinguished ladies, clad in a silk ensemble, exuding the aura of a wealthy matriarch, with a luxurious scarf adorning her neck. Mrs. Gu, Mrs. Luo, Mrs. Yen, this way, please. The reception staff greeted her with fervor, as if a deity had arrived. Ruan Yu lifted her gaze and met the eyes of Wang Qingyun, who was coincidentally looking her way. To be honest, a flicker of trepidation crossed her mind. It was not fear, nor a sense of inferiority, but rather uncertainty over whether her former mother-in-law would create difficulties for her. Yet it would be best if she did not. For Ruan Yu was about to ascend to the principal role. Having never encountered her future in-laws before, Ruan Yu was resolute. Should Wang Qingyun embarrass her and her mother? Revealing that her life in the Gu household was not easy, she was certain that Gu Youci's affection would plummet to zero. Chapter 73. The stomach is uncooperative. A sense of crisis descended shortly thereafter. Perhaps sensing an unspoken connection, Ruan Yu noticed her phone vibrating in her palm, the four large characters of a nickname flashing incessantly. A glimmer of contemplation crossed her eyes. Hello. She answered the call. Indeed, Wang Qingyun's gaze held a hint of dissatisfaction, yet she ultimately said nothing. Entering the high-end spa room alongside the other esteemed ladies, acting as though she did not recognize Ruan Yu. Just then, Gu Youci's voice broke through Ruan Yu's reverie.
Oh.
I was in a meeting. But you not caring doesn't he mean that President Gu is indifferent? Ruan, are you upset?
No.
Then the president should also remember to keep his phone on mute during meetings, right? If a boss cannot lead by example, how could employees refrain from speaking ill of Gu Youci behind his back? Ruan Yu realized she had veered off point. Apologies, there won't be a next time. Gu Youci, mistaking her for sulking, felt a surge of delight. I reviewed the additional agreement for Opsing. Tomorrow's skiing venue has been newly renovated under Gu's auspices. It is splendid. Enjoy yourself. I didn't ask about that. Ruan Yu, under her mother's scrutinizing gaze, awkwardly touched her nose, eager to discard the tool-like President Gu. Then I shall hang up.
All right.
Gu Youci appeared entirely unperturbed, seeming pleased to be summoned and dismissed at will. I recall you do not know how to ski? Indeed, I do not. Ruan Yu was particularly earnest. Huaga mentioned that he would arrange a coach for her, and despite her fear of falling, she mused that if she truly couldn't master it, she might just end up playing on the children's slide. Gu Youci's eyes sparkled with amusement. Do you wish to learn? Ruan Yu hesitated for a moment. Of course, she wanted to learn.
Wait.
She suddenly recalled that Gu Youci had an array of international skiing competition medals displayed in his study. Indeed, not limited to skiing but encompassing various competitive sports, all adorning an entire wall. Ruan Yu instinctively glanced at her mother. Had she not heard anything just now? Lin Ping happened to be on a call. Ruan Yu quickly inquired, is it possible to learn without falling the entire time? Absolutely, Gu Youci replied, setting down his pen, his tone unusually sincere. You are exceptionally clever. Ruan, you'll grasp anything swiftly. Ruan Yu replied, I'm not a child. Why resort to such flattery? It's rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, Gu Youci placed the documents aside. Would you mind if I became your coach? Ruan Yu was not surprised that he would utter such a phrase. When discussing skiing, it was easy to make assumptions. She conveniently overlooked the fact that Gu Youci was a gold medalist and reminded him, this is a filming site. Are you intending to disrupt my work? She added, significant infractions incur a 30-point deduction. Gu Youci responded with evident exasperation. The ski suit and helmet are exceedingly bulky. Ruan Yu did not catch his next words, but she knew they were undoubtedly along the lines of, wrapped up so tightly, you needn't worry. Even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Even if paparazzi and media arrived, they would never guess the coach was Gu Youci. After all, it would be utterly astonishing. At that moment, the reception director, who had been coordinating, hurriedly approached. Miss Ruan, he exclaimed, abruptly ending his phone call. I sincerely apologize for the wait. We have prepared the reception room. The lady of the house expressed that she was not in a rush today. As a platinum client, she extended an invitation for Ms. Ruan to join her in the reception room, along with Miss Ruan. It's been a long time since we last saw you. The reception director spoke with utmost reverence, contrasting sharply with his previous demeanor of helplessness. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Yu felt akin to a hostage. She sensed that if she did not resist, she would truly disappear.
Mom.
Lin Ping grasped her daughter's hand and slowly rose, noticing the defiance in her eyes. Ruan, listen to your mother. Listen to what? Ruan Yu felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and now Lin Ping seemed intent on participating, revealing that for years she had been deceiving her mother about how well Wang Qingyun treated her. Everything was laid bare. I will accompany you, Ruan Yu conceded. She could not allow Lin Ping to meet Wang Qingyun alone. The reception staff had changed. Upon entering the beauty room, they were greeted by skincare professionals in white coats. And a receptionist approached Ruan Yu. Miss Ruan, you have a private fitting room as well. Please go ahead. Lin Ping was familiar with this process, having visited often. The VIP skincare room provided a 3-to-1 service, and the private fitting room was merely one of the experiences offered. Ruan Yu donned a lightweight bathrobe and, shortly thereafter, caught sight of the resplendent figure in the waiting area, a flicker of comprehension crossing her eyes. So, it was she who had been waiting for her. Lin Ping's room lay at the opposite end, and the purpose was unmistakable. Madame Gu. The atmosphere grew slightly quieter for a few seconds. Wang Qingyun set down her teacup. This time, the address was indeed correct. Ruan Yu, upon hearing those words, could hardly suppress a sigh of resignation. How familiar this sensation was. Yet, having entered, she had no intention of retreating. She seated herself before Wang Qingyun, acknowledging the situation with a casual demeanor. It was indeed a spontaneous decision on my part to have the club arrange this meeting. I hadn't anticipated encountering Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Yan on my way here, which naturally led me to stop by. Wang Qingyun scrutinized Ruan Yu's expression, clearly putting her under pressure. Madame Gu, you jest, Ruan Yu replied, her tone nonchalant. Though both decisions were made on a whim, the distinction in our identities warrants different treatment. However, if you have nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. Accompanying your mother? Indeed. Ruan Yu smiled gently. I came specifically to be with my mother today. Had it not been for your sudden initiative, I would not be seated here, but rather sharing heartfelt moments with her in the skincare room. Wang Qingyun's smile dimmed slightly. I observed your bond. It seems quite harmonious. In my younger years, I longed for a devoted daughter. Yet after giving birth to ACI, I could never fulfill that desire. Subsequently, I anticipated a daughter-in-law, but you hardly possess the gift of conversation, nor are you sweet or attentive to ACI. Ruan Yu remained silent. Furthermore, Wang Qingyun's evident discontent was palpable, her disappointment unmasked. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu felt the weight on her chest dissipate entirely. She met Wang Qingyun's reproachful gaze and averted her own, acknowledging that indeed, they shared a concern. It seemed they would have to involve Mr. Gu in this matter. Observing Wang Qingyun's demeanor, it appeared she was quite eager for grandchildren. In this regard, Ruan Yu harbored no grievances. Even within marriage, she and Gu Youci did not reside with the elders, and their encounters were infrequent. At one point, she had thought that Wang Qingyun merely sought to assert her presence. Having met Wang Qingyun only a handful of times, this socialite, while direct in her speech and occasionally sharp-tongued, had not deliberately made things difficult for her. She could hardly be deemed a wicked mother-in-law. Ruan Yu felt a sense of fortitude, bolstered primarily by Gu Youci's unwavering support, albeit subtly expressed. After all, he maintained a cool demeanor, wielding the most influence at home. Even Gu Jingjin could not intervene when he spoke, let alone Wang Qingyun. Only the grandmother's words held weight. Viewed in this light, she indeed had two formidable pillars of support, the most significant of which was her husband. She truly had not suffered any injustice. Very well. Wang Qingyun observed her softened demeanor and adopted a more haughty tone. Since you are divorced, I am not here to make things difficult for you. I merely wish to inquire. What type of girl do you think ACI prefers? Ruan Yu replied, Huh? What type does Gu Youci fancy? He may relish the notion of lingering in a state of uncertainty, captivated by his ex-wife, who is both tantalizingly unattainable and yet demanding of his fervent pursuit. Such sentiments, however, remain unspoken. My initial indifference towards you stemmed from your appealing visage, which allowed me to overlook certain flaws, especially since it has resulted in the birth of attractive grandchildren, ensuring you missed the chance to secure a treasure within. Wang Qingyun's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she contemplated selecting a daughter-in-law for herself next year. Ruan Yu suppressed a smile and raised an eyebrow, inquiring why next year. The answer was evident. Wang Qingyun, realizing she was engaging in conversation with Ruan Yu, felt a surge of anger. I did not solicit your opinion on that. Very well. Ruan Yu responded, nodding thoughtfully. Surely you are aware that Gu Youci does not harbor any disdain towards me. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to marry me. Perhaps you could take a page from his book, though I would advise against emulating my temperament. She regarded Wang Qingyun earnestly. After all, you do not particularly favor me.
Do you?
Indeed, that is a commendable suggestion, Wang Qingyun replied, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise. You are quite astute. Ruan Yu smiled warmly. I shall take my leave now. Having gleaned valuable information, Wang Qingyun found her perception of Ruan Yu considerably more favorable. As Ruan Yu turned to depart, her slender form, accentuated by a delicate bathrobe, caught Wang Qingyun's eye. She seemed to have become even more alluring since their last encounter, with her curves drawing admiration. Why is it that she cannot bear children? Wang Qingyun mused. She surprisingly deemed the idea of seeking an alternative unsatisfactory, recognizing the rarity of suitable candidates. Ruan Yu indulged in an extensive pampering session. As she applied an exquisite high-end facial mask, she felt herself drifting into slumber. Such attentiveness was no wonder. Her mother adored visiting skincare establishments. The level of service was astonishing. Since the staff consisted solely of female skincare experts, Ruan Yu felt entirely at ease. Beginning with her disrobing and receiving compliments that spanned from her hair to her feet. Initially, she responded with gratitude, but soon Miss Ruan, you are the most radiant guest I have ever encountered. Your skin, physique, and youthful visage are exceptional. Ruan Yu lazily acknowledged with closed eyes. Is it ready? It is, the skincare expert said, securing Ruan Yu's robe with care. Desserts and tea are prepared. You may take a brief respite, and should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to summon us. Ruan Yu's demeanor was cool and detached, fully aware that greater ardor awaited her should she exhibit any enthusiasm. The staff discreetly exited. Ruan Yu crossed her legs and stretched on the beauty bed, while Lin Pin operated a light therapy device. Ruan Yu refrained from approaching it, having declined the treatment due to potential risks for pregnant women. Earlier, they had exchanged subtle remarks that outsiders would not comprehend. Was her visit solely for this purpose? Ruan Yu rested her chin on her hand, nodding in agreement. She had not spoken harshly, nor had she in the past. That is reassuring, Lin Pin smiled. You need not worry about such matters moving forward. You may think that your few words go unnoticed, but I can discern your fabrications, Ruan. In a family like the Gu's, life is invariably arduous, and at times, my mother believes, your departure was justified. If Ruan Yu had heard such words in the past, she would have nodded fervently 1,000 times. Yet today, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a slight shift within her, a gentle movement that stirred her heart. She slowly caressed that feeling. Thus, she ought not to have acquiesced to Gu Youci. The current situation was indeed the most favorable. However, in all her calculations, Ruan Yu never anticipated that he would candidly confess his affection for her, especially during moments when she sought to evade the truth. Fortunately, it was merely a pursuit. She remained the one in control, possessing the right to decline. Otherwise, she would need to find a suitable opportunity. How vexing. With furrowed brows, Ruan Yu scooped a spoonful of pudding, and as the subtly sweet flavor melted in her mouth, her mood improved slightly. Do not seek me out again in the future, she typed, only to delete it silently. How pitiful. Her emotions fluctuated. Gu Youci seemed to be at her mercy. Moreover, she had just earnestly discussed with Wang Qingyun about selecting a suitable wife for him, while he, the esteemed CEO, was sincerely confessing his feelings. TSK. Ruan Yu abruptly set her phone down and rubbed her face. She had known all along that making decisions in the evening was unwise. Why does my face feel so smooth and tender? Ruan Yu's attention was suddenly diverted, and she curiously glanced into the mirror. After a prolonged nap, she finally understood why everyone had been praising her. The effects of the device on her complexion were remarkable. It would likely take 10 injections of hyaluronic acid to achieve such a result. Ruan? Ruan Yu quickly looked up. Why are you so quiet? Lin Pin waved her hand in exasperation. In a moment, please find a reception staff and have them charge Mrs. Gu's bill to my VIP card. Off you go.
All right.
Ruan Yu nodded, having no objections to this course of action. Her mother was supporting her, ensuring the Ruan family would no longer be associated with the Gu family in various matters. Yet this was impossible. Ruan Yu sighed, finally understanding what message to send Gu Youci. Mr. Gu, a man who practices restraint is the most charming. Indeed.
Ruan lit. Oh.
Ruan Yu sent a confused emoji, bewildered by his words. What on earth? Gu Youci smiled, lightly tapping the send button, because when I am restrained, you seem to ignore me. It is only when there is chemistry that you speak your true feelings. Ruan Yu completely misunderstood, her cheeks flushing furiously. At times, the atmosphere warranted a few exclamations, did it not? What have you been learning? To be sincere, not to be insincere. Ruan Yu wished to impart a proper lesson, perhaps with a small stick to tap on his hand. Yet, Gu Youci remarked, the distinction is negligible. 10 points deducted for backtalk. Incorrect. Ruan Yu took a deep breath, poised to continue her response, only for him to interject. Teacher Ruan, I apologize. Tomorrow, classmate Gu will bring your favorite chestnut brownie as an apology. Is that acceptable? Ruan Yu, who is playing cosplay with you. For a moment, Ruan Yu felt as if her phone was a hot potato, wishing to toss it away. Chapter 75. A perfect match. My goodness, what is this operation? A cushion? Hua Sheng carried the long string of pink turtles, prompting a delightful gasp from Yi in the backseat. Aren't they adorable? Ruan Yu glanced at Yi, who was nodding vigorously. See, the girls share the same opinion. They are indeed quite charming. Hua Sheng chuckled, noting that the large turtle secured at the rear, along with the 4 smaller ones tied to the knees and elbows, would withstand an avalanche, let alone a fall. Are you planning to hit the advanced slopes? Don't even think about it. You can't. No way. Hua Sheng's excitement surged, eager to enlighten her on the numerous pregnancy taboos. Realistically, skiing should be out of the question, yet Ruan Yu was brimming with excitement, almost wishing to give birth immediately. How could I possibly go to the advanced slopes? Ruan Yu promptly settled down, stating that she would not go, preferring to have better equipment and take more photos instead. Photos? Today, the camera was practically focused on you, but with your gear, it only captured you alongside the 6 pink turtles. Ruan Yu. I'm just a clumsy girl who loves to have fun. The supplementary filming for Opsing is a new endorsement. Ruan Yu remains their sole and first spokesperson. The advanced slopes rise nearly 700 meters. Truth be told, upon arrival, Ruan Yu's thirst for thrills reignited fiercely. However, it was merely a thought. After all, she was no ironclad pregnant woman. Over here, teacher. Ruan Yu donned her thick ski outfit, a sweet and cool pink and white ensemble. The new design suited her particularly well, though it didn't accentuate her figure. It complemented her face beautifully. The new liaison, one of the previous reception staff, recognized Ruan Yu and enthusiastically praised her. Teacher, Ruan Yu looks stunning in a ski suit. It's perfect for our theme. Thank you. The liaison chuckled, spotting 2 tall figures approaching, and promptly waved. Over here, teacher Ruan Yu is here. The one carrying the camera was undoubtedly the videographer, while the other, towering even in thick gray-black ski attire, wore professional goggles and a black mask, holding 2 snowboards, revealing only a pair of deep, piercing eyes. Ruan Yu recognized him instantly. To be honest, he was quite handsome. However, after a calm glance, she averted her gaze, with remarkable immunity. This is our cameraman and coach for today. The liaison quickly introduced. Teacher, let me brief you. Today, as filming has 2 segments. After we capture some basic shots, we'll head to the beginner slopes. The coach will ensure your safety. Is that so? Ruan Yu maintained eye contact with her coach, who was unwaveringly focused on her, and said, Then I shall trouble the coach. Humph. The CEO leading the way to skip work for romance is entirely unacceptable. Gu Youci nodded subtly. In an unnoticed moment, a hint of affection flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Ruan Yu was bundled up so thoroughly that she could still be recognized, while Hua Sheng could not, although he sensed an unusual aura from the coach. After all, he was a professional athlete. A strong presence is entirely normal. Besides, the level of attractiveness among professionals these days is somewhat extraordinary. Due to a semi-public schedule, a small group of fans gathered outside the ski resort's fence. Even though it was not open to the public, dedicated longtime supporters, equipped with powerful cameras, capable of capturing clear images from several kilometers away. The initial segment of the shoot was effortless, consisting merely of personal portraits intended as postcards for fans, each one exuding vivacity. Oh, how animated it is, my dear. Utterly adorable. This time, it is merely a means to climb the ranks. I shall collect all the postcards. The ski attire, my dear sister. I shall purchase 20 sets to give away in a Weibo lottery for my devoted followers. Ruan's beauty is ever so radiant. She is not short on funds. Truly, she is stunning. The quality of Opsing's outerwear is exceptionally high. I am merely a VIP customer at the physical store, having recently acquired 5 sets. Outside the ski resort, a plethora of heads bobbed about. Ruan Yu was deeply engaged in her shoot. After an hour, she noticed that her companion, Gu Youci, was intently observing the images on the connection screen. Sister Ruan, are you happy? Because you keep staring at that coach. I must say, he is quite handsome. Ruan Yu, was it that obvious? She was clearly focused on the camera, but the coach happened to be behind her. Could now be her radar? Having mastered the art of gaze locking? All right, teacher, let us hit the slopes. Ruan Yu brushed the snow off her attire and, as if reminded of something, clumsily waddled towards Hua Sheng in her cumbersome ski suit, extending her hand. Give it to me. What? The turtle. Hua Sheng, with an expression of resignation, retrieved it from his backpack and inquired of the staff, This shouldn't affect your shooting, right? Is that alright? No problem. The liaison glanced at the string of pink turtles and chuckled. The colors matched quite well. Ruan Yu silently approved.
Look.
Ruan Yu, clutching a large string of turtles, made her way to the ski slope, but soon enough, someone snatched the items from her hands. She turned to see Gu Youci trailing closely behind her. Hello, coach. She playfully teased. The cameraman noticed that the new coach had maintained a cold demeanor since the beginning, yet upon seeing Ruan Yu, despite his mask and hat, he seemed to soften. A group of 4 or 5 gradually approached the beginner slope. The incline was gentle, nearly flat. As the makeup artist came to touch up Ruan Yu's look, Gu Youci transitioned into coach mode, casually placing his skis on the ground. Under the gaze of many, he walked over to Ruan Yu, adorning her with the small turtle. He secured it on her knees, elbows, and even fastened the pink turtle cushion between her hips and thighs. One must admit, these two were quite the visual delight. The scene was particularly charming, evoking the sense of a girlfriend throwing a playful tantrum, requiring pampering lest she become upset, especially as Coach Gu gently inquired, "Is this okay? Do you want it tighter?" Ruan Yu bounced lightly, the small turtle on her backside feeling a bit slippery. However, the excitement of skiing had eclipsed all other sensations as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Youci nodded gently, meticulously unfastening and redoing her gear. The onlookers were visibly intrigued, whispering amongst themselves about the captivating scene unfolding before them. Chapter 76, yet again angering his wife. The second round of filming did not necessitate advanced skiing skills, it merely required the ability to glide. The photographer would capture spontaneous moments, and with a mere 15 minutes allotted for official shooting, the results would soon materialize. Huasheng had even taken the time to consult a coach, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any falls or collisions. Gu Youci nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at Ruan Yu, who was attentively following the cameraman's guidance, standing upright and appearing remarkably obedient, though her mind might have been racing with excitement. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. Huasheng's management was commendable, demonstrating a sincere investment in her artist. As the formal session commenced, Gu Youci chose not to lead her immediately down the slope. For a complete novice, he usually prioritized teaching her the correct way to fall. However, he remained close, intending to guide her through this experience later. He wanted her to acclimate to the weight of the skis first. Gu Youci secured her ski boots and gently assisted Ruan Yu in standing. His control over the ski board was remarkably adept, evoking a sense of envy among the observers. "Can you maintain your balance?" "Yes," Ruan Yu replied, her nerves slightly apparent. She gripped Gu Youci's hand tightly, a peculiar yet inexplicable trust enveloping her. As though his mere presence provided an unshakable sense of security, likely due to his reputation as a paragon of perfectionism. He led her down the slope, eschewing a formal teaching posture, instead allowing her to experience the thrill firsthand.
Wow.
The speed was exhilarating, reminiscent of her childhood dreams, where she would tumble on the snowy paths, watching others glide gracefully before her, now experiencing it for herself, albeit with a sprinkling of snow adorning her attire. Gu Youci not only controlled his skis with finesse, but also assisted her in maintaining her balance. As they neared the bottom, he exerted a gentle force, guiding her to a smooth stop with a graceful arc, seamlessly transitioning into a halt.
Ah!
Ruan Yu exclaimed in delight, clutching his arm, her little ski gear bobbing with her excitement. "Let us go again." While Gu Youci relished her enthusiastic praise, the cameraman, skiing alongside them, likely missed capturing the moment due to their close proximity. "Let us save the fun for after work, Ruan Laosher," Gu Youci reminded her with a smile. Ruan Yu snapped back to reality, turning to the cameraman. "Oh no, I forgot we were working." Her cheeks flushed as Gu Youci loosened her boots, observing him carry the skis toward the lift, extending a hand toward her. "What are you doing? Come on, let us move quickly." Ruan Yu, determined not to be swayed, stepped forward with purpose, her 5 small ski pieces jostling with each stride. "I can walk faster on my own," she muttered, resembling a charmingly clumsy little penguin. The amusement in Gu Youci's eyes deepened. He came to realize that Ruan Yu was, in fact, a vivacious and strong-willed girl at heart. If someone could introduce her to new experiences and provide her with a sense of accomplishment, she would easily be captivated. This time, Ruan Yu felt immensely confident, believing she had mastered the basics. Thus, when Gu Youci spoke, she hardly paid attention, her gaze continuously drifting towards the steeper slopes where only the staff were engaged in professional training. The venue had been reserved exclusively for today. How she longed to join in the fun. "Teacher Ruan," a child called out, a serious expression on their face. "Are we going to ski now?" "What did I say about the key points of heel side slipping?" Ruan Yu replied. "How would I know? I wasn't paying attention just now. I merely mentioned the 2 simplest movements." Gu Youci adjusted the small turtle that had slipped down to her wrist, gently questioning her. A moment of silence ensued. Such a fierce demeanor, Ruan Yu thought as she looked at him, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. Gu Youci said nothing more. I'm not your employee. Can't you speak with a bit more patience? Apologies. Upon seeing her expression, Gu Youci felt no inclination to lecture her. His heart softened. But the reality was that Ruan Yu was exceptionally clever. She had no trouble with the simple, slow movements of skiing. He merely guided her through a brief run. Maintaining a distance of half a meter, he followed her pace, occasionally reminding her about her balance and direction, observing her cautiously and slowly coming to a stop. Though a bit clumsy, with her hands suspended in the air, she managed to halt. Have I succeeded? Indeed. Gu Youci smiled, offering her praise. Well done.
Yay.
Ruan Yu's mood soared to an extraordinary high. It was her very first skiing experience, and she had received accolades from a champion coach. It was well known that Gu Youci rarely praised anyone, which surely indicated her innate talent. Teacher Ruan, we've completed our filming for today. You were absolutely amazing. In just 30 minutes, the cameraman had captured all the necessary footage. Yes. I am indeed the most talented little one. The staff announced the wrap-up over the intercom. Hua-sung and the liaison awaited in the coffee pavilion at the snowfield, ready to conclude their tasks before they could freely explore the remaining areas. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Youci. Would you like to try the advanced slopes? Yes. Gu Youci glanced at the height, which was quite effortless for him. In international qualifying competitions, he had navigated slopes exceeding 3,500 meters with ease. However, Hua-sung had advised him not to let her fall. Ruan Yu responded with a slight pout, but wasn't he genuinely disheartened? Due to her pregnancy, she had already accepted that skiing at such heights was off the table. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, she had finally found a semblance of accomplishment. Then I want to go. She prepared to bend down and unfasten her straps. Yet, as she could only ski on flat terrain, she was still unfamiliar with many precautions for beginners, and it seemed that, with one careless move, her turtle padding would soon be put to the test. Two elbows were firmly grasped by another. A heavy fall was cushioned by Gu Youci, who gently placed her on the ground. Oh, has she mastered the correct posture for skiing? Gu Youci chuckled, landing on his bottom. Ruan Yu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. He hadn't let her fall after all. Gu Youci unfastened his skis, crouching before her to slowly remove her boots, treating her as one would a child, and lifted her by the armpits. Are you unhappy? He brushed the snow off her clothes and asked softly. The advanced slopes are too perilous for you now. How about this? Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled as if struck by inspiration. You can take me down the slope just like before. No. That would be even more dangerous. Then carry me while skiing. No. Gu Youci, hearing her frustrated ramblings, could only shake his head. Carrying her was fine. Skiing was not. Ruan Yu. I knew it. Who wants to be carried by you? I'm going regardless. Otherwise, you can ski alone while I watch from the finish line. Fine. Ruan Yu. Although she had proposed it, she felt even angrier. Chapter 77. Is it President Gu? I'll go myself. With that declaration, Ruan Yu set off with a group of turtles. Gu Youci watched her slowly dragging her skis toward the finish of the advanced slope, a speck of pink against the white snow, inching her way forward. She truly intended to observe closely and indulge herself. He smiled and headed towards the cable car, but just as he was about to board, a staff member hurriedly approached with a phone. Gu Youci glanced at him. The man quickly lowered his voice. It's a call from Secretary Chen. Today's schedule is entirely free, so a call at this time must be urgent. Gu Youci's gaze made the man's heart race, yet the phone was still handed over. He spoke in a deep voice. 30 seconds. President Gu. Chen Shu reacted swiftly, focusing on the stopwatch on the table. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your date with your wife. Regarding the project tender with Lu Corporation, the customs goods that were supposed to be imported yesterday have been held up. Lu Corporation has changed their liaison, and our administrative department has been unable to reach an agreement with them. Gu Youci furrowed his brow, understanding the gravity of the situation. So you mean to suspend this part of the funding connection, allowing them to compensate according to the supplementary terms, and notify the Gu Corporation's administrative department to send someone along with Lawyer Jean to Lu Corporation to handle the customs liaison change? Yes. Chen Shu seemed reassured and immediately perked up. I wish you and your wife an enjoyable time. Gu Youci hung up the phone, returned it to the staff member, and, contemplating the seriousness of the situation, cast a glance at the distant pink figure before boarding the cable car to the snow summit. The advanced slope was nearly deserted. Fans outside could not capture this side, and Ruan Yu, having stood for a while, felt her legs ache. Without concern for her image, She decided to sit down. Of course, on the cushion of pink turtles. The thick snow upon the ground, when scooped, fills the palm generously. Ruan Yu fashioned a plump snowball and hurled it towards the steep slope. Yet, she soon lowered her head, appearing somewhat melancholic. It is all because of you. Ruan Yu, through the layers of her bulky ski attire, poked gently at her quiet little one, feeling no movement at all, perhaps due to her earlier excitement. If only the umbilical cord could hold steady, there would be no need for such timidity.
She sighed.
Nevertheless, her gaze drifted towards the summit of the snow. Where is everyone? Ruan Yu rose and took a few leisurely steps forward. She had not yet lifted her gaze when a gasp caught her attention, causing her to look up. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the ski ramp. The tall silhouette bent slightly at the knees from a great height, fingertips grazing the center of the snowboard, executing a graceful 5-revolution spin before landing on the slope and gliding closer. Gu Youci glanced towards Ruan Yu's position, his weight shifting deftly on his toes, encircling her in a steady stop. It was akin to witnessing an international championship. This was truly impressive. Such talent had not been seen domestically for quite some time. All right, he is off to charm his girlfriend. Off he goes, quickly now. Ruan Yu felt a slight weight in her palm. She looked down to see a plump, heart-shaped snowball, round and distinctly charming, its pristine white almost blinding. The snow at the mountaintop was the purest. Gu Youci noticed her toying with the snowball, her hair slightly tousled by the wind, and he reached out to smooth it. Did you mold this with your bare hands? Ruan Yu inquired. Yes. Wherever did you find such a plump heart? Not to your liking? Upon hearing this, Gu Youci observed as Ruan Yu lifted her gaze towards him. Then, reminiscent of a morning reward, she suddenly embraced him. Thank you. The girl's voice was soft. She relished every novel experience of the day. Ruan Yu regained her composure, gently pushing away from his embrace, nonchalantly raising the snowball in her hand, and took a few steps back before Gu Youci could discern her intention. With a sudden motion, the snowball struck him. Unacceptable. Ruan Yu stood with her hands on her hips, appearing quite serious, and accused him of bribing the referee. Gu Youci raised an eyebrow lightly. However, considering you have collaborated with teacher Ruan Yu today in fulfilling your duties, I can reluctantly grant you full marks for the points deducted earlier. Very well. Gu Youci was easily appeased. Yet soon, a staff member answering a call from Shu hurried over, halting abruptly upon catching Gu Youci's warning gaze. It seemed a visit was unavoidable. Ruan. Gu Youci set aside his work to accompany her. He was acutely aware that his status was not that of an ordinary suitor. This realization should have dawned upon him long ago, should it not? Indeed. Gu Youci watched her bend down, quietly dragging her snowboard away, her little turtle slipping askew, creating a delightful disarray. For reasons unknown, a dull ache suddenly struck his heart. Was it not true that she had often been so obedient in the past? To be a gracious and dignified wife. One who does not bring trouble or disgrace to her husband in public, yet harbors an underlying discontent. For when she is truly happy, she would indulge in playful whims or exhibit a touch of sulkiness. Gu Youci contemplated this as he approached her, taking the snowboards from her hands and instead clasping her hand in his, declaring, I shall escort you. No, you might incur penalties for it. He gazed at the astonished girl, his tone surprisingly gentle. I apologize for not fulfilling my promise to accompany you and for not ensuring you had a delightful time. I have indeed fallen short. Ruan Yu remained silent. He had changed considerably. Gu Youci did not defend himself. He simply held her hand, releasing it only when the crowd thickened. After ran over, he softly said, I am leaving now.
All right.
Ruan Yu watched as he returned her snowboard, feeling an inexplicable pang of reluctance, a bittersweet sensation swelling within her, difficult to articulate. Ruan Yu appeared visibly concerned, having searched for a while, almost fearing something had gone awry. Ruan Yu sensed a scrutinizing gaze. She spotted Huasheng, whose eyes brimmed with curiosity, as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Ruan Yu invited, snuggling under a blanket in the back seat. Her phone buzzed incessantly with messages, proving that even the busiest of individuals, such as Gu Youci, could spare a moment to message their significant other. Be honest, was the coach who took you skiing today, Mr. Gu?
Yes.
Ruan Yu had no intention of deceiving. Is your child's father Mr. Gu? Ruan Yu responded. Yes. Although she had mentally prepared for this, hearing it aloud caused Huasheng to slam the brakes suddenly, almost dislodging the ancestors in the back seat. Wait. Not just any ancestors, but the important ones. Chapter 78. The Essence of Motherhood. But how did you discover this? Ruan Yu leaned in, curious. Didn't he reveal his identity today, and you weren't present when he spoke? Goodness. I had intended to bring you a warm treasure when I stumbled upon Mr. Gu on a call with his secretary. You deceived me quite skillfully, claiming your child's father had a new wife and so forth. You mentioned you were married? Ruan Yu pursed her lips, feigning ignorance. You really were married to Gu. That is a thing of the past. Hua Sheng was nearly beside herself, her hands frantically pressing the horn as if trying to suppress her rising madness. Precisely as you surmised. Truly, you are sharp, Detective Hua. What kind of lineage is this? She found the term unpalatable. While legally, there was indeed an inheritance to consider, her child was solely hers in every sense, with Gu Youci merely contributing a single cell. You deduced it yourself. I have no intention of fabricating a story. However, if you inform Gu Youci, you shall bear the consequences. I assure you, I will vanish without a trace. Wait. I have no intention of divulging anything. If you remain silent, I too shall refrain from confessing, lest I face dire repercussions. Hua Sheng appeared somewhat drained, yet still clung to the golden nugget she had discovered, unable to disregard the immense wealth it promised. What is your relationship now? It is nothing, Ruan Yu casually remarked, not until I have made up my mind. So, you are still the one being pursued. Can't I be? Of course. You can. Hua Sheng's voice had a whimsical lilt to it. Initially, he had questioned what sort of blind man would abandon Ruan Yu to seek another fiancé. But now he was left in stunned silence. After being cast aside, a peasant rises to become the master. Truly, she is the queen of her realm. Not only did she secretly seduce the most formidable gentleman in the capital, but she also acquired a marriage certificate, and ultimately, she is now bearing his child and being pursued in return. Who wouldn't he call you grandmother? Hua Sheng felt that his own life was of little consequence. What mattered was protecting the lady in the car. Finally, he calmed himself and started the engine. Not grandmother, Ruan Yu interjected. The next recording of Dear Children is about to commence. This time, it will last for half a month. I know, Ruan Yu said, feeling somewhat fatigued, yawning and muttering. Director Su informed me that we will be recording 2 episodes together, and the regular guests will conclude early. Indeed, Hua Sheng sighed. Your contract still has over a month until expiration. Ruan Yu nodded, feeling rather pleased. It's passing quite quickly. The weather is also cooling down. And as the layers of clothing increase, it will be hard to discern anything even if I am photographed. I can semi-retire while occasionally promoting myself on Weibo. It won't have much impact. That's my plan, Hua Sheng stated, intending to discuss work first. During your variety show recording, Morningstar will assist you in arranging a personal EP. I will ensure its quality. Ruan Yu continued to listen. And then, Hua Sheng exclaimed, how did you know there were additional plans? Aren't you worried about being overworked? Ruan Yu met his gaze, contemplating the remaining value of the last month. I wouldn't dare. Hua Sheng nearly bowed his head to the ground. However, President Gu expressed a desire to help organize an offline signing event for you after your EP promotion is properly set up. I wanted to gauge your opinion in advance. Ruan Yu was somewhat perplexed.
Me?
Yes, you, Ruan Yu. You are the chosen one. The first offline signing event for a Morningstar artist. It is almost unprecedented in the entertainment industry. It's like fulfilling a dream for the fans. However, there are challenges. A high-profile artist cannot host such an event, and a low-profile one wouldn't attract an audience. Ruan Yu's rise to fame is rather unique. She is not an idol who debuted through fan votes, but rather a trained actress. She is not a top-tier star, yet she possesses considerable public appeal. She is a distinctive presence within Morningstar. Therefore, when Guowei approached Hua Sheng, they unanimously decided to host an offline signing event as a means to sustain her popularity, starting with this solo physical EP. Do you think it is feasible? Until you reappear on screen, I will publicly declare that you need to join a filming crew for about a year, keeping your schedule undisclosed, aligning perfectly with the start of Qinglanji. No one will suspect a thing. Darling, consider it. Ruan Yu reviewed all the arrangements, realizing all avenues of retreat had been meticulously prepared for her, far surpassing anything she could have conceived. Upon hearing the words of unwavering trust, Hua Sheng felt an immediate sense of relief, albeit momentarily. Brother Hua, I cannot do without you, Ruan Yu stated softly.
Ah.
Hua Sheng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this. Isn't it true? I am indeed a remarkably considerate manager. Look how well Chen Xing treats you. You wouldn't want to part with EE, would you? Please consider the matter of contract renewal. Ruan Yu replied, I merely offered you a compliment. But speaking of which, regarding the little one in your belly, you do not intend to inform Mr. Gu, as you surely wish to avoid any entanglement with him. In this industry, you are a rare gem. Aside from Qin Xing and Yixing, no one else can provide you with such excellent resources. Are you truly contemplating selling yourself back to your ex-husband and for a 2-for-1 deal, sweetheart? Hua Sheng glanced around at the cars. Mr. Gu, one must survive. Do not blame me. My dear Ruan is my golden nugget. In my next life, I shall be your loyal servant. I apologize. What if I agreed to remarry? Hua Sheng felt a lump in his throat, wishing for death but too afraid to act, and could only offer her tearful blessings. Then go to Yixing. Your family of 3 will be perfectly intact, while Mr. Gu and I will simply be left to weep. Ruan Yu burst into laughter. I was just teasing you. Hua Sheng, perplexed, responded, What did you just say? Sweetheart, have you agreed to renew your contract? Yes, Ruan Yu replied with serene composure. Just as you mentioned, it is quite pleasant at Qinxing, and I need not worry about others vying for my child. It becomes troublesome when entering the den of wolves, especially with you. Brother Hua, as you often evoke a maternal instinct within me. Hua Sheng. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. He glanced at the message, paused, and then spoke in a steady voice. The flight is at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now. I look forward to meeting you at the airport. Shen Yuqi and Gu are on the same flight to Italy. What is going on? We're preparing for recording. That is not what I meant, Ruan Yu said, her expression one of confusion. Why did your tone suddenly change? Why so serious? Hua Sheng appeared agitated. If only it could be anything other than mother. Ruan Yu replied, Excuse me? I am a bona fide man. If anything, I would be your father. Chapter 79. Have I gained weight? You wish. She lightly tapped the screen to send her message. On the other end, Gu Youci pondered for a moment. After the conference room emptied, he walked alone to the window and dialed a number. Hello, a languid voice responded. Is Mr. Gu there? Wait, let me speak to Mr. Gu. Chen Shu said with a serious expression, There must be no mistakes today. Please check the documents thoroughly. If errors arise, no one will escape responsibility. I have already checked them 3 times. No, 5 times. It won't hurt to check them 2 more times.
Today?
The company was in a state of complete alert. In the past, if there were discrepancies in the contracts, as long as the partner's attitude was favorable, there was a chance for minor remediation. However, amidst this grave error committed by the Lu family, the contact person, Lu Xianzhou, remained conspicuously absent. In the reception room of the Lu family, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Gu Youci listened attentively to the proposals presented, his eyelids scarcely lifting. Their esteemed Mr. Gu had extended considerable courtesy, allowing them to finish their discourse. Ultimately, in the presence of the company's general manager, he summoned Lu Xianzhou as father with a mere phone call, compelling Chairman Lu himself to address the matter. In an effort to atone for their transgressions, he even offered a concession. It was rumored that when Lu Xianzhou arrived, he narrowly escaped a severe reprimand, almost facing suspension from his position. After attending to all necessary affairs, Mr. Gu remained at the company, laboring late into the evening, desperately attempting to reach out to his wife to express his apologies. Their abrupt intrusion seemed utterly devoid of humanity. It is worth noting that although Mr. Gu maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, he had undoubtedly been seething with rage, an insight gleaned from Secretary Chen's years of experience. Are you feeling tired? A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Gu Youci's eyes. A bit, responded Ruan Yu, momentarily caught off guard. Another maternal figure? She mused inwardly. The driver, Mama Hua, perked her ears, eager to glean more about the dynamics between her and Mr. Gu. As the recording was set to resume, she noted that her home was far from the airport, and her parents had been invited to an old friend's residence without her. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Youci detected a hint of grievance in her tone. Recalling her solitary demeanor while skiing, he felt a twinge of compassion and softened his voice. I'll have dinner delivered to the apartment. What would you like? I don't eat takeout, Ruan Yu replied, though exhaustion weighed heavily on her.
It doesn't matter where I stay.
The villa's chef can prepare something. Instantly invigorated, Ruan Yu felt a pang of guilt. It hardly seemed fair to continually take advantage of others. This time, indulging in someone else's hospitality could lead to an obligation to reciprocate in kind. Yet, the aroma of meals prepared by the villa chef was undeniably enticing. Have you decided? Yes. I would like some pepper fish and chestnut brownies. You didn't bring them for me today. Gu Youci's lips curled into a smile.
I did.
Not at all. There were too many people at the time. I couldn't manage to retrieve them and they've likely melted by now. Ruan Yu let out a soft huff. Upon realizing her reaction, she couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Why was she being so petty? Surely, it was her hunger that dictated her reaction. A person with such self-control as herself should never be so easily swayed by mere culinary temptations. It was rather alarming.
Goodbye.
Ruan Yu mumbled, I'll be home in 7 minutes, implying that the chef should expedite the meal. Understood, Gu Youci responded amiably. Once she ended the call, she swiftly contacted the butler, instructing him to ensure the chef was prepared and to have the most familiar young maid deliver the meal. Upon hearing the excited tone on the other end, the maid exclaimed, "Really? Is it for the madam? I'll go." The butler hung up the phone. Yun, bearing a warm thermos and a small cake, patiently awaited at the entrance on the first floor. Naturally, the cake had been purchased along the way, as half an hour would not suffice for its preparation. Even a deity could not accomplish such a feat, however. The joy of having a warm meal right after a shower is simply overwhelming. Yun, dressed in her pajamas. Ruan Yu opened the door for the person arriving at the elevator, inviting them in. Yun initially intended to say something but quickly shook her head, handing over the beautifully packaged bento to Ruan Yu and gesturing towards the elevator. "Uncle's son mentioned not to disturb you, so I shall take my leave." "Very well. Time to indulge in some delectable cuisine." After relishing a delightful meal while enjoying a variety show, Ruan Yu glanced at her slightly rounded belly, which indeed resembled that of someone 4 months along. She had to refrain from touching it too much. The doctor had just called her, cautioning that excessive touching could be detrimental. If the little one grew too excited, it could be dangerous if the umbilical cord wrapped around the neck. After tidying up the dishes, Ruan Yu did not immediately sit down. Instead, she leisurely strolled around the living room for a while. Upon receiving a call, she answered it cheerfully. "Mommy, have you eaten yet?" Lin Pin seemed to be in high spirits as well. "I'm already done," Ruan Yu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was merely dinner, yet Gu Youci was thinking of her. Her parents' relationship had also improved, and they were all concerned about her. She felt a wave of emotion, pleasantly surprised by her parents' affectionate bond today. She reflected on her own happiness and that of her parents for managing to mend their relationship. It's all right. Ruan Baoming quickly reassured her. Then, Ruan, make sure to sleep early. We won't disturb you anymore."
Okay.
All right. Ruan Baoming's tone quivered slightly. They exchanged a few more words before Ruan Yu hung up. Remembering her brother across the ocean, she expertly transferred funds to his BOA account. Wan Jinghang likely wouldn't receive any news for a while, as his phone seemed to be unreachable. He had gone silent. She helplessly exited the call interface, and a new message popped up. "Lonely Xiaogu, has the chef's skills declined?"
No.
Ruan Yu sent him a picture of her belly, as shown. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "Have you gained weight?" Ruan Yu. Unpredictable, as always. But he added, "It's fine. Just right." Gu Youci, having seen the picture of her plump belly, smiled even more deeply, his gaze filled with an affectionate possessiveness. Clearly quite pleased without a hint of sarcasm. "You look adorable in your ski suit today," he continued. "A bit of extra weight is good." Ruan Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu's desperate attempts to reassure her. An explanation was merely a disguise.
"Oh.
I'll be recording again in a few days and will have to hand over my phone, preparing to go off the grid." "Where to? How will you get there?" "Flying away." Chapter 80. Blissful. 3 days later, in the VIP International Lounge. It was hard to believe. She had already experienced the disparity of first-class accommodations versus shabby quarters. In fact, during her last rural trip, Gu Youci had incredibly and fortuitously drawn a 5-star suite voucher on the very day when you departed, delightfully checking in with the 2 children. They indeed traveled by helicopter. Due to its central location, there was no need to transfer from the countryside to the airport. Although accompanied by 2 children, the day's tasks were remarkably effortless, with the hotel even providing a dedicated butler. After that occasion, "Hello, Teacher Ruan Yu, it has been a while." Director Su once again spotted a familiar face. Feeling relaxed and joyful, Yi placed her modest 20-inch suitcase beside Ruan Yu and skillfully slipped into the director's team. It had indeed been a long time. After completing the check-in procedures, not long after settling in the VIP waiting area, an airport attendant appeared, pushing a small suitcase, atop which sat a well-behaved little one, who, upon seeing her, began to whimper, wanting to get down. "Mommy little fish. Ook, ook, ook." The little one, wearing a shark-themed cap, scampered over to her. Ruan Yu set down her phone and extended her hands to cushion the child's descent, preventing an abrupt collision into her embrace. After a brief assessment, she effortlessly lifted the child into her arms. "Are you this happy?" "Yes." The little one dug into a large pocket on Ruan Yu's chest, producing a long-saved piece of purple candy. "Oh no, it melted. Is this a gift for mommy little fish?" "Indeed." After sliding down, the child nestled partly on her legs, thankfully with a clean pocket. Or it might have been troublesome. Ruan Yu pinched the child's cheek, saying, "Thank you, sweetheart." In return, she received a sweet kiss on her cheek. The natural affection of long-lost acquaintances was palpable. With 40 minutes remaining until departure, Gu Youci also arrived, with Guogua perched atop his suitcase. It seemed they had crossed paths. "Hello, Teacher Shen." Ruan Yu greeted him.
"It has been a while."
Gu Youci appeared well prepared. his black backpack brimming with pockets, resembling a treasure chest. He gently lifted Guagua off the suitcase. It seemed that airport outings with children had become a fashionable trend for everyone. All right, since both teachers have gathered, let's discuss our arrangements for this trip abroad. We have already assessed your English proficiency, and both of you performed admirably. The director's team couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As for Ruan Yu, teacher, would you like to give a cue? Sure. Ruan Yu settled behind a camera, clapped her hands, and the second episode of the Black Box surprise recording commenced. Teacher, do you know our next destination? Can we anticipate it? Ruan Yu replied, oh, so today's interview includes a minor test. She accepted the envelope handed to her by a staff member, her face filled with curiosity as she opened it. To the one reading this letter, please recite the following words in the tone you deem most appropriate in English. Are we going abroad? She immediately guessed. Correct. The director's team nodded repeatedly. Smart. Ruan Yu glanced at the sentence above and realized it was a love letter. Before her graduation, she had indeed passed the TOEFL exam, her spoken English being quite proficient. In simple conversations, she could also manage some French and Spanish. In her childhood, Lin Payne and Wan Beiming took her abroad numerous times. After all, the 3-year-old Ruan Xiaoyu harbored dreams of traveling the world. Can you do it, teacher? The director's team noticed her silence and presumed it was a refusal.
Come on.
Ruan Yu nodded slightly, accepting the microphone, which provided clearer sound. As she gazed at the words on the card, she softened her voice slightly and declared, I accept the whole package. The entire preparation room fell into silence. Her melodious voice, tinged with a pure British accent, enveloped the audience like a captivating sunset film, drawing them into a serene immersion. It continued until the final sentence. Is that all right? I have seen it before. Applause erupted, warm and sincere. The interview concluded successfully. Gu Youci also performed admirably. Though he mentioned that it had been a long time since he spoke English, he received lines even longer than Ruan Yu's, filled with obscure vocabulary, and he read them fluently, both of them exuding the aura of academic excellence. However, congratulations were in order for both, as they had successfully passed the test. Yet this time, although we landed at Milan airport, due to filming location requirements, we needed to travel to another city in Italy. A sense of foreboding washed over Ruan Yu. Sure enough, the next moment, the director's team cheerfully informed them that the locals had poor English skills, primarily speaking Italian and German. Ruan Yu, I knew something like this would happen. Gu Youci, I had a feeling. It was named parents who go crazy at any moment. Ruan Yu had completely lost hope. The production team had entirely avoided her proficient languages, and she could only hope for a translator in the absence of mobile phones. 2 families have already arrived. According to feedback from the director's team over there, we needed to arrange transportation after disembarking domestically. Are there options? Ruan Yu pondered deeply. Of course. Trust us this once.
Ha.
A flicker of doubt crossed Ruan Yu's eyes. One luxurious RV for 7 days. What does that mean? Gu Youci also revealed his ticket. I have an RV for 3 days.
Ha.
The director's team, upon seeing the 2 tickets, could not help but exclaim, what's going on? There should only be trains and rental cars available. How did this happen? The props personnel quickly explained, these 2 were misplaced. They should have been in the welfare lottery. Ruan Yu and Gu Youci exchanged a glance. How delightful. Ahem. Ruan Yu feigned calmness as she tucked the tickets away.
All right.
Let us happily accept this. Let us think about it. We are off to the plane. Chapter 81. Quite intense. An 11-hour flight is no trivial matter, yet fortunately, the 2 children were quiet and well-behaved. The private space of first class allowed Ruan Yu to sleep soundly. However, children are full of energy. Upon waking, she instructed the flight attendant not to disturb little Yu's mother. The flight attendant smiled as she set down the food and departed. The little one, feeling bored alone, wandered over to Gu Youci to watch cartoons with Guagua. This nap was actually quite comfortable. Moreover, Ruan Yu was awakened by the restless child in her belly. She kept her eyes closed, her fingers gently tracing the slight curve of her abdomen, sensing a bit of movement. The silence rendered everything unusually clear.
Thud.
From time to time, she experiences a gentle nudge. Despite her tender age, during the last examination, the doctor remarked that her gestation was still early, and such sensations should not be so pronounced. It was likely just the child's spirited nature. She almost believed it. However, her grandmother mentioned that Gu Youci was never a troublesome child. Could it be that she has inherited this trait? Ruan Yu sighed deeply. Little fish mommy, I adore you.
Why?
Ruan Yu's heart softened as she lowered her head, brushing her cheek gently against her thoughts. The little one, barefoot, with tiny feet clad in white socks, nestled in an adult's embrace, wriggled her neck in playful ticklishness, erupting into giggles. Lost in thought, her mouth smeared with cream, She continued to enjoy her meal with a small spoon. Is that so? Ruan Yu chuckled softly. May I ask you a question? Ruan Yu quietly inquired. When you are at home, do you spend more time with daddy or mommy? The child's eyes sparkled.
Daddy.
This unexpected answer took Ruan Yu by surprise. Why is that? Because my mommy doesn't know how to do anything. The child scratched her head, seemingly puzzled by the question. Daddy helps me wake up and prepares my milk in the morning, helps me get dressed and carries me to preschool, and then he goes to work. And what about mommy? Ruan Yu prompted. Suddenly, the child brightened up. Mommy has a little sister in her belly. If I can come out to play by myself, I will be a good big brother. Ruan Yu smiled. So, it turns out that the child feels a bit neglected. Without a camera, she easily indulged in Mr. Lu Xiyuan stories, even after retreating to marry and have children, and now contemplating a second child. How extraordinary. The child then pondered for little ones, which parent is more important. Ruan Yu noticed the child's thoughtful expression and felt it might be too burdensome for her, deciding not to press further. When she heard the child softly declare, Mommy is more important. Another astonishing answer. From the child's explanation, her life seemed intricately linked to Lu Xiyuan's. Though she could have easily stated that both parents are equally significant, Ruan Yu did not compel her to choose one.
Yet she still chose mommy.
Daddy says I must love mommy the most. The child's long lashes were strikingly beautiful as her little hand stroked Ruan Yu's hair. When I was in mommy's belly, I was quite disobedient, making mommy receive many injections. Daddy said he almost didn't want me anymore, but mommy insisted on keeping me. The little one appeared slightly bashful. Actually, I never told daddy, but I love mommy very much, but my favorite is him. Daddy plays building blocks with her and walks with her and mommy in the evenings. My daddy is very tall, and I sit on his shoulders, making me the tallest among my friends. Ruan Yu held the child close, lost in thought. For some reason, as merely a bystander, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. The words of a 4-year-old, in that moment, struck a deeply emotional chord. The child's expression, perhaps a simple outpouring from the heart, painted the most authentic portrait of a husband and father in the family. Significant. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Wasn't Ron Boming once like this? And what of the present? Ruan Yu contemplates whether a reformed man is truly any different from discarded second-hand items. In her pursuit of compromise, she questions whether her choices benefit her mother. Uncertain, she reflects on the fact that, in contrast, he is the happiest of souls. The announcement signaling the imminent landing reverberates through the cabin. Ruan Yu gently wipes the little one's mouth with a wet tissue, her smile warm and inviting. Dear little fish's mommy, may we wish for a lovely and healthy sister for Xiang, shall we? This brief exchange embeds itself in Ruan Yu's memory. A moment to cherish for the future. As the airplane descends onto foreign soil, she prepares to surrender her phone. At that moment, a call from Gu Youci interrupts her thoughts, causing her to momentarily drift into reverie, perhaps overwhelmed by Xiang's earlier words. What if Gu Youci were to become a father? The notion is beyond her imagination, and she resolves to set it aside for now. Teacher Ruan Yu? The instant she presses the power button, her mind clears of distractions. Taking a deep breath, she watches the staff collect their belongings, leading Xiang off the plane. Let us go, darling. Gu Youci cradles Guogua in one arm and hands over his phone. The two make their way through the VIP passage. Upon retrieving their luggage, the director's team approaches, looking utterly drained, prompting a shared smile between them. After all, they had all traveled in first class. Was it merely a mobile home? Alright, you two. Ruan Yu and Gu Youci applaud in unison. Xiang and Guogua mimic their actions, clapping their hands earnestly. Once aboard the mobile home, the sight of the 4 spacious and luxurious beds, along with a dining table and television, elicits a gasp of delight from Xiang as she holds Guogua's hand.
Wow.
Ruan Yu feels her heart swell with affection. 7 days. Even upon arrival, there will be no need to scramble for accommodations. Besides the local delicacies of thinly sliced beef and Italian dumplings, a plethora of Chinese dishes awaits. Are they truly to dine so lavishly? Ruan Yu glances at the catering staff, contemplating the absurdity of it all.
Haha.
Even Gu Youci can't suppress his laughter, while the staff appears utterly bemused. Dutifully arranging the meal before quickly exiting the mobile home to join the director's vehicle. Hello. Xiang playfully pokes the camera on the dining table. The little fish's mommy. It can turn. Ruan Yu's instinct for the camera tells her that this angle will capture their dining experience in exquisite detail, perhaps revealing even the tiniest remnants of vegetables caught between the children's teeth. She subtly adjusts the angle. What are you doing? Gu Youci inquires, curiosity piqued. Just finding a flattering perspective. Noting his puzzled expression, she adds with a smile, I have a rather voracious appetite. Chapter 82. Are you unhappy? Of course. Voracious is an exaggerated term, yet to Gu Youci's surprise, Ruan Yu's appetite has indeed significantly increased in the mere fortnight since their last encounter, as evidenced when he and the two little ones finish their meals, while Ruan Yu continues to eat. The young girl dined with a leisurely grace. Much like Ruan Yu and Xiang Xiang, who were engrossed in a pure English animated film on the RV. Their cheeks moved rhythmically, yet not a sound escaped their lips. The food, however, was utterly delectable. Mommy little fish, you're still eating? Ruan Yu took a moment to ruffle Xiang Xiang's hair, remarking, Mommy is hungry. Then eat more.
All right.
Gu Youci was charmed by the duo, observing that the several tinfoil boxes in front of Ruan Yu were now empty. And she had even finished the last of her sour soup rice noodles. I believe this arrangement is quite satisfactory. Ruan Yu delicately covered her mouth with a tissue and let out a soft burp. Haven't we just begun? Gu Youci chuckled, offering her a bottle of water.
No.
After satiating her appetite, Ruan Yu felt disinclined to move, reclining against the soft sofa booth. This RV trip would last 7 days. Not to mention there was still a lottery prize yet to be claimed. Any further tasks seemed inconsequential. Xiang Xiang, this time, we get to eat meat every day, with Mommy little fish. Yay! Xiang Xiang's familiar little head nestled into Ruan Yu's hand, urging her to continue the gentle tousle. Upon hearing her plans, Gu Youci nodded in agreement. Indeed. Shall I extend my 3-day stint for you?
Huh?
Ruan Yu was taken aback. Teacher Shun, why are you always so eager to assist me? You are a girl. Ruan Yu found it hard to believe. How could they be so considerate? The director's team humph. How infuriating, yet one must remain cheerful. Here you go. Gu Youci handed over the lottery ticket. No need. Ruan Yu waved her hand grandly. What's yours is yours. If needed, Guagua can stay with me again just like last time. The two young individuals communicated effortlessly, setting aside other matters. The ability to consider one another was commendable. After 4 hours of driving, despite being in an RV, the journey comprised casual conversations, meals, and naps, leading them to their destination by 3 in the afternoon. All right, esteemed teachers, welcome once again to our show, dear little ones. The 4 groups of celebrity families had gathered. Ruan Yu and Gu Youci stood at the edge. If one were to include them, it would make 6 groups. The last 2 families arrived closely behind them. We now have 4 houses available. Those who cannot secure a house down the hill must trek for 3 hours to find one. Ruan Yu. It doesn't matter. A good mindset defines a woman's life. Thankfully, we arrived early. A father, sporting a sporty headband, spoke up, looking quite pleased with himself. He was the well-known rapper, Wang Lin. The other, a bit more reserved yet unable to mask his joy, was a handsome foreign father named Jairus. Ruan Yu remembered him well, as they had a pair of beautiful mixed-race twins. In the previous episode, Jairus had come with his wife, a particularly graceful actress. Thus, among the parents present, Ruan Yu was the only girl. Once the director announced the commencement, the other 2 groups, comprised of slightly older fathers, swiftly took their children and dashed off in search of a house, leaving Ruan Yu and Gu Youci gazing at each other. Jairus, holding his little daughter, couldn't help but exclaim, Ruan Yu is a young girl, perhaps her adherence to rules is somewhat lacking. Her command of Chinese is quite commendable. The director's team chuckled lightly. Shall we present everyone with a glimpse of teacher Ruan Yu's opulent mansion? Wang Lin also brought his son over to join in the excitement.
What?
Good heavens. My God. You are indeed a fortunate girl. Jairus expressed his envy fervently. Everyone's attention was drawn to the extravagant RV parked not far from the edge of the lawn. Its chassis appeared robust and elevated, suggesting it could traverse mountainous terrains. Wait a moment, Gu Youci. Why aren't you vying for the house? If the assignments are all situated at the base of the mountain, it would be quite arduous for you to carry Guagua up and down repeatedly. Gu Youci initially remained silent, casting a glance at Ruan Yu. I understand. Jairus, with an innate romanticism, quickly grasped the underlying sentiment. He desired to reside alongside Ruan Yu. Was it truly wise to voice such thoughts? Ruan Yu could merely maintain a polite smile. Gu Youci's handsome visage flushed crimson, his tone slightly flustered. No. I merely feel that competing with everyone doesn't seem right. I could stay anywhere. Just now, both fathers are quite prominent figures. One a seasoned singer, the other a celebrated actor.
Oh.
Jairus realized his choice of words was rather misplaced, chuckling. What I meant to convey was, considering the children, it would be delightful for them to play together, and Mr. Shin thinks having 2 houses situated on the mountain would facilitate better interaction among the little ones. Ruan Yu replied, Is that so? If only your gaze could divert from us. Little fish's mother, we must go in search of a house. With everyone seemingly settled in their accommodations, Ruan Yu felt compelled to remind them. Observing Gu Youci's anxious demeanor, she politely inquired, "Teacher Shin, would you like to join us in our vehicle?" Her tone had lost its previous casualness. Gu Youci comprehended the implication. Ruan Yu was being cautious. Most variety shows typically have scripted elements, especially regarding couples. If they garner attention, the profits and popularity surge, particularly for artists in need of exposure. Generally, such arrangements are not declined. The company likely adheres to the principle of binding any potential success. They aim to amplify the buzz. Ruan Yu can effortlessly present a romantic image in Liu Shi's MV as it serves the narrative, yet Gu Youci discerned that the atmosphere had already reached this point. Surely, they would incorporate some suggestive scenes in post-production. However, Ruan Yu was reluctant. A tinge of disappointment flickered within him. It was likely due to Mr. Gu, as she wished to avoid any misconceptions. Having sat for too long, I wish to take in the scenery. I shall carry Guogua and hike up the mountain. Gu Youci responded gently, all right. Ruan Yu smiled and waved goodbye, leading Xiang toward the RV. The scenic area is truly breathtaking. Hiking possesses a certain poetic charm, with vast, picturesque lakes and meadows adorning the landscape. Shin Papa, please don't be disheartened. Little fish will meet us shortly. Gu Youci was momentarily taken aback. Even the child could perceive it? Chapter 83. You are exceptionally beautiful. Xiang exclaimed. As Xiang trudged up to a charming mountain cottage, a sense of tranquility washed over her, a delightful escape from the bustling city. Behind the expansive green lawn lay a small thicket, and in the distance, majestic snow-capped peaks loomed. With her spirits lifted, she crouched down to embrace her child and said, "Dear, let's discuss something with Mommy Fish, shall we?"
What is it?
Came the curious reply. Look at this lovely 3-story wooden cabin, adorned with white gauzy windows and a quaint loft. Isn't it beautiful? Yes. Xiang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. We are the first to arrive. But there is also a tiny house over there. Ruan Yu guided Xiang's gaze towards an old pastoral dwelling, likely belonging to local herders, exuding an ancient and mysterious charm. Do you remember Guogua wore a little dress? If she lived in the lovely loft, wouldn't she feel like a little princess? Definitely. Guogua would love it. Then, Xiang, would you be willing to let your sister have the beautiful house? Ruan Yu had long harbored this intention. With a camper van at their disposal, having a place to bathe was already splendid. It would be better for Gu Youci and Guogua to have a nicer accommodation. Yet, she feared that Xiang might feel uncomfortable. After all, being a little boy, he possessed a competitive spirit and a desire for ownership, but surprisingly. All right then. Xiang nodded, wrapping her arms around Ruan Yu's. I'll choose the little house for Guogua, so she can have the big one. Let us go. Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Oh, my darling, you are wonderful. Feeling bashful, Xiang buried her face in Ruan Yu's embrace. Mommy Fish smells so nice. Before long, Gu Youci arrived with Guogua in his arms. The production team was not overly strict. All luggage was left in the vehicle, sparing them the need to carry it by hand. This is your house. Gu Youci exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Xiang chimed in, he wants to stay in the camper, so we won't compete with Guogua for the big house. Ruan Yu affectionately ruffled Xiang's hair. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Yes. The little one quickly agreed. Thank you, brother. Guogua, having descended from the adult's arms, sweetly expressed her gratitude, instantly transforming into a ball of joy. Meanwhile, the director's team continued to arrive with an array of filming equipment.
All right.
Our house selection has been successfully completed, announced the director. You two are incredibly fortunate to have chosen the cottage with the most splendid view on the mountain, as well as the most convenient location. Ruan Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Why is that? Because those below will also have to climb up here. Our first task tonight is to test everyone's camping culinary skills, and the venue is the little wooden house. Ruan Yu and Gu Youci exchanged glances. This is quite unfortunate. The owner of the wooden cabin was exceedingly warm-hearted. Gu Youci needed to set up the tent, while the kind old lady handed Ruan Yu a basket, leading her to the kitchen to select the necessary ingredients. Although she could not speak English, her demeanor was exceptionally gentle.
Sei fascinante.
Before departing, the old lady looked at Ruan Yu and said something. When she didn't understand, the director's team quickly explained. The old lady had remarked, "Teacher, you are truly beautiful." "Thank you," Ruan Yu replied, her eyes crinkling into a smile. In the kitchen of the wooden house, an abundance of vegetables lay scattered. Ruan Yu crouched down to select them, then looked up and called out, Xiang, think of the baby." The sound of tiny feet pattering on the little wooden steps approached. After brushing off the bits of grass from Xiang's clothes, she gently spoke. Could you ask Little Fish's mommy what Gugu wants to eat, please? Okay. Xiang Xiang trotted off with her short legs. Children are quite dependable when it comes to tasks. Ruan Yu couldn't help but smile. And Uncle Shen? She inquired. I don't know, Xiang Xiang replied with a shake of her head. It seemed she hadn't asked after all. Ruan Yu casually gathered some easily prepared ingredients, dividing them into 2 baskets, intending to give one to Gu Youci. By the time they arrived at the campsite, only half of the tent had been set up. The first father to arrive was Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, the first dad is here to help teacher Shen with the tent. My temper. Ruan Yu sat aside, enjoying the show. True to the aura of a rapper, he looked as though he might toss his son at the director, yet in front of the camera. He ultimately came over to assist. Mr. Wang, would you like me to help you fetch some vegetables? Ruan Yu inquired amicably. What vegetables? Wang Lin asked, almost fuming. The production team had announced that everyone would have to cook their own dish, without assistance, in order to earn a ticket to descend the mountain, and he lamented. In my lifetime. Dad, what's wrong? His son Xiao Xiao appeared frightened. Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback by the string of words, covering Xiao Xiao's ears. Then calmly gestured to the director. Hello, we'll need a beep here in post-production. Thank you. Gu Youci silently stifled a laugh, setting up the camping tent without uttering a word, serving as her verbal substitute. Brother Wang, Ruan Yu called out as she approached the barbecue grill. While the other fathers were still preoccupied with washing the vegetables, she asked an elderly lady for an apron and even started a fire. Xiang Xiang, stand back a little. Although it's eco-friendly charcoal, it's still not good for children to inhale, she said. Curiously, Xiang Xiang ran to the other side, crouching down to inspect the basket of vegetables. Meat. 2 pieces of meat. Ruan Yu positioned the grill, waiting for the charcoal to ignite. With her hair styled in a bun, she meticulously washed her hands in preparation for chopping vegetables. Turning to the crouched Xiang Xiang, she asked, Are you hungry, baby? I'll make some pasta for you and guagua to fill your tummies first with a meat sauce, is that alright? Speaking to children naturally softened her tone. Yay. Little Fish's mommy looks even prettier when cooking. Isn't she really my mommy? Boo-hoo. Truly a treasure of a teacher, she seemed to excel at everything, even comforting children. Who understands that feeling of domestic bliss? Oh, how thoughtful. Although she could have followed the routine, she chose to prepare something easy first for the hungry little ones. No one deserves my sister Juan. Couldn't he help but chime in. A few people glanced over, and she felt a bit nervous. What's wrong? You're right. Yes. The term virtuous wife and good mother should never be associated with Ruan Yu. No one should tarnish her beauty. I fear even a man approaching her. Ruan Yu, the exceptional teacher, shines splendidly on her own. Chapter 84. Captivated by the aroma as the savory scent of the meat sauce wafted through the air, a group of children was irresistibly drawn to it. With remarkable foresight, Ruan Yu had prepared 2 entire packages of pasta. Just imagine bringing the little ones along. The food was delectable. Oh my, Teacher Ruan is truly impressive. My own child, however, refuses to eat anything cooked by either the nanny or my wife. Compliments poured in from all directions. Ruan Yu graciously accepted them, and when she began cooking in earnest, a circle of men gathered to observe. Sizzle. The flat pan was difficult to toss, so she skillfully used chopsticks to stir the ingredients. How much oil should be added? Teacher Ruan. Why does my dish taste only salty after adding salt and soy sauce? This pan looks far better than mine. What nonsense, Wang Lin. Your egg was burnt to the bottom. You should clean it first, or your vegetables will stick. Gu Youci was not among the spectators. He had moved to the nearby barbecue grill. The charcoal was already prepared, and Ruan Yu had cleaned and skewered all the ingredients, ensuring there was enough for everyone. He deftly scored the meat and brushed it with oil. I'll help you. Seeing the organized setup, Jairus brought over his own grill to collaborate with Ruan Yu, and their culinary exchange flowed seamlessly. He was undoubtedly the best cook among all the fathers. Adhering to the principle of minimizing food waste, the fathers brought over their dishes. After Jairus and Ruan Yu successfully completed their own meals, they took on the role of culinary advisors, offering close guidance to others, and before long, they had collectively prepared an impressive spread. An elderly lady even presented Italian cheese, leaving the production crew utterly enchanted by the delightful aromas, having not yet eaten themselves. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared, carrying a large tray. The staff at the back, upon seeing Ruan Yu approach, lit up with excitement, while clutching her personalized food tray, was on the verge of tears. Sister Ruan, I saved you a spicy portion, is that alright?
Yiyin enthusiastically.
She adored spicy food. Being Ruan's assistant was the happiest thing in the world for a child. Ruan Yu made a special detour to check on the few hungry little assistants. Smiling as she spoke, if everyone has the same taste, feel free to share with Yi.
Wow.
Teacher is amazing. Woohoo, Teacher Wan, I love you. A fervent applause erupted. What is going on? Ruan Yu asked, a bit bewildered. She sat beside Xiang Xiang and noticed the approving expressions in everyone's eyes. Wang Lin was the first to speak. I have never felt such a sense of accomplishment in cooking. If it weren't for Ruan Yu and Jairus today, my little one would have had to endure my burnt eggs. A round of applause was warranted. Ruan Yu smiled. When it was time to eat, she wiped the greasy mouth of Xiang Xiang, and suddenly, a large plate filled with separately portioned food was placed before her. Teacher Shen? Ruan Yu furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of puzzlement. Gu and Xiang Xiang also had their own portions. In Gu Youci's eyes, a faint smile glimmered. He gestured towards the plates in front of the two children. Ruan Yu noticed this and let out a sigh of relief, picking up her fork to begin eating. Thankfully, there were children present. This behavior felt undeniably intimate and rather extravagant. Ruan Yu had always exhibited impeccable dining etiquette, never using personal utensils in public settings. Observing Gu Youci beside her, who was diligently peeling shrimp for her, Ruan Yu politely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Shen. Not at all. Gu Youci gently shook his head. I noticed your dining habits during the first episode. You separated our plates, which I believe is a commendable practice. So I took note of it. Quite impressive. Ruan Yu teased, your future girlfriend will surely be very fortunate, Teacher Shen. Gu Youci chuckled softly. After the meal, the children began to play together, and the adults inevitably engaged in heartfelt conversations. I'd like to ask you all, what was your feeling upon becoming a father for the first time? Wang Lin was the first to broach the topic, gazing at the children nearby with a mix of nostalgia and excitement. I've never trembled so much in my life. Do you know how delicate newborns are? Holding such a tiny being in your hands is no exaggeration. Ruan Yu found herself drawn into their discussion. That is indeed true. Jerry's couldn't help but raise his glass, clinking it with Wang Lin's. My two babies are twins, and they were born smaller than usual. My daughter weighed only 4 pounds. Goodness. I couldn't even dare to hold my son who weighed 6 pounds. It's simply unimaginable. Yes. My daughter was so light that she didn't meet the standards and spent a week in the neonatal ICU. Jerry's wiped his brow, appearing somewhat reminiscent of a sentimental Chinese father. My wife cried incessantly. Newborns are quite challenging to care for. We hired a postpartum doula and a nanny so my wife could recuperate. She didn't plan to breastfeed, and my mother was in an uproar for quite some time. Ultimately, it's the mother's wishes that take precedence. Suddenly, Wang Lin recalled something and turned his gaze toward Gu Youci. He noticed Ruan Yu, who was intently listening to their conversation, appearing somewhat bewildered yet curious. Teacher Wan seems utterly engrossed. She appears quite intrigued, haha.
Huh?
Ruan Yu responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. While she remembered details from Ran Jinghong's childhood, she had no experience with newborns, and the answers were readily available. So, she seized the opportunity to listen. In the eyes of the other guests, Ruan Yu might have seemed a tad shy, offering a positive impression to the audience. Thus, the fathers regarded Gu Youci and Ruan Yu as if they were merely two children. Even though addressing her as teacher was a formality within the profession, it served as a charming title to avoid the awkwardness of using her full name. Teacher Wan, if my wife were here, I would advise you that it's wonderful for young women to pursue their careers and adorn themselves in beautiful clothes. Having a baby a blessing? Ruan Yu felt a tinge of curiosity. That's because you have yet to experience it. Wang Ling chuckled lightly, refilling his glass. The journey from infancy to the exuberance of childhood is filled with countless endeavors. Which weighs heavier, the joy or the burden? Gu Youci curiously posed the question. The fathers present exchanged glances, intrigued by the inquiry. This is a good question. Shin, it seems, is quite suited to fatherhood, joked Jealous. My wife asserts that a husband who is attentive and contemplative is most charming. Gu Youci noticed Ruan Yu giving him a thumbs up, feeling that his earlier question carried significant depth. He replied with a smile, I find the children here utterly delightful. A sweet burden indeed. What? Voices of inquiry arose in response. Truth or dare? The production team called for participants to draw cards, dividing them into married and unmarried versions, containing numerous questions about children, wives, and marriage. Everyone must draw. Ruan Yu, watching the staff approach her, sensed a trap and felt inclined to resist. Nevertheless, she randomly picked the card from the center, flipping it over onto her lap. The fathers across the room had already begun to shout in protest. How unfair. I don't want this truth. Can I opt for a dare instead? It's based on what you draw, the production team cheerfully reminded. Thus, everyone complied. Some were required to call their wives and promise to take responsibility for all the children's meals, while others had to accurately recall the color of the wristband their baby wore at birth, or else they would have to trek back down the mountain. Various peculiar questions emerged, most of which had been previously verified with their wives, all related to family and parenting. It was quite heartwarming. As for the unmarried group, what did Teacher Shin draw?
Truth.
Come on, Teacher Shin, share with us. The fathers, having already endured a round of sweet penalties, turned their attention to the two young individuals. Gu Youci lowered his gaze, catching a glimpse of Xiang mumbling about feeling tired. Ruan Yu gently hushed him and softly picked up the child to take a brief leave, presumably to put the baby to sleep. I am a sentimental person. If I were to encounter the one I deeply love, I might, like Mr. Lu Siyuan, wish to provide her with a greater sense of security. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Lu Siyuan, the father of Xiang, the actor who, at the peak of his fame, retreated from the limelight to marry and have children? Impressive, my friend. Wang Ling gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the strong sense of responsibility for someone so young, unreserved and open. Gu Youci smiled. Since it was a matter of truth, he indeed spoke without deceit. He had not yet encountered Ruan Yu. Now he seemed to grasp it vaguely. Just as he had articulated, when one meets the right person. A girl with Ruan Yu's disposition was someone he had never met before. Always capable of presenting delightful surprises and revealing multifaceted aspects of herself. Beautiful, intriguing, and even irresistibly captivating. It incited a desire to love her actively. May Teacher Shin find the right person at the right time. The production team couldn't help but applaud. Well done. Gu Youci's eyes sparkled with genuine mirth. The production team seems to be quite eager. What did Teacher Shin just say? Ruan Yu is genuinely curious.
All right.
For some reason, she feels a rather tense premonition in her heart. She takes out the task card from her envelope and the first 3 words that come into view are, "It's over." Could it possibly be a daunting challenge? What on earth? Ruan Yu appears somewhat stunned. Curiosity peaks. The moment she comprehends the content of the adventurous challenge, her mind momentarily blanks, but just for a fleeting moment. She quickly turns the card in her hand, her expression turning serious. The others catch sight of the question. Isn't this straightforward? Quite a simple and heartwarming query. Perhaps it will evoke unexpected emotions. Go on. Ruan Yu. First of all, she has no idea whom she will call. Teacher Ruan Yu, please. Hands over her phone. Ruan Yu scrolls to the contact section. The 6th letter should be an F. Thankfully, she exhales deeply. Primarily, this is a personal phone with few stored numbers, so it shouldn't lead to any awkward situations of calling someone unfamiliar. However, she quickly finds herself in a daze. She has no contacts beginning with F. The first contact starting with the 6th letter is lonely. Well, there is one. The right to use the reward has been revoked. Alright, no need to say more. Ruan Yu promptly dials the number. The RV is the bottom line.
Ha ha ha.
Laughter erupts from the crowd. Beep, beep, beep. Within 10 seconds, the call is answered. Don't speak yet. Ruan Yu partially covers her face with her fingers. Illuminated by the light, her profile is stunning, yet it does not prevent her palms from sweating. I need to ask you a question. There's a brief silence on the other end. What's going on? The production team is taken aback by the warm, rich tone of the voice. Wow. What is happening? Such a beautiful voice, my goodness. No wonder Teacher Ruan Yu hesitated to call. Is it her boyfriend? Ruan Yu observes everyone grinning, yet remaining quiet. But now, with the arrow on the string, she has no choice but to release it. She quickly regains her composure and speaks slowly but earnestly. If I have a daughter in the future, what would your first reaction be? Chapter 86. I would love her dearly. Oh heavens! Who on earth devised this adventure? Moreover, it is perplexing why the question confines the child's gender, insisting on a daughter. Such a peculiar inquiry is beyond comprehension. There is a long silence on the other end. After all, it is merely hypothetical. Ruan Yu, suddenly called by her full name, attempts to explain. What? I would love her dearly. As soon as these words are uttered, gasps fill the room. Ruan Yu quickly hangs up the phone, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Is that sufficient? Of course. The production team does not put anyone in a difficult position. However, Teacher Ruan Yu, could you disclose your relationship with this contact? Gu Youci has remained silent throughout. He gazes at Ruan Yu, noticing the subtle gleam of amusement in her eyes. I know. Jerry's, having grasped the situation, realized that it mirrored my dear one's circumstances, having their own godparents. The call from Ruan Yu earlier must have been from a good male friend, potentially the godfather of her child in the future. Quite dashing indeed. Ruan Yu discovered that she no longer needed to fabricate any stories. Thank you, Mr. Jerry's. The director's team suddenly enlightened. Observing Ruan Yu nodding her head was utterly convincing. Yet, who mingled among them, wore a perplexed expression. Something felt amiss. That voice seemed so familiar, it was reminiscent of something she'd heard before. Although Ruan Yu led a free lifestyle, her phone was often in her assistant's hands. Was it possible that Wan Jingheng was that solitary little Gu? Yi had an epiphany. The gathering quickly dispersed. She noticed the miniature cameras around. Silently, she removed her microphone and stepped outside to the camping site where everyone had been moments ago. It was deserted now. Ruan Yu, glancing at her dwindling battery, dialed a number. Hello? Are you still awake? Upon speaking, she heard a gentle chuckle from the other end, and she suddenly realized, I remember now. We are in different time zones. It must still be morning for you.
Yes.
The question I posed earlier was a daring challenge I drew. Ruan Yu playfully poked at the candle centerpiece on the wooden table. Mr. Gu, so astute, I bet you guessed my call was to fulfill this task for me.
Thank you.
Not merely a pleasantry. Gu Youci's voice held a tenderness unlike any other. I never speak falsehoods. Ruan Yu felt a flutter of anxiety rise within her. She heard him continue, I hope you won't laugh at me, but when I clearly heard the question, I spilled coffee all over myself. I only attended to it after you hung up, and I've burned myself. Are you alright? Ruan Yu felt a pang of concern. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to prank you. It's fine, Gu Youci replied somewhat resignedly. I feel more disappointed than hurt. Why is that? I thought you were pregnant and hadn't told me. As soon as the words left his lips, an uneasy silence enveloped the line. Raising his hand to glance at the screen, he realized his phone had shut off due to low battery. He couldn't help but frown. Unbeknownst to him, across the vast ocean, Ruan Yu stood as still as a statue, afraid to move. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden chill swept through the air. The color drained from her lips as she tightened her coat, yet an overwhelming shiver coursed through her. Ouch! Ruan Yu let out a small cry of discomfort. She placed her hand on her suddenly tense abdomen, noticing that the area was not as soft as before. It felt taut and rigid, causing her discomfort with each passing moment. This was not fetal movement. A minute passed, and then it abruptly halted. What is happening? Ruan Yu looked down, gently prodding her belly, and gradually, color returned to her face as she observed the now disconnected call. She exhaled in relief. It must be that Gu Youci was preoccupied. There was no need to disguise anything before him. But how could someone guess so accurately? It truly startled her. Moreover, it seemed to have startled the little one within her, who had been peacefully asleep, now reacting as if jolted awake by their father's words, unlike usual. This left her feeling somewhat anxious. The child should be fine, right? Ruan Yu naturally switched her phone to airplane mode. It was his own disconnection. She did not lie. After a day of travel and exertion, she felt somewhat fatigued. The RV was parked beside the quaint little cabin they had chosen. Ruan Yu asked the host for hot water and wiped Xiangxiang's small hands and feet. After freshening up, she returned to the vehicle and securely locked the doors and windows. However, she did not anticipate that her greatest concern would indeed come to pass. In the middle of the night, she was jolted awake by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, her body drenched in cold sweat. Clutching her tightening belly, she felt a sensation akin to menstrual cramps, her hands trembling uncontrollably. With great effort, she managed to dial a number. Hello, Sister Wan. I may not be well. I need your help to contact a local ambulance. Ruan Yu's voice was faint and fragile, a stark contrast to the spirited tone she had during the day. On the other end, abruptly sprang from her bed. I'll be right there, don't worry. Ruan Yu's pale forehead glistened with perspiration. The pain was unbearable. There was no time to dwell on anything else. Fortunately, she had called who was nearest to the RV driver's residence. Learning that the ambulance could only reach them at the foot of the mountain, rushed to knock on the driver's door. Bang, bang, bang. When the driver appeared in his pajamas, swiftly pulled him away. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears, her voice trembling. The driver, upon hearing in English about Ruan Yu's sudden discomfort, hurriedly got dressed and drove down. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they quickly spotted the local ambulance. Watched with a heavy heart as Ruan Yu lay in a semi-conscious state, curled up in the small bed. Sister Wan? Let the driver carry Xiangxiang to find Teacher Shen, Ruan Yu softly uttered. Okay. Feeling a pang of sorrow, exited the vehicle to relay this to the driver. Medical personnel placed a breathing mask on Ruan Yu. She slightly opened her eyes, hearing fluent English around her. As a nurse attached a heart monitor, she whispered, What did you say? The tall nurse, unable to catch her words, asked again. Ruan Yu gently repeated herself in English. When she saw the nurse nod in surprise, she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly in the throes of pain, her body trembling delicately, fingertips resting lightly on her taut abdomen. Be good. Do not be mischievous. At that moment, froze in place. She understood clearly. Sister Wan had just said, I have another little friend inside me. If we reach the hospital and special equipment and medication are needed, please ensure the doctor pays extra attention. Chapter 87. False labor contractions. Typically cheerful. Yi quickly composed herself upon returning to the vehicle. Seeing Ruan Yu slip into unconsciousness, she immediately called Huasheng. Brother Hua, why are you still crying? It was afternoon back in their homeland. Across from Huasheng sat the expressionless Yi Feng, who appeared dissatisfied with the contract before him and was about to propose a pause in the recording. I shall take the next international flight to announce that Ruan Yu is withdrawing due to illness. I will find a way to handle the breach of contract. Just say that I insisted she could not continue filming, and that will suffice. A tall figure flashed past me. What is happening? Yi Feng wore a bewildered expression. Who was he just speaking with on the phone? His assistant, Moo, also seemed puzzled. It must have been Ruan Yu's assistant. Is she unwell? With her delicate demeanor, any minor mishap would surely be catastrophic for her. Yi Feng frowned in discontent, recalling the recent training sessions with the group, where progress had been agonizingly slow. She found it quite bothersome. The main issue was Song Mingji, who had been excelling at learning new moves, but had been preoccupied with external commitments lately. Suddenly, Yi Feng remembered. Last time you mentioned that Sister Ningji sat beside Ruan Yu at the red carpet event? Did they converse? Yes.
Momo nodded repeatedly.
It seemed they had developed a good rapport. How could Sister Ningji possibly harbor any affection for her? Yi Feng furrowed his brows, pondering whether Moo had misjudged the situation. I find Ruan Yu rather what?
Momo purset her lipsin silence.
Regardless. I am not fond of her. Yi Feng flipped through the contract repeatedly, wearing an expression of discontent, lamenting how Ruan Yu, relying solely on her pretty face, had been attempting to usurp my resources. He quickly bit his tongue, feeling embarrassed. In the end, Yi Feng huffed in frustration. Can one not discern who holds greater stature? Huasheng is merely a sycophant, lingering around Ruan Yu like a lapdog. Moo remarked, your words are quite poetic, Feng. All right then. Teacher Ruan Yu, please take good care of yourself. Yi softly uttered a quiet affirmation. The young girl's voice had become hoarse, as if she had been crying for a while. Outside the serene corridor of the high-end hospital room, the doctor emerged, prompting Yi to rush over. Is there any further issue? The doctor, upon seeing her Asian features, switched to English. Miss Ruan Yu is exhibiting symptoms of false contractions. However, the frequency is persistently high, which may indicate a threat of miscarriage. She will require 3 days of observation in the hospital, and after discharge, she must avoid prolonged standing and excessive fatigue for a month. Is there still danger? Currently, the fetus is not very stable. If any bleeding occurs, it could become quite troublesome. Thank you. The doctor departed with the nurse. Yi cautiously pushed open the hospital room door and sat by the bedside, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ruan Yu. Just that morning, she had been cheerful, able to eat and joke, yet now she lay alone in silence. Yi brought warm water to gently wipe her face, carefully arranging her hair. How frightened Ruan Yu must be. The mere thought of it could instill fear. Oh, how I weep. Yi spent nearly the entire night in trepidation, fearing that Ruan Yu would awaken alone in this foreign land, especially in her illness. Yet, Ruan Yu slept from dawn until noon the next day. The production team sent someone to inquire about her condition, which Yi dismissed as merely acute gastritis. Huasheng arrived at the local airport, and at that moment, Ruan Yu happened to awaken. With her limited English and a translator, Huasheng finally managed to inquire about the hospital room. The doctor stated that the critical period had passed, and the baby is healthy. Then why are you still crying? It was during her first encounter that Ruan Yu discovered Yi's delicate, tearful nature. With a gentle smile, she embraced her and offered a comforting pat. Ruan Jie, you truly frightened me, Yi exclaimed, her voice trembling. Do you realize how pale you looked yesterday? I was filled with trepidation, she confessed, burying her face into Ruan Yu's shoulder and sobbing softly. The doctor said you must remain in bed for the next few days. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Just as Ruan Yu's heart softened, the door to the hospital room swung open with a resounding bang. Ruan Yu? Huasheng called out, spotting the fragile beauty lying on the bed, devoid of warmth yet radiating an ethereal allure. His heart, which had been in a state of suspension, finally eased. She was safe, she was unharmed. He dashed forward, relieved. My darling, you have not frightened me to death. Ruan Yu suddenly raised her hand to halt him. Do not weep, she instructed. Huasheng replied, puzzled, I cannot comfort you? Indeed, Ruan Yu replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Yi hurried to the door to collect the pre-ordered meal, diligently setting up a small table. Sister Ruan, what would you like to eat? Something light, perhaps? I'm concerned about your dietary restrictions during pregnancy. Anything will suffice. I have little appetite, Ruan Yu replied nonchalantly. Very well. Yi responded cheerfully before scurrying off to fetch a towel to help Ruan Yu clean her hands. Hua Sheng, feeling somewhat overlooked, attempted to assert his presence. Do you not see me, a grown man, here? He attempted to reclaim his significance in the room. Ruan Yu graciously declined Yi's offer to feed her personally, suggesting instead that she serve herself at the table. When Yi shot him an annoyed glance, Hua Sheng realized, why is she angry with me? Because you failed to inform her that Yi was on the verge of witnessing a calamity yesterday and cried for a considerable time. Do not blame her. Ruan Yu explained with a smile. Hua Sheng was taken aback. My dear, do you possess mind-reading abilities? The question marks on your face are abundant. With an-4 still attached to her hand, Ruan Yu bent to sip her congee, her beautiful, flowing hair cascading down. She was about to adjust it when Hua Sheng interjected. Wait. Allow me. Clumsily, he fashioned her hair into a low ponytail. Is this acceptable? Thank you, Hua Ge. Ruan Yu replied with a gentle smile, her serene face appearing exceedingly endearing. Hua Sheng finally comprehended why Yi was upset with him. Just looking at her made his heart ache, especially considering the pain Ruan Yu had endured yesterday, which had caused her to faint. It felt as though a precious treasure he cherished had been deliberately harmed, and it was profoundly distressing. There is no need for gratitude. Hua Sheng sighed. The thought of Ruan Yu's unborn child and the value attached to it left him no room for hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, he stated, what about the recording? Ruan Yu was taken aback, recalling the previously signed contract and the clauses regarding breach. Do not concern yourself with those matters, she urged.
Wow.
I suddenly find Hua Ge incredibly impressive, she remarked. I shall inform you of any arrangements later. Ruan Yu nodded gently, her hand brushing over her now softened abdomen. Suddenly, she added, I will call Xiang shortly. I fear the child may cry. It is unwise to break promises to little ones. Ruan Yu felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking that Xiang had been quite obedient. My dear, she inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Your child will undoubtedly be very happy. Hua Sheng's eyes were filled with admiration. You are the most captivating girl I have ever encountered, truly. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your divorce from Mr. Gu, even if he is exceptional in many respects, you are undeniably remarkable. Do you not agree? Before the question could be completed, Hua Sheng eagerly turned to Yi, who sat nearby, only to find her frozen in place, resembling a centuries-old mummy. What did I say? Ruan Yu initially remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Hua Sheng before softly uttering, You inadvertently revealed my child's father's identity. Chapter 88. A VCR segment. Wow. Hua Sheng instantly realized that this was not an appropriate place for such a private conversation. Fortunately, it was Yi who was present, not someone else. The assistants had all signed confidentiality agreements. Thank goodness. However, Yi was not faring well. She felt overwhelmed by the barrage of news she had received within a mere 24 hours, far beyond what any person could bear. As she swallowed the food that had nearly turned to mush in her mouth, she silently moved closer to Ruan Yu. What's wrong? Ruan Yu grasped Yi's hand. Sister Ruan, the baby in your belly is Gu Youci's. Ruan Yu obediently confirmed without denial. What? Why are you crying? Hua Sheng was taken aback by the sudden outburst of tears, feeling a mix of anxiety and concern. You need to curb this habit of crying over everything. I almost thought something happened to Sister Ruan. If the previous moment had been one of fear, now Yi felt her legs weaken. She had longed to inquire about the identity of the child's father, but never anticipated it would be this seemingly impossible figure. Hadn't they been friends?
No.
That couldn't he be right? From the first encounter with Mr. Gu at Ruan Yu's residence to the solitary figure he had portrayed over the phone. Hua Sheng had just mentioned Ruan Yu's divorce from Gu Youci. What kind of surreal narrative was unfolding?
What?
Yi's nerves were frayed. Ruan Yu maintained a serene expression. I felt unwell last night due to sweating and would like to change into a hospital gown. Could you please assist me in asking for a new one at the front desk? Of course. The young girl dashed out, allowing herself a moment to collect her thoughts and regain composure. Hua Sheng lowered his head, his gaze wandering, as he nervously picked at his skin. I didn't mean to. Everyone has the right to make mistakes, right? I absolutely assure you, there will not be a next time. Enough. Ruan Yu chuckled lightly, knowing that the truth could not be hidden. Let us ensure the young expectant mother is comfortable. Hua Sheng was quite reliable in his work. But Ruan Yu's health could not sustain this month's filming schedule. After offsetting a portion of her remuneration, the penalty for breach of contract was not exorbitant. How much? Just over 2 million. Additionally, Ruan Yu smiled gently. I have decided. Let us proceed with the filming now. I heard that Dear Child announced its cast yesterday, and my unexpected withdrawal would be highly irresponsible. Indeed. Hua Sheng furrowed his brow, recognizing that the breach originated from their side. Thank you, Hua Ge. Do not mention it. Huasheng shot her a playful glare, exchanging a few pleasantries, yet no one broached the topic of delays in filming. Finally, when she received the long-awaited call from Xiangxiang, it was accompanied by a sudden, plaintive whimper. Whoa. Xiangxiang, don't cry. It's your little fish mommy calling. Would you like to listen?
All right.
Upon hearing the little one's choked sobs calling for her, Ruan Yu felt a sudden pang in her heart and quickly spoke in a soothing tone. Xiangxiang, I'm sorry. Your little fish mommy was unwell yesterday.
Then I want to go see little fish mommy.
Xiangxiang's voice had grown hoarse. Huasheng nodded, indicating that it was no trouble. Observing this, Ruan Yu hastily added, Sweetheart, ask Uncle Director if they're still filming today. Once he has the time, little fish mommy will have him come and pick you up, alright? Then, I want Uncle Shun to accompany me. Ruan Yu was momentarily taken aback. Huasheng, unaware of the underlying reasons, assumed it was simply a matter of colleagues visiting each other, and agreed. After a while of comforting Xiangxiang, she noticed Gu Youci nearby. Teacher Shen, I heard you had acute gastritis. Are you feeling better? Much improved. Ruan Yu smiled, feigning ignorance of the underlying urgency in his voice, thinking that Xiangxiang was likely just being playful. If Teacher Shen finds it inconvenient. I understand. Gu Youci replied with a smile. I have Guogua and a shoot to attend to, so I won't be going. Even Huasheng detected a hint of something amiss. What was going on? Gu Youci's tone sounded as if he had been overlooked. Surely, he couldn't be harboring feelings for his precious little one. If President Gu found out. Thank you. Ruan Yu sighed with relief.
All right.
After a moment, a cheerful response came through. The call ended. Gu Youci set down his phone, observing Xiangxiang, who was barely awake, nestled in the blanket with reddened, swollen eyes, clutching the milk bottle Ruan Yu had prepared for him. Children are truly wonderful. They can boldly express their love and dependence without concealing their genuine emotions. He rose to return the phone. Today's filming proceeded as usual. Throughout the morning, apart from Xiangxiang accompanying the director's team, everyone else was engaged in recording, and it was now the designated break time. The chief director was in another small cabin. The door ajar. There was a slight sense of regret. A voice from off-screen inquired, Did Teacher Wan gain any insights? She still wore the thin hospital gown, exuding a gentle and graceful aura, as if she had pondered deeply. The girl smiled and replied, Yes, I received the answer I sought. If I have a daughter, what would your reaction be? I would love her dearly. This was certainly not a typical response between friends, was it? It was Ruan Yu and his child. For me, children are not just the continuation of life. Growing up in love, learning to love others becomes instinctual. Yet I hope everyone can be the one who is loved.
Indeed.
Indeed. The two directors exchanged glances, both recognizing satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 89. Recently, I do not wish to see you. Beep beep beep. As the phone rang for the third time, Ruan Yu pressed the hang-up button, while the nurse beside her prepared new medication, and Yi's eyes appeared even redder. Huasheng paced outside the corridor. Let us discuss this later. I have urgent matters to attend to right now. The doctor in the ward closed the examination report. The situation is not promising. Miss Ruan, we did not previously detect any signs of placental abruption. The bleeding symptoms yesterday were relatively mild. But once you transfer to a domestic hospital, we may need to consider measures to preserve the pregnancy. Understood. Ruan Yu whispered her gratitude. But this morning, she suddenly experienced bleeding. After the doctor exited, Yi covered Ruan Yu with a blanket, her usually cheerful demeanor now shrouded in a sense of heaviness as she stifled her anxiety and tears, quietly closing the door behind her. What's the update? The doctor said, Ruan Jia's condition is not good. Huasheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, yet when he received news from the Morning Star, he could not restrain himself from making a phone call, stating coldly, Pause the EP project for now. The start time is uncertain. But, what is going on? I will take responsibility for this. I will speak to General Gu.
All right.
The two exchanged a silent glance. Huaga, should we inform?
No.
The playful glimmer in Huasheng's eyes faded, his aura more composed than usual. He sensed Yi's thoughts and spoke solemnly. I promised Ruan Yu I would keep her secret. We need not provide emotional value for General Gu. Yi fell silent. Inside the ward, Grandma recently asked about you. The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she tapped her fingertips a few times, sending a message. Finally, Ruan Yu silently blacklisted all contact from the lonely Xiao Gu, no longer receiving new messages or calls. After completing this, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She allowed herself a moment of tranquility, to evade reality for a while, believing that clarity would eventually come. In the domestic realm, it was now deep night. A tall, shadowy figure in gray stood in the study of a private villa, fingers paused over the keyboard as Gu Youci glanced at the illuminated screen. A small red indicated a pinned message. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he reached for his phone, only to read the words, Gu Youci. I am busy and have no time to contact you. I also do not wish to see you recently. For a moment, his slender fingers hovered in the air. The color of Gu Youci's pupils deepened slightly, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he attempted to make another call, only to find it was currently being answered. And the chat had been blocked. His brow furrowed. Undeterred, he dialed Hua Sheng's number. The call was answered promptly. Hello, this is Hua Sheng. When will Ruan Yu finish recording? Hua Sheng hesitated, his hand trembling slightly. Glancing at the contact name, he took a deep breath and, realizing that General Gu was unwilling to maintain the facade any longer, quietly replied, it will take quite some time, at least next month or the month after. Gu Youci activated the voice call on his computer. Qin Shu, connect me to General Gu. Gu. Hua Sheng suddenly snapped back to attention. He gazed at the figure of Yi bustling about in the hospital room not far away, feeling utterly despondent. I have no idea. Ruan Yu has been exceedingly busy lately, with scarcely a moment to spare. As a suitor, you must possess at least the most fundamental patience to wait. Gu Youci was momentarily taken aback. At the moment the call was disconnected, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Ruan Yu had already informed her agent of their relationship. Although it could be surmised, on Hua Sheng's side, under the scrutinizing eyes of the medical staff, he was bouncing around on the hospital bench, appearing almost contorted in his movements. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the chair. Oh no, this is a disaster. Will I lose my secure position? What was I thinking? Speaking to Mr. Gu in such a manner? It was utterly reckless. Just then, Yi rushed over. Who is he? I shouldn't know this person.
Mom.
Do you know this patient? Should I summon the anesthetist to administer a sedative? A nurse hurriedly approached with concern. Yi quickly replied, no. Thank you. After saying this, she grasped Hua Sheng's arm, eager to inquire, but he had already regained his composure, adjusting his vest and addressing the nurse. No. Thanks. The nurse shrugged. However, as Hua Sheng took a step to leave, his legs felt weak, prompting Yi to support him. Brother Hua, what is wrong? Ruan Jie is feeling a bit better, and yet you look like this. It's rather ominous. And you told me not to cry. Hua Sheng, with an expression of indifference, raised his hand to silence her. How is my grandmother? How is Ruan Yu? The nurse just administered a shot. She is asleep. Upon hearing this, Yi felt tears welling up. That injection for maintaining the pregnancy had a needle so long, it went straight into her abdomen. Whereas the little ancestor? Who else could it be? The child is the golden grandson of the Gu family. Oh. Hua Sheng furrowed his brow. That won't do. The flight time is too lengthy. There's a flight from Rome as well. Just book it directly, he said.
Justin a puzzled glance at Yi.
I'm not denying you reimbursement. Yi hesitated. There are only 2 first-class tickets left. Hua Sheng, I'm truly at my wit's end. I'm not joking. You two go ahead. He waved his hand nonchalantly. It's merely 12 hours. I can endure a little hardship. Just take good care of Ruan Yu.
Not important.
Please don't say that. It frightens me. Although these days have been fraught with anxiety regarding Ruan Yu's health, leaving little room for joy, Hua Sheng seemed to be in a frenzy today. Crazy? Who was on the phone just now?
Yi inhuidet kindly.
Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng appeared as if he were a soulless being, as if his life were at stake. The topic abruptly concluded. Due to an unforeseen incident, he was admitted to the hospital. Late at night, Qin Shu also received a harrowing phone call. Hello, Mr. Gu. I need an immediate ticket to Florence. Right now? Qin Shu was nearly stunned. Again. This time it had escalated to an international level? Did he require me to drive to the villa for pickup? No need. Gu Youci lifted his gaze, the tip of his finger punctured by an expensive pen, leaving a small mark of blood. He stifled his breath, striving to refrain from envisioning the worst, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. I will drive myself. We shall meet at the airport in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. President Gu, please be cautious and ensure your safety. The call ended. Chapter 90. President Gu arrives late. Qin Shu was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as the distinguished secretary of the Gu Corporation, he swiftly adopted a highly professional demeanor and opened the flight inquiry application, departing within 3 minutes. He even had time to remind Gu Youci to bring his identification. 15 minutes later, at the Jing City International Airport. President Gu, there are no direct flights available. The nearest option is an international flight to Rome, business class, with a flight duration of 12 hours. Boarding will commence in 10 minutes. Gu Youci received his boarding pass. Qin Shu observed the tall figure, unencumbered by luggage, and let out an almost imperceptible sigh. President Gu, I hope you achieve your desires. This was the second time he had witnessed a glimpse of vulnerability in his otherwise stoic boss. He had also noticed that the wound on Gu Youci's hand was fresh, with no time to be bandaged. Long-haul flights often induce fatigue. Gu Youci felt no inclination to sleep. Half an hour after takeoff, a blonde father with his child created a bit of a ruckus in the cabin. Gu Youci merely furrowed his brow. Perhaps he was still young, perceiving the father's inability to manage his crying child as merely bothersome. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the helpless father and his child, approximately 6 or 7 months old. She must be the gentleman's little daughter, adorned with a delicate floral hat, her cries clear and piercing, revealing only 2 tiny milk teeth, her little nose pink and endearing. A sudden thought struck him. If I had a daughter. Gu Youci rarely felt compassion, but at that moment, a few ill-timed remarks echoed through the business-class cabin, revealing the father's helplessness and embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up. The flight remained steady, undisturbed by turbulence. What's wrong? Oh my gosh, I just saw an incredibly handsome man. I am certain he's not a foreigner. With black hair, dark eyes, and a striking jawline. He's simply stunning. Enough. I've been disturbed by that child for 10 minutes. The whole reason I chose business class was for peace and quiet.
Now.
I have no interest in any handsome man, unless someone can quiet that child. Sir, is your little daughter hungry? Before she could finish, the head flight attendant, a remarkably gentle and beautiful stewardess, approached from the first-class section. The young father shook his head in resignation, responding in perfect Italian, I have already fed her formula. I do not know why she is upset. My wife is also quite worried that I am not caring for our daughter properly. Perhaps it's gas? May I hold her for you? Thank you very much. The small infant was cradled in the arms of the flight attendant. Within mere minutes, the experienced attendant discerned the baby's discomfort, gently patting her back until the child succumbed to slumber. Has she fallen asleep? Indeed. The attendant placed the little one in her father's embrace. I am exceedingly grateful. I shall certainly write you a commendatory letter. The Italian man's eyes sparkled with surprise. It's quite all right, the attendant replied with a smile. A gentleman had informed me that you were facing some difficulties and requested my assistance in soothing the baby. He was truly a gentleman.
Oh.
I will personally thank him after disembarking. The unfolding scene caught the attention of the girl in the front row. Did you just mention that handsome gentleman?
Huh.
The girl, who had previously been mocking, now wore a calm demeanor, her heart stirred. The girl, already smitten, suddenly grew earnest. I was just captivated by him. His hands are particularly enchanting, with prominent veins on the back, embodying an air of restraint. What is significant about that? He wears a ring on his ring finger. The cool girl, poised to ask for his WeChat. Who is this handsome man involved with? In the last row, Gu Youci observed the foreign father cradling the quiet, soft bundle of the sleeping baby, his gaze gently lowered as he clenched his palm around the aircraft's armrest. Presently, he received no messages, much like the weight in his heart at that moment. Wait for me, he silently vowed. After a 12-hour flight, Gu Youci received a message from Chen Shu as he stepped off the plane. Following the instructions, he approached the terminal entrance and spotted the driver waving from across the street. He bent down to enter the vehicle. The driver arranged by Chen Shu was fluent in 6 languages. Although communication posed no challenge for the boss, the driver, evidently adept, smiled and asked in Mandarin, Mr. Gu, is your destination still Florence?
Yes.
The car departed, leaving behind a sleek black business vehicle. Ruan, we have arrived. Her complexion had improved significantly. Until boarding the plane, Ruan Yu had obediently wrapped herself in a shawl, waiting to complete all formalities before proceeding directly to first class without a hitch. This morning, during her observations, she had already managed to walk. The child's condition was better than anticipated. The hurried and regretful conclusion of their journey left Ruan Yu in a tranquil state of mind during her recuperation days. She seemed to have softened considerably. Upon finding her seat, a pendant that had slipped from the girl's neck caught E's eye. Oh, Sister Ruan, when did you acquire that pendant? It's so beautiful. Ruan Yu touched it, asking, this one? Yes, I don't recall seeing it before. A local pastor gifted it to me near the wishing well.
Huh.
E was a bit puzzled. Was it given directly?
Yes.
A flicker of amusement crossed Ruan Yu's eyes as she recounted. He said that my wish would surely come true and invited me to randomly select one from a bag as a gift. That must be truly effective. E exclaimed with excitement. So, Sister Ruan, what did you wish for at the wishing well? Do you wish to know? Never mind. It's best not to speak of it.
Fluri. Yi hastili kovurut her yars. All right.
Ruan Yu obediently signaled an okay. Once she found herself alone, Her fingertips gently caressed the pendant, turning it over to reveal a wooden charm resembling the letter G. She had casually picked it up. In fact, the elderly man had spoken in German, complimenting her. "Beautiful girl, the way you make a wish is truly enchanting, but there are too many wishers here. A girl as lovely as you is surely destined for divine assistance in fulfilling her desires." With a smile, the old man helped her don the necklace. Ruan Yu lowered her head, noticing the letters engraved on the inner side, Gear. At that moment, when she attempted to inquire further, he refused to divulge anything more, merely expressing his delight in meeting her and wishing her enjoyment of the city. Passing by the renowned wishing well in Rome was a spontaneous decision. Huasheng and Yi tossed in their coins, but Ruan Yu's coin, thrown right into the center of the pool, had already whispered the answer to her. She smiled softly. Beneath the majestic, beautiful snow-capped mountains, a tall figure sat quietly in the back seat of a car in the dark night. His exquisite features obscured by shadows, with only the ongoing phone call audible. "The number you dialed is out of service." Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Gu Youci slowly turned his head. He heard it clearly. "Teacher Ruan Yu, you are late." Chapter 91. The 15th Call. More than half a month had swiftly passed, and the weather had turned colder. Just as the foreign doctors had advised, she required strict bed rest due to her serious health condition, compounded by Huasheng's penchant for embellishment. Prior to the airing of Dear Little Child, the recording status and artist schedules remained undisclosed, with Ruan Yu's Weibo account managed by the company, maintaining a facade of normalcy. After informing her family about her work abroad, she was nearly unreachable. Meanwhile, in a standalone villa on the outskirts of the capital, Huasheng's daily routine unfolded. Hey, don't bend down. Let me handle it." As the child stabilized, he floated away in thought. "I've been so overwhelmed with EP lately, and you went out for hot pot with E yesterday. If you get photographed." His words faded into the background of the girl's yawn. "Why did you stop talking?" Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. Seeing Huasheng's forlorn gaze, she feigned innocence, saying, "I was tired." Her palm rested on her rounded belly. Suddenly, a soft bump emerged, rolling from left to right, as if the little one had turned over. Though her belly was not yet large, it was evident she was not merely gaining weight. Round and plump, despite having seen it before, Huasheng examined it earnestly. Yet, the little one remained uncooperative, quietly sleeping inside mommy's belly. With curiosity waning, Huasheng lifted his gaze to meet Ruan Yu's teasing look. He cleared his throat. "Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under preparing for your comeback project? But I completed my work, didn't I? The recording is done?"
Now.
It was Huasheng who was left bewildered. Ruan Yu handed over her phone after just sending a message. "You have been preoccupied with promotional activities, while I arranged a session with Teacher Lu in the recording studio, completing the final touches yesterday morning." "Oh, how delightful." Huasheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled out her phone. "Lu Shi had just called me on the way. I missed the call, but I will promptly connect him with the publicity department. How about launching this Saturday?" Ruan Yu was not surprised by the company's efficiency. During her 2-week absence, Morningstar had already released the concept poster. The music micro-short film she shot before going abroad tells a story that blends numerous elements. Initially, it features a girl guiding the camera toward her charming villa, her paradise filled with all manner of whimsical beauty. There are enchanting yet perilous thorned roses within a glass house, a dreamy candy cottage, a sacred and beautiful church, as well as a pristine, temperature-controlled, transparent swimming pool. Ruan Yu appears in 7 different looks, ranging from a pure lace white dress to a silk red gown that captures the gaze of all. And finally, to a breathtaking mermaid appearance by the poolside, showcasing an entire feast of beauty. Each scene is intricately constructed, and the quality of the posters is exceptionally high. Once the concept was revealed, even passers-by were stirred with excitement, and fans from various factions gathered to witness the spectacle. Ultimately, it was concluded that this album had an irresistible allure for any aesthetically inclined admirer. Preparations for an offline signing event are also underway. Following the album's release, 300 fans will be randomly selected to receive official invitation tickets for an intimate interaction with Ruan Yu. This is truly an unprecedented format in the entertainment industry. Moreover, Ruan Yu has collaborated with Lu Shi's team, unexpectedly igniting a surge of CP fans. This marks Lu Shi's first venture into outsourced composition. And while it is well known that Huasheng has a close relationship with the esteemed musician, the revelation of Ruan Yu and Lu Shi's romance also trended online. In just half a month, Ruan Yu has made headlines twice, with her fan base surpassing 15 million. Naturally, in light of such an ephemeral romance, Teacher Lu promptly clarified the situation, sharing a photo of their first meeting in the studio, where they shared a warm fist bump. The image exudes no ambiguity, as Lu Shi maintains his characteristic stoic expression. Yet, Ruan Yu's smile breathes life into the photograph. He accompanied it with the caption, a hurried yet eagerly anticipated collaboration. It is evident to all that it is merely a professional relationship. However, some CP fans, adhering to their belief in unspoken connections, fervently embrace the notion, with enthusiastic comments such as, "Oh my CP is holding hands. And does Lucy have something on his mind since doesn't he smile at beautiful women? Or is he just tired of seeing them every day?" Ruan Yu felt helpless in the face of this. Reflecting on the album, she reminded Huasheng, "When is the signing event prepared for?" 2 days after the EP goes live.
What?
Ruan Yu paused mid-sip. Doesn't that mean next Monday? This arrangement is quite something. Was it to catch the fans off guard? Why a Monday? What if no one shows up? Ruan Yu furrowed her brow in confusion. Darling, are you doubting me or your own abilities? Huasheng placed the statistics of pre-orders before her, revealing that 38 million had signed up for just 300 fan signing slots. Why choose Monday? Otherwise, the roads to the venue would be completely congested. Ruan Yu fell silent, taking a sip of warm floral tea. The girl appeared even more exquisite, with no trace of the pregnancy as burden. Her limbs remained slender and graceful, and her porcelain complexion was more radiant than the retouched images on posters. After half a month's rest, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Quite delightful. Ruan Yu stretched lazily, aware that she was just 4 months along and starting to show. It was time to complete her final main task. Standing for long periods was becoming uncomfortable, and she needed to ease up. Hey, remember your words. Huasheng narrowed her eyes. Make sure to renew your contract with me before joining the group next year. Understood. Ruan Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. The two chatted a while longer before Ruan Yu decided to take a nap. After Huasheng left the villa, the private doctor arrived, adhering to routine to check Ruan Yu's health. The baby's condition was excellent. The baby is now completely stable. You can engage in basic activities freely. Just avoid strenuous exercise. Moderate movement is beneficial. Ruan Yu nodded gently but suddenly recalled something, her face slightly flushing. Do you have any concerns? The female doctor asked kindly. Ruan Yu, recalling some events from the previous night, though embarrassed, couldn't help but inquire. I noticed some moisture on my chest when I got up last night. The doctor reacted, tentatively asking, is it slight leakage? The girl's ears turned crimson. Yes. That's rather unusual. In parenting forums, such cases are rarely mentioned. Most inquiries are about mothers struggling with insufficient milk after childbirth. Is your situation overly favorable? Miss Ruan, there's no need for concern. The doctor smiled, her expression becoming more gentle. Such phenomena are common and tend to diminish or even disappear as the months progress. However, you might want to consider breastfeeding. You're in excellent condition. The doctor cast a glance at her chest with a smile. Ruan Yu, both subtle and direct. She truly wished to avoid this discussion and nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat guilty. After the doctor left, Ruan Yu slowly sat up, crossing her legs by the floor-to-ceiling window. She intended to continue checking work messages on her computer, but soon found herself growing drowsy. However, it wasn't long before a familiar ringtone broke the silence. Ruan Yu instinctively glanced over. It was her phone. Of course. What kind of celestial being was Gu Youci? Her heart raced momentarily, skipping a beat. Should she think it over again?
Wait.
Just one call. How could Huasheng possibly withstand the imposing presence of Gu Youci? Even if she intended to conceal matters regarding the baby, at the very least, she would inform Gu Youci of her whereabouts. Thus, he refrained from disturbing those around her. Each day he appeared almost foolish, making call after call. Ruan Yu curled her fingers and grasped the cold phone, hesitating momentarily before pressing the answer button. Hello? A profound silence greeted her on the other end. She wondered how much time had passed, long enough for Ruan Yu to think she must have dialed incorrectly, or that the other party had misdialed. Then, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. Ruan. Do you still need me? Ruan Yu's heart jolted. Chapter 92. I am pregnant. Placed the items in the trunk, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. The doctor had assured her that the baby was stable, with no adverse effects. However, would she be living alone from now on? Moreover, the signing event was imminent.
All right.
Murmured softly, glancing into the distance. It was nearly dark, but upon reflection, she understood. Huasheng's private villa was situated in the suburbs. The last time they had gone out for hot pot, it required full preparation, and the drive to the restaurant took an hour, with numerous twists and turns. The tranquility of the area could easily lead one to feel a sense of monotony, especially for a pregnant woman, who is more prone to overthinking. With this thought, joined Ruan Yu in the car. This is the compound vitamin the doctor prescribed last time. The powder you usually consume. The doctor recently advised to reduce the dosage. When Andy came over to clean, I was there, and I reorganized the closet, placing the autumn clothes in the middle cabinet. In the living room, Yi spoke animatedly. She held the note Auntie had written outlining the organization of items, reading each one aloud.
Oh.
Huaga said a package would arrive tonight. Ruan Yu inquired for me? Yes. Yi replied with a mysterious smile. It's a limited edition. After exchanging a few more words, Ruan Yu was unable to extract further details, as Yi insisted she would see it herself later, claiming it would be a surprise. Before departing the apartment, the house fell into silence. Ruan Yu relaxed, took a shower, and donned a white nightgown. The fabric was exceedingly soft, and with her naturally slender figure, the gown clung slightly, revealing a small, adorable bulge of her abdomen. Ruan Yu relished solitude. In the warmth of her cozy little abode, her spirit soared. She messaged the owner of her frequently visited imported fruit store, requesting a delivery alongside some groceries, to which he readily agreed. After placing the order, Ruan Yu prepared to await the countdown to the album release. However, the doorbell rang unexpectedly.
So soon, she muttered.
Ruan Yu rose from the sofa, ready to answer the door. Discounting the items she had just ordered, she surmised it must be Yi returning, as outsiders lacked the homeowner card to access the upper floors of the building. As she opened the door, she was met with the very eyes that had appeared in her dreams the previous night. Emotionless and indifferent, Gu Youci's fingers slowly withdrew from the doorbell. His suit jacket draped casually over his arm, presenting the image of someone just emerging from a soiree. What brings you here? Ruan Yu suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. Have I disturbed you? Gu Youci remained motionless, gazing intently into her eyes. Noticing the girl's lips pressed together slightly, he pondered how, in a mere fortnight, he had come to understand the meaning of time dragging endlessly and life losing its flavor. It felt maddening. If he did not visit soon, he would truly succumb to madness. Ruan Yu recalled his words from the previous day, about to explain that the call had not been intentionally cut off, when a gust of wind swept through the corridor, brushing against them. In the next moment, Gu Youci's hand, which had been poised to drape his suit jacket over her, froze in midair. The fabric of her nightgown clung to her form, and what had once been a delicately flat abdomen in his memory now appeared subtly rounded, even shifting slightly under his gaze. At that instant, Gu Youci's mind went blank. Ruan Yu, realizing the implications, instinctively placed a hand over her stomach. But upon seeing Gu Youci, who stood before her like a statue, his expression dazed as he fixated on her abdomen, a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. If I were to say, I've been fattened up by Huasheng like a pig, would you believe it? Particularly unfortunate was the moment when Ruan Yu furrowed her brow and let out a pained gasp. What's wrong? The usual aloofness that kept others at bay had transformed into a palpable restraint, his hand trembling slightly as he steadied her. Are you alright?
Me fine.
Ruan Yu exhaled. It just kicked me a bit hard. As soon as she uttered those words, she regretted it. Had she just admitted it herself? Gu Youci, upon hearing her confession, felt his deep-set eyes widen in shock, yet sensing the weight of silence from her, he summoned all his self-control, closing his eyes to regain composure. Let us go inside, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ruan Yu dared not utter a word. In truth, she had regained her composure. After all, the occurrences could only be addressed with solutions. Remaining in a state of panic and fear was futile, and more crucially, she noted that Gu Youci seemed unwell. She could sense emotions in him that she had never encountered before, an intricate blend far removed from ordinary anger or joy. So complex that even his hands trembled as he shut the door twice. Are you alright? Ruan Yu inquired softly, concern lacing her voice. Gu Youci shook his head gently. This time, he firmly guided her to the sofa. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Ruan Yu realized it might be a delivery, something he had sensed. Did you order something?
Yes.
I'll get it for you. Their exchange was mundane, devoid of any deviation. Yet, as his tall, striking figure approached the entrance, he stumbled slightly down the stairs. For reasons unknown, Ruan Yu felt a pang in her heart. As the door creaked ajar, she suddenly heard an inner voice urging her, tell him. She hesitated, the sounds from the living room now mingled with her thoughts. Emerging from the bathroom, she dried her fingers. Upon stepping out, she found the living room door securely shut, the newly adorned coffee table draped with a white lace cloth, adorned with a bowl of washed cherries and sliced kiwi. Gu Youci was half squatting in the living room, his back to her, as the delivery box remained unbrought inside. He gazed downwards, his emotions inscrutable. Beside him, he was assembling a large and sturdy crib, a limited edition style obtained by Yi, in a natural wood color adorned with soft, pastel bell patterns. Ruan Yu recognized the brand, exquisite and expensive. Gu Youci, seen from behind, clad in a bespoke shirt, silently continued to turn the screwdriver in his hand, not uttering a word. I'm pregnant. His fingers momentarily halted. After 2 seconds, Gu Youci resumed his task. A barely perceptible sound lingered in the air. Ruan Yu detected a difference. She stepped closer and inadvertently noticed the ring adorning his ring finger. She pondered. 2 crystalline droplets suddenly appeared on the back of his veined hand, shimmering faintly in the warm light of the living room. Ruan Yu intended to continue their conversation but found herself frozen in place. Gu Youci, are you crying? Chapter 93. He cried.
No.
His voice remained hoarse. Ruan Yu said nothing, doubting his words. She slipped off her shoes and stepped onto the soft carpet, attempting to sit beside him, only to be steadied by his arm. She applied gentle pressure to his hand and slowly settled down. Gu Youci raised his gaze. On his long, thick eyelashes rested a small, misty droplet, and the indifference usually present in his eyes was now tinged with crimson. Ruan Yu. He cried. It was real. Suddenly flustered, she instinctively reached out to wipe the corner of his eye. I didn't intend to keep this from you. I actually knew for some time. Her voice dwindled. She told a lie. It should be fine, right? Gu Youci remained silent, his gaze cautiously falling upon her slightly rounded belly. His fingers gently releasing their grip on the crib. He looked utterly pitiful. Ruan Yu found herself unable to suppress her emotions. She cupped his face in her hands and earnestly declared, the belly is growing. I don't think you would be foolish enough to believe this child belongs to someone else. After all, we've only been divorced for a few months.
But now,
this is solely my child. Do you understand my meaning? Gu Youci slowly nodded, pressing his cheek into her soft palm. Ruan Yu felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection. It was truly maddening. In the end, she was the one remaining calm, while Gu Youci appeared as a general unburdened of armor, devoid of any aggression, even crumbling under the weight of his emotions.
Ruan.
I want to compete with you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu's fingers trembled. The worry and fear that had haunted her for so long were absolved by a single sentence. Without further exchange, she felt her heart soften immensely. As if rewarding him, she leaned in and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. Wonderful. Gu Youci felt the warmth of her soft voice near his ear, and he froze once more. Today marked the sole occasion since he had cultivated self-control that he found himself utterly incapable of responding or making any decisive decisions. In this moment, he yearned solely to acquiesce to every word uttered by Ruan Yu, every single word, under the weight of her proclamation, I am pregnant. This revelation had become the trump card that compelled his surrender. As Ruan Yu came to the realization of her actions, she raised an eyebrow. Observing Gu Zong as he took a moment to digest the news, his gaze fixated on her modest belly. Ruan, you wish to touch it,
Do you not?
Gu Youci nodded slowly, feeling a parched sensation in his throat, uncertain whether to lift his hand or keep it still. Yet, the thought of Ruan Yu taking the initiative was something he could not bear. In the next instant, Ruan Yu smiled as she took his hand and placed it gently on her round belly. Gu Youci hesitated to move, pondering whether he was feeling a hand or perhaps tiny feet. He was utterly bewildered. Receiving his confused yet eager gaze, Ruan Yu chuckled softly, remarking that it should be a little fist, witnessing a flicker of amusement in his eyes. The strength is still quite minimal. When it kicks, it may not be so gentle, Ruan Yu teased inwardly. She withdrew her hand from her belly, feeling the unusual vigor of the little one within. Enduring a brief moment of discomfort, the doctor advised against excessive touching of the belly. It's not beneficial for the baby, Ruan Yu reminded him gently. Gu Youci promptly quelled his desire to interact further with the little one, curling his palm to feel the lingering warmth, then redirected his attention to Ruan Yu. His expression finally returning to a semblance of normalcy, though not entirely. Ruan Yu sensed the tenderness radiating from his gaze, almost overwhelming in its gentleness. She shifted awkwardly, propping herself up to glance at the notebook on the sofa. Only 1 minute until the launch. Gu Youci clearly had a plethora of thoughts regarding the baby that he wished to express, but upon noticing Ruan Yu busying herself with work, he chose silence. After all, there would be ample time to explore his curiosity. Ruan Yu even bestowed a kiss upon him. Reflecting on this, Gu Youci observed Ruan Yu engrossed in messaging Hua Sheng. Uncertain how long he had been watching her before he resumed assembling the baby crib, having completed 1/3 of it. He was on the verge of blissful insanity, yet dared not overstep with Ruan Yu. Instead, it was she who had instigated that kiss. Gu Youci picked up the wooden rod beside him, sitting cross-legged on the floor as he continued to piece together the crib, a smile permanently gracing his lips. Ruan Yu was entirely absorbed in her conversation with Hua Sheng. My internet is about to crash. 3 seconds, and it's already 10 million. Gu Youci glanced at the pages of the notebook. Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unconsciously nibbled on her fingertip, a habitual gesture that melted his heart. Quietly, He took out his phone and sent a message to Qinshu, the purchasing link for the current top-tier merchandise. Does Gu Zong need it? The past fortnight had been nothing short of extraordinary. In just a brief fortnight, Gu Youci had engaged in several multi-million-dollar deals, devoting himself entirely to work. Resembling a tireless automaton, the profits amassed by Gu's company in this short span equated to half a year's GDP. And now he was contemplating purchases? Particularly fan merchandise? Upon observing, Qinshu realized it was the debut official merchandise for his wife, featuring spontaneous, intimate interactions. As he pondered, a message arrived with the anticipated inquiry. What is the current status of the top purchase? 13,000 copies. Use my private account to anonymously acquire 300,000 copies, directing them to Ruan Yu's official fan club address for the offline distribution of the EP, Qinshu. A lavish expenditure. I do not require a ticket. Chairman Gu was merely showering affection with his wealth, hoping to elicit a smile from his beloved. Gu Youci tucked away his phone and glanced at Ruan Yu, who was lounging on the sofa, her focus absorbed by the computer screen. She appeared to be resting her head in weariness. Was it true that carrying a child induced such drowsiness? He had a modicum of understanding about this. However, a more pressing matter occupied his thoughts. He reached into the pocket of his suit jacket and retrieved a small, exquisite red velvet box, from which he adorned his ring finger with a ring he had not worn for quite some time since confessing his feelings to Ruan Yu. He wondered if she had ever noticed. Ruan? Wait a moment. Ruan Yu shook her head to regain her focus and casually remarked, I'd like to have the cherries next to you. Gu Youci glanced at the tea table, where he had just washed the cherries, and stood to bring them to her. He watched as she picked one up and popped it into her mouth, only to find herself with the pit and nowhere to dispose of it. He silently extended his hand, while her gaze remained fixed on the computer. She instinctively spat the pit into his palm.
Hey.
Initially a bit embarrassed, she then offered him another cherry, laughing in disbelief as she bit into the second one, before noticing the small box in his other hand. What is this? It looks so familiar. Gu Youci felt a surge of anxiety as he met her scrutinizing gaze. Chapter 94. Naturally intimate. Ruan Yu did not dwell on it for long, swiftly depositing the pit into his hand. The limited-time EP sales figures had also been released by Morningstar, totaling a staggering 78 million copies. This shocking result indicated that Ruan Yu's first solo album was on par with the sales of Star during their peak. A formidable achievement for a one-person act against a top-tier girl group of 7. Ruan Yu was merely 200 copies shy. 60 billion. In recent years, no. In the past decade of domestic entertainment, this was an astonishing feat. The previous record belonged to Star. Soon after, Morningstar officially announced that Ruan Yu's EP, Paradise, had surpassed 6.8 billion in total sales. Within 3 minutes of the poster's release, Ruan Yu dominated the top 4 spots on Weibo's trending searches. Her extraordinary appeal as an idol was unrivaled, and public admiration for her was the highest in the industry. My enchanting female idol. Every frame of Ruan Yu's Paradise is a masterpiece. The most prominent social media platforms seemed paralyzed as marketing teams worked late into the night. When Guo Wei and Huasheng called one after another, the person involved merely yawned. At that moment, Ruan Yu's eyes glistened with tears, betraying her exhaustion. Just as she was about to answer, her phone was snatched away.
Take a break.
Before long, Ruan Yu gasped softly as she was gently lifted by the waist. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Gu Youci's neck, her gaze still scanning for the phone he had taken. Today had been particularly busy. What if Brother Huan needed to reach her? After saying this, he carried her into the bedroom. Ruan Yu hardly had time to react before being tenderly tucked under the covers, a natural kiss gracing her forehead. In an instant, her fatigue dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming heartbeat. Who am I? Where am I? The door clicked shut gently. Elated, Ruan Yu realized she could relinquish her worries entirely, feeling secure in the presence of this man who was her anchor, with Gu Youci, the president of the Gu Corporation, personally managing her work. How could she feel anything but at ease? Given his level of professionalism, she might even receive a comprehensive work arrangement by morning. As these thoughts meandered through her mind, her eyelids began to droop again. Today had been emotionally tumultuous, depleting her vitality. Yet, the tranquility surrounding her pregnancy journey was extraordinary. Save for the moment Gu Youci had cried, it had startled her, and even now, the memory was astonishing. However, Ruan Yu believed that after a restful sleep, someone as meticulous as Gu would have processed everything thoroughly. She sincerely hoped he would present her with a perfect and satisfactory proposal, such as granting her custody of their child, postponing discussions about remarriage, allowing her to wrap up her remaining work, and focusing on her pregnancy. Perhaps even formally expressing his feelings for her. A smile crept upon Ruan Yu's lips as she closed her eyes, pressing her slightly warm cheeks into the comforter. Faint sounds from the living room reaching her ears. Half an hour later, Gu Youci bent down to place a small mattress into the crib, his fingers lingering thoughtfully. At that moment, Huasheng sent a new message. Let us proceed as planned. Make sure to rest well these next couple of days. I need to quickly borrow an outfit for the signing event. Darling, do you have any particular brands in mind? Or styles? Gu Youci pondered for a moment before continuing the conversation using Ruan Yu's phone. Simple and elegant will suffice. Hosting a signing event in person with fans should not be overly extravagant, as that would create a sense of distance.
Besides,
Those who knew Ruan Yu understood that she was not one to take on airs. Moreover, her natural beauty was undeniable, flawless from every angle. Her approachability far outweighed the importance of makeup. Gu Youci's thoughts reflected a professionalism that surpassed even industry insiders. No problem. Huasheng replied with an emoji of agreement, preparing to log off after a brief exchange. You didn't challenge me at all today. You've grown, becoming more nurturing like a mother. Gu Youci's fingers paused momentarily. Huasheng was unexpectedly aware of Ruan Yu's pregnancy. Thus, had they all kept him in the dark? Gu Youci felt a weight in his heart but refrained from sending further messages to inquire. Hours passed, and as he pondered Ruan Yu's words, he found himself seated on the sofa until midnight. When his legs began to feel numb, he slowly rose and placed the crib in the corner of the living room. The following morning, Ruan Yu awoke to the delightful aroma that filled the air. The young expectant mother, still in a state of drowsiness, shuffled to the living room after using the restroom. Bathed in the warm sunlight, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The enticing scent of seafood porridge and freshly made crispy beef pancakes made her mouth water. Good morning, Gu Youci greeted her, his presence radiating a gentle warmth. It seems you didn't sleep in bed either. She hadn't even noticed. Did you end up on the sofa again? Is that a bit too much to bear? As she spoke, Ruan Yu momentarily forgot the foam in her mouth. Gu Youci, with a resigned expression, wiped the corner of her lips, watching as she turned a shade of crimson and hurried into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged wearing a coat, her stomach growling in response to the culinary temptations before her. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Youci was in the kitchen, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and savored a crispy pancake. It's utterly delicious, she thought, realizing she had little desire to prepare such elaborate dishes first thing in the morning. When at home with Lin Payne, things were manageable. But during their stay at the villa, she had focused solely on her pregnancy. The food had seemed bland and unappetizing, which is why she had only ventured out with EE for a hot pot after her condition stabilized. Yet now, Ruan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. When Gu Youci returned with a cup of soy milk, the smile in his eyes never faded as he set the cup down and took a seat across from her. How does it taste? He inquired. Quite good, Ruan Yu said, barely avoiding his intense gaze. By the way, she glanced around the table and sofa. Where's my phone? I was too exhausted yesterday to pay attention. Were Hua Go and General Gu looking for me? What's the situation now? Gu Youci placed a bowl of porridge in front of her. You should have your breakfast first. As he got up to head to the living room, Ruan Yu continued to enjoy the meal crafted by Gu Youci. She took another bite of the pancake when she noticed a laptop beside her. 3 matters, she observed, realizing he had fallen silent. Confused, she furrowed her brows, her long lashes fluttering. She noticed him resting a hand on her armchair, encircling her in a protective manner. What 3 matters? Ruan Yu blinked, playfully punching him as she exclaimed, Oh, you're so infuriating. Chapter 95. You don't understand at all. Gu Youci's affection was palpable, especially as he watched Ruan Yu's adorable, pouting expression. She scrunched her delicate brows, a crumb still clinging to her lips. Her eyes glaring at him with feigned annoyance. She was simply too vivid. If you don't tell me, I can figure it out myself. I want to kiss you. Ruan Yu. What? No way. Ruan Yu's face resembled that of someone who had just emerged from steaming. She was unable to maintain her composure. She exerted a bit of force in an attempt to push him away. What have you been thinking about every day? Well, Gu Youci obediently refrained from overstepping his boundaries. Then I shall refrain from kissing you. He leaned down, his fingertips gliding over the touchpad. Please state as gently as possible. On Monday, at 9 in the morning, report to the Morning Star headquarters. All the procedures will be explained to you by Huasheng and the on-site planner. It matters not if you do not listen. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you throughout the process. The signing event will take place that afternoon at 1 o'clock in the International Conference Center, workshop number 1. 4 sets of outfits are prepared as alternatives. Tonight, Huasheng will send them over to you. For the first time, Ruan Yu experienced what it meant to speak without a single superfluous word. Perhaps after hearing Huasheng's chaotic utterances and frantic demeanor, she finally grasped the essence of professionalism. what it meant to report. Gu Youci ought to give Huasheng a proper lesson.
All right.
Ruan Yu comprehended everything clearly. She nodded, preparing to continue her breakfast. Yet, her peripheral vision caught sight of the crib nestled in the corner of the living room. Under the morning sunlight, it appeared to be a cozy little nest, suggesting that the child would sleep quite comfortably. Have you assembled it? A glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes, and it seemed quite practical. Huasheng has chosen a wonderful gift. Gu Youci nodded in agreement. Before long, Ruan Yu's plate was nearly empty when he finally spoke again. Ruan, I wish to discuss something with you. If it concerns the child, then let us not speak of it. The mirth in Ruan Yu's eyes suddenly waned, her expression turning wary. Gu Youci sensed a tug at his heart, realizing that this was not the topic he intended to broach. What is it? Ruan Yu asked, puzzled. What could possibly require an entire night of contemplation, if not the matter of the child? The person across from her sighed. Ruan Yu watched as Gu Youci retrieved something from his pocket, the box she had seen the previous night. Suddenly, a thought struck her, leaving her mind blank, and she hastily extended her hand.
Wait.
Yet he seemed somewhat stubborn about this. If you are willing to. I am not willing, Ruan Yu interjected, her voice low as she reiterated, I do not wish to remarry. Gu Youci had not anticipated such an outcome. With every interaction, he felt Ruan Yu no longer resisted, and even accepted his touch. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. To speak more seriously, it felt somewhat hopeless.
Why?
What do you mean, why? There are countless whys to consider. It felt as if she were attempting to pierce a hole through the air. In any case, you do not understand at all. I apologize, Gu Youci admitted, as he truly did not comprehend. Yet an apology is always the right course of action. She puffed out her cheeks slightly and reiterated, I do not wish to remarry. Gu Youci felt a profound ache in his chest. He responded with a soft grunt. Having been rejected twice in succession, she must harbor a deep aversion to their marriage. He was indeed an unworthy husband, was in the past, and remained so presently. After all, he could not even feign nonchalance to cheer her up. She deprived him of his identity as a father to her child, and perhaps rightly so. In matters of the heart, he displayed an utter timidity, unable to articulate even the slightest affection. 3 years of marriage had left him muddled about his own feelings. Regret is the most futile of emotions. Gu Youci fell silent. Ruan Yu, too, noticed that Mr. Gu seemed to be lost in sorrow. She sighed. Gu Youci was as naive in love as a novice, utterly oblivious. After finishing her last spoonful of porridge, she pushed the bowl towards him and went to wash the dishes. Very well. So now it is a matter of saying and listening, is it? Ruan Yu took a deep breath, having mentally convinced herself several times. She resolved to offer a hint to this man, Gu Youci, who was so bewildered in love. Well, I do not wish to be your wife. At least not for now. She felt a blush creeping up at the mere mention of the title, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance as she continued. Setting aside the fact that you are the father of my child, I find the idea of being in a flirtatious relationship with you quite thrilling. Gu Youci instinctively grasped the table, fearful of losing composure and collapsing before Ruan Yu. The next moment, the girl spoke with an air of resignation. Can we refrain from stepping into the confines of marriage for the time being? A prolonged silence ensued. Gu Youci, regaining his senses, turned and placed the bowl on the kitchen counter before loosening his apron. Ruan Yu sat at the dining table, lost in thought. She recalled her blunt approach and covered her face in dismay. What on earth was she saying? Oh, dear. How could a girl speak so candidly? Coincidentally, her complex emotions stirred the little one within her, awakening him. Ruan Yu rose to take a stroll, only to suddenly hear footsteps behind her. Turning around, she was enveloped by a shadow. A faint scent of wood wafted down upon her. She froze in place. In that moment of warmth that washed over her, she parted her lips slightly, allowing him to encroach upon her space. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gu Youci withdrew from her soft lips, gazing at the girl's face, which bore a hint of confusion and a rosy hue, as if he were unwilling to divert his gaze from the treasure before him. Ruan Yu suddenly furrowed her brow. What is it? Gu Youci asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. The girl bit her lip, but that very spot had evidently been ravaged, and even the slightest touch ignited a fiery sensation. She reluctantly released her hold, her voice barely above a whisper. It hurts. Did I hurt you? Gu Youci's tone was low, tinged with regret. He reached to caress her hair, intending to offer comfort, but Ruan Yu gently shook her head, her fingers resting on her abdomen, her eyes reflecting an unavoidable helplessness. That moment had been too intense. She was referring to the child, yet it remained inextricably linked to him. A flicker of concern crossed Gu Youci's gaze. He placed his hand over her own, and perhaps his aura was indeed too potent, for the little one slept soundly, showing no sign of stirring. "Be good," a gentle yet firm voice whispered in her ear, leaving one to wonder whether it was directed at her or the child. Ruan Yu could not help but express a few more words. "Since your arrival yesterday, you have already hurt me twice. When I was alone before, I never behaved so poorly." Gu Youci couldn't help but chuckle. "It's my fault." "Indeed it is." Ruan Yu fell silent abruptly, pushing away from his embrace, grabbing her notebook, and settling onto the sofa with her legs crossed, opening her Weibo account. "Are you starting to work? What else?" She cast him a casual glance. "Am I to starve at the baby?" Her words were intentionally teasing. Gu Youci, however, took no offense. Rather, he found her playful tone endearing, feeling his heart soften. In truth, he wished to hear her say more. But the words "I will support you" remained unspoken, as Ruan Yu decidedly disdained hearing them. Ruan, what are you doing?" Ruan Yu did not lift her head. "So, what is our relationship now?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Yu raised her gaze to meet the expectation in his eyes. Leaning back, she draped an arm over the back of the sofa, slightly arching an eyebrow. "We are in a romantic relationship." Gu Youci's expression faltered. Such a term felt informal. "I find it unfair for you."
Hey.
Ruan Yu feigned innocence. "Let's not get it twisted. I'm referring to you, Mr. Gu, as my undisclosed lover." Gu Youci, despite himself, couldn't help but smile. Well, having a label is better than none. Chapter 96. Ruan's lip gloss shade. "Sister Ruan, you look absolutely stunning today." Yi leaned on the makeup table, her eyes brimming with envy. Ruan Yu, noticing this, smiled and gently flicked her nose. "Do I need to hear that every day?" "No, but today you are particularly beautiful." Yi attempted to validate her statement, resting her chin on her hand and scrutinizing closely. "When you entered the company earlier, I thought you looked as radiant as a peach blossom. You seem to have blossomed significantly." Her cheeks flushed, and her lips appeared as luscious as a ripe peach. "I almost wanted to ask about your lip gloss shade." Ruan Yu replied, "That is simply because someone has been kissing me." The instigator, of course, was her little lover. It is no exaggeration to say that ever since she learned of her pregnancy, Gu Youci had transformed overnight, employing various methods to pamper her to the point of dizziness, his flirtation skills reaching new heights. This was evident in his comprehensive care. Over the past few days, Gu Youci would only head to work after having breakfast with her. And for lunch, Ruan Yu merely needed to reheat the bento he prepared so early in the morning. She had never realized how much she loved indulging in culinary delights. Little Chef Gu might have attained some certification. Everything he made was delectable. A model wife and mother, indeed. Yet, Ruan Yu insisted on not cohabiting. Perhaps it was because, despite carrying a get-out-of-jail-free card in her womb, Gu Youci would corner her at any moment for a kiss, making her pregnancy hormones increasingly erratic. A mere kiss could be intoxicating. After several unsuccessful warnings, Ruan Yu resolved to change her approach. However, for reasons unknown, she still faltered. In Gu Youci's words, Ruan, I do not ask for much, but sometimes you are just too adorable, and it is difficult to restrain myself. If you find it troubling. All right. As Ruan Yu's face flushed crimson, she relinquished her resistance. If you wish to kiss, then go ahead, she exclaimed. Gu Youci nodded obediently. Furthermore, for the sake of convenience, he invested a considerable sum to acquire the apartment above, causing the previous occupants to vacate hastily within half a day. Initially, Gu Youci had contemplated gifting her a spacious 500-square-meter residence in the city center, but upon reflecting on his clandestine relationship, he decided to temper his affections for the moment. At least until he could transition into the role of her boyfriend. Not long after, Ruan Yu realized that on the day of their candid conversation, Gu Youci had somehow possessed her property card, which took her by surprise. Later, Gu Youci explained that he had acquired it from his grandmother. A claim Ruan Yu found hard to believe. Her grandmother would never voluntarily share such information. At that moment, while lounging on the sofa, she awoke from her nap with a slight cramp in her calf and unceremoniously draped her leg over his long ones, relishing the leg massage he provided. Her assertion felt rather abrupt. Gu Youci's contemplative gaze deepened. Ruan, does your grandmother know about your pregnancy? He inquired. Ruan Yu was taken aback. Huh? How does he know everything? She mused, realizing she was indeed the last to be informed. The disappointment in his eyes did not escape her notice, and she felt an urge to console him. However, Gu Youci adeptly continued to knead her calf, reassuring her it's all right. We had lost contact for quite some time, and I wasn't in the best of spirits. My grandmother expressed concern for me. I mentioned I needed to discuss work with you, but couldn't reach you by phone. And then she simply provided me with a way to find you. Ruan Yu sighed. It was evident that Grandmother Gu was worried for her grandson. and Gu Youci's willingness to admit his emotional struggles indicated the severity of his feelings. Moreover, the elder had not divulged the news of her pregnancy. She had merely facilitated their communication. Ruan Yu did not harbor any resentment, choosing instead to remain silent. After spending the past couple of days together, Ruan Yu found herself no longer resisting Gu Youci's affections. Their atmosphere was indeed intoxicating, as if they were enveloped in the blossoming warmth of spring. Today, it was Gu Youci who escorted her to work. He had thoughtfully borrowed a modest vehicle from Qinshu, leaving his flashy sports car in her garage, which had garnered quite a bit of attention within the community. Just that morning, he had instructed Secretary Chen to drive it away. Gu Youci's choice of vehicle appeared less ostentatious, yet before disembarking, Ruan Yu mused, the lip gloss truly lacks any notable shade. She and EE exchanged playful banter. The makeup artist had applied a soft, rosy blush that did not reveal any signs of embarrassment. After completing her hair in gentle waves, EE placed today's outfit in the fitting room. The ensemble was notably gentle yet meticulously curated. Ruan Yu donned a layered turtleneck beneath a brown checkered coat, complemented by a matching long skirt with a side slit, exuding a soft, approachable aura reminiscent of Korean fashion. The skirt was not form-fitting, effectively concealing her slightly protruding abdomen. "Sister Ruan, you look just like a Barbie doll," EE exclaimed, her expression brimming with admiration. "Today, you embody the essence of the gentle, neighborly sister." Huasheng arrived with an assistant, witnessing the conclusion of the day's activities with great satisfaction regarding the makeup and styling. "Oh my, how beautiful!" Although still excessively lovely, she exuded a warmth that made her seem more approachable, as opposed to an aloof celestial being. The fans were also treated to a visual feast. "I initially thought you wouldn't favor this outfit." The more Huasheng observed, the more she found the ensemble captivating, evoking a stirring sensation, particularly in its youthful essence. Ruan Yu smiled softly, acknowledging that it was not her choice. Huasheng had messaged too late, and for the past couple of days, Ruan Yu had been indulging in rest and nourishment, leaving work after 9:30 p.m. to Gu Youci, the diligent CEO. "Let's be off then." The entrance of the Morningstar building was bustling with activity. Ruan Yu was escorted to the van, surrounded by 6 robust bodyguards, forming an imposing wall of protection. Though today's public schedule attracted media attention, the chaos was somewhat disordered.
Teacher Ruan.
"Teacher Ruan, could you spare a moment for a few questions? Are you on your way to the signing event?" As the first artist in the entertainment industry to hold an offline signing, what are your thoughts? At the moment Ruan Yu appeared, throngs of people surged from both sides, with flashes and shutter sounds resonating, her face illuminated by the sunlight. Exquisite as if crafted by artisans. She offered a gentle smile. "Oh my, let me capture this moment." One could scarcely believe such an unedited image of a celebrity could outshine retouched photographs. Ruan Yu, escorted, remained unperturbed. Huasheng stood closely beside her, vigilant alongside the security, anxious about any potential threats, a common plight for female artists. As they neared the vehicle, Ruan Yu suddenly heard panicked cries. A female journalist had been shoved to the ground, her head striking the pavement near Ruan Yu's feet, her delicate fingers trampled upon. Huasheng was about to open the car door when Ruan Yu unexpectedly pushed him aside, retrieving a silken scarf from her pocket to press against the girl's forehead, where blood had begun to seep profusely. It was a near-tragic incident. Ruan Yu's demeanor turned icy. She glared at the 2 men with cameras behind her. "Are you blind? Still tugging at her? You just knocked her down and you were about to step on her back to film? Are you insane?" Chapter 97. A Man Appears. The atmosphere fell silent. Many media outlets had captured the earlier scene. The 2 male photographers appeared ashen-faced, unable to retort. For the shoe prints on the girl's dress were indubitably theirs, as they had been jostling at the front. The girl was inconsolable, clutching her expensive camera, unable to compete with them, suddenly yanked by her hair and thrown to the ground as if she were a mere stepping stone. It was likely that their combined weight had caused her to collapse. Ruan Yu had witnessed the entire ordeal. She withdrew her indifferent gaze, watching as the security personnel escorted the 2 would-be murderers away. The remaining onlookers, cowed by the scene, dared not approach. Ruan Yu softly reassured the girl. "It's all right. Thank you, Teacher Ruan Yu," the young media representative stammered, trembling with fear. The security soon arrived, prepared to take her to the hospital. Turning to see the helplessness in Huasheng's eyes, Ruan Yu jogged over, allowing him to shield her as they got into the car. She received a thumbs up in return. However, it suddenly struck her that she might have uttered a curse. "What does it matter?" Huasheng closed the door dismissively. "You must understand, darling, that as a standout performer like yourself, you are always in the limelight. Your every action and word is under scrutiny. I believe your response just now is entirely justified." "Absolutely impressive." Ruan Yu sighed in relief, glad he felt that way. She had indeed been very angry, furious, in fact. Initially, the two men had exchanged conspiratorial glances. And when one of them reached out to yank the young girl's hair, shoving her to the ground and preparing to step on her, it was utterly revolting. The sheer audacity of a man exerting his natural strength to inflict violence on a weaker female, all in pursuit of some advantage, revealed a deep-seated moral depravity. Ruan Yu nearly smashed her equipment in anger. As she contemplated this, she felt a discontented kick from within her belly, a gentle reminder from her baby, which she interpreted as a comforting gesture. She exchanged a light fist bump with her little one, assuring it that all was well. Just then, her phone chimed with a message from Gu Youci. Tired, don't want to go. Ruan Yu replied, I've completed my prenatal checkup for the month. There was a brief silence on the other end. What's wrong? If you wish to share your grievances, why not confide in the solitary Gu? She couldn't help but smile. What was she doing? It was merely the amusing realization that after discovering his contact note, she had laughed in exasperation, processing it alone. Ultimately finding him rather endearing and teasing him about changing it, though he refused. Gu Youci asserted that he wouldn't remain solitary forever. For he had her, and their baby. Yet, seeing his willingness to listen to her complaints made her feel a twinge of warmth. He could now easily discern her emotional state. Gu Youci gently replied, Then we shall go next time. I'll bring you cream puffs tonight. Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled. Great. She had been watching her sugar intake and hadn't indulged in sweets for quite some time. After sending the message, her irritation evaporated, leaving her heart feeling warm. She intended to scroll through the latest trending topics when she sensed a lingering gaze upon her. Looking up, she instinctively frowned. What's with that look? Huasheng remained silent. After a brief moment of mutual staring, he deliberately glanced at Ruan Yu's phone, and upon some inscrutable deduction, his eyes narrowed, arriving at an unwelcome conclusion. You have a man. Ruan Yu exclaimed. What? How is it that both of you can read minds? Spill it. Huasheng, resembling an elderly gentleman, lounged with one leg crossed, casually snatching a bag of sunflower seeds from the snack pouch in the back seat. How did President Gu pursue you? Who says he pursued me? Ruan Yu retorted defiantly at that moment. He may not have succeeded, but he is certainly not far off. Huasheng cast a glance at Ruan Yu, pondering how many people were eager to approach her given her circumstances. You can't help but smile at a mere text from him. I highly suspect that President Gu has laid bare his affections for you. Do take care not to become ensnared. Not a chance. Ruan Yu responded, her defiance lacking conviction. I won't fall for him, especially after having learned my lesson once. It's true that I have limited experience, and with someone as taciturn as Gu Youci, we both seem rather wooden. Yet I have been genuinely happy lately. However, I remain clear-headed amidst the infatuation. I certainly won't let myself, along with my child, fall entirely into his grasp. I have my principles. She had not even allowed Gu Youci to share her bed. Today a schedule was packed, and a minor incident would not dampen her spirits. When Huasheng accompanied Ruan Yu to the filming location, they arrived an hour before the fans were allowed entry, entering through the back door of the set. The area outside was teeming with people, all gathered in support. Some had even taken a day off work and traveled great distances to attend the signing event. Countless souls were present, even if many would not gain entry. The stars were within reach. How could one not strive to grasp them? Once ticket checks commenced, fans who had purchased the EP and secured entry qualifications had already picked up their physical albums outside, entering through facial recognition. A glance revealed that nearly all were female, with about a third of male fans grouped together at the rear, some particularly striking in appearance. Oh my gosh, the quality of my wife's male fans is astonishing. What should I do? My heart is racing. I've never felt this anxious before. I've never been this nervous even when getting married. I can finally be close to Ruan. What should I do? My palms are all sweaty. I just saw that sister, who came in with us. She's been crying, holding the first edition light stick. Seeing that makes me want to cry too. Back then, Ruan had an injury and gracefully bid us farewell from the stage. We, the fans, couldn't witness the second round of Twinkle's debut battle. It breaks my heart. I could cry just from talking to Ruan. Each fan clutched their excitement tightly. Many had already torn open the EP gift boxes, which featured a breathtakingly beautiful fantasy landscape on the cover, exquisitely crafted. In addition to the record, it contained a 100-page photo book and a small scented candle. Yet, as a devoted fan, no amount of viewing could suffice. Oh, this mermaid concept is simply stunning. My little princess Ruan. Every outfit is gorgeous. I lament not purchasing an extra set for my collection. This red dress showcases her figure so beautifully. I feel as though I might just bury myself in her embrace at any moment. I can hardly fathom how joyful I will be when I finally hold her. How can someone be so perfectly enchanting? The fans on set quickly found common ground over their shared admiration for the star. At that moment, a group of security personnel clad in black rushed over, encircling the signing event's long table. Ruan Yu, initially peering out from behind her poster backdrop with her lovely curls cascading down, spotted a well-organized gathering of young fans and blinked her bright eyes. Some fans had already taken notice.
Ah.
Oh my goodness, my wife, sob, sob, sob. I am utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 98. Enchantingly beautiful. The venue was filled with continuous screams and gasps, creating a chaotic yet orderly atmosphere. Suddenly, a delicate figure gracefully emerged. Ruan Yu, escorted by Hwasun and the set assistants, took her seat at the signing table. As someone handed her a golden pen, she waved and smiled at the delighted crowd amidst the incessant exclamations. Wife.
Ah.
Even from this distance, I can feel it. My dear Yuan is breathtaking. You look so beautiful today. Security began to manage the crowd, ensuring everyone stood in line properly, and the first guard started to allow entry. I'm ready. The first female fan responded eagerly to the directive, her body moving faster than her mind. Dressed in a lovely dress and high heels, she hurriedly entered the inner area. Hello. Upon seeing Ruan Yu, the young girl greeted her, her face flushed with excitement. Be careful. Just as she approached the signing table, she nearly tripped over her long skirt. Ruan Yu leaned forward to steady her arm, their eyes meeting at a distance of less than 10 centimeters. Were you startled? The concern in her voice was sweet and gentle. Meanwhile, the fan was utterly mesmerized, while the waiting area outside was in an uproar. All that could be seen was Ruan Yu holding hands with the fan.
Ah.
Why wasn't I the first? I'm so envious. Security wore an expression of exasperation. It was impossible to contain the throng of young girls, nor could they push them back. They could only brace themselves against the railing, casting warning glances at the restless male fans in the back. What's all this commotion? A group of male fans lamented. Clearly, the female fans are far more enthusiastic.
Right?
Why the double standard? The signing process had already commenced at the table. Ruan Yu smiled as she listened to the young girl speak. Baby, this is my first time meeting you in person, and you are truly, truly stunning. I feel dizzy and am forgetting what I wanted to say. My palms are all sweaty. How about a deep breath? Ruan Yu suggested with a smile. The girl, still tightly holding Ruan Yu's hand, felt her heart racing. Thinking to herself how beautiful and soft her wife's hand felt, sob, sob, sob. Hwasun, standing nearby with his work badge, couldn't help but sigh. Not even the fans could comprehend how charming Ruan Yu could be. It was truly captivating. After taking a deep breath, the girl finally calmed down a bit. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she hurriedly retrieved a small box from her bag. I picked out a ring. My dear, may I put it on for you? Upon witnessing the scene, Ruan Yu chuckled gently and nodded. She voluntarily removed the exquisite, 7-figure ring sponsored by the brand and, under the gaze of many, requested a young girl to assist her in adorning it once more. The little girl, filled with a sense of romance, insisted on performing a kiss on the hand as a gesture of courtesy. Ruan Yu realized that it was not merely the extravagant brand or the diamond S design that captivated her. She inquired, Did you craft this with your own hands? Yes, came the enthusiastic reply. Then might you gift it to me, please? Oh, of course, exclaimed the girl. Hwasun interjected, Please take care of it, dear sister. Do not inadvertently turn her affections. That would be a grave misdeed. Ruan Yu bent down to sign an autograph for EP. After departing, the first fan at the exit received a meticulously prepared gift bag from the event organizers, a token from Ruan Yu herself, wishing them joy for the day. Inside was a luxurious perfume, the very scent Ruan Yu wore that day. It felt like a tremendous fortune. My wife, so breathtakingly beautiful, gentle, and generous. The first fan always holds a special place. Following a trial run, others began to pass through as well, no longer needing to wait individually. Rather, they could stand half a meter apart, awaiting their turn, significantly expediting the process. Ruan Yu received a plethora of gifts. Her ability to engage with her audience was astonishing. Her beauty and radiant smile were ever present, and she willingly fulfilled her fans' various requests, from playful hand-holding to warm embraces, inciting shrieks of delight that nearly lifted the venue off its foundations. Changing genders, what difference does it make? Hwasun observed his beloved navigating the situation with remarkable ease, expressing his admiration. During the event, several overly excited female fans nearly rushed to kiss Ruan Yu, prompting him to intervene swiftly. That's not permissible. Not for any reason. There's video documentation today. If Mr. Gu sees this in the footage, he might very well have my head. As Ruan Yu's signing pace visibly slowed, She maintained her gentle demeanor, attentively listening to her fans, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Ah, she is simply breathtaking. Wan's eyes are extraordinarily beautiful, sparkling like stars. I nearly lost myself just now. She is so soft. I got to hug her. She smells so divine. I'm utterly enchanted. This bottle of perfume I have is not quite her scent. She is even more intoxicating. My darling just massaged her hands. Is she in pain? She keeps writing to for everyone. How can she agree to everything? Oh, my heart. As dusk began to fall, the lively atmosphere both inside and outside the venue continued unabated. Under Hua Sheng's watchful gaze, the last charming young man took a seat, donned in the uniform of Beijing's top foreign language high school, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. Hello, Teacher Ruan Yu. No need to be nervous, Ruan Yu replied, lifting her gaze to him. May I ask your name? My surname is Sean. I'm a new fan, having admired you for just over a month. The boy, no older than 16 or 17, stood nearly 6 feet tall. Ruan Yu accepted his album and lowered her head to sign, involuntarily recalling when Wan Jinghang was still a child, her tone becoming markedly affectionate.
All right.
May the esteemed student, Xiao Dan, forever pursue his passions and remain perpetually joyful. The boy fixated on the delicate eyelashes fluttering before him, so close that he could discern the fine hairs on her face, the exquisite smoothness of her skin leaving him utterly astonished. He stammered, May I embrace you as well? Xiao Dan, with a fleeting smile, quickly interjected, No. It's quite all right. Rising from his seat, he appeared exceptionally bashful, especially when compared to the earlier rejection he faced from a male fan who sought a shoulder embrace for a photograph. It's fine, Ruan Yu reassured him. Capping her pen as she stood, she gently opened her arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. A soft, fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. Ruan Yu spoke softly. Do you need to use your phone? I don't have a phone. Xiao Dan's face flushed with panic, seemingly filled with regret. Observing his distress, Ruan Yu turned to Hua Sheng, who understood her unspoken request and borrowed a camera from backstage. She slightly tilted her body to remind him, smile. Xiao Dan, entranced by her graceful profile, found himself momentarily speechless. Ruan Yu gazed back at him, prompting him to respond, yes, all right. His face reddened even further as he hastily concealed his somewhat childish smartwatch. Thank you, Teacher Ruan Yu. This is my first time skipping class to attend a signing event.
I am truly delighted.
Ruan Yu was taken aback, but he quickly added, but I excel in my studies. I want to do it again. She couldn't help but chuckle softly.
All right.
Teacher Ruan, we've wrapped up. A staff member called from behind. The day concluded successfully, an overwhelming triumph, as they once again topped the trending charts, with fans contributing live videos showcasing her charm from a pedestrian's perspective. Just as Ruan Yu was about to speak, a message pinged on her phone. Waiting for you. Chapter 99. A kiss before departing. A silver-gray Mercedes-Benz came to a halt outside the venue. Where is the destination? The private yacht on the sea next to Weisher, heading towards the island owned by Mr. Liu. This invitation, initiated solely by him, is intended as an apology for the previous misstep, and only you will be present. Understood. Gu Youci observed Ruan Yu emerging, wrapped in a fluffy shawl. Hua Sheng was saying something beside her. She nodded absent-mindedly, her beautiful eyes darting around, slightly furrowing her brow. The expectant mother was growing impatient. A smile danced in Gu Youci's eyes. No need. Inform Mr. Liu that I will be bringing my wife along. Yes. The call ended. Gu Youci noticed Ruan Yu brushing aside her manager and assistant, leisurely making her way toward him. In the distance, 2 heads peeked out from the grass, and he pondered for a moment before remaining in the car. He merely unlocked the passenger door for her. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. Why have we changed cars again? Ruan Yu removed her little shoes, casually sitting cross-legged in the passenger seat, while Gu Youci naturally fastened her seatbelt. Isn't it troublesome for Chenmi to assist you with various personal matters every day? Chen Shu, upon hearing this, felt compelled to award Ruan Yu a grand accolade. Who truly understands the sentiments of the people. It is not his responsibility. In Gu Youci's eyes, a hint of helplessness flickered. You are unwilling to ride in my sports car. Today, we are discussing the contract, and conveniently, there is a 4S dealership near the hotel booked by our collaborators. I have chosen a new Mercedes. Is it understated enough? Ruan Yu responded, that is merely understated in your eyes. If you do not provoke me, it will not kick out. Are you tired? It has barely been a moment since the car started. Gu Youci noticed her beginning to yawn. Her exquisite makeup still looked impeccable, as fresh as when it was first applied. Soon after, Ruan Yu began to complain, I haven't even removed my makeup. Shall I assist you? He offered.
All right.
Gu Youci navigated to the nearest upscale beauty salon, but was playfully restrained by Ruan Yu's hand. Are you serious? You are accompanying me for a facial at this hour? Do you believe we will trend tomorrow? Her words struck home, prompting Gu Youci to cease his actions. However, he inadvertently caught sight of the red marks on her fingers, remnants from nearly 5 hours of signing, an inevitable consequence of extended writing. After all, it was work. Gu Youci gently grasped her hand, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Not much." Noticing his frown returning, Ruan Yu lightly tapped his hand and teased, "Are you not being professional, mister?" "Gu, what exactly are you doing all day? Even after my work is done, I still have to consider your mood?" Their interactions grew increasingly natural. Seeing her intent to lighten the atmosphere, Gu Youci smiled, placing a soft kiss on her weary fingertips, not relinquishing his hold, occasionally squeezing her palm gently. Ruan Yu chuckled softly, not pulling away. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Taking advantage of Ruan Yu's time spent freshening up, Gu Youci began to showcase his culinary skills. Although mealtime had passed, the little expectant mother was surely hungry. As Ruan Yu emerged, she was greeted by a comforting dish of potato and beef rice, accompanied by a small bowl of seaweed shrimp soup. She felt the warmth of homeliness enveloping her. "What did you eat?" "I had a meal with our partners. You need not worry." "I do not worry about you," Ruan Yu replied, dabbing her face with essence. Casting a puzzled glance his way, as if to imply he was being overly sentimental. Gu Youci was not at all displeased. Rather, he found her irresistibly charming. As Ruan Yu prepared to eat, her hair, styled with spray, was still damp and wrapped up. He turned to enter the bedroom, setting the hairdryer to its lowest heat setting. The warm palms of Mr. Gu shielded her neck from the dampness of her hair, his touch gentle yet inexperienced. He knew Ruan Yu disliked using a comb, so his fingertips delicately untangled her locks. The girl's hair was of exquisite quality, the half-dry strands soft and smooth, carrying a delightful fragrance. Gu Youci rolled up his sleeves slightly, the expensive gray-black checkered tie still around his neck, standing behind her in a scene that radiated harmony. Ruan Yu relished the moment, clearly savoring it as if it were not the first time. "I forgot to mention," she began, 3 months? Gu Youci quickly calculated. Seeing the contemplation in his eyes, Ruan Yu immediately raised her spoon and added, "However, after the baby is born, there is still a film schedule to coordinate. And I promised Brother Hua that I would continue my long-term contract with Morningstar upon my return." After saying this, she awaited Gu Youci's response. The understanding between them palpable. He ardently hoped she would sign with Yixing. After all, it was their own company. Not only could they access the finest resources, but their relationship would also require no pretense. Even visits would be entirely natural. Well, Ruan would make her own decision. Gu Youci turned off the hairdryer. Ruan Yu was taken aback by his reaction. After setting down her spoon, she tentatively wrapped her arms around his waist and asked, "Really? Not angry at all?" "Not at all."
Great.
"I am absolutely thrilled with this outcome." Yet, the phone's ringtone abruptly ceased. A rather flirtatious gesture ensued. "What are you doing?" Ruan Yu felt she was quite familiar with him. She blinked innocently, feigning ignorance, but her intentions were easily discerned. Gu Youci leaned in closer, raising an eyebrow. "A kiss before you leave."
No.
"Then I'll wait until Ruan wants it." Before he could finish his sentence, his lips brushed against her, leaving a fragrant kiss. A gentle sound echoed in the air, complemented by the girl's smiling eyes, which appeared particularly enchanting in the night. Gu Youci chuckled softly. "May I request something a tad more excessive?"
Huh.
Ruan Yu noticed his gaze descending to her lips. Chapter 100. I Prefer a Daughter. The fans of Ruan Yu attended her offline signing event. The Morningstar's leading figure is Ruan Yu. She was elected as one of the 4 new flower goddesses. The cast of Qing Wanji was officially announced. The first episode of Dear Child went live on the day Ruan Yu's contract expired. The area outside the Morningstar headquarters was swarming with media. The filming that day proceeded smoothly, with enhanced security measures preventing any unsavory incidents. Excitement buzzed within Morningstar. After concluding her discussions with Huasheng, Ruan Yu brought her new album Paradise and ventured to the post-production department for the first time. Even within her own company, she encountered many fans. "Wanjia is here. Our group has bought physical copies. Please sign a few more for us, baby. You look stunning today, sis. Hug me. I want a hug too." Fans who met you say you're so soft when you hug. Dressed in a sporty hoodie and wide-leg pants, Ruan Yu exuded a casual and approachable charm as she interacted joyfully with everyone, welcoming all requests for hugs. Banners were even displayed in her honor. If anyone embodied the essence of Morningstar, it was undoubtedly Ruan. The atmosphere was delightful, especially upon entering. when the promotional department's $1 million surround sound system played Ruan Yu's new song, filling the entire floor in a lively loop, reminiscent of the last time such excitement was felt. With cameras recording, the first question during their building tour was directed at Ruan Jia about her plans for the second half of the year. Ruan Yu, adorned with fox ears for the interview, resembled a little sprite, since her schedule for the latter half of the year was relatively light and yet to be disclosed. She hoped for more growth. Yay, yay, yay. It's Qing Wanji. Ruan is a candidate for Director Air's film. Someone chimed in. Ruan Yu merely smiled in silence, tacitly acknowledging it. The second question. The head of the promotional department scanned the room with excitement before clearing her throat twice. It has come to our attention that Sister Ruan and Teacher Liu Xi have collaborated for the second time. During this partnership, did either of them perceive the other as their ideal type? Oh my, you are really asking this question? How bold of you to bring it directly to the main parties involved. Ruan Yu paused for a moment upon hearing this, gently shaking her head.
No.
A hush fell over the crowd. Teacher Liu Xi is my mentor and also a dear friend. He holds great significance for me, extending far beyond the superficiality of romantic relationships. Ruan Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. All right, next question. The head of the publicity team promptly received instructions. What are Ruan's ideal type or standards for a partner? Hua Sheng suddenly chimed in, stroking his chin. At the very least, I set the bar. The longtime colleagues erupted in laughter, telling Huada's agent to step aside and not disrupt the proceedings. Ruan Yu, holding the microphone, pondered for a moment. Actually, there might be some criteria.
Oh, who is it?
The one who crafted this question deserves high praise. For Sister Ruan's affection and admiration, I shall strive diligently. How ridiculous. The group of friends seemed eager to hear more. I believe, Ruan Yu tilted her head, smiling, rather than confining my ideal type within a rigid framework. I prefer someone who can surprise me, whether in personality or charm, as I am a proponent of the supremacy of feelings. Oh, cool. Nonetheless, they must be handsome. Otherwise, it would be utterly nauseating. The notion of a feeling-centric approach suddenly reminded me of a certain prominent figure I hesitated to mention. Who recalls the last red carpet appearance at the Star Gravity event? I feel that Sister Ruan and President Gu are a perfect match. Oh my. Now that you mention it, ask. Go on, ask. No, this is being broadcasted. We are still competitors with Yisheng. It would be improper to exploit such an opportunity. What a marvelous chance we have. Teacher Ruan Yu is our acknowledged beauty. We all know that the recent announcement of Dear Little Ones has taken place. May I inquire if, in her new role as a novice mother, Ruan has considered having her own child to inherit her beauty?
What?
Ruan Yu could hardly contain her laughter. This question is truly astonishing. Perhaps she said, prompting a chorus of excitement from the audience. So does Ruan prefer a baby boy? Ruan Yu replied, what direction is this taking? Gu Youci probably doesn't browse Weibo as trending topics or short videos. I'm fine with it. However, I do have a personal preference. Ruan Yu, lost in thought, wore a smile that hinted at deeper feelings. If possible, I would hope for a daughter, one who would be more attached to me.
Ah.
It must be a daughter. How else could Sister Ruan's beauty be inherited? Hua Sheng nodded in agreement. As for the Gu family, this matter is rather complex. Although it is said that in this day and age, boys and girls are cherished equally, the Gu Corporation is an immensely large enterprise. And there are no great-grandchildren in this generation yet. Ruan Yu is certainly the first in line. If it comes down to the position of heir, naturally, a boy would be more eagerly anticipated. It is evident that Ruan Yu has not contemplated this matter seriously. She does not covet it. After the conclusion of the building tour, Morning Star received the gift box prepared by Ruan Yu, along with the same fragrance from the offline signing event. Everyone eagerly edited and uploaded videos from today. Hua Sheng allowed the trending topic to gain traction. Yi accompanied Hua Sheng to the garage, suggesting that there is no need to exhaust herself posting on her secondary Weibo account. A simple update every 3 days would suffice. As the main account was managed by the company, Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, she received a text from Gu Youci. Is -3 acceptable? Why are you the one coming? She replied, slightly taken aback. Today, Ruan Yu was well aware that Gu's company had a multinational meeting scheduled for the morning. To be frank, although their encounter last night was merely a fleeting spark, she had ultimately been restrained. Gently adjusting her half-fallen sleep dress as she was drowsily ushered into the bedroom, Ruan Yu lay quietly in bed, fearing that in the next moment, Gu Youci might once again gaze at her with that familiar intensity. This morning, she had barely managed to linger in bed, avoiding the awkward breakfast with the general manager. And she still had not quite composed herself. I'll come down now, she texted. At that moment, Yi suddenly wrapped her arms around Ruan Yu's. Ruan. E had originally intended to arrange something for the newcomers, but was unwilling to do so. Having grown closer to Ruan Yu, the thought of going to someone else felt almost torturous. When your baby is born, can I come to visit? E inquired eagerly. Of course. Ruan Yu replied with a smile. You can hold them too.
Great. Yi eklaymet, her ekcitement palpable.
However, recalling Ruan Yu's current relationship with the general manager, and considering that this baby was a precious child of the Gu family, she couldn't help but wonder if she truly dared to hold them. But Ruan's baby would undoubtedly be the most adorable little one in the world.